Alrighty, here we are. Hey, Moose. I was about to send it to you. Um, Labor Day, holiday, open panel. I'll go as long as I can. I expected to be here much earlier. I am getting an immense amount of frustration building up in me because I can't figure out how to organize my life so I can fucking prioritize streaming when I need to. So I need to work that out. And I was looking at YouTube gives you this little like graph that shows you when most of your audience is on, like when you have your peak audience hours. And it looks like mine is about 9 in the morning my time to about 9 at night my time, particularly on Saturdays and Sundays. So if I do like 9 to 5, um like make it a just show up every day and put in like 8 hours in that window. That seems to be where most of my audience is anyway. And then on the days when I want to or I'm able to, I can let it continue into the evening. So that like 9 a.m., 9 p.m. window, I think is if I can consistently carve out time, just like I would if I got a 9 to 5 job right now, I would have to do that. I'd have to everything else going on in my life, I would have to plan around the 9 to 5 job. So if I start doing with this stream, and I tried to do it today, and a bunch of life stuff got in the way, and it's harder than it seems like it should be, especially if you're ADHD brained like me. Um, it's just juggling a lot of chaos. So let me check. See if anything's happening in the news on. Oh, wait. Outrage over at Netanyahu grows. Israel protest. Demand Gaza deal. Uh, Mass protest. General strike. Wow, the U.S. snatched the Venezuela president, the one that they say is illegitimate. They took his plane. They seized his plane, citing sanction violations. I guess all kind of stuff is happening. Ooh. Good morning, sir. Happy Labor Day.
Hey, happy Labor Day, dude. Do you know how to dump your audience into another channel?
I do, but when I tried to do it, it told me I needed 1,000
I have a
subs before I
thousand
had that power.
subscribers. If you could
Huh?
tell me.
Do what?
If you could tell me, I already have the 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, you.
I'm trying to dump the audience over here.
Oh, okay. Fuck. Let me look it up.
Son of a biscuit, I'll be back.
I think it's an option somewhere on the video itself, like maybe one of the three dots at the top, or maybe somewhere by the chat box. There might be an option. I think it's somewhere there. Live redirect. That's what it's called. All right. How to use YouTube Live redirect. YouTube Studio. Let's, you go to customization of the individual video, like through YouTube Studio. Um, and there's a redirect option there.
All right, I hear you.
That channel needs to give you permission. I think I have permission because people's rated me before. Hey, Liliana. If you can't do it, if you need permission, just let me know. But it should be turned on. Good morning. Happy Labor Day. I hope to those of you that are laboring, I respect you. I appreciate you. I admire working class people, like people that I think I like them better than the leisure class. There's something admirable about people willing to put in effort into something greater than themselves. But if you are working class, if you are laboring, I hope it goes well today and your day is a little lighter. And if this is a day off for you, you're the ones that we celebrate. So hats off. This is your day. So that's the news. It looks like a lot of stuff happened. Exactly. Yeah. I grew up working class. Like working was normal. It was weird if you met someone that just didn't work. Especially like people like me that struggle to stay employed in the first place. Working's almost a privilege. Like it's hard. It's hard for me even when I want to work. It's hard for me to have the continued opportunity to do so. And so when I get that, it's like, wow, I actually get to work for a change. I'm not being kicked out or marginalized or all that kind of stuff. Oh, uh, really? Yeah. I love to work. Like when I was more busy during lockdown than probably when I had a real job. When we had to not work, I found more things to do with my time then than when I had a job. I don't think I cannot not work. But it doesn't labor has such a negative connotation now. It doesn't always have to be labor. In fact, if it's actual labor, like if it feels like labor, you might not be in the right job. Yeah, there's people that demonize us. They want us to feel bad, like we're participating in something evil, just because we're okay with having a job and a decent wage. Oh, is I hope that's a joke. I'm sure it is. Hey, Zet. Oh, I thought I had my little banner on. Um, I don't know what else to talk about. I think I might have an AI conversation pulled up or two. This is one of those all day panels, so it's going to be kind of that go with the flow, whoever shows up thing. And then tomorrow, I've been looking at some of the Washington State DEI stuff, and people were wanting to know more about those individual trainings, like those four training modules. And so I have an interview that I found with the guy who developed them, and it might give a little more insight. And then I found some other stuff from the state website that uh, goes a little deeper into the DEI stuff. So I'm going to go over all that tomorrow. Um, and actually, in fact, one county, I think it was King County, which is the big county that Seattle's in, um, they had to suspend the DEI training program because it was painting firefighters as racist, like white firefighters as racist, and everybody objected, and they had to suspend the program. So, to I guess the point is, it's not. This is not my wild imaginings or paranoia that this stuff is going to have a negative impact or has the potential to have a negative impact. It already is. They had to suspend the program because when they tried to train the white firefighters, they did it so poorly that the firefighters came out thinking that they were telling them that they were all racist. which is what it is. Like the firefighters are right. That is what it is. So anyway, we'll go over all that tomorrow. Um, but today I just wanted it to be more or less light as possible and conversational and fun and holiday. Like even though it's Labor Day, it's a holiday. Oh yeah, AI. Let me see. Kangaroo hunting. Why do I have 3 entries on kangaroo hunting? Um, I don't really talk to the AI a lot, so. Oh yeah, that loneliness in the digital age thing from yesterday. Oh, I know what I want to talk about. Well, in the U.S. it is, I think. Maybe not Europe. It's Labor Day though. Hey, Daniel Barry. So like things might be closed today, if, like businesses or banks or something. I don't know, but if that does, if you encounter that today, it's because it's Labor Day. Yeah, I was thinking about why, like, what draws me to the Panelverse and what keeps me here. Because a lot of these people, if this were real life, these are not probably people I would spend a lot of time talking to if I even talk to at all. Like, this is not the crowd, real life crowd I would gravitate to. And if I did, they certainly would not, it would not be enough to, like, keep me hanging out with them. But the Panelverse, I'm driven to constantly hang out with people that I would not normally hang out with in real life, and I can't seem to stop doing it or break away from it. So I was like trying to figure out why. Is it the Panelverse itself? Is there something about these people in particular that, like, I'm just trying to figure out why, like the discrepancy between what my normal life would look like versus what I'm drawn to in the Panelverse. Hey, Zat,
What's up, man?
how you doing? Happy Labor Day.
Yeah, happy Labor Day. What the hell is Labor Day anyway? What does that mean?
I don't know. I think I'm going to find out by the end of today.
There we go. I'm here. I'm here.
Welcome. Welcome, sir.
What's up,
I,
Moose?
I tried to redirect, but apparently I guess I don't have the feature because I have a strike or something.
Oh, that might
Oh,
be because
yeah.
I didn't have it either because I didn't have enough subscribers.
So
So
I
it's
I,
definitely something
dropped,
that they can lock or unlock.
I dropped the link and told everybody we'd be over here, and uh, I did my best to promote and sell it.
How did the stream go?
Oh, beautiful! I was a lot of real talk, a lot of fake talk, a lot of character. You know,
Are you able to tell
a
the
lot of
difference, or you just roll with all of it?
all of it. I can grow through all of it as long as I can keep the conversation alive. And then I learned a lot because Tarek was asking all the right questions. You know, he kept the conversation going by asking questions and diving deeper and deeper and trying to get different aspects of my mind and stuff. I thought it was amazing.
Wow. I mean,
Isn't that
that's probably just about the part that I left. But I heard part of Paul's conversation, and I actually agreed with him. I'm like, everything this guy's saying right now. He's absolutely right.
Oh yeah, it's not something to make anyone feel bad. He just he calls it out. Like if you saw like he was reviewing the stream that me and him did like a couple days ago, and he was
Oh no, I
like
didn't see that part.
he was ripping on me hard, like ripping on me, you know.
Oh.
And I was like, yep, he was right. Like in
Well,
every
I
like
mean, it's not very different than the stuff I was telling you, but to hear it phrased in the way Paul was phrasing it, um, I think he did a nice job.
very interesting, right? Very interesting aspect of it, and the way he says it is
We're noticing the
different.
same thing. Like
Yeah.
it's,
Oh yeah, definitely.
hey Dom, Gary Baxter, good to see you, sir. It's been a while. The horniest YouTuber.
I
Here,
doubt that.
I need to put that in my tagline today.
Jeff, where did you get those antlers, by the way?
I got these at the Satan store. Now,
Satan store,
when I
really?
lived in Seattle, a couple of blocks from my house, I'm not kidding, they had this goth store. They sold like gothic clothing and stuff, and they had all this satanic merchandise. They had pentagrams, um, horns.
So is that made to fit on the on headphones, or is it
Mm-mm.
something you have on your head and in addition to the headphones?
It's two separate things that I have on my
Oh,
head at the same time.
okay, that's cool. What's the significance of the antlers in Satanism? I mean, is it just the paganistic aspect of it, or
I think they're cool.
I
I
think
don't
it
know if there is a
because
significance because I don't know how many Satanists actually use horns. This is kind of
all
my
right, I'm
my
gonna tell
take
you
on
my
it.
perspective. I think it's because the Satanists, they like to, they're like elk. They like to buck up on each other and like rut.
yeah?
They get that rutting season.
Uh, well, Jeff right now is what? He's a 8 point buck, I think.
Is that an 8 star right there or eight? I don't know what they call those things. But I've actually woken up in the morning when I was in Yellowstone, and the elk were outside bugling, and then you go outside and they got their heads locked together, and they got their big old horns, and they're bucking up at each other, and it's
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah.
man,
Running season,
it
yeah,
is such a display of like masculinity. Like they're just like fighting because they're trying to like get a mate. And
yeah.
it's like, I'm the man, you know what I mean? Like
And
nature.
sometimes they lock horns and they can't get loose, and then they both
Oh, and
start.
then they both die.
Yeah,
It's, oh man, that's the saddest thing ever.
That happens a lot on here.
what locking horns?
Yeah, I can think
People,
of several pairs that have their horns locked right now.
yeah,
Like
people on the panel verse, they get their horns locked and then they just die out.
I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
it is technically. I do have some Satan horns, some actual Satan horns, but they broke. So this is the only pair that survived, really. I have some ram horns too.
Really, like Princess Leia's haircut.
Kinda. They hang off the side and they have a little curl to them.
Well, you remember my guy, right? Does it look like this?
Moorcock?
No, this.
Oh. Oh right. Yeah, I forgot about him.
The ram's horns.
And he moves around.
Yeah. Here, I'll play it once because it's really annoying, but
He could be my familiar.
when the
Oh
tail
man.
moves, I don't know if you can see it, but the
Well,
tail
I
wobbles.
love that somebody's brain took the time to even invent that and then design it.
Well, how did no? What I'm amazed about is who the fuck did you convince to make it? You know, like, like I want to make this skeleton of a ram that screams and has lights on it. You know, like
Yeah.
if that was me in the office, I'd be like, what? I'm not putting money into that, but someone did, and then they made money off it because I bought one. You know.
So do you have anything planned today? Is that or
Yeah,
moose?
I'm gonna make quesadillas later.
Damn.
It's easy, man. All you do is well, the hard part is getting shredded chicken. Like I don't know how to shred chicken really, and so I
Do you
bought it
do
from the
it? Do you
store.
tear it with your fingers, or is there
Yeah,
like a
I
chicken
don't.
shredder
There is
appliance?
a chicken shredder that I've seen, but I don't. I'm not gonna buy one. You know, it's like a something I don't need really. But so I just bought it pre-shredded. It's like this Jack Daniel's barbecue shit in a box, and I'm gonna put that between two tortillas, put some black beans, corn, Monterey Jack cheese, tomatoes, bell peppers sliced thin, onions, and then just heat them up in some butter, and that's it. You've got
That
quesadilla.
sounds ambitious.
It's not. It's fucking
Oh,
easy,
it's
man. It's like
ambitious.
so simple.
Shows you where my skills are.
Mike, what
Uh,
do you have?
what about property crimes? What about traffic violations?
Who, me?
No, he's victimless crimes.
That would be a weird transition.
What about white collar crime? Like there are There are laws that I don't want broken that I think is criminal to break, even if there's no particular victim.
Well,
This is like, to me, they talk about prison politics. This is jailhouse reasoning. This is how criminals think. This is how people on the other side of the law reason and rationalize things. The rest of us want crime prosecuted. And we're not so fussy. Oh, it's not a crime unless there's an actual victim, so we're gonna let this slide. It's a big gray area of things that really shouldn't be crime. No, get with society or live in the wilderness as an outlaw. But at least like own what you are and own what you're doing.
that
I'm,
goes back to Red Dead Redemption that we were talking about, the video game. You can
uh,
live outside of society as an outlaw and
yep,
live
I
out in the
love
wilderness.
that game. Is one of the. It's a masterpiece. It's like a book mixed with a video game mixed with
Yeah,
like a
a movie,
painting,
like
a
a movie.
movie. Yeah, an
There's even a
interactive
cinematic
movie.
mode. There's a cinematic mode where you can make it look like you're watching a movie and it's you running around on your horse and doing shit.
It's pretty
It's
wild.
fucking amazing. And I'm pissed because I couldn't use mine because I
Ooh, it
left
looks cool.
the disc in the PlayStation and it got cloudy. So then I looked up on the internet, what can I do about it? And they said clean it with rubbing alcohol. I said okay, I'll try it, and it worked perfectly, right? And then the next day, now it won't read the disc again. So I don't know what the hell's going on, but I paid like
Wow,
$70.
they have playthroughs of it on YouTube. I might take a
Oh
look.
yeah, you should watch it, dude. It's so much fun to
It
do.
looks really cool. I love Western.
It's more fun to play it than it is to watch it. But I mean, it's like you have this freedom to go anywhere you want, and it's like a miniature version of America. You have the South, you have the West, you have the Northeast. You have a city that's like New Orleans. It's called Saint Denis.
It's
You know,
called what? Oh, Saint Denis.
yeah, instead of New Orleans. It's basically New Orleans in the early days.
But no, it's not just that though. If you play it on the computer, there's so much detail. Like if you shoot a milk carton, uh, the milk will come out the bottom of the thing. If you shoot like you could shoot you could do all kinds of stuff. Like you could I don't know how to explain. Look up the just Google it.
The
Google
detail, the
Yeah, I was
detail,
watching, looking at the YouTube
it.
like I've
video
said
of
this
it.
before, and this is absolutely a fact. You can look it up. The horse's balls actually shrink in the winter when it's colder, and the horses will just be standing in the middle of the town. Like in front. You tie them up to the saloon or whatever, and he'll just take a shit right in front of you. Like the horses will randomly just take shits, and it's crazy. Like the detail is unbelievable.
How many? 23 minutes in already.
What you
Well,
want? How long it took to record
BTS or
it?
BS, whatever. We're not hurting a random individual. We're not picking like some random individual and hurting them in order for society to be safe. We're hurting the people that are hurting society. They're bringing the hurt onto themselves.
But if it's a victimless crime, then how could it be like a crime? You know, you're not hurting anybody. How could it be a crime?
A crime is when you break a law. It doesn't necessarily have to
So
mean you hurt.
I
Crime is
understand.
not hurting someone; it's breaking a law.
Like
So
public
if I'm
masturbation
skateboarding,
doesn't hurt anyone, right?
let's just say I'm skateboarding, right? I used to skateboard at the high school, and I was skateboarding on the blacktop or whatever, you know, the where they play basketball. And the police came and trespassed me because you're not supposed to be there on the weekend, you know, skateboarding. And they take me to jail or they give me a ticket. You think that's right? You think that's fair? Because I'm just skateboarding. I'm not
Yeah,
harming anybody.
because you're not supposed to be there after. Just like at the park where they say like closes at 10 p.m. Nobody after 10 p.m. and all that stuff.
Well,
Yes,
it depends on like
you
it
can't
depends
just
on
say, "Oh, I'm
who.
just gonna be here anyway. I don't care what the law says."
What if you get hurt on that property and it's privately owned, and now that you sue the owner because you were there after hours and and they didn't get rid of you? It's that kind of mentality.
Yeah,
And
but
actually, I would say like be there, go after hours, but be man enough to own it and take the consequences. Yep, I knew I wasn't supposed to be here. I took the risk. It was fun to skate at night. You caught me. I would
I'm just
respect
playing
that more
devil's
than I
advocate.
think I should be able to do this. It's not fair. I'm going to do it anyway.
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate and saying because there's nobody that was harmed. Why should there be a punishment for it that's monetary, or why should the punishment like harm the person that uh didn't harm anybody?
Because then you won't learn otherwise.
It harms the orderliness that we need for society.
Jeff is eating again. First he had
This is my
fucking
breakfast.
It's
Alfredo. Where's the chicken Alfredo you had?
that was yesterday.
That was
Yesterday?
yesterday? All right, because I'm asking him about what he's going to eat, and he says he doesn't know. Now he's chowing down.
So today I asked the cook if he could hook me up with a jalapeno burger,
Ooh.
and he was like, "Yeah, what time you want it?" And I was like, "Da da da da." So he comes up to me and he goes, "All right, it's on top of the pizza oven." And I'm leaving work and I go and I grab it, and I'm like, "Oh shit, this is $2 more than a regular burger." And then I'm like, "Oh man, he's tricking me, right?" I open it up and it's got two big old patties. It's got bacon on it. It's got cheese all over it. I was like, "Oh man." Like he hooked me up fat.
Yeah.
So that's what I have for lunch. There wasn't no chicken Alfredo today, but maybe
Oh,
tomorrow.
I can't do those two burger things though, like Burger King, the double Whopper and all that. It seems like it's too much.
Too much beef.
Yeah, it's just off. It's like I don't know. It's hard to eat.
they had a guy on Survivor that won a reward, and he ate a bunch of beef on the reward, and they had to medically evacuate him because it messed up his system so bad. He had to leave the game.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to gain weight, and so I need to eat extra protein. So
Yeah, I'm
I'm
trying to eat
purposely
again.
forcing
Because
myself
you're
to eat.
active too.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Sounds like you are. At least, I mean, you get out way more than most of us, I think.
I noticed lately when I go vampire hunting at the ice wall at the edge of the flat Earth, they're getting a little quicker than me, and I'm starting to lose it. So I gotta lose some weight, man. I'm just fucking with you. I don't believe in the flat Earth, for the record.
So you
It's
believe
not
in the
flat.
turtle Earth?
No, 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 no. I think
No.
that
It the psyop theory makes sense that people are suspicious that it's a psyop, but they probably think everything's a psyop. But how do you get to that level of mistrust where you think basic reality is a psyop, a production?
well, if you get into simulation theory and all that, you could believe it.
Is that part of it? You think is it is are the same people that are into this part of the simulation crowd?
I don't know. I'm not really sure what you mean by psyop. I mean,
Well, I mean that's what they're saying, or that's what
everything's a
BS said.
fuckery and illusion. Like existence itself is an illusion.
Like it's not so much the shape of the planet itself; it's the fact that
Oh,
how
that
do you
there.
know you can trust anything
Oh,
because it
well,
could
you
be
don't.
psyop, like
You
the
don't.
moon landing.
You don't know shit, man. Unless you were there and did it, you don't know. I mean, I've heard so many stories about Buzz Aldrin seeing a UFO. How do we know that he even said that? It's
Yeah.
all word of mouth. Like Werner von Braun on his deathbed, he outlined allegedly, how the next progression of the world was going to go for world wars and things. And how do we know he said that? All we have is the word of the woman who says she was there. Yeah.
How do we know this panel is happening? How do we know this panel is not staged?
Well, I'm completely AI. It's just a government
I
AI
mean,
that's
YouTube
more
could be
advanced.
like we could all be actors hired by YouTube to make people think there's a platform called YouTube that people create content and video. This could all be a production.
Have you ever wondered if Cerrone is like an FBI plant just to get people to commit crimes or something?
No, not until just now. I
Get
don't know
people
what crimes like commit crimes live on YouTube.
like
It
threatening
looks like they
violence.
got him to commit more crimes than
Well, you
he
heard
can
how
commit.
Andrew has challenged him to a fist fight, and he refuses to do it. Right?
But they have like a website where people can set up fist fights like with each other. Tarek and Monograph were going to do that. So I don't think that's illegal. Like I think
Well, no,
people
you'd
are
have to
allowed to
sign an
fight each
agreement.
other.
You'd have to sign an agreement or just
Yeah,
something.
it's something like that, but it's like they
But if
agree.
Jerome starts saying, "Oh, I'd have my gun with me" and shit like that, he's just a fucking talker.
I don't take any of the like what this is. We're fucking behind a screen, like hundreds of miles away from each other. Like how who even takes that stuff seriously?
Well, that's the thing, because Mike's always threatening to beat women up and beat people up on YouTube. So that's why
He's never done it on my stream.
not on your stream, but I've seen him do it, on others.
Oh, okay.
So if you need proof, go to YouTube Criers and Liars. They have a lot of your videos on there. They have a lot of
Yeah, I know. They made one of me moves.
yeah, and you're all over YouTube now, man.
Oh God, I can only imagine where. Like people, it's like you see the girls' name in high school in all the bathroom stalls.
Yeah. For a good
Call
time.
Jeff.
Gen X Jeff.
For a good time, check out Gen X Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure I am everywhere.
No, you are, man. I've seen you everywhere, and I'm on a lot of it too because I'm on here a lot. So it's like
Oh yeah, and you show up because you come on early usually, and you
yeah.
show up in the little thumbnails that. So like all the thumbnails for the videos, you're in a lot of them.
I don't know, man. It's not on purpose. I go on panels a lot on purpose, but I'm trying to grow my channel, and I'm fucking bored to
Yeah,
death.
let me drop it for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I almost got 200 subscribers, so I'm halfway there, maybe.
Are you
A
trying to
little
get
bit.
monetized?
Sure, eventually.
Here, help Zed out. He's halfway there.
Not even
And
though.
tell your friends.
I
And I'll
just
give you
realized
boosters
it's
too.
250 to be halfway there. I'm less than halfway there.
If you like my channel or this audience, you might like these guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Is that your real name, Jeff? I mean, you don't have to answer that, but
Yeah. Yep. What is going on down in here? We're getting the holidays started. Come up and join us if you want.
the holiday, yeah. I'm making holiday quesadillas. If I knew it was a holiday, I would have gotten like hot dogs or something. Put them on
Hey,
the
Effigy, happy Labor Day. What's going on down there today? So these are all the people that are not barbecuing.
yeah.
Or
Or
have
maybe not
real
barbecue.
life people to hang out with.
It is 3:00 East Coast, so maybe they already did it.
Oh, right, true. I got a late start. Oh, I don't know. I forgot about those rules. I never followed them.
I wear like all black or all dark colors all the time. It's like a bass player thing because Roger Waters used to do it from Pink Floyd. But
Yeah.
I was considering just getting like a white T-shirt and white jeans and wearing it one day and see what happens. Just to fucking do the opposite of what I would normally do.
Man, Jack Talcott's live again early.
Oh, let's all go over there and just fucking destroy him.
Y'all want to go and I can stream it from here like we did yesterday.
Just do it.
All right, I'll take one for the team. I'll be back.
He doesn't
We'll
like
see
me
how
for
long
the
you'll be like the
plan.
Gong Show. We'll see how long he lasts. Who's on it? Oh, he just started, so it'll be a while before he takes the panel up. But he's happy. He's like beaming right now. So this is a
He's
good holiday.
too happy, and I don't understand that. Didn't he say he used to be an alcoholic?
Yeah, I think so. Uh-huh.
He's awfully happy for someone who used to be a drunk.
Oh, is there a correlation?
Yeah, usually people are miserable after they stop drinking.
Well, he has his miserable side for sure.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I guess like all of us.
I've seen him get mad at some people. He got mad at me because I questioned him. I said, "What are you guys doing besides talking about it? If you want to end wars, like you just get up here and."
I remember that was the first time you were on. I remember.
Yeah, and the last time, because he goes, "You don't belong here,"
It
and I
did
was
not go well. Yeah, it
like,
was
I
very
called it. What did I call him?
contentious.
I called him a condescending prick, and then I left.
Oh, that's right. You cursed. Yeah, I remember you cursed him out. Because I think I was in the Discord, and I remember telling him like, "Oh my God, Zat's on Talca right now, and he's getting cursed out, or he's cursing Jack out."
No, I don't take the guy too seriously because he's obviously like some kind of fucking philosophy major or professor or something. I don't know what. He said he used to work for the union, but he knows a lot about philosophy, and that's cool. But like you can't bring philosophy to the real world when you involve actual human beings. In the sense of you're not going to change people just by telling them how to stop wars. They know how to stop wars.
But Christians believe that there's a certain spiritual power that
Oh,
can
okay. Well,
change
good
people.
luck.
So
Good
part
luck.
of it is like it makes sense within the Christian framework, and
Yeah.
people leave that part out.
Good
But
luck.
without the Christian framework, yeah, it's crazy, kooky stuff. But in the Christian framework, it all makes sense. There's an internal consistency to it.
And he's a Christian, I take it? Like hardcore Christian?
Um, I believe he's Christian. I mean, you'd have to ask him, but I believe he's Christian. I
Hmm.
think he's Jesus
Chuck says he gets high before he
focused.
screams. I could believe that. I don't know what he's taking, but to get that happy,
Well, I mean, you don't really know what he's doing
who knows?
before the
I'm just
streams.
speculating. It's all speculation. But maybe he takes a lot of like good pain pills. That would make that expression on a person's face like
Or maybe he's legitimately filled with
joy.
yeah, whatever like people get from Jesus. I
There's no,
tried to get it. It didn't come, but I
there's no
tried.
such thing in my opinion. But uh-oh, uh-oh. I
He
left my
said he's your
dope in the
lighter.
car.
Your what?
I left my dope in the car.
Oh,
No big deal.
speaking of getting high.
Yeah. I only get high when I'm awake, so it's not a big deal. Do you have any pets, Jeff? I picture you as having a cat.
No. My room in Seattle, we had two cats. My roommate did,
Yeah.
but on my own, no.
I want a dog, but I can't have a dog.
Oh, is your it? Are you really waiting? Are you really waiting to be an uncle?
No, I said
It was
earlier.
a joke, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He knows it's a joke because he said
Oh,
something
okay.
about it. I don't have any siblings, so it's like, it has to be a joke.
Yeah, thank you, Shameless. That was yes. It's to prevent victims in the first place.
Right.
So their argument is it shouldn't be a law. Like until there's an actual victim, it shouldn't be a law.
Well, I don't understand how seatbelts can be a law. That should be a personal choice
I
to me.
remember when that changed, when that
Yeah, me
passed, because
too.
at first it was voluntary.
There are certain states where it's not a law, by the way,
I always
even
as a
now.
kid we never used it. Like we were never our parents never cared if we used it. They never told us to put our seatbelts on anything. But when I started driving, I purposely trained myself to get in the habit of reaching for the seatbelt just as a safety precaution. And now every time I'm in a car, I can't even function if my hand doesn't grab that seatbelt first. Like I
Yeah,
have my
yeah, it
brain
becomes a
trained to
habit.
grab the
Yeah,
seatbelt
yeah,
every
yeah.
time.
And doesn't that piss you off a little bit in the back of your mind because you realize how you've been trained by the
No, I
system?
trained myself. I trained myself once I started
Uh,
driving and the
but you would have
seatbelt light
never
started to
done that.
passing. I'm like I want to make sure I have my seatbelt on every time. I'm gonna need to make an extra effort every time I get in the car to grab it. And when I get in friends' cars, find the seatbelt. And so I did that until it like built into my
But if it wasn't a
Me and
law,
my
would you have done it, or did you do that on your own?
Probably because of the safety. And I took a defensive driving course, and they taught you like all these extra driving tips and information that you didn't learn in regular driver's ed, and I was fascinated by it. This is one of the most eye-opening courses I'd ever taken. And so I became aware of all this stuff about driving that I
Mm.
didn't even know from basic driver's ed. And so it got me into like wanting to be all safety conscious and defensive driving. Is that's kind of when you drive for yourself and other people on the road. You compensate for their
Yeah, that's what I.
potential poor driving skills.
They're fucking stupidity, man. I have to drive to other states like quite often, and when I do, the people on the highway are just insane. I mean, I'm already doing like 85, 89 or something, and someone come flying up on my ass, almost hit me, and then cut across 3 lanes, and and keep zipping, and then you catch up with them 5 minutes later because they get caught in traffic. It's like, what are you fucking doing? Just slow down, asshole. Why do you have to be that guy? It's not a movie. You're not
Yeah,
Jay
but like
or whatever his name is, Vin Diesel.
I prepare for that. I prepare when I before I get in the car, I prepare that there's going to be bad drivers on the road not driving at my skill level, and so I prepare to shoulder the responsibility for
Yeah,
that because I know that they're not.
yeah. I mean, I'm tempted sometimes to just fucking cut the lane right in front of them at the last second and just make them go into the woods, But I don't, I restrain myself. But it's like, fuck you, man. Just stop it.
I'm a pretty patient driver in general, unless I'm like at a deadline, like I have to really be somewhere and I'm late, which is very rare. So usually I can be the one that lets somebody go or slows down or
Yeah, yeah. Well, I always
uh,
let people.
tolerates somebody else's mischief.
I always let people in, and I can tell what they're gonna do ahead of time because they always
You look
give
for
you.
the cars with the fish,
Yeah,
The Christian car. They're always waving you in.
yeah. Turn the other cheek and turn the other signal.
What's brake check? Is that when you
Yeah,
brake
it's when you
check it?
slam on your brakes because someone's following you too close.
Oh yeah, that's an asshole thing to do in general. Even growing
Yeah,
up, I thought it was a asshole
it,
thing,
it
whether
is.
it was
But why you
illegal or
got to
not.
be so close, huh? Why you got to be up my ass?
That's kind of what happened with the drinking laws too. Until it hit Louisiana, and we said,
That's unfair. Oh yeah, just as we're
not us,
vampire
not here."
killer buddies. So what are you eating, by the way? What is this breakfast of yours?
Some TV dinner,
TV dinner for
crap.
breakfast?
Yeah, frozen dinner.
Make a quesadilla. It's easy.
You made it sound like labor, like truly labor.
Well, I have this thing. I forget what they call it, but it has like different sized. It's like a little metal grate inside some plastic, and you put like an onion on it, and you put
Oh yeah, we had like a chopper thing.
yeah, chopper, right?
We had those.
So you
Yeah.
chop the onions up with that. That's easy, right? You cut an onion in half and chop the halves of it up, and then you take you have the shredded chicken already, and then you just take the peppers. I have what's like called a mandolin. You know what that is? It's very sharp, and you like slide things over it. It's almost like for planing wood, the same
Yeah.
principle. And you just slice some bell peppers with that thing and throw them all on top of a tortilla, fry them in butter, and you're done. Cheese, put whatever cheeses you want on it, put olives on it, whatever. You know, it's not hard, and you could put everything or nothing on it. You can make them just cheese. Fuck it, just a tortilla, some butter, and some cheese. I say it's easy, but it's easy compared to like cooking something that's complicated, like really complicated.
I know how to push buttons on a microwave. I know how to set an oven to cook a frozen pizza. I know how to cook ramen, particularly the kind where you peel the little paper off the top of the styrofoam cup and you pour the hot water in.
Those.
And y'all gonna love this. I can cook pasta to perfection. I have mastered the art of pasta cooking. I can work a pasta pot and a strainer, and I could pull off excellent pasta.
Do you taste them like when they're cooking to see if they're
Yeah,
done?
I get it like, and I stand there the whole time, and I stir it when I need to, and I get it, and I stand there every few seconds. I'm tested, and I
Yeah,
know when it gets right at that point. I'm pretty good at hitting that window of
yeah, yeah,
perfect pasta.
yeah. Just al dente. Yeah, that's right. That's what you want, bro. Have you ever heard of carbonara?
What, Nora?
No, carbonara.
Oh yeah, with the bacon.
Well, you don't use bacon if you do it right. You
Oh,
use guanciale or pancetta.
oh, I must have the Americanized version.
No, 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 because bacon is you can use bacon if that's all you got, but I wouldn't, because it's greasy.
Oh,
But like all you do is you throw the meat in the pan like bacon, and then you get this pecorino romano cheese. You mix it up with some egg and uh, and then you basically that's the sauce kind of. I mean, it's pretty simple. If you want to talk about like something that's not a project, this is easy to make, you know. And it's actually delicious. It's like an authentic Italian dish. But because I made it a couple times, I made it a couple times in like 2 days, and I loved it.
are you Italian?
Half.
Oh, oh, well.
But I never had that kind of shit growing up. None of my relatives made that. I had to look on YouTube to figure out how to make it.
Oh.
And I couldn't believe it was as easy as it was to make.
That reminds me. I have a friend that just started a YouTube cooking channel, so I want to put that link in the
Hmm.
as soon as I figure out what the channel is. Fuck, I just and we have. Speaking of, welcome, Mike. Happy Labor
What's up?
Day.
Happy to be here, everybody. How's it
What's
going?
up?
Hey, man. I just
Pretty
heard you
good. We're
talking about
talking
pasta.
about food, Italian food
I
specifically.
heard carbonara. Do you put
Yeah.
peas in it?
You're not supposed to.
Says who? Just some little Italian lady come to your house and
No, there's a guy on the YouTube, and he says, put the
don't
peas.
if I want peas in my food, I'm gonna put peas. I might like the taste of peas and
Yeah, it's up to the
pancetta.
recipe. With or without peas. Yeah, you're not supposed to use bacon like you say. You're supposed to use pancetta.
Oh,
The spicy little cubes of ham.
well,
Yeah, it's really good.
y'all are fancy, way fancier than me.
I love cooking pasta. I love it, and it
I come from
lasts.
the bacon side of the tracks.
If you make a large pot, if you have food for 2 or 3 days, not every single meal every day, but you might want to have it for lunch one day, maybe dinner the next day after. And it lasts. It holds up as long as it's in the fridge. Yeah, it's good stuff.
What do you have going on today? Are you barbecuing? Fuck, I froze up.
No, you didn't freeze up. I
Oh,
think you did.
I don't know what happened. I guess I froze or something. I don't know what happened.
oh yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, it's been crazy weather. It's been raining since like 7 o'clock this morning. It's winding down now, so I might just throw I don't usually eat burgers too much, but if I eat a burger, I'll make it myself because I got some ground beef. I just didn't want. I hate standing out in the rain and grilling. I hate that.
Oh, is it raining there?
It's winding down now. It's pretty much almost
Mm.
gone, but it was raining pretty good earlier because I wanted to make one probably like around 2 or something like that, but it was just pouring rain out there. Yeah. So you already ate already?
Sorry,
All right.
I'm eating right now. My little frozen dinner.
Hey, hits the spot, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much. They do what they're designed to do.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Right back.
All right. Okay, here is my friend's cooking channel. She does it with her sister, and they live remotely, so they like each stream from their kitchens, and they swap off teaching little dishes. It's like 10 or 15 minute quick dishes. So you can give her a like and subscribe if it interests you. Mediterranean weather. What do you know what climate in the US it's comparable to? Is it like California climate? All right, let's see. Jack is still going. So we'll see if Moose ends up on there. Oh yeah, mash the button if you don't mind. I am. I'm so used to just like with the seatbelts. I train myself every time I'm at a YouTube video of somebody that I know or I think I might like. I'm trained to hit the subscribe and then the share thing, copy the share link because they say that helps. So I like every time I pull up a new video of somebody I want to support, I just automatically do those things before I even play the video. I have my brain trained now, so I'm constantly liking. It's like the first thing I do, and so I just assume everybody's like liking. But you're right, because sometimes if I do forget, it takes somebody reminding me to make me realize I forgot.
Mhm.
Welcome back.
Hey, sorry. Yeah. Any topics anything in the news you saw that you wanted to talk about or
I got a bunch
expand
of
on?
shit happened. Hang on, let me pull it up. There's a bunch of protests in Israel
Mhm.
over the hostages, and the U.S. government just took that Venezuelan president's plane. Like
Really?
they snatched his plane for sanction violations. Um, there was one other thing. Let me see.
The president's plane?
Yeah, you know that Venezuelan guy that just got elected, and they said it was corrupt and
Yeah.
illegitimate.
Yeah.
His plane. They just took it. With our government just took his plane.
Imagine
Brazil banned Twitter and
yeah.
in
I,
Brazil,
I
Elon's
went to high
banned.
school with that guy,
Which guy?
the president of Venezuela, the current one.
Nicolas Maduro? Did
Could
he
you
touch your
imagine?
butt?
And Venezuela is not a small country. They're a large country, and they have a predominant military. I can't imagine just a country coming and just taking the president's. This is ours now, without a fight. We're just going to take this real quick. This is a repo guy with a clipboard comes out, writing it down. That's funny.
Internet. I don't want you on cat. Like, hopefully, you're not gonna have yourself on cat food over this obsession. So I don't want you to go that far. If you're at that point, I'm not gonna take your money. This is luxury goods. It's entertainment. It's fun.
Yes.
But nobody should be dipping into their survival fund
No, they're
over
talking about
this.
mine because I have a 401k, and they hate the fact that I have a 401k. They hate that. It's okay. Been
Oh, it's
saving
like a
since.
dig at you.
Yeah. I've been
No,
saving.
no, they said their own 401k.
Yeah, they're talking about me, dude. They're talking about me.
No, they're
Is
talking
it?
about you because they
Okay,
said
all right.
should
Let's
they
change.
take
Let's say
money
something.
out of
Whatever.
their
Yeah, yeah, all right,
401k
that's right.
to
That's all
take
right.
you
That's all
off
right.
them?
I'm not going there. I'm not going there. So, what else, Jeff?
Um, Not much. This is Labor Day, so I'm hoping for
Yeah.
a pretty light,
Yeah.
fun holiday, which means I'm probably gonna get the complete opposite.
Gonna get hell on earth because everybody's off and sitting there. What am I
Yeah,
gonna do today? What am I gonna do
yeah.
today?
All the drama people are gonna be out at
Yeah,
once.
they're unleashed, and plus the kids are off school now.
Speaking
You
of, it
know,
looks like Talcott
You ever say Happy Memorial Day?
is live.
Is it wrong to say Happy Memorial Day?
For Labor Day?
No, for Memorial Day. Is it wrong to say that?
Oh, like on Memorial Day? I do. I actually, now that you think about it, I think I read an article last year saying like why not to say that, and I might have even done a little short thing on the stream about it.
Well, it's basically you're saying, like I'm happy to be out of work because all these soldiers died for me. That's the short of it.
But at the same time, I've never wished somebody Happy Memorial Day or had it wished on myself, which caused any kind of negative reaction. Nobody ever said, "How dare you? I'm grieving. This is not a happy time." They've all said, "Oh, thank you. You too."
Yeah, I know, because no one cares anymore. No one really did care, I don't think. Ever. Maybe during World War II or something, but I mean, it's like,
I think the one benefit of Memorial Day is that since you're off, you can actually reflect on it and think that, basically have time to think about it. When you're everyday hustle and bustle, even at work, you're not thinking about anything. You're just thinking about work. So I think when you have a day off like today, you think about all the hard workers. Memorial Day, you think about all the soldiers that passed away.
I ain't thinking about no hard workers today or any other day.
Hey, Pat. Hey, Sam.
Sounds good.
I used to be a hard worker, but then my fucking hip bone started dying, and that's the end of that.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Thank you.
Oof.
I don't know if I'll block people for the day because it is Labor Day, and the idea is to kind of just drop in and out all day long as you will, kind of like a open house.
Yeah, if you can make money, go ahead.
But I might it really depends because I got convinced to mute somebody for 5 minutes yesterday, which I didn't really think I'd do. But then the person started getting on my nerves, and I'm like, sure,
Yeah.
$5, that sounds reasonable.
$5.
So what you can do is you can set the person up to be kicked. You can incentivize. And then the minute he gets on my nerves, it's going to be magnified that much more because there's other people put money behind it, and that's probably going to get them kicked off.
The trifecta.
So I don't know if it's like direct pay for play, but it certainly has the potential to have an effect.
Mm-hmm. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's good.
Oh, that's Moose. That's what I was trying to figure out, if that guy was Moose. All right, let's see what Moose is up to on Jax.
See what?
No clue.
Who is this guy that Moose is imitating?
Sorry, I distracted from what you were saying.
Question for you though. Back to Labor
Sorry,
Day.
I distracted from what you were saying.
Isn't it kind of funny how there's, okay, so I'm in a tourist area, right? And everybody I know still work today except for the post office. Isn't it kind of funny how it was supposed to be a day to celebrate all the laborers, and then I just happen to be a slave that's an echelon below
You ain't no
a
slave.
slave that could get a day off? Isn't that cute?
A slave that owns a
Yeah.
house. Used to own a hotel.
Well, that was
I'm not just saying for me though. I'm saying for all the people out there.
well,
Rides a
there
motorbike,
There's a
goes to
lot
the
of
fair.
people who are still working. Their employers don't recognize it, or they volunteer because the money is worth more than a day off, I guess. I used to have that mindset. Here, the universe brought forth. Hey, actually, Moose, let me acknowledge with you. I acknowledged it in myself yesterday. You described what happened yesterday with you and me and Steven accurately.
I'm going to go over there.
But I placed an
You going over?
expectation on you that you
Okay.
weren't aware of, and that wasn't fair. Not to you, that's for sure. And I didn't mean any rudeness with you.
How is Steven
Part of
even
the reason
involved?
I'm bringing
What
this up
sane
is I'm
person
still
includes
trying to
Steven
figure
and
out
shit?
how to communicate with some of these characters. And Mr. Steven has returned.
The one with the olive
Oh,
branch that
shit.
disrupted your whole stream
Well,
to the point where you had to end the show.
If he says that he's not here to pull the ball out from under you like Lucy, that's what he said. After I had a chat with him after somewhere, and then he insists he's not here to do that.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
loose. That's
yeah,
Lucy's.
if you want to give him a free slate, if you want to treat it
That's
like
her
it's the
role
first
to always
time, you
insist
guys want
that.
to try again, I'm cool with it. But I mean,
That's just it. I'm not. See, he's been so bitter.
I'm going to make a prediction right now.
Disrespectful to me
We should start a little
and
betting
many,
pool.
many others.
Steven is
It's
going to be
time
on
for
this
that
man's
little
show
bitch boy
again.
to learn some manners. So there's no clean slate, Stephen, until you come correct. And that means with an acknowledgement of what you might have done wrong. And
So in Jack's
what you are
fantasy mind, this is
offering
going to happen. Steven's going to
to
come with all this.
undo
Yeah.
Does that sound unreasonable, Moose?
Yes. No, it sounds
Maybe I didn't need
unrealistic.
to use
So
the bitch boy
It's reason not based on
insult,
existing
but beyond
evidence.
that, you think that's reasonable?
No.
I do think that's reasonable,
Don't
but
lie
I
to that
want to
man,
ask
Moose.
you, how do you think others in the crowd perceive you when you're someone who does spread love and living without fear? Just think of. I just want you
But
to
that's
think
the
about
same
how
thing I
they're
say to
looking at
you.
you.
Oh my god, I can't watch
Well,
this much longer.
people are going to see whatever they want. Now,
Okay, I'm just taking a little break.
yeah,
Maybe Zad'll show up. And
gotta
we have
do it in
Lanza.
waves. Yeah.
Wow. Oh god, it's when you can see like the projection that the other person do, but they can't see it. But then somebody does it that happens all the time on here.
Mhm.
It's like the Spider-Man meme because this person will be pointing at one person for doing something that this other person is pointing at them for doing the same thing, and nobody's aware. Like the person themselves is not aware, but the outsiders can all see it.
Mhm. It's like you're
Or
oblivious to it.
maybe I think it's the outside that can see it. You're right. I might add it could be the exact center that could see it as well. That's just some high shit. That's not like to like
Because,
deter from what you're saying.
well, I guess the exact center in this case would be each individual person. You mean
Okay, yeah, you're
people?
right.
Okay, outside people on the inside. So would that be like the people involved themselves? So the center of that would be each person on the inside, I guess, their individual consciousness, unless there's like a strong central leader.
I came in too quick. I thought you were talking
Did you
about
get kicked already?
perspectives.
No, they never let me up.
Oh.
Not because of me, because of he's
Oh,
having.
look. Oh, hang on. Hang on. 1 second.
Donald Trump
Look.
himself.
Look. I
What I'm here
prophesied.
for.
Look,
I'm
that's
here
what I said.
to
We didn't even have time to open the betting pool. Look.
mend fences, you
Yeah.
might say. Maybe not a clean
This is
slate,
the Jack said. I'm
but
done.
mend
This is
fences.
final.
yeah, I don't know what's
No
going on
more.
yet here.
2 seconds
I'm gonna,
later. That boundary was that thin. So I just wanted y'all to see.
Wow.
Jack looks perturbed. You looking at
But I
it?
will say Jack is not the only one that has challenges drawing and keeping boundaries with bad actors.
hmm So the guy King,
It's
I don't know
quite
that
common here, actually.
that guy King Steven. Was that like him and Jack had a fight? Is that what happened?
Yeah, apparently something like
If
that.
you could call it that. I call it a bit. But no, it's Lucy and the football. Steven goes up, hi Jack, I'm here for noble purposes. I want to do peace and love. I'm not here to hurt your channel. And Jack lets him on, and Steven starts destroying his channel, and Jack has to kick him off and says, never again. That's the last time you're coming on my channel. And 2 seconds later, he's back on the channel doing the same loop.
does
And if y'all
anybody
don't
here
believe me,
own
y'all
two
could go
cats?
watch the streams and see it.
Does
It's
anybody
like he's
here own two cats?
Two cats?
two
Two
cats.
cats?
Yeah.
No.
I
Yeah.
don't own even one.
No. All right.
Does
Well,
anyone
I
really
will tell
own an
you.
animal?
No, nobody. No, of course not, Jeff. But take care, provide. But like, look, there is a pecking order, okay, in nature, and I think we're seeing through these guys. I think that you just showed. I think we're seeing like a pecking order or a pecking disorder, I should say. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
A pecking
yo,
disorder.
yo, and I'm the one who eats bird food, so you should maybe take it from me. You know what I'm saying? Yo,
Oh wait, you're the
what
one
you
who
know
ate
about that freeze
wait,
dried
that,
bird
you
food?
ate the fruit at the pet store?
If it's freeze dried,
Yeah, the freeze dried pet
Oh
bird
my
food.
god.
okay. See, Jeff.
So
Now,
what?
now you know I'm not crazy, and I'm not just making shit up.
I will tell you're not crazy.
Just like, I
But
don't know. Did they just have it out in the open? I'm like, yeah, you're just supposed to scoop it in the bag. But I go, you just put it in your mouth.
What?
I can hold it in here. I don't need a bag.
Like
What
a pelican.
Whoa, whoa. I was talking about
Ooh, you
bird
might have
food.
crossed the line there, son.
I was talking about bird food.
No,
Pelican.
seriously. Lanza, back to this. What'd you call it? The pecking order thing. So,
Yes.
wait, what's going on in this dynamic?
There is an alpha, like it's okay, so here's how it was described to me. Okay. I have two cats. Okay, and I witnessed them, and they stay outside, but like I witnessed them, like one goes, I eat first, and you eat second. Okay,
Oh,
so like, but then I have a customer who I'm actually about to go out to their beautiful property, and
on Labor
I
Day.
just like hope, yeah, yeah, I don't give, yeah, make them happy, give them my word, make them happy, no big deal. So, and what the fuck did this have to do with pecking order?
The cats,
First
like how
order.
one eats
Oh,
first.
Pecking
so yeah, so this lady, basically, because like, you know how like Bob Barker says, like, after every episode, spay your cats and animals and
Hmm.
shit? Like, he
Spay and
wasn't
neuter.
lying. Like, it's a for real thing. Like, and so, like, this lady has, and I mean this in the best of ways, she takes care of about, like, from what I can tell, anywhere from between like 9 and like 12 cats, or 9 and 11 if you like those two numbers. But either way,
I've never heard that one before.
but either way, yeah, she was telling me something about. Oh yeah, and her husband was telling me, my favorite customer. He was telling me, he goes, they have an actual pecking order. Like, I eat first, you eat second, and like that doesn't sound like, if you just like aren't an idiot, you can think that sounds like the military in a way.
Well, that's
You know what
how
I mean? Like
wolves
Well,
work.
there's
that's
an
what hierarchies
actual
are
order.
natural. They're not.
They are that. Yeah,
They're
go
unavoidable.
for
Like,
it.
and this ideology of getting rid of hierarchies is just not. It's counter to nature
With,
and reality.
with
It's
wolves,
like
the alpha always eats first, and then you
Yeah.
get
was
what
that?
you get.
Somebody always eating first.
Yeah,
Hmm.
definitely like
Yo,
a.
but who's
It's like
hired though? Is what I'm saying. Is like, if there's a hierarchy, I'm just like, yo, who's the manager? I like to speak to that. I like to I like to be hired.
Well,
I
first
think it's
you go to a fancy ass restaurant and start hobnobbing with some of the people that go there, and then they'll fucking hook you up,
I
and
You
was
then
thinking
can't
of
just
joining a
go
pack of
hobnob
wolves.
with because you have to know like all the etiquette and the precise like you they won't hobnob with you if you don't meet certain markers.
yeah, I know. I've been
They
there.
put us behind the plant.
Yo, did I tell you I've been hanging out with a lot of birds lately, mainly like ravens and crows, because I was told my 401k, you know about those
yeah.
401ks? First of all, I heard that's a long way to run, but second of all, that yeah, like if I just hang out with these like crows like that, my
I
bank
thought it
account will
was because
grow
you
and
like.
grow and grow and grow and grow, and it'll
Bring
keep getting
money.
bigger and bigger.
Good story, man. What you
They
made in
will bring you
business?
money if you
Like
train them.
me trying
It
to
is a
bring
long
like
way
that
to
was
run.
like that was like me trying to rise Lazarus
No,
Lazarus
it
right
is
there.
it
My
is
bad,
it
my
is a
bad.
long way to run. That part was good. What getting back to Talcott, like so who do you think the pecking order is?
Hmm.
Oh, yo, as far as all that shit, I didn't even see any of that shit at all. Just so you know, like I just hopped
Oh,
in
because I
because
was
like you
talking
guys
about the
were
little loop, like the little King Stephen
You
loop,
were
and you said
talking
it's
about a
like the
pecking
two
order. What's
cats.
no
pecking,
no huh?
pecking disorder? Pecking disorder. What did you mean by that? Who are you talking about?
Well, because when I came up, there was those people on the stream, and you guys were like, "Ha ha, look at them!" Like basically going back, and I was trying to make an adjacent joke about how animals and like specifically cats and specifically people I actually know have told me about pecking orders. It was just a joke. That's
All
all I
right.
know.
Okay. Just
Wow,
asking.
the sky is gorgeous there.
Did you say this guy or the sky?
The sky. He married. I
They
said
say
the sky.
angels do work in the sky, but sometimes they do it in this guy. It is. It's true.
The Sodom and Gomorrah. I remember that story. Wow. So,
Yeah, I
tell me you're
never
not
thought about
laboring
that.
today.
What?
Are you laboring?
Kind of. I'm waiting for tide to go down so I can bleach the boat.
Oh,
Laboring's
okay. You're
just a
not going out
definition.
today, though?
No, we already went. We hauled 60 traps and said fuck that and come home.
Oh.
We didn't have the bait. We didn't have the bait we wanted. So.
Are you at least
Oh, look at that!
barbecuing
Nothing
later
like a
or
brand
doing
new drill.
something
Look
fun?
at that. That was
Wh-
a brand
What is
new
that?
drill. I
Oh, I think your signal's freezing.
Yeah, his signal's in labor today.
It's laboring.
Moose, what's up? We watched you a little bit, but it looked like it was mostly him talking.
Well, Steven
Oh,
came
yeah.
up and fucking took over the whole thing.
All the correct
When Steven
prophecy.
came over, I was like, all right, I'm out.
Steven came over after Jack said, "No more. I'm done with Steven. This is the final straw. Never again." And 2 seconds later,
Yeah,
the
he like
doorbell
summoned the
rings.
demon. It was like, and then he was like, "Oh, well, help me out." I'm like, "Nope, I'm out." But yeah, Mike, I owe you an apology. You came over on
That's
day
right.
before my birthday. You got thrown out, and then people, you know, we all ganged up on you, I guess, and that was kind of messed up. And I think it was ill character, ill moral behavior, and I want to apologize.
This fucking app
Okay, sounds
sucks.
good.
And for sure, nobody came.
I have a question, Mike. I saw something about this dude, Andrew. He was challenging you to like a consensual, either martial arts or fist fight. Are you going to do that or no?
This is YouTube, bro. This is
Yeah.
YouTube. I'm not going to
Yeah,
go to
but-
prison over beating
Yeah,
some
you
YouTube.
could go 1-on-1 though, like on you know what I mean? Like it
I'm
has to be
good.
a fight.
Mono
Like
y mono.
I don't have
if
child.
it's online, it can't be a fight, right?
If you think I'm scared, you got something else coming. I'm not interested in that. I'm
Nobody
not
said you're
interested
scared.
in
Yeah,
that.
no one said that. It's just that he was like saying that you
Actually,
threatened.
wait. He said that.
You
Very
threaten
childish,
people over
Jack.
YouTube words.
Very childish. Yeah.
Don't you threaten people over
Okay.
YouTube words? You say you wouldn't say that in front of me. You
He
know, if
wouldn't.
you were right
He
here,
wouldn't
you
say it
would
in front of me. That's all I said.
What's that supposed to mean? Is that supposed
Because
to
people
mean
like to
what?
run. If you'd like me to finish, because people like to
Yo,
run their
Mike
mouth.
looks like a dude who gets knocked out every third Wednesday at a bar, bro. I'm not okay. I'll stop. I swear.
Well, number one, I
You
don't go
probably
to
won't,
bars.
but
Number two,
I appreciate the effort.
if you feel that way, I'll put my address backstage. If you want to come and talk to me in person, I'm not going to come to you.
No, come on,
You're
guys.
doing it right
I am
now.
definitely not
How
going
old
to
are
dress you.
all of you?
You are
wouldn't
old
come.
enough to dress yourself. You
I
can dress
guarantee
Y'all
you-
yourself.
really
I
are
don't need
wanting to go
dress.
fight behind the school?
No,
Yeah,
I'm not. I don't want to dress this
how
man.
juvenile is it? It's
I
so
would say
juvenile.
anything I say.
I don't want to
right
add
now
any
is
dressing to this man. He is the word salad type. Dressing wouldn't hurt, but like
Y'all
I don't
could fight
want.
fight with dresses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds
Show up in
good.
dresses and
Yeah,
fight
like
each other.
Mike,
That
why
would
don't
be
you
good
keep
content.
dragging this out if you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
I know. I keep talking about it. I got to stop, man. I got to stop talking about it.
When I
It's
did
on
the
my
item,
mind.
I was wearing what's
Hey,
called
Mike,
a
do you like
hot top.
dragons?
No, I don't. I'm not a
No,
little
well,
nerd.
I'm
like
dragging
that.
these balls across your face right now.
That's good. That's great. I'm happy for you. I'm not here for a negative conversation. And you're not
I
going to get
appreciate
it.
it, Mike.
Prove it.
You're not going to get it from me. So it's okay.
Prove it.
I think I'm doing pretty well.
I'm just telling you, Mike is stacking up the points for when it's time to kick someone off the panel, for it not to be him.
Mm-hmm.
So, what's going on in the world today, Jeff?
So Mike started sucking dick? No, I'm just kidding.
You know, the funny thing is I come up, I make peace with Mike. I thought we were already at peace, but then I saw that video and I was like, man, I really should apologize for my past transgressions. Mike's like, whatever, and
Whatever. It's all good because
you
I
know?
know you're not sincere. I know you're not sincere, so it's okay.
Oh, you don't
It's
believe
okay.
his apology?
Oh, you don't actually believe that?
Not at all.
Let me tell you
So,
what I know about Moose,
belief
because
is a
he's done it
very
to me too. Moose
imaginary
plays
thing.
to the crowd.
Moose. I'm talking about Lanza. I'm not talking about
Oh,
Moose.
okay. Because Moose
Yeah.
Moose did the
Belief is an
video on you.
imaginary thing, my friend.
I'm not talking about
See,
Moose.
it's not all about Moose.
I don't
Mike
think
was talking about beliefs But no, me and Moose kind of actually sound alike, and actually Moose was the one talking, so it made sense that we all thought you were talking about Moose, except for you.
Hey, Leggy. Well, Moose was the one that
Oh,
wow.
we're already past that. We're already past that.
What is that colored stuff?
Oh, what, in front of me? That's the floor.
They
Yeah.
look like spoons, bro. They look like big ass
They look like
spoons.
rainbow, like a gay pride boat float.
No,
Boat
it looks like
float.
spoons, does it not?
That. Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
those are balloons. Those
No,
are,
what's
Oh.
the
that's what we
fucking
tie,
buoys for the
that's what we
lobster
tie on
trap?
the end of the rope.
How do you sit on them when they're upside down like that?
Hopefully you're never sitting on one. If you're sitting on one, that's bad.
So, Leggy, is that to mark where the trap is?
Yeah.
No, it's to warn the
Yeah, like
lobsters not to go
so
in it.
like this one here would be like the pickup. This would be the pickup balloon, and this would be the actual balloon that keeps all the weight up.
Yeah.
What kind of trap was Mike actually talking about, though? Was he talking about those Japanese traps or the like those
Hold on, I
That
don't know if we have any
fishing
I don't know if there's any
traps?
traps up here on the wharf or not. Hold on.
The Italian lobster trap.
Hold on.
Mm.
Can you see the trap up here?
Can a lobster be
I,
gay? Is it possible?
I don't rule anything out.
Oh my
I don't know,
goodness.
but they scream like little girls when they get boiled. Oh, boil.
Oops, I hit the
Oh,
wrong button.
doils.
Right here. There's traps over here. So these are what traps are. These are small traps. These are just 3-footers here.
Hey, have you guys ever heard of the guy who invented the globe theory? His name is Nicholas Copernicus.
That's what it's for.
I'm kidding. But he might have been capping us, though. You know, like with all that Copernicus he had and shit. I don't know, dude.
It's kind of
I'm
cool.
literally
We're
gonna
like,
shut up for 10 minutes just to see what you guys talk about.
I think we're
you could do-
or at least I am mesmerized by this boat footage.
yeah. Yeah. It's the water, dude. But just being on the water itself is just, it's like something else, you know?
That wall looks so old. It looks like something out of ancient Rome.
By the way, I'm organizing how do I put it? A subtle whaling trip. It's not exactly legal, so it's got to be subtle. But anyone who wants to go, we're gonna go
In
whaling.
real life or online?
In real life, we're gonna
Are
go
you
whaling.
talking about 3D printed
Are y'all
things, my
going to the
friend?
Faroe Islands?
Yes,
Talk
yes.
to Barney.
We're gonna slaughter those whales at the Faroe Islands.
You gotta bring your own harpoon though. There's no harpoons. You gotta bring your own harpoon.
Oh, we
I
have
can
one.
tell you what. I
Make
wish
sure you get a
you
good
whale luck.
tan first.
I'll fucking stab that thing with my dick and kill it.
I don't know if a fight between yours
See,
and the
that's the
whale
thing. That's the
penis.
thing. That's the thing. Like a whale has not been adapted to that type of attack yet, so it's totally probable
Fuck whales.
that it
You
could
don't
What do
want
you
to
work.
think?
get into a dick measuring contest with a whale.
What do you
Not
Whales.
measuring contest. It's like how. Okay. Never mind, dude. No one's
what do you think
actually
about the story?
measuring.
What
How
do
do
you
you
think about the
measure
story?
death, Jeff?
Jess can come.
How do you
What do you
measure
think
what?
about
How do you measure death?
How do
How
you
do you
measure death?
Yeah,
Yeah, how dead something is, right?
Well,
that's
they
kind of a weird question.
don't they have like for medical science they have like certain metrics they use for when they can legally consider somebody dead?
Yeah, but like doesn't like death or whatever. Like okay, so let's say like an animal eats something that's alive,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then it shits it out, but that becomes fertilizer, so it becomes life again. So like,
Well,
is
it's
it
the
fucking
circle of
actually
life.
dead?
Nothing ever
animal
really
is.
dies in that
And
sense.
I know Jeff has insight on this kind of shit too, because you guys all probably know more than
What
me. I'm just
gerbils? You
bringing up
think we
the
all do the
general
gerbils?
retard question.
General retard question.
Like,
That's hilarious.
no, I'm
Did we talk
serious.
about?
Like,
Did we talk about it last week? Did we talk about it last week? Where say does something ever really die? Because you said it turns into gas, or it turns into manure, or it turns into
no, that wasn't me, bro.
I'm not saying
That
you.
might
I'm
that might have
Jeff.
been on one of the other 200 panels you've been on since then, bro. What are you fucking stupid? Who do you think you are, and who do you think I am, motherfucker? You think I don't
Very
know who
true.
you is?
Very true. He gets around.
I
Fucking
think you're a
plus
clown. If you ask me,
plus
I think
I'm
you're a
white
clown. I
and
think
I
you're
can
a
beat you
clown.
at basketball. What now?
Okay.
What now? What
Wow,
else you
that your
got?
life achievement? Is that your life achievement? You can beat
Yeah,
me at basketball? Wow,
yeah. I got 10
Fighting and
Xbox
shit.
points
I
for it
like
last
that.
week. Remember?
that's awesome, man. So happy for you. Did your daddy pat you on the head and say, "Good job, son"?
No, your mommy patted me on the head.
Appreciate that. My
Jesus.
mom passed away.
Well,
I
I
appreciate it.
appreciate you continuing the shit
He's
that could have
got.
stopped
Never
whenever you
mind.
decided to end it.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Don't even get him started on his mom. She's
That's okay.
Is your
walked
mom
away
is your
from him.
mom dead or alive now?
Dude, she's so crazy. She in 5251.
5251.
Instead of
That's just an addition of both numbers of 5150, bro.
Wait, what?
Jeff, 5150 is like a mental
The
health
joke that only.
code.
The code. So what is
It's
it?
called 5150.
5152.
It's called
If
5150.
Mike wants to go, just let me know, like, what caliber he's rocking. I
No,
got,
So
no,
like,
he's
not
we'll,
not
we'll,
on the
we'll,
channel.
we'll
Not on. Y'all
start,
can do that on
hold on, hold
Discord,
on,
not
hold
on the
on.
channel.
Is
we'll
it a
start
threat
at
to blue?
762. Is that what it's called? We'll start there. And then where do you want to go from there?
Are you threatening to shoot me?
What?
What?
What are you talking about gun caliber?
No, it's supposed to kill you with kindness, you stupid motherfucker. Are you stupid? I'm talking bullets of love.
Okay.
Don't talk bullets at all.
Bullets of love.
What about bullet points?
What? So,
Bullets unless you're a good rock band. Bullets of
okay.
love.
Not. How about this? How about Cupid? What?
I seriously
Dale,
doubt that's
you gonna
gonna
be an
happen or
archer?
Yeah,
even
no.
work.
What
No,
round?
I got Cupid arrows. What size you got?
We got a real life arrow on our hands, fellas.
I'm telling you.
No, dude, you Cupid. You know what? You know what else rhymes with Cupid? Stupid. Because
Mike,
you're missing
Mike,
fluid
serious question,
from
Mike.
your cerebral spinal.
I don't think violence is the answer, and I think if somebody's provoking violence in you, that's something to look at seriously.
Serious question, Mike. How old are you?
And you know what? It's like, did Shakespeare ever promote violence? You think, Jeff?
Yeah, he did.
I don't know what he
Do you think?
promoted.
Do you
There's
think
violence in
violence
his
was ever
plays.
discussed in a way that wasn't actually violent? It's possible,
Say it
right?
again.
You
What?
can discuss violence in a way that is not violent, right?
Yeah, but it didn't sound like we were discussing violence. It sounded like we were expressing violence.
Different. Okay, I agree with you.
Mike, are you going to answer my question? How old you
Well,
are?
I can't if Lanza keeps talking. I can't answer your question. But
Well,
how old am I? Yeah, I'm 49. How about you?
49.
I'd
I'm
like to hear other people
54.
make fun of Mike personally now.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
Mike's
you.
40.
I'm sorry.
I'm 54.
Okay. You're doing good, man. You're still rocking
Thank you.
around.
He's
Yeah,
the
well,
elder
that's
until Chuck gets here.
Dude, he's doing so good. He needed your validation, bro.
Lanza, come on, look, I'm gonna give you a
Dude,
break.
even the guy who he was talking to thought it was funny, man. That's funny.
I know, but there's like hostility behind it today. You're
All
activated
right.
over
You are
something.
correct. Jeff, I
So
swear to God, you're correct.
I want to try to keep as harmonious of a panel as I can. So sometimes I just have to be mindful of the
But
different
if this was
combinations of
Kill
people.
Tony, but if this was Kill Tony, you know that.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, yeah, you're roboting anyway. So I'm gonna do this just for a while.
Sure. All right. Well, hey.
God damn you, Jeff. I forgot the olive.
Jeff, now Mike thinks he won a battle, though, because he's grinning.
Well, he can think what he wants. I'm managing my panel. I'm not gonna leave someone on the panel attack everybody just to have Mike not think that he won something. That's not how I run my panels.
The thing is that
I know.
You know what's funny is that when everybody complains about Mike and then start, they try to get him into an argument. When he gets thrown out, the conversation just stops.
I've
You
seen that
basically
happen too.
just kill the stream. You shoot the stream in the foot, and then you just don't care about what happens
Yeah,
afterwards.
people are
It's sad.
paying to bring it back on.
now, just what I've learned is if you don't engage somebody being a fool, like he was acting a fool, if you don't engage them, they get even more pissed. You just don't even engage them.
Who was that?
What? You haven't heard of Kill Tony, Jeff?
No, I haven't.
Really? Where the fuck? What have you been living under
We
a rock?
we
for the
once run
last,
in different crowds. I don't.
No, Kill Tony. He's like famous. Like he's
A
on
live
Netflix
podcast
specials.
taped in Austin, Texas, and all over the world, featuring Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Red Band,
Like
and the band with huge celebrity guests.
Dude, like Joe Rogan's on. It's like a stand-up roast thing.
Stavros
Like,
Halkias was on it, and let's see. Why doesn't he put his? Oh,
but yeah, kill Tony.
Whitney Cummings was on it.
She's good.
She's funny.
Sam Talent.
I think Nikki Glacier was on it.
Yeah. She's like the number
Jimmy
one female
Florentine,
comic
Cam
right now.
Patterson.
Dude, that roast of Tom Brady she did, her fucking set was by far one of the best stand-up sets I've heard in a long time.
And she takes it in the ass, self-admittedly. So,
hey, whatever. Nothing wrong with a girl admitting she's a freak, I guess.
Yeah.
Let's see.
God damn you, Jeff! I forgot the olives.
The olives. What are you having, a
I was supposed to
martini?
buy fucking black olives
For the quesadillas.
Yeah, I didn't buy them, and it's all your fault, man. I don't know.
Okay. I'm sorry that your olives were at the mercy of me.
Yes, stop it, please. Yeah, Mr. B is talking about physics. What happens to information when you die? I mean, nothing is truly lost as far as information goes, so they say. Even in a black hole still emits something back out. You know, like, and is that information? I don't know, but
Hey, Kiki, I'm only concerned with what I'm going to be aware of, and my body atoms, and all that other stuff, the energy, the information. I'm not going to be aware of any of that, so that
you
doesn't
should be
concern me. I'm
concerned
just
with
concerned about what my consciousness is going to
your
experience.
personality. Yeah, your
Personality
what makes you
is before up the. I learned Word
You're
Wizard
still
taught me
You're
that.
a robot, buddy.
Yeah, you're still robotic. Bad.
You should close the
Ladybug
app
is making
and
tacos.
reset it, sir. Close and come back completely.
Okay. Okay.
It's louder, but it's still roboty.
Turning the mic up does not fix it.
Just to hear.
It's pretty bad.
Well, I'm gonna drop down, Jeff, because I got to do some
Making
shit.
quesadillas.
Well, that too, but
okay. Well, we'll be here all day, so have a
right.
good one.
See you later. Thanks for having me up.
Okay, you too.
Bye.
Yeah. Fun times, man. Fun times.
I got to read some more news. Yeah, the world's going crazy, man. If you look at everything going on with, you can pick a topic, you know, but like you said, Jeff, earlier when you first opened up, there's so much stuff going on, popping off.
Yeah, it seems like from what's
One of my favorite. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, now we can.
What happened?
He dropped off. His connection.
Fuck. Anyways, Mike, yes, this world's going to fucking hell in a handbasket, but
I'm just not even trying to talk. Like, fuck, with my nose hit the fucking close button, bro. Like, I'm done, bro.
That's because you pissed off Mike, and Mike's a CIA operative, so he's got you in his sights. He's boom, he's gonna snipe your ass.
I'm watching you.
Of course, he has a shot like the sniper on Trump, so you don't have.
Yo, but if he's seeing me, he's only seeing in 3.
Did you see that did you see a couple days ago someone else charged the stage at him, and they got him within like 5 seconds?
No, what? At a Trump rally?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see that.
If you want to put up like Trump's recent attack, like this
Trump
guy, he's on the guardrail. He's on a guardrail, right? And he jumps the guardrail and runs and gets up on stage. And within like 5 seconds, woof. And they were on top of him and just ripped it. It's funny because
did they find out like what his deal was?
He just was trying to. They're hush about it. So I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like some psycho idiot just lost his kind of mind.
Where was this? Do you know the location of the state?
I can try to look it up, but it was literally
because I'm not finding anything, but I don't really know what
I'm just gonna guess it's Illinois. I don't know why. Illinois.
Charging the media.
Oh, Effigy said they were charging the media, not Trump.
I don't know. The guy was up on the rails
Why
right
would
by the
Trump
stage.
get charged for some idiot rushing the stage?
You have to flash your camera, and I have to know who you are. So, who are you?
Oh,
And not
dude,
flash your
his
camera.
name is Donald Trump. Do you think he's really going to get charged with anything for real?
Well, he's already
I
been
don't
charged with plenty.
look.
Oh,
Look, he's charged with
yeah,
He's
he's
things,
not
but he's gonna.
unchargeable.
as he's at
He
his
has 4
rallies.
indictments. Well, he did.
Yo, when I'm charged, that shit is different than when I'm at rallies. I can tell you that. The fuck, dude's walking around like you and me.
There's 2 people in
He
the
could
back, but
technically show up
well,
here.
you have to. Yeah, you can't come up without. I have to at least see that you
Hey
are
Jeff,
not other people.
You could
Okay,
always put
there's
a
a whole
banner
bunch
up.
of people trying to get on right now. None of them are flashing their cameras.
hey
Yeah.
Jeff,
Yeah, what up?
you there?
I'm here.
Throw
What?
some
Okay,
names out there.
listen, man. I want to tell you something. Okay, my grandmother had like 3 marriages. Okay, first one was like super abusive, right? Like it was in the probably she's born in 44, I think.
She's young.
So like it would have been like in the fucking 60s, right?
Yeah.
Second marriage, I don't know, fucking didn't work out. Or actually second marriage was cool. So this guy was he was like a 33rd degree Mason, right? I swear to God, I'm not making this shit
No,
up. Like
I
they had
believe you.
they had a bagpipe death thing for him and everything. He was high up in Motorola, and then he died, right? So she remarried, and this new guy she married actually nationalized an ambulance company, okay? And essentially, what I'm trying to tell you is he's personal friends with Rudy Giuliani. How much, and I'm going to extort you now, how much money do you want to pay me to try to fucking get Rudy Giuliani on this fucking podcast? It was all for this bullshit. I did take us along this journey for like, for real. I mean, it's a real opportunity, but
I mean, I think I've let people far worse than Rudy Giuliani on here before, so I probably wouldn't turn him away if he wants
don't
to
you
come
think
on.
Rudy Giuliani like guarantees like 100,000 views though?
Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe that's
Like I
worth
said, I wouldn't turn him
$50,000.
away, but I'm not going to go out of my way to have a conversation with him. He could
I'll tell
show
you
up
what,
if
he'll
he
bring more
wants it.
numbers than Mike,
I don't
and
know.
that's just to be
Maybe
funny.
not. Maybe it'll turn out that Mike Cerrone is more popular than Rudy Giuliani.
Hey, I love
It's a new
imagination.
age.
Yeah. Hell, imagination's an amazing thing.
So is there going to be any? I mean, is it going to stop?
Is work going to stop?
What do you mean? I've been done. I said what I said. Are you gonna stop?
No, just get
Are
off
you
my
gonna
day.
stop telling us to stop?
Hang on. No, hang on. No, you told me you were going to behave, but I let you back on. So here's Liliana's channel, by the way. No, Mike, it's probably not going to stop.
Just he's a child. He's childish.
Oh, you meant with him specific. I thought you meant in
Yeah.
general with you.
No,
With
him. It's
people.
like, dude, chill. You know. And he's got to be the worst comedian I've ever heard. Those jokes, it's like ugh, cringe. But anyway, let's stay positive. If
All right.
possible. I've been good. I'm not doing anything
Yeah,
wrong.
you really have. You've been helping me keep this channel on a
Yeah.
good track today.
Yeah. I want to follow. Man, I miss I miss getting the newspaper. I like reading stuff. I know I watch the news, but it's like it's subjective. Not saying the paper isn't, but I believe when you read something, you remember it better. Does that make sense? If you read something.
Do they still have newspapers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I read the paper this morning. We get like 6 at work, so I just like thumb through them all and like I don't know. There's something about that paper too, that old school paper and
Yeah.
the ink, and it's an experience. You know, you grab your coffee. I don't know.
It's like the American dream. You know?
Leggy, are you trying to come on? There's somebody in the back under your name. Okay, I'll just. Oh, that is you. Wait. No, the real leggy, the one that's on the panel, can tell me if it's him or not. There's all these people in the back trying to come on, like these random generic names with no
What
pictures
are
or
they? Tell
channels.
me, tell me a few. I might know some of them.
No, they're just like generic
Okay.
names, like John,
Yeah.
Alex. No pictures, no
They're trying to spam
channels,
your. They're trying to spam your StreamYard.
no cameras. I don't have a
Yeah.
camera. Please let me
I
up.
don't
There's
have a
just a
camera.
lot of them
I
all at
bet you it's
once.
Snafu Snaps, I bet. Or somebody like him. Let's kick them all out.
You know, the best is when we had trivia night and on another channel, and I was killing this guy, right? And all of a sudden, his camera just stopped working, and he started getting everything right. And you can hear him typing the answer. It's
They
so
should not have
dirty.
let him play until he
Yeah,
could get
and they're
back on
like,
camera.
ha ha ha, you lost. You're an idiot. I'm like, okay, that's fine, whatever. But you both have to admit, Moose and Jeff, you have to both admit, people take this way too serious. Way too serious.
Bro, they're making videos out of it. Like, videos out of us just talking. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, we're other people. They have no content. We are other people's content now.
Jeff, every live that me, you, and Moose are on or anything like that, they are just basically showing it and they're like just critiquing it like they're like, well, I don't know what the heck they're doing. You know, make your own stuff. You know, there's content creators and then there's basically just leeches. They leech off of your content. And
well, they're like tucking off of us, basically.
Marketing. They're
yeah.
just helping me. Mark. I'm getting free marketing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Hey, effigy.
hey, how's it going? This it's an interesting conversation because it was on my mind earlier. Because I see a lot of people. I'm new to this. I only jump on streaming just for debates and stuff like that, and much more recent than a lot of you guys. But every time I see someone jump on and they orient the conversation completely around what will get views, what will get subs, it just I don't know why it just tickles the back of my brain, and I'm like, is this sociopathic behavior? Like, because it just like if you bend everything in your life around that, because sometimes it seems there are certain channels that just kind of want to exist and be a person and have conversations, and they're not like obviously putting on a show. As someone who's dealt with like performance for at least 20 years of my life, like it's really easy for me to tell when someone's putting on a show. And
Is it
yeah,
really? Because that's the big struggle here. Is how do you know what's real and what's not? Like what's produced
I think it's
and
easy to
what's
tell just
organic.
from
I could
people's
never
behavior.
tell.
Yeah.
Like in real life, I can like a theater production or something staged, but on the like some of the fights that happen here are not even real. There are people in the background, like on Discord, coordinating. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
what do you say?
100%.
Okay, now
Yeah.
I'm going to say this to you, etc. And then, but to the panelverse, it looks like two people having conflict or drama.
Yeah, they use everything as content. If someone else is
Yeah.
streaming, you can almost be assured if they popped into your stream that they're using you as content in a way, either maliciously or not. Maybe it's benevolently. We're just here to help each other. But some people are like, I am coming over there to start shit, and starting shit will mean views, will mean blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it just
there is
depends.
that to watch out for.
Yeah.
I'm still figuring it all out too.
Yeah. It's Jeff. It's very confusing. I've been on it for about over 2 years. It's very. I know you've been no longer than me, but I've been in channels that are like chaos. I've been in chaos. I've been on channels with 70,000 subscribers. Like I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm just saying, but I've been on those platforms where it's just like I'm fighting 7 people at once. You ever see me argue with 7 people at once? It's the craziest you've ever seen.
I can't
And
imagine. I've
yeah,
seen
and
7 people at once try to argue with you.
yeah, but I'm banging them back. This is not here. I'm banging them back on these other channels. And then I said to myself, this is not good for me. It makes me pissed off. I log off. I'm angry. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that stuff. I don't mind lighthearted drama, lighthearted trolling, but I'm not talking about your kids. I'm not talking about, your wife's a hoe. I mean,
Yeah.
they go so disgustingly. They
Yeah.
talk about, digging up my dead relatives. And I'm like, what? Like, what are you talking? They go lower and lower and lower and it just shows me that that's not evil. That's not evil. That's a narcissist sociopath. That's what that is.
Well, some of them do look like more of the aggressor
Yeah.
than not.
A lot of the old streams when I first came on are been deleted.
I'm not.
And you had
I'm
to
not
see
scared.
no. But you had to see me go after people, and I'm like, but like I said, what I'm trying to say is that later on, I'm like, this is not
Hang on, I
good.
want to
This is
see
not
your
good. Yeah.
icon. Is that AI? Oh, anyway, it's cool.
Yeah. I don't know if he's coming up or not. What's
Okay,
going
I'm
on?
about to put the name Mike on a block block list. I accidentally deleted someone's comment just now by mistake.
Yeah.
It wasn't yours that I meant to delete, and I didn't see what it was. All right, I'm about to kick all the Mike Cerrone trolls.
Please
I
do.
don't want that clogging up my chat room. If you have a problem with Mike, take it offline, take it to Discord. Don't come and take up my stream. That makes you seem more disrespectful of this channel than Mike is being.
Hey, Jeff.
I don't care about Mike's drama history. Go talk. Y'all have Discords to talk about it in. I know you do because I see you
Finally,
in them.
finally,
Why are you
you
using
guys.
my channel as your Discord?
Because Jeff, because you're right. Okay, Jeff, you're 100% right. The thing is they are technically promoting your chat algorithm.
So let him sit there and
Like,
keep going.
if you want to let
No,
them be
you're gonna
retarded and
disrespect the
understand that they
guest
are
that can
on a,
talk for hours and hours and hours. You're gonna disrespect him by letting people sit there and talk smack to him and having him. If he's looking at the chat, he has to see that. He can't just block that because he's up here on StreamYard.
Yeah.
And
if
you're gonna allow that to happen for views. That's what it says to your other people that come up on panel, and that's what the message that you're gonna spread from now on.
Well, I
yeah, whatever
almost
the
don't
host
mind
wants.
having it here for archive purposes, but if it gets too personal, I'm deleting. I've been deleting the ones that are just nasty.
And the funny thing is, they'll keep coming back as different accounts. So, like, they'll just
Yeah.
keep adding to the algorithm
These are
with different
disturbed
accounts instead
people.
of keep
These are
blocking them.
as disturbed as they're trying to convince me Mike is. This is not normal, sane, adult human behavior, what you're doing right now. Going up, following someone all over YouTube and constantly attacking them like this. That makes you the aggressor. You're not the victim in this situation. If Mike did something to you personally, then handle it like adults. If you don't like the things he said to other people in other streams, well, grow up. This is not the way to handle it. No, this is not a free speech zone. I've been very clear about that. YouTube's not even really a free speech zone.
Yeah.
Pat, they're free to do that. By the way, you still have your $10 drama credit. This might be a good day to use it. If somebody wants to come up and have a conversation with Mike for 10 minutes, if he agrees,
No problem.
there is that credit. Well, that's an opinion. What you're typing there, Andrew, is just an
What I'm
opinion. So
saying
you've registered your opinion, and that reflects on you too, having that opinion. So now you're on record with your opinion. But I don't know why, like that consumes the amount of hours of every day of your life that it does. That's obsession. That looks like mental health to me.
Well,
Wombat, I have
I'll
seen
just
you
say
initiate aggression toward Mike over and over and over. You are an aggressor. You are not an innocent victim here. And when I could point it out next time it happens.
it's not a
But
strong
don't
argument that you
gaslight
hate
and make
someone.
out like you are not also instigating when nothing's going on. You're the one that throws the first stone many, many times. I've watched it happen.
Yeah,
And in fact, there were several times we were going to have a conversation of what was behind it. So you acknowledge that, yes, there is something that's driving you to be aggressive toward Mike. We just haven't explored it yet. So knowing that and having acknowledged it, don't play the victim and you're the noble hero trying to save the world from Mike Cerrone and warn us about him. Will you debate Wombat?
It's going to be the same nonsense over and over again. But that's not a debate.
Well,
It's going to be his same talking point.
Well, I
Over.
guess not debate. It doesn't
me
have to
and
be a
Jeff,
debate. That was the wrong word.
me
10
and Jeff
minutes. It could be
me
anything.
and Jeff could pretend to play a debate for 10 minutes for $10 too. It ain't that hard,
Go for it.
right? You know what I'm saying? No, what I'm
No,
saying though is like you don't even or you're pretending to not understand the concept
No, I understand what you're saying.
of what that's opening up. But never mind. You guys just keep doing your thing.
So if Mike and Wombat agree, I can give him 10 minutes to go at it.
Sure.
Okay, Wombat.
I can't believe Wombat has
Well,
10
first of all, disrespectful is subjective, so you can't tell me what I find disrespectful. You can only talk about what you find disrespectful. And that's not what the conversation was about. I'm talking about your
Does he
blatant
want to?
acts of aggression toward Mike to instigate conflict when he's not doing anything.
Well, he wanted. Okay, if I remember correctly, this guy paid money for Mike to go one-on-one with anybody for 10 minutes, right?
Right.
Okay, so what if it was like Elon Musk?
He can do it. If
Or
Elon
what if it was
agrees
like?
to do
What
10
if,
minutes with Mike, I'm
what
not
if
gonna
it was
I'm gonna
like?
let it happen.
What if it was like Rudy Giuliani?
They
I couldn't
can
even
do
see
it.
it.
If Elon and Rudy want to come out here and do
Right,
blood sports for
but
10
for
minutes,
some reason, it's not intriguing to hear Mike and other people argue for 10 minutes.
well,
Yet
to
people
somebody out there, it's worth $10. So I'm gonna
exactly
honor that.
that is point. Yeah, no, that's a point. I honor it too. I'm actually honoring it further by looking into it and wondering why.
Okay. Well, Wombat, do you want to come up and
He probably doesn't.
do the 10 minutes? He said he. Well, Mike agreed. So, and Wombat
Mike
wanted to do
agreed.
it the other day.
Look,
So
even
And
the
I'm
if,
timing might
curious
be right.
at this point,
and if
having
Wombat
watched this
isn't serious
phenomenon
this
happen
time,
so many
then
times.
he's gonna
Do what,
just
Effigy?
I said, even I'm curious at this point, having seen this phenomenon happen so many times.
I mean, Mike's right. I could probably predict the loop, but
pattern.
I do feel obligated to deliver what was paid for. So.
And if you think there won't be any payback either, that'll be hilarious.
Oh, there probably will.
It'll
Yeah,
be
it's
real
just
fun.
people get. I always try to figure out. People get fixated on other people, good or bad, but they just. It is unhealthy. Like I said,
We're not worried about what you think. We're worried about if this guy's going to come up or not, right?
Okay, everybody
period.
else
Cool.
is
Okay.
we're doing the 10 minutes. So
I've met
we're gonna
Wombat
put
before.
everyone in
He's
the
not as
bleachers.
ridiculous as I thought prior.
Okay, we're gonna be
Can I,
spectators. Hang on, real quick.
Jeff?
No,
Yeah.
if it gets really personal or ugly, I'm
Sure.
gonna end
Yeah.
it. So,
No, so just to address your earlier comments, Jeff, I think
oh, you okay?
yes, I totally agree. It's you don't want people trolling. Yeah, you don't want a bunch of trolls in the chat, and people doing that, including myself, is disrespectful. But I don't know why you don't call out Mike for also being disrespectful by lying.
I don't see Mike attack, and when he does go after other people, I do backstage it or call him out or put a stop to it. But I don't see Mike doing it with the frequency that I see it being done to him. And the people that are
lying?
being that are doing it to him are trying to portray themselves, I think, as more innocent than they actually are. So it's
Yeah, I don't think-
it's this like virtue signaling along with it, and I don't
No,
think anything
that's-
that these people are
yeah.
doing are virtuous at all on any
I
side.
agree.
So
I agree.
I think it's all around unhealth and dysfunction in general.
Sure, that's what trolling's about.
Right, and I'm trying to support something different than that here. So I
Yeah.
want a limited amount of that here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to not do dysfunction and
Yeah.
unhealth here. But
Yeah.
I will let y'all get whatever out for the next 10 minutes or so.
Okay.
All right.
Do you want to go first, Mike?
No, I really have nothing to say to you.
Was it Belize that you went to that had all the Dutch-speaking people? Or did you misspeak when you said that?
You didn't say that. I didn't say Dutch.
You didn't say that in Belize
Netherlands.
you went to Belize. You didn't say
did.
you went to
I've
Belize
been to
and there were
Belize.
Dutch people, Dutch-speaking people?
No.
Oh, you never said that? Okay. Did you tell a panel of women who were discussing Sebastian Rogers, and two of the women on that panel had lost their sons, they've been kidnapped or they died. Did you tell them that you've been a licensed therapist since you stopped being a policeman in your 20s? You didn't say
No, I
that
didn't
to
say
them?
that. I didn't say that. That's a blatant lie. I said that I counsel at my church. That's what I said.
Okay, I believe you told them you were a therapist and
Did
that you've
not say
been a
that. I
therapist.
said I'm not
You never said
licensed. I
that?
counsel at my church. I counsel at my church. So you're not going to corner me in your bullshit. See, the problem with you is this. You fixated on JoJo, probably someone before him. Now you fixated on me. And, I honestly think in my real hearts of hearts that you're a sick old person that has to obsess over somebody. I'm sorry you didn't have the life I have. I have a fun life. I have kids. You can't have kids. You never experienced family. You don't know what you're talking about. I tell you what, I don't talk about you. I don't bring you up. I don't make memes about you. I don't
I don't need to have kids to
make
know
channels.
what
I don't make
languages they speak and
bro,
believe.
let me tell you something. If I wanted to, I could blow you out of the water with memes, with videos. I don't do that because when I log off, I'm done. I don't take this home. I don't take it offline. It's done. It's clearly entertainment, and that's it. That's all it is.
It's
But you take it to a
entertainment to
different level.
tell. Go on.
You
I'll
take
let
it
you
to a
finish.
different level. You take it to a different level. You have no argument. You have no dog in the fight. You say the same looping bullshit over and over and over again. That's what you do. It's the same talking points over and over and over. Come up with some new stuff. And all the gay stuff, Jeff's gay. I have no problem with that. He knows that I'm not gay. And you're putting dildos in my mouth. What is wrong with you, man? That's disrespectful to gay people. You're a gay man, right? Why are you putting dildos in front of a straight man's face?
Because of the reaction you're showing right now.
It's disgusting. You're not showing any respect to my heterosexuality, but I show respect to Jeff's homosexuality. But you
Why
can't.
do I owe you respect?
Because you
Why
hate
are
all
you
straight people.
entitled
You hate
to
all
my
straight people.
respect?
You hate
Okay.
all straight people. That's what you do.
Okay.
So you did to Joe, now you're doing it to me.
Okay.
You have to have one
Are
person
you
in your
finished?
life.
Let me know when you're
I
finished.
guarantee
If you just want to
when
do
you
a
log off,
monologue,
I
if
guarantee
you
when
just
you
want to
log
do a
off,
monologue, that's not a
when
discussion.
you log off, you sit there and you go, okay, Cerrone. You probably break out in a cold sweat. What is wrong with you, man?
Can I speak?
Sure, please.
Are you done? Are you done?
No, I'm not. I'm far from done.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Did you tell?
What, we have this written down? Is a questionnaire?
No.
Okay.
Are you done?
Hmm?
Did you tell people in Vegas Valley that people could never find your address because you have a top secret clearance?
No.
You never said that? Okay.
Did I have a secret clearance? Yes, for work.
But you didn't say that people could never find your address because of that top secret clearance?
What are you talking about?
What don't you understand about the question?
I don't remember saying that. I said, see, you take different statements and you put them together as one. Someone had asked me if I had a secret clearance. I said, yeah, I had one at one time for work, just for my job.
Did you
mean
say
I'm
last
doing
year
it.
that you're a federal agent?
No,
You never said that you were a federal agent.
never. I think I've said that about 1,000 times. Where the FBI thing came from, I don't know why. Where the
I'm
level
not talking about
27
FBI.
came from, I don't know where that. Listen,
I believe where the level 27 thing came from is someone asked you, is your clearance level above 27 or is your clearance level 26? And you said it's above.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You didn't
Someone
say.
asked me if I, no, hold on. Level 20 is a civilian. They said, is yours higher than that? I said, a little bit higher because I have to go inside the building, not outside.
There's no such thing as a level 20 security clearance.
Yes, there is. Yes,
That's
there is.
not how clearances work. They don't have numbers.
Okay. They don't have numbers?
There's pay scales, right? You've got GS11, GS12.
Right. What's the next question? I'm not talking about my job, so go ahead.
Well, because you don't have one.
I don't?
No.
I don't work?
I don't think so.
How do you know?
Because you're on panels. I see you on panels for 12 hours at a time.
12 hours. I'm on panels probably no longer than 2 to 3 hours.
No, I've seen you on like 3 panels in a day on like 2 hours, 3 hours each.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I'm off the next day, I can stay on late. If I'm off, I don't work 7 days a week.
Okay.
And there'll be 2 days where I'm not on.
Do you keep a bottle of liquor down by your left foot when you're on panels?
I don't drink anymore.
You don't drink at all? Wow. You don't drink out of with a liquor bottle in a brown paper bag?
I don't drink at
You've
all.
never
anymore.
done that?
I don't drink at all.
When
anymore.
did you quit? How long's that been?
Probably about 2 months ago. No, a month and a half.
So before that, last year, were you drinking on panel out of a brown paper bag?
On the weekends, yeah.
Okay, it wasn't on a Tuesday that you were drinking
Was
out
it
of
on
a brown
Tuesday?
paper bag?
No, I don't think so.
It was on the weekend?
And let me ask you a question. Why is that your concern?
Because people who hide their drinking typically have a problem with alcohol.
Do I have a problem? Have you ever heard
I
me drunk?
believe you do.
Oh, I don't drink though. So we're at a mute point. I don't drink.
Okay.
So when did you become an alcohol counselor?
I'm not an alcohol counselor. I've never made that
So then you
claim.
have no. So
I've
don't
never
talk
claimed
about
I'm a
it.
therapist. I've never
Let me
claimed
tell
I'm
you
a
something.
federal
Let me tell you
agent.
something. Let me tell you something about you.
I've never
You are
claimed I've
actually-
rescued people from a burning building.
I love it. I love how fake
I've
you
never
are. You're
claimed
so
I've
fake
been
and
around
funny.
the world multiple times.
Around the world? I've been to DR twice, and I've been to Belize once. That's it.
Oh, you haven't been to Haiti?
We went into Haiti for a short time. We were like, yo, we got the fuck out
Okay,
of
so
there.
you have been to Haiti. You might want to write these down so you remember the right answer. So you've told Jeff less than a week ago that you've been around the world more than once.
No, I didn't. Never said that. Never said around the world. You're a fucking liar. DR twice,
Okay.
Belize once, and we snuck into Haiti and ran the fuck back out.
This is why I think you drink. Because you
I
can't
don't drink,
remember
dude.
what you said
You don't drink,
less than a
dude.
week ago.
I don't drink. You little
Yeah, but
snotty
the
bitch.
evidence
I don't
says-
drink. You're a snotty
The
little
evidence,
man. You're a
the evidence
snotty
says
little
otherwise,
man.
doesn't it?
All right, gotcha. Times it. All right.
You want to get off? Okay.
I just can't take much of a look at your ugly ass face. You look like Dracula.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anything else?
Is time up, Jeff?
Hey, I said personal attacks, Mike.
That's it. That's
the Dracula thing and all that.
Yeah, just basically, Jeff, I never said I traveled around the world multiple times.
I don't remember you saying that.
He's making shit up. No, I didn't.
But whatever he said, it's on stream. Like somebody could just show that.
Yeah.
That's not even anything to argue about.
He makes stuff up. He just makes shit up.
But
Can
it's
I get
all.
on
This
that
is
and
so
come back?
easy to resolve. All of it's on stream.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah.
said this. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Look, here it is.
It's the
Sounds
same
good.
stream where you said you went to Haiti.
Okay.
Is that the most exciting or sensational or controversial thing that's happened in your life in the last few weeks? Because I
No,
remember the
no.
conversation. It lasted about 3 seconds.
No.
I don't remember it being around the world.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Not at all. Well, that was pointless, but hey, you got your credit, Phil. So
Okay.
Well, actually, technically, there's like a couple of more minutes, and I'm willing to let it go. I want some kind of closure, so I'll let it go until there's not going to be.
I have no problem not talking about him if he doesn't talk about me, but he can't.
Okay.
He can't stop his obsession. He can't stop his obsession.
I will. So I owe Jeff an explanation of the origin of the animosity between us, and it goes back to I had been trolling Mike for a while, but Mike was on a panel with Joe Amico one day, and Joe and another person were saying that I've been convicted of sexual assault on children, and Mike said I am a groomer, that I groom children, and since then.
Wait,
Since
Mike,
that,
Mike,
Mike,
I want to hear. I want to let him
deny
get
it.
this
Yeah.
out. I want to let him get this
And
out.
Mike has always denied this. The other reason is there was a serious stream, non-drama channel, a true crime channel about the missing autistic child, Sebastian Rogers.
I think I remember. Was that like in North Carolina or somewhere?
Yeah, exactly. Like a few months ago, it was all in the news. And the host had two women on the panel who had lost their children. They'd been kidnapped or something terrible happened to them. I can't remember. And Mike in the chat said, "Hey, I'm a therapist and former law enforcement. Can I come up?" And he came up and he told them that he was a policeman in his 20s. And they asked him, "How long have you been a therapist?" And he said, "Since I left the police force in the 20s. People say he said licensed therapist. I'd have to go back and watch whether he said licensed therapist. Mike has reframed that as saying, No, I said I do counselling at my church, but he didn't tell that to these women. He's told the counselling story. To do that to grieving women, that
What
sort
did
of
he? Did he tell him
manipulation.
anything? What did he tell him that was horrible?
He gave him some advice on how to manage their grief, but to gaslight them into thinking he's a therapist, I think that's pretty sick.
So those two things, calling you a groomer and allegedly pretending to be a therapist for
Yeah.
these widows, those are the two things that put him on this target list. And now there's like this vigilante justice mob out to do what?
Have people know that he's a chronic liar and he manipulates people, so he doesn't get away with that garbage.
But it sounds like it's personal because of the grooming thing. Like
Yeah, and
personal,
because of that, that makes it personal too. Yep.
So it's like that because I remember when I originally asked you, I said, "Is this like a revenge on the bully thing, or like
Yeah.
gay? Is it related to gay and being
Yeah,
persecuted?"
and I wanted to have the clips before I came up and told you this, but I don't have them prepared.
Because if he said that, or even if you perceived him to have said that, like I understand that the experience, like I understand the feelings behind it, the reaction, but this doesn't seem like the healthiest way to cope with or handle that reaction, whatever
That's a fair comment.
it brought
Yep.
up in you.
It's not productive. Yeah. Yep. It's just fun for me at this point. It's entertainment.
Yeah, but it kind of like a sadistic fun. It seems like.
It's shade and fraud. Yep. Yep.
All right.
So I guess it's so bad to tell some ladies and try to help them through grief. That's a terrible thing to do. Right?
Well, I think it's like they feel like you deceive them by passing yourself off as more professional or expert than you were in the situation in their hour of grief. But I don't see that as that big of a deal. Like I didn't see the actual stream. Just the experience I've had with you, it doesn't seem like you would deliberately, oh, here's a chance to pretend to be a therapist. Whatever happened on the stream, I'm sure it's being interpreted in a certain way. But usually the stuff against you, when I actually look at it myself, is much less than it's narrated to me or presented to me.
And
so I suspect it's something along those lines. It's probably not this huge, egregious crime against humanity.
Yeah. So let me catch Wombat in a lie. So he's basing all of his sick stuff he's doing on me calling him an SA, and a groomer. Joe Amico said that, and you admitted a couple of weeks ago, well, Mike didn't say it, but he co-signed it. You said that. Those are your words. In other words, co-signing is not disagreeing. But co-signing is not that I said it. I didn't say that. Someone else on panel said it, and I didn't answer. So he said,
the word you said was grooming.
No, I didn't say those words. Didn't come out of my mouth.
Is it on a stream? Is it something that he could go check and confirm for himself? But whatever you said, like whatever the details were, it set off an inner subjective experience within Wombat. So whether you actually said it or he perceived it, whatever, something happened that caused a change in Wombat toward you.
Yeah. But Jeff, he said himself, on everything, he said himself, well, yeah, Mike didn't say it, but he did co-sign it.
It's just like the story, just the way I just told it.
Yeah, I didn't say it, bro. I never said those words about you.
Joe,
so I don't know what you're talking about. I never said those words about you.
Okay. You can go back and watch 5 minutes ago what I said.
I can't. But did you say that I did? Did you say a couple of weeks ago I never said it, but I co-signed it? But I never said it.
Which part? There's two parts.
You said that.
Okay, well, we can clear this up right now. It doesn't matter what happened then. Mike, what is your position about Wombat? His sexuality or whatever you think he
I don't care. I don't care anything about him. I don't consider him a friend or an enemy. Just stay away from me. I don't care what you do in your life. Good luck. Good luck. But you got to cut that obsession, man. It's not good for you.
But the obsession, what you're calling the obsession, is based on this feeling that he was attacked or insulted by you over this grooming thing.
Thinking about somebody 24 hours a day is not healthy.
But it's not just you; it's what you said or did that day. It's a specific thing he's probably
right
thinking
now,
about.
Mike, that keeps it going.
So I think you said something like that. So you might not have used the exact word, but because you're not like going out of your way to like correct it in any kind of way. Like, oh, that's absolutely. Oh, I'm so sorry you had that impression. I didn't mean that at all. Here's what I meant instead. You're not doing that. So
You
you're
got to
like,
utilize.
yeah, I know that something was said, and I know what he's talking about.
I can't say sorry for something I didn't say.
But you said something. There
No,
was
I just
something.
I
Something
kept it
happened between
quiet.
the two of you that day. Some exchange
Yeah. Listen.
from you
There's
to
no.
him.
It's all right. Listen. The bottom line is this, and it is true. And I hate to be cheesy, but the more and more you harass somebody over the internet, it can become cyberbullying. It can.
This
In some
conversation
cases.
is consensual.
Yes,
This
I agree.
Yeah.
conversation is consensual.
And I now believe that you're harassing me over
And
the internet.
you can block me in chat if you don't want to see what I type in chat.
I'm not gonna block you. I'll take it somewhere else because what you're doing is you're monetary gaining
It's
off
consensual,
of
Mike.
bullying me online. You're
Mike,
making
it's
money off of
willing.
bullying me online. Yes, you are.
Wombat is
Consensual.
Yeah.
or me?
He's monetized,
Oh, is he streaming right
right?
now?
Aren't you monetized?
What? Me?
Aren't you monetized? Yeah.
Well,
Me?
we've already gone
Not
over
yet.
in fact, we've gone over 15 minutes. So
I'm,
like
I'm,
that
I'm
part,
so,
we can end. Like that's
all due
cleared.
respect,
And so I'm gonna
all respect.
bring
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm
bring
done
the
talking.
panelists back.
I'm
We
done
got new
talking.
people.
Done talking.
Hey, Wombat.
Thank you, Jeff. Thanks,
All
Jeff,
right.
for moderating that.
Take care, Mike. Well,
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey.
Hi Jeff.
hey,
What's
recorder,
up?
Ricardo.
what's going on?
You right?
Well,
I've only
happy. Do
been
y'all have Labor
listening for
Day
about.
in Britain?
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I've been having an okay day, thanks. I've only been listening about 10, 15 minutes maybe, but I saw Mike and Wombat arguing, and I didn't like it. So I didn't like where it went, and just stop with the ad hominem attacks, please, guys. It's not nice.
It's not going to stop.
necessary.
It's not going to stop. These are grown adults, and it's not going to stop. There's too much hurt, anger under the surface.
You're willing
It's not going to stop.
You're willing to host it, Jeff, and try and what?
That was paid. That was paid previously on another stream, and they didn't get to do it. So that was me clearing out that debt.
Okay. Are you Can I ask you a question, Jeff? Are you a therapist or
I'm a peer
trained
counselor.
counselor?
Peer counselor.
Oh wow, that's cool. I did a counselling course once. Well, 3 weeks of a 4-week course, but I learnt enough and I've read enough books.
Yeah.
So I like counselling people. It's good fun.
Jeff, would you go to a therapist that wasn't licensed?
That wasn't what?
Licensed?
They don't have therapists that aren't licensed here in the U.S. Like they couldn't advertise themselves as a therapist. They could advertise themselves as a life coach or something. But I don't know how they would even promote their business as an unlicensed therapist.
Right. Well, this is something Mike said before, and that's that he has a degree in psycho. Hold on,
I personally don't care about. No. This is my panel, dude.
I know.
We're moving on from the Mike drama. I'm wrapping it up so we can get another 1 or 2 sentences in. But this stream is not going to be the Mike Cerrone stream. I don't care what he said that day. I don't care.
No,
I
this
don't
doesn't have to
care
do with
if he gave the impression that he was a therapist, that he's technically like on the list of things for me to worry about in my life. It rises nowhere near the top or the middle or even the high bottom. My priorities are completely different. The things that interest me are completely different. That does not stay on my radar at all. I don't care. Y'all are way more obsessed about it than I am.
Howdy, y'all.
Hey, Spike.
Hey, Jeff,
Hey,
can I
Spike.
just say one thing regarding what you guys were just doing? I'm not going to attack Mike, of course. I just got here. I just walked in the door, and y'all I'm really upset that I missed the last half hour or whatever was going on. But Mike and Wombat, what I noticed, and I'm probably wrong, and I'll watch it back, that was about as healing as I've ever seen y'all. Jeff, great job.
That was actually.
Oh my God! Wow.
And
I was like, "There's no hope for this. This is not gonna ever go anywhere." So maybe that's as healed as it gets. Like acknowledging that.
That was the most
missed,
civil discussion.
I missed whatever had happened, and I'm sure other things happened.
All right,
But
well,
really, the last 5 minutes, I was very typical spiker here, but I was very proud of y'all. You guys were
Yeah,
talking
Pat,
about
Mike can lie, but they're not allowed to point it out on my stream because I get to control and decide the content I want on my stream. I'm not forbidding anybody from calling out Mike's lies. God knows you could find 1,000 examples of them doing it right here on this stream, so that's way disingenuous, but they are not allowed to do it on my panel when I decide that I don't want it on my panel. I don't know why it's so hard to understand basic respect for a panel host. God damn.
Anyway, I was very shocked. So I'll watch the rest, but good job for the last 3 minutes.
Also, can I, as an outside spectator who knows next to nothing about any of this, can I just make a comment?
Sure.
And I'll make no judgments on who's right. I'll just say for the side that is against Mike, if your goal is to stop this person's influence or the spread of it, whatever you want to call it, what you're doing is the exact opposite of what you should be doing. You are creating attention points that people will want to see because of the drama, therefore giving him more attention. So if that's your goal, you're doing the opposite of it. So
the goal's mostly
just on that
about having fun.
Oh, well then.
And entertainment.
Sure. If that's the case,
yeah, that's entertainment at Mike's expense. That makes you the sadist. That makes you the aggressor, and that's not what I'm into on this channel. I'm not into making it that kind of channel where people can act out those kind of primitive impulses. It's just not. I'm gonna take you off. If there's any more Mike drama, y'all are gone. It's over. I'm done with it for the day, for a while. I'm glad it was healing and productive. I think we've taken it as far as we could take it today.
Got it.
You might be right.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab some coffee. I'll be back.
Cool, man.
So, Effigy, I was talking to you last time. I'll talk to you last time a little bit. Did you say that you mainly do like you teach acting? Is that what you do?
I've been a director for 13 years at this point, so just mostly in practice. I don't do too many classes.
Yeah. Was it like plays and stuff like that?
Yeah, theatrical.
Yeah, that's cool, man. There's a lot of art stuff in Virginia. A lot of art schools. You got VCU. It's half art, half medical school. A lot of art stuff around here. Art museums.
I like
stuff
art. I'm really into art.
Yeah, that's.
Hi, Mike. I didn't. I know Animated Effigy. I've never met you, Mike, before. So
nice to meet you.
Hi. Nice to meet you, man. I'm in. Just to introduce myself a bit. I'm in England, on the south coast, near the beach. So I'm living here at the moment.
So you've lived in England your whole life? Like you've never lived anywhere else?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I've traveled. Like I've been to many places around the world, but yeah, never. I've not migrated yet, but I certainly have plans to, and dreams of doing that.
Yeah. What's it like living over there? I mean, what's the daily routine? Is it just like because America's crazy? Yeah.
It's crazy sometimes. I mean, I live in a small city, so it's quite busy. There's all kinds of things going on. There's nightclubs. There's 24-hour shops where you can buy alcohol quite close. There's strip clubs. There's prostitutes. There's hard drugs. There's beggars. There's a lot to watch out for. So, but it's fun. There's a lot to do. Never boring. Never bored.
Is it really true it rains all the time?
Most of the time, yeah. Yeah, maybe two-thirds of the time it probably rains in Britain. But it's worse up north. It's much worse up north. So the further
What's north of Britain? Oh, you mean north?
Like Scotland, the north of England and Scotland. It gets really cold and rainy and even snowy up there. Well, we haven't seen the snow down in the south for probably about 4 or 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
We only had a tiny little bit in, I think it was January, February one year. It wasn't even much, but we get nice summers. So it's not a bad place to live. It's pretty cool when you know what's what.
Yeah.
Daddy's home.
What does Daddy have for us?
Oh, now that we got this bitch back in order, you know,
The daddy
Yo,
does.
that's the
you know,
one.
honestly, I
Moose.
mean, what's going
Jeff,
on,
what did you say?
Ricardo?
Did
Hello,
you say
Moose.
panel? Did you say panel
Yeah.
daddy? Is that what you said the other day?
Yeah, I say it a lot. Panel
Panel
daddy.
daddy.
Panel daddies are like the parent panel that a YouTuber comes from, but it could
Yeah.
also be like somebody that could organize your channel and bring
Yeah.
like order to the chaos.
Like a super mod. Did it all together.
Yeah, or a producer or something.
Yeah, see, but I'm like Napoleon. I'll take all the fucking troops into Russia in the winter, just because I'm all fired up. Like I don't give a shit that we're losing. It's just it's the right thing to do. Like I saw the troops coming at Mike. I was like, come on, Jeff, put up the barrier. Got to protect your golden goat over here, your golden goose.
But I gotta do what's fair, and sometimes it's not always protect Mike. Sometimes it's protect other people from Mike, and so I have to be prepared to make either decision in the moment according to what's happening.
That's not what I saw, though. What I saw was the man came up here to add some content, and next thing you know, he got bombarded.
Because you saw from a producer point, like what's going to make good.
And then I saw Lanza, like he doubled down on dumb. Like he wasn't even funny about it, and it was like
I love Lanza. Maybe I have a blind spot toward Lanza, but I love Lanza.
I mean, no, there's nothing wrong with Lanza, but in the moment, it was just shitty production. It was terrible. And then Wombat, like, I mean, his excuse for chasing Mike down this whole time
is sadistic pleasure. I get pleasure.
The same thing as snafu.
Yeah, I get pleasure out of punching down and persecuting this locale.
So, and I think he's funny as shit, but at the same time, it's like, come on, man. Like, if we're all gonna keep getting together like this, and you guys all want to have conversations together, it's time to grow the fuck up. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Well, that's nice to say, but we have to demonstrate it too. And so I try to identify the elements that are most contributing to the decline of the conversation. And right now, it looks like it's Wombat and his sadistic aggression, like this kink he gets from persecuting Mike, and it's entertainment. And if that's going to continue, that's going to be a problem for the community, and it's not coming from Mike. So if you have a community and you have one person in the community who gets sadistic pleasure from attacking and persecuting another member, well, that's the person that's most putting the community at risk.
Right. So check this out, guys. So we're all sleeping, right? We're in a village, right? And Jeff is like the baker, and Mike is the priest, and Capgun is the warrior, and Effigy, whatever. Well, we all have our own parts, right? We all go home for the night, right? Well, Wombat's the dude in the cemetery digging up bodies so he can do like voodoo and shit on them, Like that's the kind of crazy shit. Like he's the guy in the basement, like he's the guy torturing someone in the basement. We're like, where's Freddy at? I haven't seen Freddy for a week, man. And then all of a sudden, like, you see Wombat cleaning up his hands outside in the back. He's washing his hands. He's got a big old smile on his face, goes about town, buys his bread and stuff, talks to everybody in town, and just friendly with everybody, right? But at the same time, it's like, this motherfucker's doing some crazy shit in the basement.
Right, Scott is like that. I think we got a peek into the basement today, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
Oh, have a good Labor Day, Jesus.
Sorry, I'm not American. What is Labor Day?
That's a good question. What
Let me
exactly
take
is
this
Labor
over.
Day? We celebrate workers.
Oh,
The
yeah.
definition, if you look
Go
it
ahead,
up,
Mike.
what I saw is it celebrates blue collar workers and unions
Yeah, the labor movement. Technically,
Yeah,
it's the
cool.
labor movement that it
Yeah.
celebrates.
I think I'm for that. Definitely.
You don't wear
Yeah.
white on Labor Day.
Oh,
I thought it was after Labor Day. Like, this is
it's
the
great.
last day you can
I'm
wear
wearing
white.
grey. Is that okay?
It
Oh,
was
that's why
on.
everybody's
It was on.
jumping on Mike today because he's wearing a white shirt. So he's
Oh
doing
my
a faux
God.
pas again.
It's
Oh
wearing
my
grey.
God, it's like not wearing green
Bunch of
on
serial
St.
Karens.
Patrick's Day.
Yeah. I was gonna say shit. Train of thought.
Okay.
My brother-in-law. He's in the it was hard for him to get in, but he got into the Teamsters, and man, they protect you. They really do. And those unions, man, those unions really look out for people. Even
They
if
didn't
you're
do
out of
shit
work.
for me.
Well, he's an
I
elevator
still
mechanic.
got
So,
fired.
yeah. We have to have tenure. You have to have tenure. If you're an apprentice, then it's one thing. But if you have tenure in there, it kind of, I guess, the
Well,
union
if
works.
I can get tenure, if the union doesn't really help me till I get tenure, I'm not gonna need them at that point. I need them when I'm new and I'm
Right?
struggling to get established.
But you got to pay your dues anyway. It sucks. Yeah, I know. But yeah,
So
he stuck it out.
this Labor Day, is it? Do they? Am I guessing they celebrate by all taking a day off work and
Hmm.
you know?
And
All
it's
right.
like a federal holiday too.
Oh,
Like all the banks close and the
Let me
federal
awesome.
agencies.
explain to you
That's
guys
really cool.
what most of the corporate beta males, inauthentic corporate beta males do on Labor Day. You know what they do? They go to
Barbecue
the
chicken.
store, they buy their 24 pack, they buy their burgers and their dogs and their ribs, and they go home and they wave their motherfucking flag that was made in China
Freedom
while
rock,
they're
turn it
cooking their
up.
hot dogs and their burgers, and they're putting on their wife beaters, and their children are running around in the back, and they're just drinking Mountain Dew and acting all fucking crazy and shit because they got all this sugar and high fructose corn syrup and yellow 5 in their diet. That's what they're doing. Okay, and we celebrate that, right? We celebrate drunkenness, debauchery. We celebrate junky food and all kinds of stuff like that. Praise
I
God.
hate junk food. Personally, I can't stand it.
Oh, that's well, give me all of yours then, because that's my whole diet basically.
Well, occasionally that's a bit of a lie. I guess occasionally I'll eat it with usually if somebody else is ordering it or having it, but or paying for it indeed. But no, I try and eat healthy. I really do, and I've found I've actually become healthier as I've got older. Generally,
Like for healthy habits. Like,
will do.
oh, Moose, you're breaking up a bit.
That wasn't me.
Oh,
I've
whoever
got
was talking.
a beautiful woman here, beautiful lady that cooks great food for me.
Did you get her from the strip club?
No, it's been a while since I've been there. So no, we met on the street in real life.
Ricardo,
She's quite nice.
strip clubs and strip
Yo,
clubs.
met on the
no,
street.
that's what I heard right before I hopped on panel. You were talking about strip clubs and stuff like that.
There's
Uh-oh.
one. There's
We
one
got
in
Lady
Bournemouth.
Crabface down there. She's trying to get me all in my feelers.
There's one strip club that I know
I'm
of.
now on the Mike Cerrone level. I have gotten myself some trolls. Beta male. Moose is a beta male.
We're little boys growing up.
You know what's funny,
Anything but a
folks?
beta male.
I may not be the biggest, toughest, strongest person around, but I got a beautiful family. I got a house. I got everything I need, right? And I'm willing to help other people get everything they need. That's the kind of guy I am. Praise God.
Wow, that sounds like a horribly oppressive slave existence.
Look at Jeff stomping on the balloon. Come on, man. That's a good thing to help others. Oh.
Yeah,
Hey,
Cap.
guys.
I've got to say, Cap Gun really is. I like Cap Gun.
Hi guys.
Can I
Hello.
just introduce you to my
Yeah.
friend here?
Oh, hey, we have a
Hello.
guest.
Hi.
Tatiana is her name.
Tatiana,
So-
welcome. Happy Labor
Hello.
Day.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Seriously, really, really good life. Really great. But what I was going to say, so before I actually start, so I'm British Ukrainian, so I'm Ukrainian really. But yeah, so basically, what I was going to say about strip clubs, you made me laugh actually, because We used to go to the strip club, right? We have this strip club now in town centre, and we used to go there literally as students and stuff, so we could get free sandwiches. We used to eat for free.
The
Yeah,
girls?
yeah, that's what we used to go and do. Yeah, so yeah, so
Oh,
that
wow. Would
that.
would there be women stripping in the background while you're eating your
Oh,
sandwiches?
absolutely, yeah,
Oh.
This is the most
yeah.
interesting accent. You
It
can
was a lot
see
of fun.
you
Yeah,
have hints of
yeah,
English
it was.
and the Ukrainian accent. I love your accent.
With
Oh, thank you.
dance club music playing like at 160
Hmm.
decibels when you're trying to have a nice meal and
They do play the music really loud in there.
Yeah, yeah.
so how you doing?
I quite like it. There's hardly anybody in there when I went, but
Dagmar, that's the life.
still
do
good
do it
fun.
for us.
No, I'm in my 40s now. I don't really go out much these days.
Mhm.
Not to
It's too
clubs.
much of a
Yeah.
hassle, you know. It's so
Tell
much
me
more
about it.
comfortable just to be at home, you know. Just stay home, you know. It's
I mean,
comfortable.
look at what you
Yeah,
have
you
like
stay
at your
home most
fingertips.
days, most nights.
Yeah, but it's also changed after COVID. Basically, when the UK was hit with COVID, basically everything has changed
Yeah,
completely.
it changed a lot. It didn't, but
Totally,
a
yeah.
lot of things have got back to normal. Like people are just going partying again now, and just it's not quite the energy's not quite the same though.
No,
Yeah.
People,
no.
it's obviously
Yes, yeah.
more fear
But Rich,
being
can you just
generated
explain to people?
in
It's like
society.
Shit.
you go for lunch or to
Mhm.
buy and stuff, and mind you, people here they're not particularly rich at the moment.
No,
There are crisis, cost of living crisis in UK.
cost of
So
living crisis.
yes,
Yeah.
it's awful, it's terrible. But anyway, so you go to pub, right, or bar, and you have to pay about, I would say, in US dollars, about $12 for a beer. Seriously, one small beer. Come on, are you
Mhm.
kidding me?
Everything's
So
expensive.
people stop doing this. It's like they're having outside barbecues and they're having picnics and they're trying to enjoy themselves just as much, as they used to. But it's not the same anymore. People have forgotten how to present themselves, how to get out and dress up, or it just is it's not the same. It's completely, literally not the same as it used to be. And I've lived in
Mhm.
UK now for 27.5 years,
Mm.
and I have never seen UK being so, I would say, poor. Really not nice.
Downtrodden.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's the
wow.
word. But it's like I said, it's the fear. It's the fear factor, and people are afraid of diseases. They're afraid of getting infected, whatever. They're afraid of war. Getting a bomb dropped on their head or getting shot and whatever. And they're afraid of people are afraid of each other. For fuck's sake,
Yeah.
there's all these different groups. Religious groups.
There's a lot of stories going
Whatever.
around about different people
Our
and
group,
groups.
our little group we got here, and I'm proud to be a part of it because I think I just really I appreciate and respect the way you run your channel, Jeff, because
Oh.
it's different to
Oh,
anybody else out there.
thank you. That's good to hear sometimes.
It's true.
Anyway,
So
guys, can I ask you actually, how is it going in the US? Because we obviously, well, I do watch the news and stuff,
sometimes
how not sometimes, all the
you
time
can watch this
without
today.
you. But anyway, how is it? How is the atmosphere?
Right.
What are you guys feeling about all this? Obviously, I'm a Ukrainian, but how are you feeling? What is going to happen? Are we going to end up with Third World War?
God, I hope not.
I'm optimistic. I don't have I'm not catching the doom trend that's going around.
Mm,
Um, I think we're
mm.
going to be fine, and my life is fine. I don't have all
Yes,
this
that's
angst and
Jeff.
anxiety that people have. And I think some of it is because they see things on social media. Their brain puts together all these little nightmare scenarios,
Yes,
and they
yeah,
have
exactly.
stories themselves about the threat level and threat potential of
Hmm.
Yeah,
people in groups that I think is not very correspondent to their actual threat.
Mm.
yeah, yeah.
They exaggerate. They
Yeah, I
exaggerate it a
think
bit,
yes, I think we're in
a
the
lot.
age of exaggeration and hyperbolical like inflammation.
information. Yeah.
But can I also ask you about this? Because we're obviously, because of the propaganda and media and obviously, fake news and everything. So what has happened to Biden? Was he really off his face or something not right in himself, or is it true?
Well, is he a?
I mean,
Is
he's
he a
just old. Like,
mental case?
and one side basically like had a conversation with him. All sides of the Democratic Party came to him and were like, "Look, the polling is going bad in the old guy versus old guy fight. We think you're going to lose." And it was basically a sense of the entire Democratic establishment convincing him to step down. It was his choice.
So he ultimately agreed. They persuaded him.
Yeah, they
Well, this
persuaded
is
him.
it.
And I
Yeah.
don't think people made him. I think they persuaded him. I
Yeah,
don't think he
I don't
wanted
think
to
they
at
can make
all.
him.
Did Ricardo transition into a woman while I walked outside?
He did. A Ukrainian.
Okay, I was
Ukraine,
just
babe,
like,
who hangs out
I'm
at strip
sorry,
clubs.
I was like, holy shit! I didn't know there was. Never
Oh,
mind.
I'm loving
Tripping
it.
me
Yes,
out over here.
very non-binary.
Quick question for you, Jeff,
Go on, me.
and for the chat, all the haters out there.
Yeah.
What is the problem with setting the bar of respect, setting a standard of respect on this stream for one another? When you come here, you have what's wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with it? Do you think it's censoring too much? You think it should be allowed? Everybody treat each other like shit, or
Um, I'll give you my thoughts on it. How exactly do you go about setting that bar is the first question, because I do try to. But secondly, for me, it's also intrinsic motivation and respecting the right, like the autonomy of each panelist to do that for themselves and have me not have to enforce it. And if they can't, I could take them off the panel. But I don't want to have to raise adults. I don't want to have to baby grown adults. I don't want to have to teach grown adult. Like, so if they can't show up just intrinsically motivated, and many people on the panel do, Effigy is a great example. And if they can't show up like that, if they don't have that intrinsic motivation because they see the value of the community and they come here to try to make it better, I'm not drawn to the role of helping groom people to become that. Like, I want the people that are already at that level. And so part of it is just if I don't want to have to enforce respect, because I want to attract the people that already bring it, that don't need it enforced.
Cool.
but
Love that.
you have who you
Good
have
for
right
me.
now. Sorry,
Good
Ricardo.
point.
Right.
I'm
That's
gonna
why
let you know
I
right
do
now.
make compromises. They show up at
So,
varying levels of that. So I
so
have
what
the
I'm saying,
ideal, and then I have a certain range that I'm willing to work in. But if it gets too far below that range, I remove them.
but my point is at what point do you sit in your panelists' shoes and try to empathize with their situation before thinking about yourself?
There she is.
Like, what's an example? Before kicking them off?
Well, I mean, think about how it would feel to be Mike, right? I'm not saying you to do anything. I'm just saying he comes over here to have a conversation with you, Jeff. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but you're the host right now, so that's why I'm using you as an example. Comes over to, or me, I'm going to use me. Comes over to hang out with me and talk with me, have a conversation with me and the people I have around me. And when he comes here, he's, there's all of a sudden there's a bunch of people that are making comments about his wife, his mom, him, repeatedly throughout the whole chat. There's not a conversation. There's not actually a conversation going on in the chat anymore. It's basically just thrashing him. How do
Yeah.
you think he would feel like sitting here going through that every day? Do you think that's really good for his mental health?
But I'm not the keeper of his mental health. Like,
I know,
that's
but I looked back at the stream.
he's a grown adult. He could
I'm just
bring it
saying, I
up. He
looked
could
back at
he
my
does a
stream
lot of
for
times. He'll
my
comment.
birthday, and I noticed where I fell short, and I am gonna hold the measure that I have, and I'm not gonna sit on panels that are gonna allow that shit, because you're not gonna bring the people you want here with the
But Moose,
people that
you
are
allow it on.
attacking other people. No, it's not gonna happen. You're not gonna bring a higher level when you've got a lower level sitting in the chat that are willing to take it to the nuts and lower. It's not going to work like that. You're not going to get the people you want, and you're not going to keep the people that are here Like,
I
who's
am
to
though.
say
I mean,
Mike's going to keep coming back? How many times is he going to get kicked in the nuts before he goes, you know what, I'm going to find somebody else that wants to have a conversation and doesn't disrespect me by letting these people continue acting like animals in the chat. And it's neither here nor there, but that's how I feel about this situation. I put myself in his shoes for a moment. I felt like an asshole. I came up, I apologized to him. I was genuine in my apology, and I'm going to correct my behavior, and I'm going to try to hold a higher standard. You know, I'm not going to allow this shit at my place. I yield.
okay, that was that was almost too much to try to address. No.
No, I think that was very constructive, and I think to answer his question, you know, it would really affect a lot of people.
Oh, you went on mute. You muted. Mike, you muted.
I'm sorry. I think it would affect people badly, but it really honestly doesn't get to me. I just feel sorry for these people. The obsession, this is only my opinion, the obsession that they have and the hatred that they have doesn't warrant the actions of the past. It doesn't. It's like if I was Ted Bundy or something. You know, it just doesn't make any sense. So the hatred is 2 comments that you're claiming.
You keep muting for some reason.
Even Mike's mic doesn't like him.
All right, I'm gonna step off for a couple minutes. I'll be right back. I used to restroom.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right. All right.
It wasn't to get all hot and heavy. I just was like trying to set a
No,
standard.
I mean I delete comments all the time that I feel like are going after Mike too hard. So it's not like I don't moderate the Mike comments, but if people are, I manage the panel like I manage it. I've never claimed I'm going to be at 100%. And the solution to people that are dissatisfied with how I manage the panel is to just not participate in the panel. I feel like people are trying to micromanage me through their criticism and feedback. Where they could just start their own channel and then just model how they want it done. But Moose, on your channel, I hear what you're saying, and it's the same thing I've been saying, but it's not like you're any better at it on your channel than here. Because people get attacked on your channel too.
That's true.
So the standard you're
So,
trying to say
no,
that you
I'm
want set
noticing
on a
it, though.
panel, you're not setting yourself.
I just said today, I said I noticed it. I reviewed my old video. I saw what, you know, where I fell short, and that's where I want to go forward. I want to move forward, and I want to do better. Because, like, we're not going to get the panelists that are going to stay around, the people that are going to really want to network with us, if they start getting attacked.
Well,
I think the people
so
that
far
we
it's
want
not
around
stopping
us,
Mike.
a lot of
But
these
I feel
people
like
we
I am.
want,
I'm
we
happy
want to
with.
have conversations with them, like in the chat. We want to have people that have conversations with us, Jeff, and people that have conversations with the topics. We don't want to have like ad hominems flying around all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
And
no, but I would prefer not to have the ad hominems, but as long as they don't fall outside of a certain range, I'm not going to take up my chat time constantly moderating those comments. Like the chat bothers me less than what's on the panel. So if the panel wants to have one conversation and the chat wants to go after each other with all this drama, that doesn't really bother me all that much.
I'm gonna run my shit like Mussolini, and you run your shit like Jeff.
Yeah.
And it's all good. There's no, you know.
Okay. Well, it sounded like there was a different message in there than that it was all good.
No, it is.
But if it's all good, that's good with
venue.
me.
It's a different bar. It's a different bar.
But
You know,
I'm happy with the bar I've set, and I'm happy with the panelists it's attracting. So, like you're saying, I'm not going to get to what I'm trying to get if I do
I
this,
think you're gonna
but
be
I am
sad
getting to where
when
I'm trying to get
You're going to
by
be very
doing what
upset
I'm.
when you see the fall of losing. Like if Mike steps away, you're going to lose 30 viewers. Like right off the bat, you're going to lose 30 viewers
But I
because
think I'll be okay.
I understand that, but it's going to hurt. The bigger it gets, and the bigger people you attract, and the more people just walk away from you, and your channel goes back to 400
Well,
people.
so far that hasn't like. If it happens, I'll deal with it. Nothing like that's happened.
Coming back.
The numbers have consistently gone up. I'm getting more viewers. I'm like what you're describing is going to happen if this is not happening. The opposite, just like Mike. People saying Mike's bad for the channel. Every time he shows up, the numbers skyrocket.
Didn't I just say that? Like I'm not
to do with
disagreeing
the drama
with
though, Jeff.
Huh?
Is it how much of that is drama related?
It's all drama related when he
I
comes
don't think
around
it is.
because
I think we have a
it
good
starts off
balance of
great,
drama,
it goes
drama
into drama.
light, and
Yeah.
good conversations. Like I said, it's my panel, and I'm satisfied with what it's producing. Like so,
Cool, cool.
if people are not, they can help it produce something better by contributing to the conversations, or they can find panels that fit
Jeff,
better with
it's
what they're
so
looking
so
for. I
nice.
don't know what people are trying to get me to do by telling me all this stuff.
Yes, Jeff, but it
You're
is so so
Talcotting us.
nice.
You Talcotting us by saying you don't want feedback.
No, I'm not saying I don't want feedback. I'm saying the feedback
All you
is
gotta do is
registered.
take the
I'm
feedback
matching the
and implement
feedback
it.
up to how I run the panels, and I'm not seeing anything that to worry about.
Well, then you've registered it.
And
Like
the
many
main
well,
feedback I think was the drama in the chat. Like set a certain standard of etiquette for the chat so that there's less drama in the
well,
chat
no,
and it's
it's
more
fine.
in
Like
line with the conversations we're having on the stream. And I
no,
would love that. That's an
it's fine.
ideal.
It's fine. You don't mind retarded, so like I'm cool with it.
No, I'm half retarded myself. This channel is set up for a certain amount of retardedness.
That's
Just
honest.
by virtue of being a neurodivergent space, it's set up for that.
That is so cool, Jeff. Thank you.
Oh,
That is so cool.
you're autistic, Jeff. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yeah.
Somewhere on the. Do you believe in the spectrum? Is there a spectrum of autism from one side to another?
Spectrum is like a clumsy way of phrasing it, but it's very
Mm.
individual. We're talking about like multiple traits that could cluster in very particular ways from individual to individual. So I'm more trait based. I look at the specific traits. How are they impacting the person? What effects are they causing the person's life? Are they impacting the functionality, etc.? And then
Right.
come up with solutions for whatever the problems but each trait is causing. I don't necessarily need to think of it as something called autism or something called ADHD or something called
Okay.
neurodivergence. I could focus in on the specific
Oh,
manifestations of it.
Mm.
So
Interesting.
neurodivergence or spectrum captures the broad category,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
but that's
yeah.
about it. It's really just to distinguish it from neurotypical.
Cool.
Mm.
I've had a few. I've had a few autistic friends, mainly Asperger's, if that means anything. But
It means something to me. I kind of know the subtype
Asperger's.
you're talking about, but it doesn't have any clinical meaning anymore.
Oh right, is that old
Or
old
at
news?
least here, at least with the DSM. I don't know if other countries do it differently, but in the DSM,
Okay.
Jeff, oh, it's such a great thing. Actually, you can talk about it. I'm going to ask you a question. Say, I have a really good friend who is a little bit younger than me, and he's British, well, English, and he's the loveliest guy in the whole world, just like yourself. But basically, he's autistic, and he keeps telling people that he is. But the fact is, I can't spot it. I can't see the difference at all. You know, whether he's or he isn't. Um, I did not understand where does it come from. You know, how does it show? You know, because the only thing I actually well, what I saw the difference in him was he was losing his temper a bit more than
oh, like
anyone
the
else.
regulation.
Yeah,
And sometimes there's different types of losing the temper. It could be a tantrum, it could be a meltdown, it could be spurg rage. So to the outside observer, it just looks like somebody losing their temper, but there's actually different types of losing of the temper that can all look the same way, but they're actually different things under the hood.
Spurg rage sounds familiar because my friend in the town I used to live in, about 100 miles from here, he had Asperger's, and he basically he had rages. He got banned from every single public house he went into after a while because he just ended up getting drunk and then just spurging out and arguing with people for no good reason.
yeah, but that's nothing to do with anything.
It's a
really,
shame
is it?
because he's a really good guy. But I'm just pointing out one of his, one of the negative aspects of his condition. It made trouble for him, he didn't mean to. He didn't mean
Yeah.
any harm. He's a really nice guy. Like, do you know what I mean? He's a lovely guy, but He did get banned.
Most of it's just
in the
finding the
pub.
people that can tolerate you.
That's true. He could only tolerate me for, maybe a few hours at a time.
Yeah,
And
I
me
mean,
him.
I'll even if I get a few hours out of people, I'll take it.
Yeah, but you know what? This friend of mine, basically, he's the guy. So he's the loveliest guy in the whole world. Really, really nice guy. But basically, the only thing that he does, he smokes weed and he grows it as well.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so that helps him.
That's cool.
Does it help? I don't know. Does it?
It's I believe it does. It certainly helps me with my depression. Mostly helps me lift me out of my depression, and help me see the lighter, funnier side of life. That's basically relaxes me and shit.
And
Oh, it's cute.
Steve, welcome. Happy Labor Day.
Hey, what's up? I just thought I'd join the fun.
Big
Hi,
Steve in the house. What's
Steve.
going on?
What's
Welcome
up,
back.
bro?
Smoke weed every day.
Are you barbecuing?
Fuck no.
Mhm.
I labor every day. I'm not going to labor on Labor Day.
Oh, you barbecue every day? Oh, you labor
No,
every
I
day.
work every day.
Well, so what are you doing for Labor Day? Are you?
Not a goddamn thing.
You're looking at it. What he's doing for a living, you're looking at it. He's just sitting there chilling.
That's what I'm
doing
doing.
what we're all doing. Are you going to have something delivered, or is your wife going to cook something for you?
No, I'm sure we'll figure something out later.
All right.
So I'm guessing there is no fireworks tonight then.
No, hell no.
No, never mind.
We had fireworks for last week for the air show.
Yeah. Mm.
Comes on every year. Loads of planes flying around, tanks on the beach spilling oil all over the place. Army recruitment centres, massive rides that just look dangerous to me.
Yeah, but
Way
I'm sure they
overpriced.
know. You have heard about
Crowds of people.
Red Arrows.
Red
Yeah.
Arrow, they didn't come
They
this
were
year.
in Canada.
They were in Canada.
Yeah, they're in Canada at the
But
moment.
yes,
I think the
pretty
most
good
difficult
event.
thing that Americans do on Labor Day is a barbecue and watching baseball. I think
That's
it.
Oh, great.
That's the traditional thing to do.
I've never watched
Drink lots of
baseball.
beer.
Richard, baseball. I'm so sorry. Baseball. What is in English?
It's like
Well, I mean, it's in.
rounders. We have an equivalent in
That's it,
England. It's
yeah.
called rounders. We used to
Mm.
play it at school and when we were kids and stuff. But the bat's a lot smaller, or a bit smaller, and the ball's smaller as
Mm.
well. And we don't wear pads or protection or anything.
Yeah.
We've got 4 bases. So you've got first base,
No,
second
no,
base,
that's
third
right,
base,
yeah.
And home. Like
Home.
so the first and home are not the same base.
Yeah, full circle, basically. Go around in a
Instead
diamond.
of a square, like
Diamond
a
shape.
pentagram.
No, diamond shape. It's only 4. Only four
Yeah.
moves.
When the U.S. there's 4 too.
Oh, cool. So it's loosely based.
Yeah, it's
on
like a
that.
diamond. It's
Yeah.
home, first, second, third, and then fourth is also home. Like the starting plate is also the ending plate.
Yes. No. Yes. Yeah. You're right.
Probably why we call it rounders, because it
goes around.
comes round full circle.
Ricardo, do you like cricket?
No, I don't. I don't like cricket.
I do. I'm Ricardo's girlfriend. I do, and I watch. I actually migrated 80% of FX in India, so I had to go to India and everything. And yeah, even children, kids, and stuff. Everyone's playing cricket in India. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I do.
You've watched cricket in India?
I did. Yes,
Have you?
I did.
Why?
Yeah.
Well, that was fun.
It is amazing. Seriously, they're children. Seriously, they're tiny little babies, and they're playing cricket outside the houses.
Indians
Yeah.
go nuts for
Yeah.
cricket, don't they? It's their like national
Definitely,
game.
yeah. I do, yeah.
Cool. Do you
It's
like cricket,
confusing.
Mike?
Yeah. It's confusing.
It's a weird sport to us, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
Like having to bounce the ball before they can hit. Like it's interesting.
And the ball is solid wood. So if that thing hits you, goodbye to your elbow, goodbye to your knee. You know.
It's pretty heavy. It's like a grenade that isn't explosive. It's about as heavy as a grenade, I expect. But the point of it is to hit the other guy out by hitting his wickets which the batter is trying to protect. He's standing in front of the wickets, but he's got to hit the ball. But if it hits his leg before it hits the wickets, then he's out, and he's got to be exchanged for another player. He misses his turn. But if the batter bats the ball like way like high, they call it sixer. And that's a really good. You get 6 points.
Jeff, are you going to be on?
If it hits someone in the audience, then it's just absolutely hilarious or terrible.
Is this going to be a long stream, Jeff, or just like a shorter one?
Oh, it's all day. Labor
Okay,
Day.
I'm gonna eat and I'll be back.
Okay.
Cool stuff.
I'll be back, guys.
I'll probably be here through the night.
I'm hungry. I'll see you guys in a few.
Yeah, go get you something.
Enjoy,
good.
man. Enjoy.
See you later. One more question. Obviously, in England here, we support football. Well, Richard doesn't.
Some people do.
I do. I am a supporter. So I support Tottenham team, Spurs. So I know that in America, so many people actually watch like Liverpool, Manchester United, blah blah blah. Who do you guys support? Do you support any of English teams?
For the American audience, she means soccer.
Soccer.
Soccer. Well, you
Oh,
call
is it soccer she's talking about?
Yeah, it's football.
Yeah, we
I'm
American
like, British
football, we
teams,
call
not
football
that I
something
know
else,
of. Do y'all tailgate?
I don't know if they know what a tailgate
Come on,
is.
even David
See, I'm
Beckham
lost.
went to.
I barely know American sports as it is.
I know.
Their football is like our rugby,
Oh, I see. Oh, no, it's different. No.
but then there's 2 different kinds of rugby. But that's another story. Rugby's shit as well.
Well, to be honest, it's like rugby. Come on, it's like I did not support that sport, because all the players have cauliflower ears and stuff. It's like I don't get it. I don't get it.
Soccer is really popular in the U.S. Not quite as popular as the upper echelon sports: basketball, baseball, football.
You have a team. You have an international team, don't you?
David Beckham
America.
actually was in one of them teams
Hang on,
when
mate.
he retired. Please,
Was
yeah.
he? Well, that's cool.
I mean, we have a professional soccer league as well, like an internal
Yeah.
to the U.S. professional soccer league, I believe.
But you've never. I don't think you've achieved much success over the years.
And that what really annoys me
I could be
because
wrong.
America
Right,
is huge, and we see Italy, we have England,
Yeah,
all
but they got
other
their own
countries.
games. They got their own games that
that's not
other
fair.
people don't have. So
I also think that
cool.
Americans should be included in
Right.
Eurovision.
If everyone
not
else
forget
had our
basket-
games, then we couldn't call
basketball.
our championships the World Championships. Because now we can just call it the World Championship, and it's because no one else plays it.
Yeah, so it's like your world rather than the world. It's like your
But come on,
world.
American people, seriously, they dictate, seriously, all Olympics. They are wonderful, brilliant. Seriously, guys.
I'm sure there's some great athletes.
So proud of
in
you,
America, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Just football's not their game.
Well, never mind. But no, it's like America always wins, so many, golden medals, like,
It's good though.
Olympics,
We have something
it's amazing.
Michael Phelps.
One day we'll get
Was
there.
he American? Michael Phelps?
Yeah.
Is that a good example?
American swimmer.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thought so.
That's it.
Michael
yes.
Jordan is another guy I
Yeah.
respect a lot. And I don't know if anybody's ever seen that film, Jordan. It came out a few years ago. We saw it in the cinema. And it's all about, the rise, how Michael Jordan rose to fame and everything. It's really, really good. Mostly about Nike and just all the different things that he did with Nike and all the other people that wanted him but couldn't afford him or whatever, couldn't treat him right.
Jordan pretty much started the branding run where brands would go after college players.
Sold a hell of a lot of basketball shoes.
Yeah. I also like boxing. I watch boxing.
Boxing?
Yeah.
That's when they punch each other in the head.
Yeah, but they're wearing cushions around their hands, so they don't really hurt each other that much. It takes a while. It takes a few hundred punches usually before someone's battered and bruised enough to be like, for the referee to step in and be like, no, leave him. You can't. You've won. But people most people want they want a knockout. They want a big knockout.
Well, did you see
Chuck, what is
that's what UFC is for.
What is this? A panel of I don't know what this
Bruce,
is saying. I'll go check it out though.
I'm going to read the chat for the first time in ages. Wow,
He has the
127
same old
more.
trolls that are always on.
Let's have a look.
You know what I find interesting about the Olympics, though?
Mm-hmm.
So, in the U.S., you know, we would take these kids that obviously had a proficiency for it, and we would bring them up, and we would train them, and we would dedicate a lot of training to them. But the Soviets had a very different, unique take on it. Is they wanted people that had the physical prowess to do it, but not the natural talent. And this is why I think you saw a lot of the battle between the U.S. and Russia. And because the crazy thing is the Soviets, that's all those kids would do, would just practice, 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 practice. That was their only job. And the state took care of them while they were doing that. And you still saw these marked differently results between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, where the U.S. just dominated gymnastics in the 80s, just dominated it. And no matter how hard communism tried, they just couldn't match the whole concept of communism falls apart when you realize it's like you actually have to have some natural talent to do the things that you want to
Absolutely.
produce. It was like one of the most
100%.
curious
Yes.
arguments for like anti-communism that you could actually get, but one of the most poignant. That's just one of the
Yes,
things about the Olympics that I always
absolutely
found
agreed.
interesting.
I know you. I know you're saying these things, but I just want to make something clear. I am Ukrainian. I'm not Russian. I know you stayed in Soviet Union. Obviously, I was brought up in communism times and stuff. But I just want to make it clear, that I'm not Russian. I'm Ukrainian. Okay, so just in case, because I know there are so many controversial things going on at the moment, you know, against Russia, against, well, Ukraine, obviously, in the war and stuff, you know, but it's, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have said it, well, or mentioned it, but I am really, really conscious about this at the moment.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, no,
Don't
it's
worry
good
about
that
it.
you said.
Yeah, don't even worry about it. I feel bad for the Ukrainian people because I think a lot of Americans specifically don't understand the history of Ukraine and the role that it played in Soviet Union and like the Holodomor and all of that kind of shit. Like people just don't understand why Putin wants Ukraine so much. And it's like I think people should read the history of Ukraine, especially in relationship to the Soviet Union. They need to read on the Holodomor, the kulaks, the dekulakization, all of that stuff, and you would have a much better idea of why the Ukrainians are fighting so hard against Russia.
absolutely. Thank you so much for saying this. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And
Yes,
for those
it is true.
people over here who are on the more like selfish isolationist side, just the understanding of how much worse it would be for everyone else if that were to happen, if Ukraine were to fall to Russia, or even hopefully not, large chunks of it given. As soon as that happens, like Europe lights up, they start amassing toward toward a war footing. You're already seeing like defense budgets go to places they haven't gone in 50 or 60 years in some places.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's a good thing just because things would stop in a favorable way toward Putin.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know
I'm
what?
a,
There is
I'm
one
sorry.
thing
Go on.
I'm actually gonna say. If I may, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt
Oh,
anyone.
go ahead, absolutely.
Yeah. So yes. So basically, about this Ukraine thing. Yes, it's my country. I am a nationalist. I love my country, just like you guys, Americans. You know, you're proud of your country and everything. You know, Ukraine has been trying to become independent for many, many years. But the problem is, it's like Russia would never let them to do so, you know? And Ukrainians just had enough. They just said, look, you know, we want to live like people live in Europe. We want to have street lights on the streets, in the streets and stuff. You know, we want to have McDonald's we want to drink Coca-Cola and stuff, you know. Why is, you know, Russia dictating this to us? You know, why do we have to go through this? So basically, they had enough. They had enough. And Ukrainian people, they're quite, you know, they're great. You know, I mean, come have a look. You know, Eurovision, Ukraine wins. You know, it's like football. They're great. You know, they're good. You know, and and the reason why the war has started, really the real reason, is because if Ukraine was to become a part of Europe, that meant that NATO was going to move into Ukraine, which means that all the nuclear and everything, all the striking bits and all the weapons would be faced against Russia. So Ukraine and Russia will border each other. And this is why Russia was so scared, and they still are, you know, because if NATO moves into Ukraine, they're done. They're absolutely
Yeah.
done, you know. And
You know,
this is what.
Yeah, it's always been the red
the
line. Like
so the
Putin's always
interesting
wanted that buffer zone.
Yeah, well, so the interesting thing is there's a certain amount of fallacious thinking if we're going to agree with that, and I don't mean to be dismissive or disrespectful. It's just if you look at it and you say, okay, let's say that Putin is like he's sincere, he doesn't want NATO on his front doorstep, right?
No.
NATO's already on his front doorstep. Like the entire European Union is NATO allied, so every country in Europe is a member of NATO. NATO's already on his doorstep. So I don't buy his excuse for that. I'm of the mind that he wants to reabsorb Ukraine like in the Soviet era, because so the problem is if you don't know your Ukrainian history during the
Are you
Holodomor,
thinking more like
Stalin,
the land corridor kind of thing?
kind of, but what happened was during the decolonization, Stalin took 250,000 Soviet national citizens and displaced them into Ukraine, and so half of Ukraine was Russian and half of it was Ukrainian, right?
That's it. That's right. Yes.
Yeah, so he's using this very deeply flawed concept of nationalism to try and promote and endorse this idea of taking over Ukraine again, and it's just like I think people need to understand a lot of the history and why it's interacting the way that it is. Because is Titiana, I love it.
I know
So
you're talking about.
I'm
Yeah,
a huge
not just
fan.
him, everyone.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Russian literature and Russian history. Like this entire bottom row of books is pretty much a lot of Soviet shit. So I've read the Gulag Archipelago 4 times. Train to Protevka is actually a friend of mine. I've got The Economics of Forced Labor in the Soviet Union. I've got Alexander Pansanov, Alexander Solzhenitsyn's 1914, Yevchenko's Fatal Half Measures, Stalin by Alex de Jong, Gulag by Anne Applebaum. Like, I love reading specifically Soviet history, but Russian history, for some reason, I've just been infatuated with my whole life. But I think something that people need to understand about Ukraine is a very, very sensitive issue when it comes to Soviet or to Russian politics, because they see it as like the prodigal child. Like they want to return the prodigal child back to the fold. And Ukrainians are like, fuck that shit. We're a sovereign nation. We want to be left alone. Get the fuck out. And that's why they're
My
fighting.
God, I love you. I seriously, I love you.
But that's why they're fighting so voraciously. So
Yeah,
first of all,
like they're like the colonists. It reminds me of...
well, that's what they're doing, is they're trying to recolonize Ukraine. But the interesting thing is that as the Soviet migrants and the Ukrainian national what's the word I'm looking for? The Ukrainian the indigenous Ukrainian people started to blend, and so you have like Russians have this incredibly rigorous like fighting spirit. Like they are fighters. I mean, you can't live in Russia and not be a fighter, because the weather is just brutal. The environment's just brutal. You have to be a fighter. And so now you've blended these two peoples together, and now you've got extremely tough fighting spirits And I think you could only match that to the American fighting spirit, because they're just they absolutely love the fact that they are not Russian anymore.
I know, I
So,
know, yes.
so yeah, and I think so I'm a libertarian, and the problem with being a libertarian is that we generally believe that we should not, America should not be a police state. That's what we're not supposed to be, policing the entire globe. That's not our business. We should be staying out of people's business. In other words, isolationist. The problem with that is, and I'm not even going to touch on the economics of it. The problem of that is that it is, in my personal opinion, morally and ethically bankrupt to allow the things that are happening, such as what's happening to Ukraine, to continue to happen and not do anything. It's just morally bankrupt to do that. And ethically, I mean, it's such a direct linkage to the antithetical nature of ethics that you have to do something. And that's just my position.
Steve, do you know what? This is
You're
the
my
best
new
thing
favorite
I have
libertarian.
heard in a long, long time. Seriously. And that's the truth, honest truth. Yes, I
I'm sorry?
totally agree. Yes. And simple to understand. Absolutely, yes, Rich. Yes, yes, brilliant. Brilliant, all of you, absolutely. Yeah. But you guys, you see, you don't realize, but I actually come from Donbass. You know the area?
Oh yeah, wow.
Yeah, so
Oh,
this is where I come from.
I was
I
just there
come from
yesterday.
But I come from a family, right? My father is a retired public prosecutor. So can you imagine what he had to go through? I said, "Oh, you have no idea. It was horrendous. It was awful." The war actually started not like a couple of years ago. It started back in, so I hold on, 2012, 2013, 2014, sometime then. That's when the war started. And it was, do you remember that Maidan and Kiev and stuff? Oh my
yeah.
God, it was horrendous. It was awful. And at the time, I mean, yes, no, Rich, shush. So north of Ukraine, sorry, yeah.
It's okay.
I'm gonna tell him to shush. Well, it's just because I'm trying to put my point across. But basically, when it started, it was so bad. So basically, the whole Ukraine has divided, completely divided. You know, there were so many American. Oh, Meghan Markle, whatever. Yeah, so everyone. There were so many American people from your guys from your White House, you know, in Ukraine. It was horrendous. It was awful. The whole Ukraine has divided completely, you know. And we're like, okay, so where is it going to end? So our president flew. He ran away. He flew and went to Russia. And who opened his arms? Sorry, Putin. Yeah, come on, take all the, you know, this guy, corrupted guy who has stolen millions and billions from the whole country. The whole country was corrupted. Businesses were taken away from people. People were opening businesses and they were taken away from them because of the corrupted pieces of shit, just like them, you know?
Yeah, this
Seriously.
was embedded in American politics for a while. Like this gets brought up a lot. The fact that American politics were trying to push out a lot of Russian loyal people out of the governments and stuff like that. Like that's kind of how it all started in a way, as far as like right before the actual actions.
I know, it's literally my friends.
Hey, what's
and
going on, fellas? Everybody,
hello.
Is everybody having a good Monday?
Hey,
amazing.
Well, there's some other interesting things too. Is like
moves. I don't have moves though.
So Ukraine, if I remember correctly, was what's the word for it? Settled by Slavic people. And if anybody knows anything about the Slavics, they were like one of the most tortured people in Europe, because the word slave comes from the Slavic language. So you have this intensely rich like history in Ukraine of you know just tough people that are just not going to deal with bullshit.
That's
and
it. Because they had
there's a
it
lot
now.
of other interesting things too about Ukraine. For example, Ukraine is the largest country in Europe. That like that's interesting as fuck to me. So Putin wants the largest country in Europe. Interesting.
And you know, Steve, if you ever visit Ukraine, and all of you guys, seriously, you're gonna find it so amazing because people are so hospitable. It's like you will just walk into the house and literally anyone, everyone, they'll feed you. You'll be well, looked after and everything because this is what we're like, because we are just nice people, Um, people compare, Russians and Ukrainians, and we do have mixed
Praise
natures,
God.
but it's not like that. No, you go to Moscow and then you go to Kiev, and you will see a huge, massive difference in the way we respond to
Rule
you
number
and the
one
way
for
they
saving
respond to
money:
you.
don't blow it on hookers.
Oh wait, Moose. I think I don't know if you know that you're still on this channel. Here, I'll mute him.
Yeah,
Yeah, just mute
yeah.
him.
But yeah, it's so interesting. It's so nice. Oh, do you know what? You were just like literally, Steve, you and other guys, like a breath of fresh air.
Jeff.
Jeff. Yes, Jeff.
Gen X Jeff.
hmm
As the
Yeah,
webman.
like a breath of fresh air. It's nice. It's nice to to talk to people who actually know what they're talking about and they're talking sense. So yes, I'm happy. Thank you so much.
Oh well,
Thank
I
you.
feel that way about you.
Yeah,
This is
I mean, there's so many interesting things about this, and I hope it's not like in a weird way talking about it because it's still going on, but like in the pages of history, like Ukraine is writing the first page in like 21st century warfare. Like what is going on there will be studied for decades and decades.
Bruh. Yeah. Absolutely. I
It is
100% agree with that.
it,
Because what they're
I
doing, they're using drones.
the first time in
they're-
history a naval fleet has had to pull away from a not other naval fleet, right? Like an entire navy had to pull back because of jet skis rigged with bombs. Like it's crazy. It's changing
That
the
is
entire
funny.
world's game.
When they're demolishing these tanks with these drones too, and they're just producing just this insane amount of drones, just for the war effort. I mean,
how
there's
can
people
that
working
not
in the United States
resonate
doing
with
that.
Americans?
I don't know. I don't know where Americans sit. I know some people are for it, some people are against it. Some people are for Putin invading it, and it just that is so un-American to me because like it's a sovereign nation
We're
being
all
invaded by a
older
Putin
than
is not our friend. Like
we're all
either
older
way.
than 30 here. We all remember the old Republican Party, whose like entire identity was based around being against Russia, right? And at some point that just flipped, and I can't tell you
A
the
lot of
exact
things
moment.
flipped.
Well, the Red Scare was a real thing, and I can see, the problem is that it brought Americans have this. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue tied because I'm so passionate about this, like about Russia and
Yeah.
Soviet Union and stuff like that, and so the problem is that I think the more knowledge we have access to, the dumber we get. Because we just choose to selectively confirm our own biases about our own beliefs, because that's what the
You're so
algorithm
right.
is designed to do. So we are artificially creating echo chambers that we live in, and so the only thing that you're seeing is all these reasons why this is happening and this is happening, and it is so, like, I don't know how many of you do this, but I do this a lot because I read studies for fun, and just I'm a weird person like that, and I read a lot. But try refuting something that a politician said, and it gets more and more complicated because you can't trust news sources. So you've got to find the actual sources that they're pulling it from.
Yeah,
and then you've got to interpret that data. And the problem is that I think it was Mark Twain said this about statistics. He says there's lies, damned lies, and statistics. And this is one of the reasons why people like Peter Boghossian in his book How to Have Impossible Conversations is, he said, leave facts out of your conversation, because facts can be taken any number of different ways, and it's not productive to a conversation. Right?
Yeah,
But in
because you're not
today's world,
allowed
It
to
is.
say.
Facts are very productive to conversation. I don't know how you have.
They can be
the
if they're used
conversation you need to
appropriately.
have in a liberal democratic society without facts being important.
Well, I'm not talking about like facts. Like I'm talking about
That's
statistics.
too.
Oh,
Statistical
like
facts.
those kind of, like the
Right,
nerdy
like
type of
things that can
facts.
be misinterpreted or interpreted in different ways. Like that's the problem with today. Is like
Yeah, that's what happened last
we don't just have
night on a.
facts. We have alternate facts.
Statistics aren't facts, are they?
Like
Oh,
it's
last night. That
meant to be.
was a conversation.
Who does?
That happened
Facts
last
and
night in
illustrated.
our DEI conversation where they kept showing me like these large data trends, and I needed to see the individual concrete instances of what they were talking. You can't see that from this abstract data level. It doesn't communicate what I need communicated to understand what the issue is. I
Yes.
need the facts. I need the hard, on the ground, concrete examples.
Isn't that
I
just
need to
like
see the problem.
facts over truth over lies, facts over opinions?
Yeah, but you get lies all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Watch TV, seriously, watch the news.
You've got to
You know,
learn to read between the lines.
it's all
Dave.
lies, all of it, majority, I
Learn to
would say. You
read
know,
in
it's like,
between the
yeah.
lines.
So
There's things
unless you're,
right, there's things they
I,
don't tell you.
do you know what? It's like, you know,
Tell
if
us.
I want to know the truth, you know, I speak to my family on a daily basis. You know, I also have friends, Ukrainian friends who live in Spain, all over the world. We talk, so we know because we have families there, and we know exactly what's going on. Exactly, because I know when I speak to my dad, you know, my mum had a stroke, you know, major stroke, so we're going through a lot of crap at the moment. But the fact is, it's like, you know, when I call my parents, you know, and all I hear is this siren, you know, this war siren. So basically, the city is going to get attacked, whether it's Air Force, you know, or drones or whatever. We don't know, you know, but this is what I have to go through on a daily basis. And yeah, so it is horrendous, guys. So I never, ever, ever in my life would wish anything like this to happen to any of you or no one in the whole world, you know, but it happened, you know. So how we're going to deal with this, I have no idea. And how long it's going to take for this war to end? When?
Yeah. Well, you know something else interesting, and I had to look it back up again because I had forgotten it, but I knew there was a connection between it. Does anybody know what Cossack means? Like the Cossacks?
No.
Oh, I've heard of it. I thought it was a
It means
dance.
free men.
Yeah, those are the people that dance funny and wear the hats.
No. Cossack is translates into free men.
Oh,
It's
really?
also a story by what's his face, Tolstoy.
So they obviously didn't work for the powers that be then.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my favorite Russian literature by far is Dostoevsky, but there's tons of good ones out there. Tolstoy is kind of like the Russian equivalent of J.R. Tolkien. He's very dry and very specific
I
and
think he's
very
the best.
detail oriented.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's not one of the best. I'm just saying if it came down to choosing a Russian author that I would read for the rest of my life, it would probably be Dostoevsky. He's probably my favorite.
He good too.
Yeah.
But there's I almost forgot. There's one famous author that I know that came out of Ukraine, and that was Nikolai Gogol. Hugely influential in literature, like the world round. Like he was.
Yeah,
hugely
he wrote
influential.
short stories. He was one of the
He
first
did.
of the
Like the Overcoat
to
and stuff like
pioneer
that.
the Russian short story.
Well, it was more about how he retaught human beings how to teach stories or how to tell stories. That's why Gogol was so famous. Was he like legitimately changed the way that we tell stories to each other? Like he was insanely influential, and people don't even know him.
Yeah, and Turgenev too. They were some of the early
That is.
pioneers.
Modern dance.
But who it's Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, Chekhov. Is there? There's.
Oh my
It
God.
seems like there's a fourth one I'm missing, but there's like 3 or 4 big ones.
Dostoevsky. Do you know what, guys? Seriously, I have fallen in love with you tonight. Seriously, keep talking. It's like music to my ears. Absolutely.
See, Jeff, what it is, Jeff, is we were on a bit of a shitty panel earlier, a shitty British panel where we just got abused, trolled, and interrogated.
They pay for that.
So
yeah,
this is the breath. This is amazing. It's really
Oh,
cheered
Yeah.
the place up.
Jeff has curated a kind of an environment where, and I'm glad to see him like removing the drama from everything. But when the drama's not there, it's actually a really great platform to talk. I mean, it's the reason
Absolutely.
why I'm on this one more than almost any other
oh wow.
podcast that I'm
That
invited
motivates
onto.
me
Like,
to curb the drama even more.
yeah,
Absolutely. Jeff, I'm a fan. I am going to subscribe, definitely. Yay.
Good.
Yes, I
Oh,
will.
yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You've turned her around.
Yes,
Well done.
you have.
well,
Because
yeah. Well,
I was
Ricardo hangs out here, so we
But
we enjoy
seriously,
him.
I was losing because I did go on, with people on YouTube and stuff. I did do oh, quite a few. I'm not going to
You've been on
mention
a few
who.
panels before.
Yeah,
We both
yeah, I had a good time and stuff, and all of a sudden, it's like I have never ever thought that I would experience anything like this in my life. When people, seriously, just awful, just awful.
Oh yeah, it's well, a lot of them, like half of them have like criminal records, and
That's
you're
it.
not
That's
seeing
it.
the representatives of, you're not seeing our best. They call it prison
That's it.
politics.
Druggies,
Yeah, it's like the
alcoholics,
state
and
of
yes,
nature.
that's
They're
it. Yeah.
feral. They're
beggars.
part feral.
Beggars, yeah, yeah,
Beggars for sure.
absolutely. So yeah, tonight, seriously, Jeff, thank you so much. Thank you for having me on your panel. I didn't
Oh,
expect
Tati, we'll
it.
come back. We're here every day, and we're gonna be here all day.
Oh well, you're gonna have enough of me at some
So.
point. mate.
Okay.
We're not going yet, are we?
No,
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 no.
not at all.
We're not
No,
saying this isn't goodbye.
no,
This
definitely
is just.
not.
But
Oh, good.
for me, personally, it's been educational. So I love that. I love learning new things about the world and history and just philosophy, politics, whatever. And just that's what you get when you actually listen to people and you hear
Yeah,
the
but for
stories.
me, you see, I have been working, guys.
We'll
I
never
used
go.
to work for JP Morgan. I retired from JP. So I used to work for JP Morgan. I
Good for
used
you.
to have so many, well, I still do, so many American friends. I traveled to US many
You've been to
times.
America a
Of
few times,
course I
yeah.
have, yes.
Yeah.
And basically, I fell in love with the country. The only thing I thought I like it is history. America is great, but it just doesn't have the history, does it? Just a little bit.
Well, the history we do have, as brief as it is relatively,
It's
is pretty
short and
remarkable,
rich.
though.
It's short and rich.
Short and
Yeah,
thick.
yeah.
Mm,
A hell of a lot of shit going down there.
mm,
Still do.
mm.
Well, I mean, when you figure
Mind-blowing.
the oldest brick building or stone building that we have here is like 300, 400 years old. I mean, it's like we're a very young country.
What are you
Like,
talking about
Yeah.
my house?
And then,
ridiculously
1776.
young country.
Talking about what?
I'm talking about my house.
Remember, it's Labor
But
Day.
yeah.
I think
Sorry.
because of the separation between England and the Americas, I think it brought forth an opportunity for an extremely rich history that, I mean, we don't have the history that Europeans do, but the history that we do have is incredibly rich. And I think the interesting thing about it is they were early Americans that settled here and created the country that we live in were incredibly principled people. And they, a lot of our forefathers. Okay, so here's the thing. This bugs the shit out of me. Sorry, I'm going to rant for a second. So something that bugs the absolute shit out of me is, and I'm not shitting on conservatives. I'm shitting on the argument that they're making. Is they say that this is a conservative country or this is a Christian country or what number of arguments they make. But the thing that I don't think they realize, even when they're touting the Constitution and the creation of our great nation, is the fact that the creation of the United States of America was one of the most liberal acts the world has ever fucking seen. Ever. Because a constitutional republic had never existed before that moment. And so when they're talking about, this is a Christian nation or it's a conservative nation, no, it's not. It was never, ever from that, even from its inception. Like the founding fathers read books like Utopia by Thomas More. All of these different people, all of these different philosophical ideas. These men were they were intellectuals, And when you're an intellectual, you tend to be more liberal. That's just the way that it is, right? But the
Yeah,
creation of the country, to give every human being in the country the right to vote, and that wasn't the way that it initially was. You had to own property, but eventually we got to the point where we considered all men were created equal. That was not the case anywhere in the world, and it has not been the case everywhere in the world. So, like the creation of the, and I'm missing a whole bunch of shit here because I'm not even covering slavery, but the concept that the Constitution was created under was an incredibly liberal act, and they never ever understood that.
Absolutely.
It drives me fucking up the wall.
Exactly.
Well, I've never heard conservative nation, but I've heard Christian nation, and yeah, I
but
push
you,
back
you
against
just
that too. But I think what you're saying is this remarkable liberal, like unique thing that was created. The conservatism comes in when now we want to conserve this. We want to make sure that it stays intact and so the conservative to me came after the founding of the nation. It was an attempt to conserve what was
Absolutely.
To
founded.
conserve the classical liberal principles of the founding.
So I rarely hear that it was founded as a conservative nation because the founding of it was pretty like it's hard to argue that the creation of America was a conservative act, but it's more the Christian nation I have heard like.
Well, that's the connection between the two is because a healthy majority of the heavily right-leaning conservatives are claiming that this country was basically fundamentally created by God.
That's great. Well, yeah. Well,
it's nuts.
It wasn't. It was created by
Like,
humans, like multiple,
think,
diverse set of humans from all backgrounds.
Yeah,
ethnicities,
well, I think the word God
genders,
only
and
appears like
sexualities.
3 times, something like that, 3 times in our founding documents, and that's it. And it's never in reference to like a specific God. Like the way that they intended it to be interpreted was a creator. That was it. Like it wasn't a specific one. It could have been.
Yeah.
It could have been give me a East Indian name.
Bob Dobbs.
Yeah, like it could have been Krishna. It could have been any number of pagan gods. It could have been Zeus. Like that was not their point. Their whole point was to remove organized religion out of government.
Right. I mean, most of them are freeing religious persecution.
Right. So why are we saying that this is a Christian nation? No, it's not a Christian nation. It's a nation of people who can be Christian, but it was never intended to be a Christian nation. And it's considered a liberal democracy. And that's another gripe I have is that the word liberal has been co-opted by the right to mean something derogatory or pejorative. It is like, does anybody understand what the root of the word liberal is?
Yes. We all do.
Freedom. Latin word
liberty. Like
liberty,
if you're a liberal,
yes,
you believe in the liberty of the people to live free from the tyranny of a government.
Freely.
To speak freely. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's an incredibly
and
liberal
to think freely.
idea at the time the country was created.
Our country, our founders were all Freemasons.
From the word Latin word live, freedom.
No, I'm serious. In Freemasons, the prerequisite to be a Freemason is you have to believe in a higher being, but not necessarily a Christian God.
Right.
So all I'm saying is it's not necessarily a Christian nation, but many of the founders did believe in God, and some were also deists. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, even Jefferson in the Jefferson letters was like, that's where we get the separation of church and state. It's actually not in our founding documents anywhere, this separation between church and state, except in the First Amendment, which it kind of slightly touches on. But the concept of the bifurcation of church and state actually came from Jefferson during one of his letters to a friend of his. And you can actually read them. They're called the Jefferson letters.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But a lot of the founding fathers were absolutely abhorrent to the idea that religion would take a role in politics. They absolutely despise the idea of it.
Steve, do you know what? I don't think people actually care. They actually care about religion anymore. But there was someone actually who mentioned, and that is a really good point. So slavery. So what is the first thing that comes to your mind when it comes to slavery? It comes basically black people, then it comes racism and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what? Never in my life I care actually. Who has black skin or yellow or
Yeah.
whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But for some reason, um, actually in UK, they say that white heterosexual people are the most discriminated men on earth.
Yeah.
So how is that? How is
Yeah.
that? How is that working out? Seriously.
Yeah.
I
Well,
don't know, but it's like when people mention to me, racist word, I think, well, I'm not. So why do you say that word? It's like obviously maybe you are.
Well,
But see,
they think you are. The fact that you think you're not doesn't mean that you're not. And they
yeah,
believe that they know better than you how racist you are or not.
Jeff, why? Because I'm
Uh,
white.
I'm trying to figure out myself. I don't know why they believe this, but they believe that they have these ways that are scientific enough in their mind to convince them that they can that there exists in you this racism that you're not aware that you have, but that you do have. And
Oh
it's
yeah,
somehow
yeah.
connected to white because there's this thing called white privilege, and it came up last night, but I'm still not sure of the connection. But I do remember that white privilege was downstream from these unconscious biases that we have. So it's more
yeah.
about this
Oh,
unconscious racism that you're not aware of, but that they insist is there. And to me, if you're going to call me a racist, you better be able to back it up because those are fine. That is definitely not a
exactly.
word to call someone that you want to form a cohesive society with.
Right.
Jeff,
Well,
do you know
that's
what? It's like I'll never forget. It's like look, we all have our types, we date people, blah, 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 get married and have children and everything. But the fact is, it's nothing to do with that, about, like their color or anything at all. But this guy, he was literally chasing me and chasing me, chasing me.
What's on the inside, isn't it?
Yes, and basically, and I was like, I'm not interested. I'm not interested. And do you know what he said to me? He said, "Is it because I'm black?" And I'm like, "No, because I don't fancy you. That's the whole reason, But they have taken it, Well, he has taken it, People take it the wrong way completely. So what do I do? Seriously, can I win? No,
No,
no, I
that's why I don't
can't.
fight. I leave those people alone. I don't even engage.
Stick with me.
If he says why it's because I'm black, I would just walk away. I wouldn't even get involved. But I would probably tell him, yeah, it's you. But I'm not into black guys. Yeah,
if you can
even if it
find
was
it.
true, I'd probably tell him that.
If you
But
can find it, I would highly
do you know
recommend
what?
reading
I,
it.
I actually do believe this, and many people actually, I'm sure they think it. They're not going to say it because we're not allowed. We're not allowed to say things like that, in order to offend
We
them
are in
or
America
something. But
Yeah.
so
seriously,
far.
yeah, it
If
is
you want
true,
a good
isn't it?
laugh, if you
This
want a
way.
good laugh, read the very first article that I was ever published. It's called what is it called? It's called Stop Culturally Appropriating My White Racist Culture, Please. And
I
it's one
will.
of the funniest fucking articles I think you'll ever read.
I
But
can't wait.
it's
I
basically
will tonight. Yeah.
it's basically written from the perspective of a true racist, like a KKK member or an Aryan Nation member, and they're looking outside and they're seeing everything that's going on, and they're like, "What the fuck?" Like the very first line that I write is, "I am a white supremacist," because I'm poking fun at the whole ideology. Right? I'm not actually a white supremacist. I think everybody knows that, but um, that one was published in I think 2021, 2022 with Wrong Speak, and then I had my article that I would also suggest reading, which is called Race Lining, and that one was published with the Journal of Free Black Thought. It's a black academic journal. And so one of the things that I explain in there is like most people don't understand what racism is because the definition changed in the 1500s. So pre 1500s, the definition of race was basically location, kinship, religion, language, and skin tone. But none of those denoted a value system. It wasn't until the 1500s with Gomes de Zerara, a Portuguese dude that was tasked with basically coming up with a way to excuse the Atlantic slave trade.
and they
Yeah.
changed it. And then with that, two individuals named Johann. Oh my God! Now I'm forgetting their names. It was holy shit! I just forgot their names. Anyway, it's in the article, I believe. But anyways, so these two based a value system on race using phrenology, like the study of skulls. And so one has to ask a very important question, which is if you're actively fighting against white supremacy and this ideal of racism that you are touting as such an issue, why are you continuing to use the same philosophies that were created by the very people that you say that you want to fight against, which were white
Oh
supremacists?
my
So
gosh,
you're using a white
exactly. Yes,
supremacist argument to try and get
exactly.
rid of white supremacy. It doesn't make any sense. And so I just kind of tear down that whole kind of concept of apart and just blow it out of the water. But like the concept of racism is just absolutely fucking stupid.
It is.
It is. It is. It is. Do you know what? It is so stupid, and I can't believe that it is 21st century and we're still talking about it. You know why? You know what's the reason? Yeah. Oh my God! Someone called you nigger or blah blah blah. You know, fuck's sake.
I
You know,
think,
just
do you know what I
grow
think?
up.
I think it's more about culture than anything else. And
No. I
people
think
have different backgrounds.
no. I think
Their skin color is not their choice
the
unless they have plastic
Yeah, but
surgery.
Rich, do you not think that people literally, it's like, you know, when they get stopped the police, you know, if they're black and stuff, you know, oh, you stopped me because I'm black. And
Oh yeah,
no, because you haven't done anything wrong. You know, you have just broken the window, you know, or assaulted, you know, a girl or, you know, raped some. No, it's not like that. Well, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I don't try to push my opinion, but I'm so sick and tired of it.
I've actually heard the police are here in the UK are institutionally racist and sexist and homophobic and all sorts of other things, but I can't prove it. But I've heard it on good authority. I'm sure I've seen it sometimes as well.
The shitty thing is that racism does happen. It continues to happen. Like that's the shitty thing about it. But when you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, why is it happening? Nobody's asking that question.
Ignorance of the facts.
Well, I suppose, you know,
99%
some
of the
people
time, I'm
are
sure.
so quick, you know, to stick a label on your forehead, you know, and just label you as anything, you know. I mean, come on, what do we come to? Seriously, you know, something I really want. Jeff, do you mind if I talk about it? I really have to rate this. What's all this about? You know, all these arguments about transgender and stuff, and you know, what you have to call yourself and blah blah blah. Who is woman?
Gender
Who is a woman?
pronouns.
Yeah, pronouns and stuff. What is going on? Seriously.
Do you believe there's three sexes or just two? I think there might be three. I think there's space for three. You know, like male, female, and something in between. Is that not fair?
I'm gonna tap out on that one because that was my entirety of last night. That's all we talked about.
Steve is going to tell us. No, Steve is going to tell us. Steve, please tell me, please.
I don't
Because
think you're
I
gonna like my
understand.
response to that. I think there's a difference between what we see socially and what we see personally. Because I actually have a video on my YouTube channel of 3 of my trans friends, and we're having a discussion. Because what I did was I went into conservative Discord servers and I said, if you could ask a trans person anything, what would you ask them? And so I had a list of questions that I was going to ask my friends. And the overwhelming basic kind of idea that I got from the responses of that video was I had no idea that there was such diversity within the trans community, which makes us question whether we actually know what we're talking about when we're talking about trans issues, right? I don't give a shit what you do as an adult. I really don't care. It's no skin off my teeth. I'm a libertarian. I don't care as long as you're not violating the rights of someone else. I don't really give a shit what you do. You want to hump a tree? That's fine. Just don't make me pay to have the slivers removed.
Yeah.
You know, so it really doesn't bother me. But what I do know,
that's what insurance is for.
Right. It's a fundamental American right to be who you are. Like that's literally the selling point of the United States is come here, do anything you want, be anything that you want to be.
but then we chastise people for doing it. And I'm not talking about the social activists. Like, I'm talking about the everyday, day-to-day trans people who are cool as shit, that don't bring up these issues, that don't force you to use their pronouns, that understand the complexity of human social behavior, and they're perfectly understanding and patient with people. Like, I know a whole shit ton of those people. I know very few trans activists.
Yeah, so do I. My best friend is actually my best friend, Ukrainian Alexei. Bless him. He's gorgeous. He's stunning. He's Ukrainian. He's gay. Well,
I knew it.
no, it doesn't matter because he is my family. He is absolutely my family. It doesn't matter to me, who he sleeps with, what he does and stuff. Come on, guys.
You'd love him anyway.
Of course I would. But the fact is, no. But I'm just interested. Well, about this transgender thing, it's just.
I don't understand.
Please explain to me because they coming out and saying, "Oh, I'm a woman." Yes, okay, great.
Maybe I'm lucky. Jeff. Maybe I'm lucky, but I'm actually 100%, well, 99% happy with being a man. There's always
It sounds
room for
like it.
So just to simplify a little bit, the beginning of that conversation always, and if you can't get past this part, we can't have that conversation. The beginning of that conversation always has to come to some kind of agreement on whether or not there's a difference between gender and sex, and that's really what I think the entire schism comes down to.
The average ordinary American is not going to appreciate those subtle distinctions. It's going to have to be simpler. You have to be able to shoot it out of the McDonald's drive-through.
But Jeff, do you know what is nice? It's actually nice to talk about these things.
It
so
is.
Like, it's open.
I just think of the ordinary American at the same time. And how it's. I think of people like my family and my mom and how it's going to be presented to them because they're not going to understand any of this. Even saying first we have to agree that there's a distinction between sex and gender, you're going to lose them right there. They're not even going to know what you're talking about.
No.
I'll tell you what, I've been thinking.
But that encapsulates the entire conversation going forward.
Then it's going to have to either be simplified or people, like every American's going to have some kind of advanced degree to be able to even conceptualize the issue. And I'm still wondering why it's so damn important that we have to even do this. Like most of us, for 98% of the population, it's pretty well defined. And for those that it's not, we seem to be able to accommodate the edge cases. So I don't even know why why we even have this gender obsession and why we need to do this level of gender awareness.
Exactly. Why? Well.
Yeah, exactly. It's like are the differences between men and women really that great? Or
yes, they are.
Nah.
Yes, they are.
Well, the sexual ones.
Because you know what? I'm a woman and I'm going to kick your ass tonight.
But it comes down to those people existing, right? Like, we could have said the same thing about gay rights and gay existence, but those people existed and they came together as a group and they fought for recognition and for legal rights and things like that. And this,
they were part of our group. We were all fighting for marriage. There were no other rights. And then after we got marriage, all of a sudden there were these purported rights that they all of a sudden feel like they didn't have.
Then they were getting married in the church.
They're their own group. They have their own interests, right?
Right. But that is very recent. Like for most
absolutely.
Like they were just part of the gay community along with the gay marriage fight, like recent. Everybody else.
Like it's a big change in like historical sense, right?
But I'm still like even after after we got marriage and they became the dominant group of activists or advocates, I'm still not clear on what the rights are. Like for gay people, it was very clear what the right was. We were being excluded from the institution of marriage. But then the new wave of trans or queer, whatever comes along, supposedly they're also being denied certain rights, but I still don't understand what those rights are because it seems like they can do the same thing that all of us can. They can marry now.
Well, it seems to me right now what's happening is they're being denied access to certain medical procedures.
A small portion, like a very small number. Like so, it's not an issue. Like gay rights affected Americans all over the place.
But I mean, legislation is happening in states to target that small group of people, which is why it's such a big issue. because I think everyone takes notes when you they take note when you target legislation at extreme minorities. I think everyone raises an eyebrow to that.
I can understand pushing back on that specific legislation, but I don't understand why all the rest of us need to become aware of sex and gender and decide if there's a distinction just for these few medical cases that are being addressed through the medical system.
Well, that's my point, though, right? I don't care if someone should be able to go to the doctor. I think they should have access to it, though. I only care once you try to stop their access to it. Other than that, it's not my business what they go to the doctor for. But if they go to a doctor and go get a legal procedure, what business is it is mine? I'm not the one trying to get in their business. I think the people trying to stop that from existing are the ones that are getting in their business.
Yes, but do you know what really, really hurts me? Okay, so I'm talking about my friend, my best friend. So he's Ukrainian, and he's not allowed to tell anyone that he's actually gay, because obviously, because of the war and stuff, if he ever went back, he'll be going to war and stuff like that.
Is it actually illegal to be homo?
No, it's not
homosexual
illegal. No, it's not illegal.
Ukraine?
But you will be. It's like in Russia.
It is in Russia.
Ukraine is not the same. Not the same. But they're proper bastards. That will. Yeah, absolutely. And basically, it's like what I'm trying to say is like, the poor boy. It's like seriously, he doesn't know what to do with himself. He wants to go home. He can't even see his mum. Purely because he will be sent to war. That's why he'll become a soldier and stuff.
That's another thing about
yeah, that's it.
They're
And
recently sent,
and
gathering
and
people up
also
sending them
it's.
to war.
I have no issues with gay people at all. No, at all. They're my friends. They're my friends and stuff. And but in Russia, you go to Moscow, guys. Seriously, there is a documentary, and you maybe have seen it or I don't know, watched it. But basically, there are groups of people who are actually targeting, gay people. They literally killing them.
Gay bashers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It is
homosexuality is
awful.
really frowned upon in Russia. It's not.
It is awful.
Is it mostly
Awful.
male homosexuality?
Yeah.
Like a feminine thing or weak,
Oh, everyone
weak
loves
masculinity?
everyone loves a good lesbian. Don't.
Yeah, I mean, Tattoo was a huge Russian band. I mean,
Oh,
they
that
were
too.
touted
Oh,
as being
yeah. They
lesbians.
were thinking about, girls in school and stuff. Oh, yeah. Yes, yes. Good point. Good
Hello,
point.
Capcom.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
Good to see you.
You too, man. Yeah, I had a Korean friend. I could never remember his first name, so I just used to call him Charlie.
Could remember or could pronounce?
I couldn't. Well, it was both. I just gave up after a while. There's 17 syllables, and
Well, there's a whole culture here in the U.S. that was started by gay men coming back from World War II. Like
What, the
gay
motorcycle,
men-
the leather culture, the motorcycle?
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's a really rich history too, if you get into it.
Yeah, that's part of my history. That's part of my roots.
Rich
Yeah.
in what? Rich in what?
Sorry.
What's it rich in? You said it's rich in history. What's it rich in? I mean,
Well, they came back from World War II and they really loved the camaraderie of their fellow male compatriots, and so they started the very first biker clubs here in the U.S. because the U.S. was giving motorcycles away to veterans of World War II, and they started the very first motorcycle clubs.
but you
Like,
were
you
saying
can
that they were
even
gay?
so some of the very first motorcycle clubs, yeah, they were gay clubs.
Okay.
Gay motorcycle
Yeah.
clubs, but you can even see evidence of some of those traditions still alive. So one of the things that you do, like some clubs do this, I'm not going to name them, but I know which ones they are. But one of the rituals that you have when you buy when one of the members buys a new bike is y'all get pissed drunk and fucking pee all over the bike. Like, like that's the Hell's Angels
That
are
does sound
infamous.
gay, like something gay people would
It
do.
is, but if I'd have to explain more to make sure that everybody gets the point, but I'm not going to. But so another thing that the Hells Angels are well known for is open mouth kissing each other in front of other people to shock them. It's like if you look hard enough, like this shit's ingrained into motorcycle culture.
Well, it's like when they blow on the tailpipe. You know, they put their lips around the tailpipe and suck their
I've
thumb.
never seen that.
It's exactly like
But
that.
the culture is really rich because for one reason is that homosexuality was a sin, and it was a punishable sin, or a punishable crime in the U.S. for a long time. And so a lot of these gay men had to be very, very underground. Like, they were married, they had kids, but they would go off to these parties and then come home. So
pretend that they
privacy was a
fake it.
really, really big deal for them. They couldn't allow
Yeah.
themselves to be outed, and that brought about an entire culture of gay male lifestyles that still exists to this very day. Like, gay men don't talk about what they do behind closed doors, especially at like leather bars and stuff like that. It just that you don't see it. And there's very few books that are actually written directed towards gay male culture.
It was
They're
also
all
homosexuality centered on masculinity. They were looking for masculine role models, and they identified with masculine figures.
Yeah.
It wasn't centered on pop divas and drag queens and like what gays
Yeah.
associated with now.
Yeah, drag really didn't enter into until about, I think it was like the 70s, late 60s.
Well,
early
you had
70s.
like Andy Warhol and the Factory Crowd, maybe where it started. Before
How
that, you probably had burlesque and cabaret.
How does the gay community feel about David Bowie?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Uh,
No, I like Bowie as a
They love Bowie as a musician.
I like him as an innovator, I guess. Like, he wasn't the greatest musician. I don't like all the glammy stuff, but he definitely probably
about
did
that
more to
last
create the
album,
modern
Jeff?
form of pop music that I grew up with in pop culture than many other
I think
artists.
he's a
So he's like a
trailblazer.
significant cultural figure. And he's
Did
an
you hear
excellent
that-
actor. Oh
that-
my God, his acting skills, I think, exceed any
Jeff.
of his other talents.
There you go.
Did you hear that one of his last albums? It was like a really weird, like out there
Black
kind of
Star?
music.
Black Star.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Well,
Did you like that one or not?
It was okay.
Lose it. Let the
It
children.
gave me the willies, dude. Like the hair on the back
to
of my
listen to
neck
it
would
again.
stick up, and the hair on my arms, like when I listened to it.
Let the
Because
children.
I worked at the Hard Rock, and so like when you walk into the High Limit room, David Bowie's face was right there, bam, like huge. And so we played a lot of Bowie, and yeah, when some of those songs from that last album went on, dude, it was just like
What
it was
year?
just a
What year
weird
was
feeling.
this? I'll try to find the album.
I'll find it right now. I'll put it in the private.
Let the children lose it. Let the children use it.
I hate Ziggy. I think
Love
Ziggy
it.
Star is the dumbest. That's some of his worst crap. I can't believe that's his big claim to fame.
No. That's the hits that they play on the radio.
No,
What a
hold on.
cartoonish shtick. It's
Actually, can I have a say as a girl? All right, so
No, no,
yeah. Please, let me.
you got to fight for the
no,
mic like a guy.
But the fact is like so I'm not talking about transgender or anyone else. I'm talking about guys, gay guys. They're brilliant, and you know what? They're brilliant friends to girls. Seriously, we get on so well. I can't talk about transgender because I do find them funny, because it doesn't matter how much makeup they put on or woman's clothes, they don't look right. But gay guys are honest. They say, do you know what? I'm gay. Yes, I have I have a husband, I have a boyfriend and stuff, cool stuff. And we do share great stuff when we go shopping together and stuff. And
I'll say being
Yeah.
being gay in Britain is in the UK. It's quite a bit more socially acceptable than it was 10, 20 years ago.
I think like most
But-
places, it is.
Yeah. But there's still a lot of people that are stuck in the dark ages.
I don't know. What's a lot to you? Because even the polling shows like a huge increase in support, especially among the younger generations.
Yeah.
Has
It's gonna
anybody
take a
here
while.
seen
It's
Elton
gonna take a
John
while.
live?
Diversity in it.
Diversity, whatever you call it. Do you know what?
He was amazing. I haven't.
Use it. Let the
Little
more the flashiest
Jeff, don't
outfit.
you think that there's been at least a little bit of regression in the last few years.
Because of the kid issue, yes. I think
Yeah,
if they'd
I
stop fucking
mean,
with the kids,
they had allowed like gay Republican groups into like CPAC and stuff like that for a few years, and then they just got kicked out again. So things aren't like moving forward as they kind of were on the conservative side, I
Trump's like
feel.
one of the most gay friendly Republican leaders probably in my lifetime. Like
I think it'll keep moving
I don't
forward.
feel alienated from the right at all.
Guy.
They just got to make sure they don't. The left has to make sure they don't keep pushing the line too far. As long as they leave the children alone, everything else is pretty much going to go. Most Republicans I know, they're not interested in holding you back from anything. They're interested in individual rights and freedoms.
Yeah, that's what I find. Yeah, which used to be on the left. Like that used to be why I was on the left, because they were the ones for individual rights and freedoms. And suddenly it's the right defending it.
Steve, you have gone so quiet. Please talk to us, please.
So I tend to stay out of these conversations because I'm pretty left leaning, and I'm a huge supporter of LGBTQ rights, and I'm bisexual myself. So most of the time I stay out of those particular conversations. But the cool thing is that homosexuality is way more accepted today than it was even 15 years ago, which makes me extremely happy.
Yeah.
And I think everybody is concerned about the kid issue, and rightfully so. I think there needs to be a lot more social investigation into that, but I also think there needs to be a lot more, I think, more effective and intelligent discourse on the conversation rather than just embattlement
What is the kid?
The point I want to make, Steve, is that with what you say is correct, but what I want to say is that let the children lose it, let the children, let the children boogie.
So that's kind of where I stand on it. I'm just yeah. I don't.
The thing that has me most concerned is what I read from the queer theorists, the ideology coming out of the discipline of queer theory, particular around childhood innocence and that type. When you couple that with the drag queen kid stuff, it starts to paint a disturbing possibility.
Yeah, but when you actually take a look at like day-to-day life, like remember when I was walking through town, I was taking my daughter to the museum, and it was just happened to be a gay pride parade. Even I admitted, I said, hey, I didn't really want to be there. It was kind of a weird thing, but there was nothing distasteful. There was nothing freakishly, like something that I wouldn't want my daughter to see, except there was one thing that stood out to me that really bothered me, and it was a young child dressed up as a dog on a leash. And it was
How
just
old
like,
was the child?
37.
It looked like it was between like 4 and 10.
Oh my God, that is a little.
It
Was it?
just-
Oh, you sure it wasn't like one of those parent leashes that parents can have some of their kids on a leash these days?
Well, it was the whole like outfit like thing. It was just, to me, I don't know. To me it wasn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't
I
right. I
can-
wouldn't do it, and
Well,
I'm not into the whole like.
Because the
making
puppy
children
thing
believe
is
they
like
can do
a
whatever they
sexual.
want.
It's like a kink. I don't know why a 4-year-old needs to be into puppy gear.
I'm
One
just
time they
guessing
had
the age, man.
an Italian festival, and there was a what do you call it? A porta potty, and I bought a smoke bomb, a green smoke bomb, and I dropped it in the pipe of the porta potty, not knowing who was in it. And like about 2.5 minutes later, this little kid opens the door, and this fucking green smoke comes swirling out of the porta potty, and the mother goes, "What happened?"
You're evil, and you're going to hell with me.
Yes. Well, you're the Satanist. Don't tell me about
Yeah,
hell.
I'm just letting you know who's gonna be
That was not the most evil
keeping
of
you
my
company.
deeds. That was the least of my evil deeds.
Did you feel like shit because it was a kid?
No, I laughed like hell because I was a kid. I was
You're not
12.
even the first circle.
I was 12, and this kid was like 6 or something, and the mother sees all this green smoke coming out of the shitter, thinking that he fucking had a bowel movement that created smoke.
That must have been funny.
That's fucking riot.
Watch. Okay. Can T wants to say something.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, definitely. Do you know what? It's so unfair. You know, all this judgment, all this days. Seriously, do you know what? When the so going back to 1997 when I left my country. So I came to England to learn English and stay. Well, not just stay here, but yeah. So we're trying to make my future and stuff. And you know what? This is where generations completely differ, you know, to now when it was, I don't know, 50s, 60s, and 70s. So, do you know what my father said to me? He said, do you know what? If you ever, you go into England, and if you ever come back, or, you know, with a black child, or if you ever, yes, if you ever go with a black guy, he said, I would be disowned, basically.
God damn.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
exactly
came
what he
back with
said.
3
Yeah.
black husbands.
Sorry?
You came back with 3 black husbands, correct?
No, of course I didn't. Of course I didn't. No. No, but the
Just
fact
got
is,
pissed
but
off.
do you see the difference in generations? So basically, he's a bit different now. He is definitely different because he was on the plane with my mum on the holiday, or well, yeah, on the plane. Going to Turkey, and apparently my mum said before she had stroke, before she could speak. But she was like, oh yeah, your dad was literally, you know, chatting up this black girl next to him and blah blah blah. But it's okay for him, isn't it? But I was not allowed. I was literally, I would be disowned by my family if I ever went with a black guy. Can you believe that? So,
Yeah, because they have people in the South like that. They were
mm,
rare, but they were out there.
Yeah.
mm.
And even
But
then, it was archaic.
also Germans as well. My God, I could never speak. I had German friends and stuff like that, you know, but because of the, you know, Second World War, I was not allowed to even speak about them. Can you believe that?
Don't mention the
So,
Germans.
oh yeah, big
Do
deal.
not make light of the German peoples.
Mm. So yeah, talking about Russia, Ukraine, and yeah, all
Hey, do
interesting.
you know what International Weed Day is? It's April 20th, 420,
Yeah,
correct?
that's right. Yeah,
And
correct.
Oh,
do you know whose birthday that is?
Yours.
Hitler.
no.
Oh.
Hitler. Oh,
No.
A
my
Was
lot
he
of
a,
God.
people's.
was he a smoker though?
Did not see that coming.
Smoke cannabis?
A crap load of people's birthday.
Did he smoke cannabis though? I know he was a painter and a poet or something.
He did methadone or whatever the fuck they gave him. I don't know. They gave him all kinds of hyper, you know, drugs like methamphetamine and cocaine. And
Sure.
he was a
Yeah.
tweaker. Hitler was a tweaker. He didn't do weed.
You saw him when he was giving his speeches. You know, his hair was flapping around like he was like, you know, like
Yeah, he was fucking jacked up. He really was feeling it, you know.
up on the mouth. Yeah.
It's like
Oh,
watching a
hold on a second.
musician play a guitar solo that they're really into, you know. I mean, he was into it.
Not a good role model though, I think, generally.
Wait, hold on a
I didn't
second.
Oh,
know this.
Jeff,
yeah. Oh, Space Ice.
Jeff, I feel
Yeah.
so bad. You're just sitting there, not even talking, but literally left you out. I'm so sorry, Jeff. Hello.
Ah, do what?
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 I
I just
didn't.
said, you know, we left you alone. Come on.
Jeff can talk.
Oh no, I'm fine, and I'm doing comments at the same time. So
Oh, I see.
when there's
Okay.
a lot of people on the panel, I tend to take a back seat unless I have a really strong
No,
opinion.
Jeff.
So
Great stuff.
you said you moved to England. Where did you come from originally?
I'm sorry, what?
You said you moved to England. Where did you come from originally?
Ukraine.
Ukraine? Oh.
Yes.
When did you make that move?
1997. Believe it or not, yeah.
Oh wow.
Mhm. So
Is
it's
it
been a
true,
while.
is it true that there is a high percentage of Nazi population in
Uh,
where they
you know
have
what?
Nazi
Apparently, that's
theology?
a bit of a myth. Apparently,
I have heard people say that before, and obviously, Russian side, well, Russians are trying to portray Ukraine as Nazis. Absolutely no way. Maybe there was like a stupid group, some, I don't know, obsessive group or something, which made it. I have no idea. No, no. You go to Ukraine, there are no Nazis. No, not
They're not
one.
in America either.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
No, it's rubbish. Of course it's rubbish. It's rubbish.
can't you usually tell by the swastikas?
Well,
The
the far
swastika
right
tattoos on their
party just
foreheads.
got some election in Germany. They said for the first time since World War II, so it's freaking everybody out.
Do you know what? The only thing I'm gonna say, did you see what Putin did to Ukraine? Do you remember in 1942? Well, you wouldn't probably. I don't know whether you know the history and all that stuff. So Russia was attacked by Hitler at 4 o'clock in the morning, okay, by bombs and stuff and everything. And Putin did exactly the same thing to Ukraine. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Ukraine, my country, was attacked by Russian people with all the, sparkles and everything. And yeah, they killed loads of people. Oh,
Uh,
shit. Seriously, I'm sorry,
don't,
but
don't
he's a
worry about
Hitler.
it. Forget about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the Nazi thing is known Russian propaganda.
So, what do you
Hmm.
call Nazi? Ukrainians Nazi. When have you
It's
ever
also
seen
propaganda here in
Ukraine
the
Nazi?
U.S.
I don't know what's Nazi and what isn't anymore. All I know is
Well,
that
I
I've
know.
seen a lot of dead soldiers decaying in the battlefield from various
So,
reasons.
Jeff, would you not classify groups like Patriot Front as neo-Nazis?
I wouldn't class them as representative of anybody significant in America. Like, I don't think there's a Nazi danger or a Nazi threat. And I
No.
don't think most Americans are Nazis. And the left
I,
likes to
I
use
didn't.
that word to
No, I
paint a
didn't say.
lot of
I didn't say any
people.
of that. I'm just saying there are
Yeah,
groups, no matter
I,
how
I,
small,
I
they
know
exist,
exactly
right?
what
That
they're
are
talking about.
basically
Yeah,
Guys,
I
neo-Nazis.
I,
don't care about small fringe groups at all. I don't take them. They don't rise to my threat level where I have to take them seriously.
Sure.
So I'm not like freaking out or hyperventilating about this potential Nazi threat that could take over America any second. I'm more worried about like a DEI threat because I see actual evidence of that. Just the fact that there exists a group called Patriot Front that has a few people that cosplay as Nazis in it does not concern me as much as the scale of what I see this other stuff.
So you're not concerned about the Jews controlling the media?
No,
Sorry,
no, not at all.
You don't have to watch
joke.
it. do you?
It was a joke. Come on.
Because partly because I'm in control of what media I consume or not. They can't control my consumption of it. They can
Well,
control
but
what
they
gets
can
produced.
they can control, yeah, the limit of your scope. You
But I'll
know.
have to watch it. There's plenty of other things I can watch that they don't create or control.
Yeah, but somewhere, somehow, there's a limit to the scope of your reality. Like that you can perceive through media.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you have to prove to me that if they do own it, that they have some nefarious intent, and I don't see that.
Yeah.
Well, someone somewhere has intent when they're producing news because they have an objective. They have an what do you call it? An agenda that they want to get across.
Yeah, they
Sure.
want
Is
to be
that a
first.
Democratic agenda or is it a Jewish agenda?
It doesn't matter.
There's a lot of questions that have to be
It
asked.
doesn't
Now I
matter.
did hear that journalism has changed. Like it's less investigative now and more like narrative bait. Like we need to put forth like a narrative.
Well, you know when that happened, right?
No.
That happened during the Reagan administration when the FCC removed the fair reporting policy.
Oh.
Yeah.
I do remember that.
So the
What is
argument
it? The
was that
fair where they had to show equal.
right, they had to
equal
show both
viewpoints.
sides of the story. Well, the argument is that there's so many news agencies that you can get your news from. You don't need to have two different opinions. You just click on any other channel.
Which kind of makes sense. Like
cable news.
that kind of makes sense.
There's two events in recent American history that if America fails, you can trace it back to these two things. One was the removal of the fair reporting policy of the FCC, and the second one was FEC versus Citizens United versus the FEC, which allowed corporations to act as individuals when donating money to campaigns. Those two things you'll be able to trace it right back to that.
Is that when the super PACs, the rise of the super PACs?
Yep.
Because now a bunch of money can flood in from anonymous individuals that influence the narrative that gets put forth as journalism, because they don't have to.
Yep.
But again, even if that's true, people are still in control of the source. Like they can control what's at the input. But people are still can pick and choose their inputs. So they can spend all this money to put forth a narrative, but it still has to compete with all of these other narratives from all of these other sources that we have access to nowadays, that everything is decentralized.
So I will partially disagree with you on that, and I will use my own home state of Utah as an example of this. So previous to gay marriage being legal across the country, Utah actually took a poll of its constituents, and an overwhelming majority of Utah citizens wanted to vote for gay rights. And actually, I think they did vote for gay marriage. And then the church got involved, the Mormon church got involved, and then legislation stopped on that and was basically halted until the Supreme Court decision came out. So
was that
Utah
after Citizens United
voted for the legalization of gay marriage, and our state legislature stopped. So it's not representative government anymore.
No, but was that the result of super PACs and Citizens United?
I mean, how much money do you think the Mormon church gives to politicians in Utah?
A lot.
I know, but I'm trying to place the timeline because I was trying to trace your argument. Actually, is it that because of super PACs, anonymous money can flood in and influence the media, like the narrative or story that's put out through media now, because they don't have to do this balance thing.
It's unlimited money. It's not.
So the Mormon thing, would they have funneled it through super PAC? Is it an example of what I'm trying to understand as the danger? Because the fact that wealthy groups have influence on politics has always been a reality, but the increased danger was because now they can be anonymous and they could influence a narrative. But just because someone has the power to put out a narrative doesn't guarantee that narrative wins in the marketplace of ideas.
I don't know. When it comes to money and controlling the media and creating a script for the media, then it does win, because
only if that's someone's only source for their reality is that
is
one media channel. But now I'm saying there's so many sources now that no single media source has the market.
Question for you, Jeff.
And wait, real quick. Real quick. Hang on. Tatiana, is that you in the back? Can you flash your camera or let me know that?
Flash your tits or something?
Because it could be a troll impersonating Tatiana now that they heard her on stream. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we got a lot of impersonators here lately.
Okay.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Moose. Sorry.
So I'm just wondering, if I gave you $100,000
my girlfriend trying to come
for your campaign, right?
Sorry,
you're running for a re-election next year, and I give you $100,000. Do you think that's going to sway your vote in any way? If I say, "Hey, Jeff, you know that restaurant on Fifth? I don't think you should approve it," and then I just walk out.
Who are you?
He's the donator of $100,000.
Oh, so you're like donating my campaign, but you're at isn't that illegal? Isn't like that?
Yes, that's how it works. That's how it works.
These people eat
I
lunch
wouldn't do.
together
If
and
I was a
stuff.
politician, I wouldn't do it. I would say no. I'm not supposed to be doing that kind of stuff.
You're not going to get reelected. So here's the problem. everybody in any kind of state legislature or even a federal level, 80% of their time is spent trying to earn money for their next free election. Because Congress, they are reelected every 2 years. So they're spending a shit ton of
Why
their
is
time.
it on me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't mind it, but
Oh, I'm
I-
just seeing if Tatiana is really Tatiana. Is that you?
Daddy verse.
That's her.
That's me.
I can
Okay.
confirm.
All
I
right.
was
Just
like, I'm
checking.
not the one
She wants
talking,
to
and
be.
he's
She's an
spitting some good
independent
game
woman.
right
She
now.
wants to be on her
Let
own
him get the
channel.
full screen.
So
All right. Now we
they're in
have
the process.
Tatiana
Yay,
herself.
I'm here.
Okay. Welcome back.
Oh, and she's a
Thank
fox
you.
too. Look at that.
Here,
Who'd have
let's
thought?
put her up next to Ricardo and maybe Puffy. We put the guys at the bottom. There we go.
Zoom in on LaPuffy. I want to see what she's drawing there, dude. Is that Jeff?
Is that me?
Oh,
I
that's
hope it's
Jeff.
not. No, huh?
Yeah, it's
No?
Jeff.
Oh, my little logo thing. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Look at
yeah.
her.
And she's doing it upside down. That's impressive.
Yeah, she does. Wow.
But anyways, the problem with big money in politics is now it's influencing the politics rather than the people influencing the politician.
Well,
It's
yeah.
supposed to be representative government, but it's not
Right.
representative when my
You don't
dollar
think we
goes
are
a
anymore?
fraction of the distance. No, we're not.
No. And
Absolutely
we
not.
were talking about hierarchy earlier. Well, this is the example of hierarchy becoming fucking, institutionalized.
Well, as long as I have the ability to vote out my representatives, what's the problem?
Well, do
Because
you?
they're not really your
Yeah.
representatives.
I vote. They get voted out here all the time. Every
Well,
election,
people
it
run
switches a little bit.
people run the government behind the scenes through money and through
I
corporate.
don't. You say that, but you'd have to demonstrate it to convince me. I'm not just going to believe that because people tell me things are happening behind the scenes.
Have you
People
ever
say that
heard-
about a lot of things. There's snake people under the earth running
Have
things.
you ever heard of the Koch brothers? The billionaire
Yeah.
brothers? Yeah, they
Yeah.
fucking
They
influence.
donate. They have money. Yes, they can
Yeah.
throw money. They can influence. I've admitted over and over and over. People can influence, and I think it stops at they can't guarantee, they can't control, they can't program, they can't. That's so disempowering to me. They can influence, but you have agency of your own that
Yeah,
can react to the influence.
But there's a certain level of money where a human being ceases to have agency anymore.
Well, I guess I just haven't encountered it because my life is, I'm still able to do, no one's thrown so much money at my life that I've had to stop doing something. So I don't.
I wouldn't mind it if they
Well,
did.
don't look at me, motherfucker. I got no money. I'm not throwing nothing at you.
So if I can give an example, Jeff, and this would be a fairly simple example. So here in Utah, because I'm going to use Utah as the basis of my opinion here. So in Utah, we have this area called Temple Square. This is where the main temple area is. Well, a couple of years ago, the church wanted to purchase that area of Salt Lake City. The citizens unanimously said no, and the sale went ahead through anyways. Right, because you had certain politicians that were being paid by the church.
It was the state that owned they would have to buy it from the state.
They would have had to have purchased it from the I believe it was the state. But the point that I'm speaking to here is that there's been numerous occasions where we can clearly see that the influence of money in politics is trumping the right of the American people to make these decisions in their own communities. And the problem is when you're influenced by the money that I'm giving you, you are less influenced by the people. Now, yeah, you can vote them out. Perfectly valid argument. But the problem is the damage has already been done by the time you're voting them out.
But that happens every election. You vote people in, some damage, you get some things you want, some damage is done, and then there's a new cycle and new people go in, you get some things you want, and they do a little bit of damage, because this is an experimental process where we're always figuring things out and improving and updating. It's a dynamic, liberal democracy is a dynamic form of government.
I'd also point out that there's a very high correlation to the campaign that has the most money winning. I think it's like near 70% of the time.
Yeah, I've never denied an influence.
Yeah,
it's the fact that it predetermines the outcome. Like so by that theory, the person that can amass the most money can buy an election, even if they're not actually doing anything illegal. If they throw enough money at an election, statistically, the voters will swing that way.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
So at most, I see that as influence. You're able to
Yeah.
sway. That's what they
You
said
know what?
that
That's a
Cambridge
valid point.
Analytica did at
Sure,
the last
and
minute
I'd
with
also say that
Facebook.
there's that value for a lot of people in being able to not say who they are, right? There's people who can give a ton of money now,
But
and
like
their
the
name won't
source
change.
doesn't matter to me
Source does
because.
matter to a lot of people, though.
But once they put the message out, we have agency on how we respond to the message. Like whether we believe it or adopt it. Like nobody can control what beliefs I adopt about the world without me
If you know about it.
having some kind of participation in that process. So
Yeah.
I don't
So
feel
if,
like a victim of propaganda when I have the ability to filter through that and decide how much to participate in it or not.
if you have access to the information, that's the key point here. So if you take, for example, and I'm going to do a piss poor job at this, and I apologize, but DuPont, the company DuPont, was one of the largest contributors to government, I would say, entities such as Congress people and stuff like that. So what happened when the EPA was instituted? DuPont threw so much fucking money at politicians that it influenced the way that the EPA functioned. Meaning they grandfathered in a lot of chemicals, and there's actually a movie about this. And I think it's Mark Ruffalo is in it, and I can't remember the name of the movie at the moment.
I have the
But
same day as him.
yeah, DuPont threw so much money at the politicians that the politicians were able to manufacture and change the policies of the EPA to suit the requests of DuPont. And DuPont was dumping shit tons of toxic materials into rivers, lakes, burying it in leaking containers. Like there's entire populations of cities that are now decimated and gone in ghost towns because of the damage that companies like DuPont or PG&E created because of the influence that money had on the politics. So I think there's more influence than you're giving it credit to, but I want to give your argument credit that yes, it is just influence.
Right.
But I
So
mean,
so
how much
even if the
influence
DuPont thing happened, the voters could still vote out, put
if
in
they
new
know
people
about it?
that are going to do something
Nobody
about
knew
that.
about what DuPont did.
But when they found out, they had the ability to make new
Sure, and
decisions.
that's the entire essence of journalism, right? Is to have an informed electorate, right?
Yeah.
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 Well, you can't be informed if your paper is specifically leaning one direction. You know, so that's the problem is that there's this culture of directed knowledge at the people that are reading the information, and you can't even get the information that you want to investigate whether something is true or not without having to spend 8 hours on, you know, the computer trying to figure out what the actual truth is. Because
Well, it's almost like
there's 9 different media outlets that are reporting on this one specific thing, and it's only in one direction. And the one article that gets written on another alternative perspective of it doesn't get any showtime. It doesn't get any screen time at all. So if you look at knowledge as a physical weight, right? So let's say that knowledge actually carries itself with a weight, like it actually has mass. The knowledge that is suppressed is going to have less mass. Therefore, it's going to have less influence on its environment. So that's kind of the problem that we're running into here is that we're not getting the whole story. And on top of that, the stories that we're not being told, we don't even have an idea of how deep and how far they actually go. So there's a policy of not misinformation, but disinformation.
Yeah, but I think intelligent people can sort through most of that.
I don't think it has anything to do with intelligence, and it has everything to do with the ability to
Like
access
any
information.
issue going on today, I could find as many sources as I need from all different positions. I could find a progressive source, a left. I could find 5 progressive sources, 5 left sources, 5 centrist, 5 right, 5 far right. I can go there. Those sources are out there. So to say that information is being suppressed, it's only being suppressed because people are not making the effort to go find
Jeff,
a balance of sources.
I got another
Nobody's
question for
suppressing.
you.
I'm not aware of any information that I can't go out and find if I need to that's available to the public. If there's information that's being kept to the public for like legitimate government reasons, I'm not talking about that stuff because none of us ever know about that till it comes out. But I'm talking about if there's information that's out there available to the public, it's not being suppressed because I can go access it. It's somewhere that I can access if I make the effort to access it. So I can
Have
get
you
as much balance as I need about any issue.
have you ever read 1984?
Yeah, we
Oh,
studied it in school.
what a book. The only difference between 1984 and what we're doing right here is that we report on ourselves. It's not like they have televisions that are watching our every move, but we report on ourselves through Facebook, through social media, through YouTube. How many fucking personal stories have I told on YouTube now that no one would ever know about because I didn't say them before? But now they're a video clip somewhere that someone can pull up as evidence against me and say, you did this or you said this.
Look,
You
the
know,
biggest mistake that Orwell made in 1984 was thinking that we would only have 1 hour of hate.
Yeah. Yeah.
by the way, Zoltan, or Not Laws, however you want to call him, he says, I hear you guys struggling so much, but I'm playing bass. Good for him, because I love bass players. I'm one myself, so.
Ha
Hey,
ha ha.
Hell yeah.
I
Rock
used to
on,
play the
bass.
bass when I was
And
like
then,
16.
and then what happened?
We had to split up after a while because of musical differences.
Uh,
Yeah, but I can still play bass.
oh, that's good.
So
So,
Zotichi.
yeah,
So he
close.
said
Zatoichi, Zato,
Zat,
Zat.
Zatoichi. That sounds a little bit Japanese.
It
It
is.
is.
That
He
kind of
was a
influence.
famous, if I remember, he was a famous duelist in Japan, wasn't he?
No, he was a
Um,
blind swordsman that was made up in 1967 for 30 movies. Where
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
yeah, he plays he's a yakuza, he's a gambler, but he's blind, but he always ends up saving the townsfolk from the evil, other yakuza.
The personal hero of yours, then.
I mean, I watched the movies and they are what they are. That's the name I chose in like 2006 when I first signed up to YouTube or whatever. I don't know why I chose it, but it's
Pretty
there.
cool.
It's there.
What's
Somehow
the
I have to live with it.
Yeah, it's cool. What's the 444 about?
Well, that I see the number everywhere and have for a long time, and
No.
and it
It's like a numerological thing.
yeah, and they
Patterns.
say that it means either you're on the right path and angels are looking out for you,
Huh.
or it's the number of Lilith, the queen of demons, the mother of demons.
Uh-huh.
So I don't
So it
know.
could be negative or positive.
I think I'm one of those people that seems evil but is good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What was it? Your stream I was watching the other day, and you took a load of gummies.
Yes, that was
I
me.
think you
Yeah.
might have taken one too many.
No,
Not sure.
nothing happened. As a matter of fact, I felt funny for 15 minutes, and then I was okay.
You
Nothing
didn't even
happened.
fall asleep.
I've
No.
actually got to bounce out, Jeff. I got to do some stuff with my son. So
Steve, you have a great Labor Day. Thank you for the chat. Thank you for hanging
yeah,
out.
I
Keep
might
coming
join later
back.
if you
Take
guys
care,
are still
Steve.
running. So we'll see you guys later.
See ya.
Cheers, Effigy.
Cheers. Nice
Nice
to
one,
meet
bud.
you.
Yeah.
He
Still
said he
enjoying.
was bisexual, didn't he?
She was amazing.
Yeah, but he's married too.
He has a son,
Yeah.
so that was
Nice
surprising.
guy.
He's taken Zatoichi. Calm down.
Shut up, you. No, what happened to what's his name there?
Here, let's get
The
you
one
up
who
there.
shall not be named.
Oh, he wandered off. He'll probably come back later.
As long as you're having fun, baby. We're all
Okay,
having
let me
fun. What's this picture in the
here.
middle? That's quite
I feel
interesting.
bad when I separate the couple. Let me
What are we trying to?
I took it.
Oh, it's
The
a
house.
picture in process.
unless y'all
I
need
said,
some like
that's
meet
big. I
like
said, I
a
would like
part
to put
time, I
them
could
in contact.
put
Nice to
Moose in
meet
the
you.
middle of you.
And
Well,
he said,
I have a
nice to
question
meet
for
you.
Effigy, if he is there. Effigy?
Okay.
Sure, go for it.
All right. There are 60 cups on a wall, and one falls down and breaks. How many are left?
Wait, what? There's 60 cups on a wall. One falls and
Yes.
breaks.
Yes. How many are left?
59.
No, 5. 6 teacups.
Oh, 6
Oh,
teacups.
you. Because you even said it 60 cup. Like
I said it the right way. Yeah,
you hit it.
that's right. You can't answer that question correctly. There's no way. Anyway, that's all I got. So
Well, what's next? Mike, you come back.
There are people talking to me in the chat and stuff, and
Oh, you took
I'm
some.
getting messages. Yeah.
Oh,
He
there
said,
were actually was something I meant to say earlier. On the point of America not having like a decently old history. There are places here in northern Louisiana, or at least I'm in southern, but in northern Louisiana, there's a place called Poverty Point
Yeah.
that you can go to that is on the UNESCO World Heritage Site that is dated to like, I think it's like 1700 BC. It's an enormous like earthworks mound that moved as much material as the pyramid. So there is some really old stuff.
And the
Some
LSU
places in
mounds
America.
are older than the pyramids.
I've spent a lot of time on those mounds.
Oh, you got to like climb on them. That makes me so nervous because there's these ancient structures that are older than the pyramids in Egypt, and they just look like hills of dirt on this college campus.
In
And
the
I
middle of
just
a college
imagine
campus, man. What
kids
can I
playing
say?
on them and crawling on them and everything. You've played on them?
Man, I spent some of the best years of my life at LSU.
Did you know they were ancient at the time?
Of course we did.
Did it bother like
they were the
would you-
Indian mounds? Like that's what
There's
they
nothing
were.
that bot. Let's like go into like a bunch of drunk kids playing on the Great Pyramids. I don't know. It makes me nervous when I think
It
of
makes
that.
it even cooler.
I
now.
got curious. Just want to know what it is.
Here, I'll show a picture.
Zoltan wants me to give him some song to play or practice. Play Anything by Tom Petty. I discovered 2 days ago that it's not only easy as shit, but it's fucking satisfying too. It's like you feel like you're really playing a song because you get the rhythm going. You know?
Here, these
Play something with
things
Ozzy.
right here, these hills
Yeah.
that he played on, like that had some of the best times. Like these are ancient structures. They are some of the oldest structures
I
I
wonder
think
what kind of play he
known
did.
to man. They're older, like thousands of years older
It's
than
not
the
like
pyramids.
it's not allowed. There's no fence or anything.
Right, like people
go there
can
all the
just climb
time.
on
Yeah,
them, but
that
they're
part.
these
What kind of
like
playing will
study
we
they're
do
so
after this?
historically valuable. How are they not like protected and fenced off? They fence everything else off. That's you can't even touch a document. You have to have it under glass, and
It's a pile of
experts
dirt.
have to. But people could just go and climb on these things.
Yeah. I used to
Yes.
climb
Something's
on
It's
off.
just another part of land. That's what they said. Another part of land, y'all.
I won't
You can roll
tell
them, you can walk them, and you can do whatever y'all.
It's just
I
you're not
won't
gonna
tell
hurt
you
it.
the name of the individual, but I used to play on his fucking tomb all the time, and someone broke one of the windows, and you could look in, and they had like drawers
Did
for
you
the
say it's somebody's tomb?
tomb. Yeah, like a famous person, somebody who created the Federal Reserve, if you know what that is. I used to play on his fucking
That's
tomb,
not all wrong.
not knowing who it was.
All right, let me see who this guy is.
I'm not bullshitting you. I swear. to God.
I oddly believe you.
We
It
believe
makes-
you. Trust me, we believe you.
It
We just,
sounds like
why
something
would you
that would
play on a
happen here.
tombstone, though? That's that part.
I didn't know who he was until years later.
I know I can't.
Was
talk
it
trash.
Andrew
I've
Jackson?
also spent many nights going
No,
through
not
New
really.
Orleans cemeteries at night.
Oh yeah, y'all have the best cemeteries. I had a friend that used to work. He did cemetery tours. That was his job.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds of haunted New Orleans tours. It's like a big business.
Voodoo.
Yeah, and I went on the
Voodoo.
Marie Laveau tour before.
What's his name? Who's the guy? The voodoo guy. Baby Doc or something, or Duvalier.
Oh, from Haiti,
Yeah. He
or
was
Dr. John, the musician.
no, he was
A
white.
white guy, I think.
Yeah, you would never know it, but he was white.
Yeah, he was a character.
If anybody here likes old kind of like 70s soul music, like James Brownish or funky kind of shit, listen to the Monophonics. They're a bunch of white dudes. Maybe there's a couple black guys in the band, but like they sound like they're black from the 60s or 70s, and they are so good. The Monophonics, they're called.
Oh my god, they look like
What are you
some
doing in the
techno
private chat?
band.
Check that one out.
Silk Sonic's good
Right in
too.
the chat. The
Okay, I'll
private
check them
chat.
out.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's private. Can't
I
talk.
know.
Shouldn't talk about it.
Oh, hey Ricardo, is this Cheers mean you're leaving or coming? I don't know.
No, I'm still here. I'm just
Okay.
I get connection problems.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's my Samsung or my VPN I'm using, or I don't know. But the Wi-Fi connection's pretty good. I'm pretty close to the router this time, so that's cool. I was just wondering what that picture is. This La Puffy's drawing a picture or something.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, that's Jeff's avatar when he's not.
Wait, what is all that? What is she adding to it? Oh, the name. Oh.
Gonna be a.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see X. All right. Wow, and then she'll probably add color on it.
It's very nice.
It's uncanny how accurate the face is.
Is it someone that maybe someone you know, or someone you
No,
knew?
it's no, it's Jeff. It's Jeff's avatar when he's not on camera.
It's this.
Oh, it's actually Gen X Jeff.
Yeah.
Compare those two and tell
Oh.
me if much of a difference. There isn't. I mean,
Didn't actually recognize you from the picture. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe when it's got color in it, it'll be more
Was it Woodrow Wilson?
authentic.
Who, the one who invented peanut butter?
No, the guy whose tune you played on.
I love peanut butter.
You know it has. Well, I don't know if England, but in the U.S. it has roach legs and rat hair.
What's this? A hot dog?
Peanut butter.
Oh, roach
The
legs.
FDA allows a certain amount. It's like up to 6 roach legs, or like 6 rat hairs, or a certain like gram of roach legs.
It is
Because it's impossible to keep it completely out. So the FDA allows a certain amount in our peanut butter. So it's in there.
Yeah. You'll never know.
Well, I know what I'm not having.
I know. I quit eating peanut butter ever since I found out.
Gonna start making my own peanut butter now.
Mr. B says,
What's wrong with peanut butter?
The what?
No,
Nothing, if you enjoy the crunchy taste of roach legs.
Oh my god. I want to
Peanuts.
eat. I
Peanut
want to
butter
eat
is better than butter.
something really, really fattening and stuff. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe a big sausage. That satisfy you?
Alrighty.
Mr. B says Larry Graham is considered the father of slap bass. He is, because he the song, I don't know how old you people are, if you would even know this song, but there's one called Thank You for Letting Me Be Myself, right? And it's spelled mice elf instead of myself, but
Nice elf.
he slapped the bass. He went bam 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 bam, and that's the father of slap bass.
What's a popular slap bass song that we would know?
Oh shit! Anything by the Red Hot Chili Peppers, really?
Oh, okay, yeah.
That guy.
Yeah,
anything by Primus.
Leave it in there.
Can you please say
Good actor,
goodbye
Sue.
from me, please?
Michael, somebody was it? Oh yeah, she's saying, she's asking me if I can say goodbye for her, even though she's here next to me. So, what's the problem with yours?
I don't have any videos. It doesn't move.
That's cool.
So,
Oh.
no.
Yeah, no, yeah, do what you want.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, maybe restart your phone, baby. It's been a long time since you did that. That sorts out a lot of problems.
Yes, okay. I'm gonna take your advice.
Cool.
Oh my god, it gets even worse.
Restart and come back in 2 minutes or whatever. We'll try not to miss you too much.
Internet God says I always order extra wasp carcasses in my Fig Newtons.
There's
I don't drive.
here, y'all can
Just
just
ride a
look at it
bike.
yourself.
I ride a
Bootsy
bike,
Collins.
a mountain
Okay.
bike.
Oh, you wanted to know
Do you
about
ride bike?
Do you know why he got fired from James Brown? Because he did fucking acid one night before a show, and he thought the neck of his bass turned into a snake and was trying to bite him, and he couldn't play. And James Brown fired him on the spot, and that was he. In Bootsy's own words, he said that pretty much cooled my deal with the Godfather.
Oh.
Because James Brown didn't fuck around on stage. You did what you were up there to do. You know, you were being paid. You know,
Put on a good show.
right?
And they did.
But if that wouldn't have happened, would we have gotten Parliament?
No, you would not.
Worth it.
I guess in the long run. But man, Bootsy on some of those songs, like "Give It Up or Turn It Loose" on "In the Jungle Groove." Holy shit, he's fucking cooking on that song. It's like I can't I can fake it, but I can't play what he's playing. You know, like note for note. And it's not because I couldn't do it. It's just because I don't have the what do you call it? The mental. I don't have the vision to do what he's doing. You know. Physically, I could do it, but I don't have the mental vision.
So could you maybe read it off from a musical score
I
that's written
can't.
down?
I can't read music. I can read tablature, which is the way you fake reading music.
Mm.
But other than that, no. I can read a little music, like you know, if you put fucking Jingle Bells in front of me, sure, I could read that. But you know,
Yeah, but you already know how
My
that
son
goes.
did that. He would play by ear and then he would stop because they caught him.
what?
My son used to play the drums and he would go by ear, not by, he couldn't read music until they caught him and then
Exactly.
he
Yeah,
learned how to read it.
you can
And
do
then he
that.
became
There's
the
nothing
captain of
wrong
the
with.
drum line.
There's nothing wrong with playing by ear, but if you need thing is if you need to learn it, you want to learn a specific tune, a song that's already been, you know, a popular song or whatever. It can really help if you get the specific part for the song, the trumpet part, say, or the drum part, and you can actually learn it as you practice.
Yeah. Well, I've been playing
Practice
along
enough
with
time.
Tom Petty of all things. I've been playing along with Tom Petty songs, and I didn't realize that he had so many radio hits, but he has a million of them. And the songs are so easy to play on bass guitar, but yet they have a very solid feel. You know, you can feel the rhythm of them, and I like them. You know, and I'm a metal guy. I like Black Sabbath. I like heavy metal and all kinds of dark shit.
I like that.
Yeah, and I like old rock and roll, but this Tom Petty stuff is like I'm thinking, it's really cool on the bass. It's fun to play, you know. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to sell you Tom Petty. What happened to Jeff? He went to bed?
He's just muted a minute. Probably toilet break.
What's that? What is that?
Anyway, it's my girlfriend's banging away in the background, getting some food and shit. So do you I've actually never tried a gummy, a THC gummy, but I'd like to try.
Mm-hmm.
I've had brownies. I had a brownie once. It was £15. But it was less. But
Same principle,
oh God,
basically.
I hope you
I
mean
ate
that
half
was
of
the
it.
cost of it.
I ate half of it in the morning and was really stoned after an hour or so. And then I thought, well, it didn't really peak anymore, so I just took the other half, like it's an acid tub or something. But yeah, it was cool.
The thing is,
chill.
you know, you probably had a good amount of THC in that, but when you get them where I am in the States, they limit the milligrams to 100 milligrams a bag, and there could be
Okay.
20 gummies in one bag, 5 milligram gummies.
Mm.
And then in order to feel anything, you have to get at least 200, if not 400 or 500. And they limit you to 500 milligrams a day. So you can go today and get 500 milligrams and eat them all at once. And that would be the equivalent of, you know, either 100 gummies or 50 gummies, depending on the strength of the individual gummy. Or you can, you know, you can't exceed 500 milligrams in one day. You could save them up, I suppose, if you. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's the same high either. Like when I ate the brownies, I was intensely high, and when I ate the gummies, I was intensely high also, but in a different way. You know.
Yeah, it's a different chemical, slightly different chemical reaction. I hear. I'm not a
Well, I mean, I had brownie. I ate 4 brownies one time. That was the equivalence of a quarter ounce of weed that had been baked into them, and I could not get off the couch. I was a prisoner of gravity, you know.
Yeah.
And I have not experienced that with the dispensary edibles, you know.
Well, we don't have dispensaries in the UK yet. Well, we do, but they're only allowed to sell CBD weed. So it's, you know, I tried some, but it doesn't really do much. So
Yeah.
you got some lovely flavors, you know, and stuff, and lovely shop, but they're just not allowed. The government still claims that cannabis is a harmful and dangerous drug that
Oh my
can
God.
often cause mental schizophrenic fucking type of mental illness in especially in young people. But it's probably they never tell you the percentage of people that affects. It's probably less than 1%, to be honest, of all cannabis users.
It's no reason to prohibit the rest of us from enjoying it.
Thank you.
Do you think
Love
that
you.
the rescheduling here in America will change anything about how they handle it in the UK?
It might.
Real quick, disclaimer. Anything spoken about marijuana use is not condoned to be used by
Yeah,
anybody.
this
We're
is
just
a
talking about entertainment purposes only
yeah,
education.
this is an
Thank you.
entertainment channel. We're just all having fun up here.
For
Don't
sure.
take anything we say serious. We don't know anything.
Correct.
Just talking about my own stuff, but yeah, the differences between us, you know, I'm envious of you guys. I really am, because you
The
know
Canadians say that too.
you've seen the lights, you've seen the error of your ways. Prohibition is stupid. It was stupid for alcohol. It's stupid for marijuana.
But it's still federally illegal all across the United States. It's only on a state level that they legalize it.
Maybe Trump will legalize it.
It's federally illegal, although in Canada it's legal throughout the entire country, and that's the difference.
Sure. Lucky Canada.
Mm.
But what does that actually mean then? So federal laws can trump
state law.
Yeah, state
Yeah,
law.
but if there is no federal law, then the state law is the highest. So there's no federal law about marijuana right now, so the states can create their own. So some states it's legal, and some states.
No, there is a federal law against marijuana. It's completely illegal across the nation, except for on the state.
Yeah, the states are legalizing and refusing to enact it, basically.
Oh, the states are just like not because they had to do something with the banks too. I remember to allow these marijuana retail shops to do banking with the banking system and get around the federal laws and loopholes.
You can't pay with a credit card. You have to pay either cash or.
But like the businesses
you could pay with a
themselves
credit card, but
to
you
set
get your
up as
change back.
as
They
a
give you
retailer.
whatever they charge. If they charge $3, that's the change you're getting for using the card. But you could pay with card because I go to the dispensary a lot. So yeah, pay with card.
But aren't you in California? Yeah, see, not
That's a
not.
lovely picture, by the
I'm
way.
on the East
That's a
Coast.
really nice.
None of that shit. You can't pay with no credit card on the East Coast.
Looking good.
Hey, Jack, welcome.
So yeah, I'm a libertarian too, along with the guy that was just on the corner,
Steve.
Steve. Yeah,
Look at that. That looks
I've always
good.
been a libertarian, and I don't, I know it kind of sounds a bit simple to me. It's like on the surface, it's like, okay, well, you just let everyone, let everyone do their own thing, as long as they don't harm you
Hey,
or mess with you or get in your way, then it's cool, isn't it? But then some people are into some really weird and maybe like I don't know, like abusive shit, and obviously that shouldn't be allowed. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Ricardo, can I ask you a
Psychology.
serious question?
Of course, man.
Why is it that when a baby kicks its mother in the stomach, everybody thinks it's so cute, but when I do it, they all get mad at me?
wait. So,
You're meant to do it from the inside. No criminal responsibility then.
That part, yeah, that part.
Hummus. You got your hummus, babe.
Oh, Moose says third time I heard this one. It's only the second time I told it, so shut the fuck up. You guys can't hear this, but there's a cockatiel downstairs that is screaming for his life as though he's being tortured because I didn't bring him upstairs to go to bed yet.
A
But
cockatoo.
cockatiel, little one.
What color is it?
Well, it's gray and white and has a yellow head with a crest, a yellow crest.
Wow.
I have one of those.
Sounds
oh,
beautiful.
Nice.
I like birds.
But he wants to go to bed when it gets dark out or starts to get dark out. But I have to give him his medicine at 8 o'clock, which is in 40 minutes from now. So
Oh.
I don't
40.
like
Wait, how? Oh, yeah, never mind.
I don't
What's the
like
medicine for?
bringing him, huh?
What's the medicine for? Just
Well,
out of interest.
he has a heart problem and he suffers from joint pain, I think, or something. I don't know. He has pains because he broke his wing one time and did all kinds of shit, you know.
Oh, broke his wing.
But huh?
Broke his wing. Did they fix it?
Yeah, they did actually.
Wow.
They put a
That's
little
amazing.
cast on it, and he tried to get. See, he thinks it's his job to come downstairs from my room into the kitchen. So he fucking with the cast on his wing, he actually tried jumping down the stairs because he couldn't fly, and he thought it was his job to get downstairs. He's crazy. He's like fucking kamikaze.
We like animals here.
Yeah,
Mostly cats and
I love
dogs. Cats,
animals.
dogs, and rabbits.
I call myself the patron saint of
Hey,
birds.
I got 2 goats, 3 dogs, a bird. No, 2 birds,
Oh
and
wow.
then the cat. Yeah, I got okay. I got goats and all.
How much you
Yeah,
want
I
for
love
the
the
goat?
goats.
I'm gonna make some
Combination.
for your goat.
I like goats. Yeah,
You guys
they're
want to see
friendly.
them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
They're
love seeing
friendly.
the
yeah.
goats.
Let's see the animals.
Yes,
I
sir.
want to see the birds.
It's gonna show us a goat.
Goat, bird, plane, train. I don't care.
You get cheese out of it and milk.
Not a
Does
bird.
it produce milk?
Yay, the
Oh
goats.
wow! Look
That's
at this. She's got a whole compound.
life on the prairie.
That's LA.
Look Yeah, look at there they are. Two goats.
Oh, hey goats. I forgot which
That
was
one's
the
the
male.
girl. The brown one, the white one's the male, and the brown one is the girl.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday they were
Do they
actually
have horn?
playing.
Do they get horns at
Not
all?
yet. They're still babies. They're still babies.
Oh.
But they already started ramming each other, like face to face status. See?
Are they brother and
That's-
sister?
No, they're different. Yeah, they're different type of goat. They're two different kind of goats.
Beautiful.
But he already started getting the. You see the face? It used to be all white, and then now that is growing up, it's getting the brownish on his face.
Oh.
He's getting the spots. In other words, that he needs. Like it's getting more spotted. Last time
Oh,
I
yeah.
showed you guys, he didn't have the left side. He didn't have nothing brown. Now this time he has brown. Over the week, it's grown all that brownish on the left side. I guess his main coat is coming.
He's loving that grass.
Yeah, the hay, they love it. This is my adopted dog right here. He was in a family that would beat him, so I rescued him
Oh.
from that. So his name is Chewbacca, like Chewie, like Chewbacca,
Hey,
the brr
Chewbacca.
from Star Wars.
Hey.
That one, yeah.
Hey,
He's a good dog.
puppy.
He's a dirty dog sitting in that puddle.
He's
Oh, it's
comfortable. Look at
115.
him.
It's 115 outside. That's why.
Yeah. He's.
It's 115.
Are you in Texas?
No, I'm in Cali.
Oh, okay.
I'm in
California.
California. And then I'm gonna show you my birds. Hold on. Let me go to the front of the house. Yeah, my house is very, very big, and it's very confusing sometimes. If you guys were in my house, you guys be confused. Here's the other part of the house. It's
Like
a whole.
even if we were there in person.
Okay, look at the birds. Hold on. See, I got birds.
Oh, hang on. Let me.
Oh, parakeets.
Oh.
Those are
I
my
used to have a
butt.
cockatoo, like he was talking about the yellow and gray one, but it was too hot. I guess it died of heat.
They're from Australia. They can't die of heat.
No. Well, they did. The cockatoo was right here. It wasn't this one, but he passed away.
They're not impervious to heat.
Yeah, they passed away. I got all kinds of animals. There's another dog inside. Oh, you want to see my cats? I got a mom and a son. Watch.
Sure.
His name is
The
Miracle
whole
because he was
menagerie.
the only one that was left because he had the first litter, but they all died except for him. I couldn't
Is
see
your
him because he was
house painted
camouflaged.
green? Is that the color of the side of your
Yeah,
house? I love that
yeah. The front,
color.
the front of the house
Oh,
is green. That's
I
because it's matching
love that color.
the car.
Look at
See
that.
that car that is right there? The Duster is matching the Duster.
Oh, wow.
Cause yeah, that's
Funky.
his dad's favorite. Yeah, that's my grandkid's. That's my kid's granddad's favorite color. See the Duster? It's intact.
Damn, I
See?
love that. I love those two shades together.
That's like a
And then
classic.
we got yeah, it's a classic. Yeah, it's a one owner classic car. Nobody else owns it but my kid's grandpa. And it's intact. The interior is not even ripped or nothing. Look, I'm gonna show you. Look.
Different farmers.
It's intact. Look, intact.
Look at wow.
That
It's
brings
intact.
back memories.
Yeah, but when they turn it on and oh, I love it. I love the yeah. We all have muscle cars in the house. See? Yeah. I have like 7 cars. I can't show you all of them, but yeah. It's like right there. There's my other dog. That's my baby right there. One is running right there.
Do you have any big dogs?
That's the biggest I can tell you. The one that's over there that I just showed you, Chewbacca's is the biggest I got.
Oh, the one in the puddle.
Yeah, in the photo, yeah.
Dirty
But let me
motherfucker.
show you the cat. I'm gonna show you the cat.
Shh. Don't scare the cat. Be quiet.
Was that a pink room? Look
There's
at wow. This house. Hey, cat. Oh.
Two of 'em.
This is the baby. His name is Miracle. He's only like 3
Hey,
months old.
Miracle.
And this is the mama.
That's the mama of Miracle.
That's Harley Quinn. Yeah, that's Harley Quinn.
Harlequin. Hey,
Yeah.
Hey, Harlequin.
Oh, Harley Quinn from the Joker.
Harley Quinn. Harley.
Mhm.
Miracle.
He's like, what the hell?
Are y'all
He just woke up. You can tell.
having fun? Are y'all having fun on Labor Day?
Oh, today's my daughter's birthday. And I drew the
Oh.
wall. See? I drew the wall. See?
What? Damn. Wow. Well, happy birthday, Puffy. Puffy's daughter.
Yeah, happy birthday.
She's 24 today.
Wow. Well, thank you.
24, and my daughter's son's gonna be 1 in 2 more weeks. Yes, I'm a grandmama. Yeah.
Wow, amazing.
I'm only 39 though.
Three generation.
Y'all are all
Bloody hell.
misfits.
I must
I'm
have mean
on
you. Maybe
and
you all got pregnant at
I was
average
16.
age of 13. Wow.
I was 16. I had her at 16. Like I'm from November. I had her in
Mhm.
September. I was gonna turn 17 in November.
Wow. And then when she was what? She had a baby.
She was 20. She was
Wow.
22, 22, 22, 22. Because she's gonna be wait, she's gonna be 23. She's gonna be what the baby's gonna be one. Yeah, 22. Almost 23.
what day in November?
16.
Oh, so Scorpio.
I told her that she was gonna do the Mexican the celebration is on the 16th.
The
The
Day of the Dead.
no, the 16th of September is the Independence Day in Mexico.
It's Virgo
Oh.
season, baby.
So she had them on the day we call it the Day of the Grito. The Grito is the Independence Day. They scream that they go, "Hey, viva Mexico!" That one.
But that's not the same as Cinco de Mayo,
No, that's a whole different thing.
which
Cinco
is a
de Mayo is
made-up
way
holiday, I
different.
believe.
Yeah, it's another holiday from Mex. Yeah, it's a whole different thing. Something at my hold on. But yeah, like there's the difference between the Cinco de Mayo and the
And the way you
16th.
try to portray yourself in front of other people, well, you're actually not.
Thank you.
You're
Okay, what happened?
Oh. So, somebody got muted. Jack.
I thought somebody got in trouble.
All right, Jeff, I'm going to head off for a little while. So great conversation as always.
Okay, Effigy. Yeah, thank you too.
Take
I
care.
feel the
Have a
same.
great rest of your Labor Day.
You too. And have a good one. And we'll see you again. As if I don't know, y'all. Is it winding down?
I don't know. It sounds like it.
Should we take
Besides,
breaks
somebody
or
got in trouble.
huh?
I think your friend got in trouble.
Somebody, which me got in trouble? Live on stream? On my stream?
You
Is
didn't hear what
everybody
she
waiting to
said?
find out what happens?
Yeah, because she
Oh,
said use something about everybody, some people, and then just you blink and when you're
yeah.
trying to show off yourself, something around, something like that. I was like, ooh, someone's in trouble
But like, why wouldn't they sign off?
because they got in trouble. You didn't hear me? You didn't hear?
Oh yeah, Plasma. You too. Good to see you, and thanks for listening as well. I still can't believe that people take us like out and about with them. Did you do anything cool for Labor Day? Wow, I love the color scheme. Black and orange. That's pretty cool for a Satanist. It's a good choice. That's right. Public transportation. But I know in Seattle they have programs where if you can't afford, they have like low income ways to ride the train. So they provide for that. But most people can afford the dollar or two that it takes to transport them where they need to go. All right. Well, I guess I can't really end in the middle of that, can I? All right, Ricardo, what's going on? Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm cool, man. I'm fine. I'm just having a bit. Well, just trying not to have an argument with anyone, but me and the missus are just having a bit of a back and forth. It's
Oh,
nothing major.
like, oh wow, because
We
everything
want to
seems
keep
to
it
be
off.
I
going
was
okay on
right. I
Everything's
told
stream.
you.
cool. Just wanted to keep it off YouTube because it's personal
Yeah,
and
yeah,
private,
that's what I was. Yeah,
and
I
probably quite
feel
boring for other people as well. So
okay.
we're aware of that.
Yeah. Well,
No, I'm
no,
cool, man.
feel free to drop off or whatever you need to do. No, no big deal.
Sure, man. I'm happy to be here.
I think you should leave
I want to join
now.
I want to be part of the
Can you please
conversation.
leave?
Oh, she wants you. She wants you. Like you've had your stream time and you want to stay on. That's what it is.
That part.
Like the video game addiction scenario.
Yep.
As somebody who's dated somebody with video addiction, my bias is already toward her because I've lived through that. And here's something else that might tilt the balance. Welcome back, Mike. And welcome back, Leggy.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up?
What's
Oh,
up?
I think we're at a transition. Oh, and then Jack's about to come on, so that'll change the balance too.
Transition.
Yeah, if anyone needs an intermission, now's the time to do it because I think we're about to move on to the next act.
We take a break. Come
That's
back on.
what we're calling it nowadays.
No, no, just like Jack's gonna come up in about 12 minutes, and then Leggy and you just came up, so I think that's gonna shift the conversation.
Yeah.
To new horizons, or maybe the same old horizons over and over.
Just revisit it again. Over and over.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Mike.
Hey, how you doing,
brother?
Good, man. What's going
Oh,
on?
Mike's back. That's who come up with me. Is Mike.
Yeah.
Just chilling, man.
Yeah, walked in
Just
together.
chilling.
Oh,
Listening to the
Jesus.
conversation.
That's the
You got
start
the
of a
one.
good joke right there.
You got the 1-2 punch. Leggy and Cerrone coming up.
Don't ever
Yeah,
put
man.
us in the same sentence like that, Cerrone.
We
Oh,
came up to do.
are you one of his fans too? I didn't realize.
What? Am I a fan?
Yeah. Are you able to be on the same stream together?
Sure. We were on the
I mean,
same
y'all
stream
seem to do a
earlier.
pretty good job.
It's your panel. I can be cordial on your panel because
Okay.
I have manners. My parents taught me right.
Well, you are a credit to that crew.
Look, how I feel about Mike is well known, and I can keep it at that because I'm a mature adult. And I can have a mature conversation even with somebody that I don't like or care for because that's how I am. I can talk to anybody because I don't give a fuck.
Hey, you know what's beautiful about that? That's how it used to be with like politics in our families. We used to sit at the table and, argue our different sides, and like we could walk away from it, and everybody was still cool. But then, like 20 years later, and now it's like, if you even like think differently, they're the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think a lot of it, if you agree and you tell me your opinion, a lot of society now is pushed more towards control. People want to control each other. It's like they're trying to eliminate free thinking. I don't know if you believe that to be true, but remember you had those people that just were free thinkers. You know, they could think what they want. They could change their mind, but you didn't get lambasted for it. You didn't get yelled at and look at this idiot.
I think there's definitely some like groupthink or indoctrination going on where there's a certain narrative or party line that you're expected to toe, and you either conform to it or you don't. But that's not thinking.
Mm-hmm. I've seen people on panels, like a panel owner. I've seen it with my own eyes, telling certain panel members, "You can't like that person, or you can't come back." What? Like I mean, the audacity.
I wouldn't come back. Like nobody tells me who I could like and not like.
But Jeff, they come right back. They're sheep.
Yeah.
You know, no one's going to tell me not who to like and who not to like. I'm just not gonna deal with that. You know, But
I mean, I
I've
might
seen people,
judge you for who you like, but I'm
yeah,
not gonna stop you from try to stop you from liking them. You can't. I can't control who people like.
yeah. But if you notice, in a gang of negativity, there's always one leader. There's always one person that's leading people into that circle of negativity. And
Who's
Hold
that?
on, Jeff. I'm going to try
Is that
something different.
Combat
Hold on.
Wombat?
Try to
But
refresh and come back in. Hold on.
okay, sounds good, Leggy.
Who's the leader of negativity? Is that Combat Wombat?
did I say
Oh
that?
come, no. We're not going there. Uh.
You didn't
When I
say that.
said we're transitioning and resetting and moving on, I didn't mean back to that topic.
I think it's a good generalization I made that usually in circles, there's one person that's the strongest of the hatred, and people just kind of follow that hatred. I think that's plausible. That's
There
what
we
I think.
go.
Maybe, but we talk about this topic a lot, so today's a chance to talk about
Way
something
too
else.
much.
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
Why is the sky blue? Let's talk about why the sky's blue.
Why is it blue?
Because it absorbs all the other colors of the spectrum and it reflects back the blue.
Yeah,
Wrong.
it has
Because
to
you
do with the
perceive it.
way yeah.
It's because you observe it that it's blue.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
it
just
appears blue to us as
it's the way
humans.
it
It
reflects.
doesn't have
It's
any
the
like
light spectrum,
objective
the
color.
way it reflects.
Yeah.
That is true. It has to do with the
The
reflection of
the
the
color
light.
you're seeing is the color that's not being absorbed, and it's
But
or
here's a
the light
question
the
for you.
wavelength that's not being absorbed and it's being reflected back.
I like
And
to
black, that's why black is the white is all the colors mixed together and nothing's being reflected back, and black is everything's being reflected back, I believe. So black is actually the absence
No,
of
black's
color, and
absorbing
white is
everything.
all the colors,
No, black's all the colors because it's
or the reverse.
absorbing
But it's what
everything.
it like one of
But
those two. Hey, Spy.
but here's a question for you. Now now perception. Everything in life is perception, like time and just now the way you perceive color is the same as Cerrone and Puffy and me and Spike and like you know what I
Not
mean? What
not
I
the
see as
same as
blue is
around.
it the same
Yeah.
blue you see? Or are we taught what we see as blue is blue? You get my point? You get what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
Like do we all perceive and reflect light back? Do all of our eyes work the same way?
I don't know how they proved it, but they have proven that we all see the same.
But color is that's added in by the brain. It's
That's
not
okay.
something
Listen,
that
listen. Yeah,
we.
that's true. That's true. The colors, it is not what it is to seem. Like we don't have color to ourselves. We see the color, but actually, in reality, we don't have the color that we're seeing.
Yeah, and other
That's what I
animals are going to
understood
see
last time.
different colors because
Mm-hmm.
their
Why you
brains
think the bull only sees
presented
red?
different colors.
Well, insects can perceive things on the infrared spectrum, and we can't. So they can perceive colors and things that we don't see. Insects, because it's patterns that they recognize to go pollinate the flower, and it's invisible to our spectrum.
You don't believe that certain people are colorblind? You ever heard that? People are
There we go. I was
colorblind.
gonna say that some people are
Yeah,
colorblind.
no,
So what's
there
the
are.
difference?
I know people that are colorblind.
Yeah.
My ex,
And it's
one of my, I had to look at the positions of the traffic lights because he could tell the green. He was red green colorblind.
Well,
I know.
I don't see race. I'm colorblind.
Me too.
I'm oblivious to race. I just don't see it.
I'm
I
going to
think
talk
any.
about that tomorrow because that's one of the issues that comes up in this DEI training thing is that not seeing race is actually harming black people, and that the inability to see race is harmful now, and that you should notice race because that's how you help black people. So they've reversed it. And now the people that are
I
looking
did
past
once.
skin color are actually the people doing harm.
I did once hear a black woman say that somebody that says that is as racist as anybody else. I'm like, how can you say that? Like me being a veteran and shit, like and being serving with all walks of life. You know what I mean? It's I don't know. It's very,
I
very
don't think someone
strange.
else has the ability to tell you that you're racist or what your thoughts are or what's in your
Yeah.
head. If you take a racist act, if you take an act, they can evaluate that against our current standards for discrimination, etc. But to overreach and purport to tell you what is in your head, hell no. Fuck no, not in America.
What?
How dare like that infuriates me that people would even think that they had the right to attempt that and that everyone else is going along with it. You don't get to tell me I'm a racist unless you have something to back it up. And we have like a court system for that.
All I know is, Jeff, if you don't stop abusing the Jews the way you do on a daily basis, we're gonna have a problem because you
I
have
don't
just.
even know who's Jewish or not. They it's like
Jesus.
I couldn't tell any of you could be Jewish. I wouldn't even know. It's like being gay. And but the thing I think the thing and Jack was talking about this is that the racism they're talking about is not the racism that I think of when I think of race. So I think the word racism is referring to something different now, and that's throwing off the conversation. Because, yes, I have a problem with people being called something that they're not, being accused of something they're not, being accused of being a thief, being accused of being a child abuser, being accused of being a bad person or toxic, if they're not actually that thing. I do have a problem with that, and I don't apologize for it.
It's fair enough. It's a fair assessment. Racism is alive.
I think they're the racists. They're the only ones that are obsessed with race, while the whole rest of the world has moved on.
I think everyone's a racist in one way or another.
I'd say we're tribal and we have in-group, out-group preferences. I don't know what internalized racism is.
Well, that's like if you're in the Middle East and you're a Shia and someone else is whatever the hell the other thing is, and
Sunni.
then
Sunni.
Sunni, yeah, and you don't get along, so you're racist internally. I mean, you're both from the same general race, but you're attacking each other for subtle internal differences.
How does defensiveness indicate guilt? Defensiveness is a completely normal reaction to being accused of something that you're defending truth, the truth about yourself. Like, how does that indicate you're racist? That makes no sense. If you lie about me or accuse me of something that I'm not, I'm going to be defensive. That is the default normal reaction. It doesn't prove what you're accusing me of. It more than likely it proves that it's not that thing, or I wouldn't even be having that reaction. So if this is the logic and the reasoning that supports this crap, you can see why I have a problem with it.
Hmm. It's good to question these things.
Don't
Good to
presume
think.
to lecture me on racism. I'm from the rural South and I grew up black, so don't tell me about racism either.
Look, I feel like there's more prejudice in the world than there is racism, really. Like,
And is
because they,
prejudice like making assumptions about people before you know anything about them? So like seeing them as a white man is a form of prejudice because you don't know anything about them as an individual? Because that's what the DEI people are doing as well. They're classing
Right, you
everybody
cracker.
into these demographics, and they're creating narratives about you if you're in this. When in 2020, in the work I do, we got from the county or the state or something. They had just put out this guide for working with different populations. And I'm not kidding. It was like a section on if you're working with black clients, this is what you need to know about them, and this is how you should approach them. If you're working with Mexican clients, this is what you need to know about. Like they had everybody reduced to their cultural
I
background, and then
actually
they had
just read
rules of what you should assume about them and how you should approach them because they're that demographic. Not get to know them as an individual. But it was this template, and they had if they're gay or if they're trans, this is what you need to know and do this.
You don't gotta talk to me like that.
It was disgusting. I can't believe people think this is a good thing for society.
well,
Hey,
I always
Jack,
get a
speak it
kick
up.
out of it when they talk about like white privilege and shit like that. And then I think about, well, let's look about these high prominent jobs, like as far as doctors and lawyers and like specialists like that go. They're people of foreign descent. You know, they're Indian, they're Asian, they're they're fucking from Germany. You know, like you don't have no real Americans the forefront of medicine or physics or science in general, you know? Because I just read an article and it was talking about how like on average a white a white couple how the hell was it was based on like percentages and shit like that there, but it was like something about like the Indian population makes roughly 103,000 or something like that as a median average, where like the white family makes like 83,000 on a median average, and like they broke it down to races and like and all that and like ethnic groups
I think the more
and
important thing is that Jack is driving and he's
Yeah,
not allowed to
Jack, you.
have license.
We can wait till you get home. This conversation will still be here.
He's about
I
to
I
crash.
I just left home.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking to you on my way to somewhere else.
He's gonna crash before he hits the end of the driveway.
I'm hands free right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Look, here's the red light. I stopped. What the fuck?
Oh, okay.
What do you want from me?
You don't have a license.
This is an awkward camera, though, for sure. Anyway, we were talking about how we hate the blacks or something.
No,
We're talking about how, like, a lot of people think that everybody else hates the blacks when we
Jeff
don't, but
was
they
saying
insist
how
that
much.
they know that we hate the blacks when we really don't. But
For sure.
but they convince themselves of that anyway, and then they enact policies based on that.
For sure. So, have we come up with a good enough word to describe, like, maybe you're not being like racist, like a malicious, conscious action, but like maybe you have some like subconscious bias going on about how like maybe like how trustworthy someone is, and that's maybe based on like their style of dress, how they
well,
talk,
that'd be
like maybe their
prejudice, not
skin color to
racism.
a degree. But
I
like,
could go with bias. I could
Yeah,
go
but
with
that'd still be prejudice though,
our in
because you're
group
basing it on
preference or
looks and
something.
appearance.
So why is bias a big, like, they make it sound like something like bias is as bad as actual racism, where people were lynching people and they had sundown towns and they had Jim Crow laws and they make out like something like bias is as dastardly as that other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, because in the context of like the modern world, like if you're deciding like who's trustworthy or not, like trustworthy enough for a loan, and you can only give out so many loans, and like your judgment like leads you to like accept exclusively white guys instead of like also some black
Yeah, but
people
I don't
because
believe
they
most
seem
people are. I don't think that applies to most people. And we already have laws against that. I think most people, when they're handing out loans, are probably evaluating it by whatever rubric you're supposed to evaluate loans.
for sure, for sure.
And
Okay,
if they
so
have to
like real
use
quick,
any kind of subjective like element to their judgment, I don't believe most people are saying there's a black person in front of me and I don't like black people. I'm not giving
yeah,
this
I'm
loan.
not
I
saying that
just
either.
don't believe for the majority of people that that's what's happening. To the
Jeff, can you,
extent that it needs to be a issue that society has to focus on.
Jeff, can you give acknowledgement to the wonderful pieces of art that have been presented to
I
you
sure
here?
can. Wow. What is the first one from the other day, or did you do that one today too? That's the oh wow. Well,
I will say I watched her draw most of that upside down, and that's like
Yeah.
as impressive as the picture. I hope that's not offensive to say.
wait, say what?
I like the fact that they like drew it upside down is like almost as impressive as how
Oh
good the
yeah, no,
portrait
yeah,
is.
that's what she's known for. She comes and draws upside down all the time.
For sure. Yeah, no, that's super cool.
Upside down.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, I gotta go. I'll see you later, man. Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, it was cool. Zach, thank you. Have a good rest of your Labor Day.
You too.
Peace
Or
out,
don't
man. Peace
make your
out.
own choices.
Make your own choices.
Drive fast, take chances.
There, we can let's center Puffy. There, that feels. None of this feels right, actually. Let's.
Yeah, I'm upside
There.
down. This is wild. Or, well, to say
Okay.
the least.
This feels weird.
Oh, it feels weird to you?
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I think it's cool. I think it adds novelty to the panel.
Right.
Well,
So what's going on over there, Mike? You're just chilling.
I just had dinner and I'm just chilling, relaxing.
What'd you have?
I made a burger.
Oh,
what
that's
type of
right.
burger? Did you have cheese on it?
Yes,
What type of cheese?
Swiss.
Gay.
Did you have
Swiss.
bacon?
What's that? Good hear.
Did you have bacon?
No, no bacon.
No.
He's slowly building the burger to torture
Did
us.
you have onions on it?
Grilled onions.
Damn. You
Tomato?
grilled them yourself?
Yeah, I do grill myself. No, I don't. I don't do the lettuce, tomato. I just do. I usually do grilled onions. I usually would put bacon on it. But I didn't have any turkey bacon. I didn't have it.
Okay.
So,
Oh, hang
when
on. Let me
bacon.
see what this
Did you
this
have
fool is
mayonnaise or did you
saying.
have ketchup or mustard?
Don't use any condiments.
No condiments. You like it dry, huh?
Well, no, I make it. I make it like medium rare, and then with the cheese and everything, it's just. I mean, it's perfect.
You still gotta have a condiment, Mike.
I don't eat them.
Still gotta have.
Do you have it where like the cheese is like hawk tuah on that thing?
Always good. Really juicy.
Well, he's doing some hot touring as dry as that shit is. It's like a desert sandpaper.
It's really good. I make a good burger.
M Corner, what? You don't have to tell me where you are, but what parts of the country is this happening? I'm very interested to know. Like Uncle Fatty lives up in northern Idaho, and he talks a little bit about people that show up at protests and stuff. So that's the extent as far as that. I don't know if places where people are going to get their head bashed in 2024 for being gay. So I'm just
America.
curious, like what parts of the state are like still most risky. I don't know what this guy's talking crazy. He's normally quite
I'm not gonna
insightful
lie
and
though.
intelligent, but now he's talking
watch
crazy. I have no idea. I
at
can't
Christmas
decode any of
time.
this.
I did watch some Jehovah Witnesses get beat down because they were at the Christmas parade, saying Santa Claus is the devil and shit like that in front of a bunch of kids and a bunch of
That's hateful.
And yeah, and I mean they were doing it up and down the street. Of course,
Oh, okay.
parade, Christmas parade, bunch of kids out there, and the local bikers didn't take too kindly to it, and they beat the holy snot out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, M Corner. I have one of my best
But they
friends
left all
moved to Branson, Missouri for a while, and she loved it, and she's an alphabet person and raising two beautiful kids herself. And I have another friend that has some property down in Missouri and does men's work, and I've been invited down there many times, and he seems very welcoming. So even what you're describing here doesn't track with what I know about the area you're talking. I just don't believe that there's Neanderthals with spike clubs out there hunting people they suspect of being gay and bashing them in.
Well, no.
That sounds ridiculous.
Neanderthals died like tens of thousands of years ago, Jeff.
Yeah, the scientific Neanderthals, but the metaphorical ones that are in his mind, I think, are still alive. Yeah, you probably know a few people that would be violent toward gay people. I don't think that's the majority of Americans, but like by a long shot. And the polling and the data would even support that at this point.
I think now it's more all the extra
I mean, to be
alphabet that's
fair,
been added. What the fuck? The wife was watching one of the new 90-day fiance shows, and there was a part she had to rewind it because this dude said he was some type of sexual, right? She had to rewind it. She goes, "What the fuck is he talking about?" And my kid was down here, and she was like, What the fuck is it?" And apparently, it has to do with when you have a sexual attraction to feminine, feminine qualities about people. You know what I mean? I'm like, what the
So, like, you could be
fuck?
attracted to a man or a woman as long as they're feminine?
Yeah, I guess
What
that's what
is
it is.
that
But
called?
I don't.
I
It
know there's
sounded
femphobia, but what would the
dino something.
femphilia?
I don't know.
Autogynephilia. That's when a heterosexual man gets turned on by the idea of himself as a female.
Well,
Like he
that's what
directs his
he.
attraction to women onto himself.
Anyways, that's what he described himself as, and my wife was just like shaking her head. And of course, I was like, "What the fuck is this bullshit?" Like, you know what I mean? Like I get the whole gay. Like, I just wish we'd go back to the game. You know, being gay,
Now they want the
straight,
gays back.
being gay,
Please
straight, or being
give
a
us the
fucking
gays.
drag queen. Like, you know what the fuck happened to the day of hermaphrodites? You know
It's
what I
gonna get
mean?
even
Like,
weirder.
what
So
the fuck,
at
man? Like,
10 years from now, you're gonna be asking for the trans or the non-binaries back,
I don't know,
and the
man. That's just fucking
autogynephiles.
weird. That's all I fucking know, man. Like, I feel like if you're gonna have like all these fucking dudes turn into women and women turn into dudes, like there needs to be a card that they give out and be like, hey, I used to be this, but I'm now this. Like that should be a requirement to tell somebody. Cause like, just think about it. Like the psychological damage you could do to somebody if they didn't know, and then like all of a sudden they did know. Like
I think
you would
it's a
feel
shitty
complete,
thing to do to a person. I think it makes them a pretty awful person to
but it
deceive somebody
happens.
like that.
It happens. It's just
Yeah,
like
I know
people
it
with.
does. It
It's
happened
just
to
like
me.
people with STDs. I know there's people out there that fucking don't say a fucking word, and you know what I
Yeah, and they
mean.
used to
And
do that with HIV too. Like there were people that wouldn't disclose their status, and I
that
think
shit's
all
just
of
fucking
that
wrong.
is selfish, immoral, whatever you want to call it, destructive. Okay, this is illegal, importer, so I'm not concerned about this one guy who said that. If he actually takes action on that and refuses to rent from me specifically for those reasons, then it's an issue. But I don't think it's indicative of most of the people in America, like most people in the workforce that go to these DEI trainings. I don't think this guy is indicative of them.
Yeah. I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say, Jeff.
only. He has a
Oh,
point. It's only illegal if someone enforces it, though.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I've done civil rights complaints myself. I know for a fact there's a system that at least investigates.
They did look into it, yeah. And if somebody's threatening someone to, to off them, and then the FBI will get involved because that's a serious crime. You can't threaten to K-word somebody. And if you feel really
Mike,
threatened,
Mike, 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 Mike. Stop this conversation, sir, please. We can't have this conversation going down.
who's we? Is
You
this your
can't.
channel, Leggy? Leggy, is this your channel?
Well,
But
I
Mike,
would
but
say the
Mike,
same
by
thing,
you
but
saying
yeah,
that
let's not
statement's
take
going to
it
open
there.
up a whole can of worms of statements that you've made, though, and we're trying to avoid that
Leggy, I was talking to
show in
Jeff. If Jeff
general.
was the one to talk about, I won't. I won't talk
Move
about
on.
it.
Just move on.
I'm just saying.
Move
Is
on.
that your little pounce for the night, Leggy? Is your little pounce from you? Been waiting for the pounce. That's all it
My
is.
little pounds, Mike. What are you talking about? I'm not even being a dick.
Okay,
Do you want me to
hang
be a
on.
dickhead? Because I can, but I'm not. I'm just saying,
No, I
Mike.
don't
Like
want either one
you're
of
going to
you to
open
be a dickhead.
yourself
I
to a
want
can.
both of you. Hang on. Okay,
Sorry.
hang on.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Jack.
Wow.
Rogsburg. Hang on.
Trades.
Okay.
I have a new pitch.
Oh. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just saying I didn't want it to open up into a can of worms because I know what it will bring. Because like I'm thinking these thoughts, you know what I mean? As soon as he said it, so I can just think what other people in the chat and that might pop up on the panel might say. So Mike should. I'm just trying to. It's going to be a shit show if he continues with that conversation, that sentence.
Wait,
I
you're
didn't
gonna have a
realize there was the hostility between the two of you that there was. So I think maybe having both of you on the panel
Well,
together is not a
I
good
try
idea.
not to have hostility. Like I try to keep it cordial, but like you say something to him like that, and he thinks like
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
trying to be a dickhead. I'm just trying to be like, yo, Mike, like you have threatened that yourself to people. So by you saying that statement, you're admitting that you know what you do is a crime and is wrong.
I'd
So
rather
like
not talk about any of that on this channel, honestly. Like
exactly. So that's what
that's
I was
not
trying
stuff
to
I even want on
avoid.
the channel.
That's what I
But
was trying to get out. You know, that's why I was trying to cut it off at the head. Boom, done. Kill the serpent. Right
It
there.
just
Boom.
seems
Okay.
like
Well, I
all
know
this
he's a
is.
trigger for a lot of people, and some
It
of you
just
do your
seems to keep
best.
circling back every time. It's like, oh, I wasn't trying. No, I'm not trying to. I'm not. And then it's like
I
5 minutes
know
of
there's this
like that.
passive aggressive bullshit dynamic that never gets turned off, and I think a lot of people they really
But
do
what
their
was I?
best, but to
I wasn't
deny
really
that it's
trying to
not
be.
there is it's there.
I just trying to keep it from going south. That's all. That's all,
Yeah,
Jeff. Just trying to keep it
yeah.
from going south. Because I know where that conversation was going, and I could see it. Because
But the
there
fact
was,
that that
and
potential's even there shows that
well,
this is
it's
it's
funny that he brought
fraught.
it up because like there's a recent video released of him saying that words to a female on YouTube of him threatening that
Yeah,
to a
I don't care
female.
about any of that
So
here.
you like you know I'm just saying
This is
like
the little
that's
bubble away from all that. The drama oasis.
yeah.
And in fact,
I
I will
mean
make a deal with y'all right now. If y'all keep the drama on all the other channels and all that, I will continue to have this space be a little oasis away from that you can come, recharge. This could be our break from the drama, and I won't go so hard on the drama if you agree to keep it on other channels. How about
well, I
that?
Wait,
wasn't trying to have
This
no
could be
drama.
not you particularly. I'm just talking to the chat in general. This could be the little drama-free space. Like what is it? Like the little zone where the neutral zone where people agree to not talk about those topics here, and then y'all can have them on all the other panels. This could be your little like chill out room from that.
wait, sure. So should I not bring up my
All
new
right.
meme?
Yes, bring up your new meme.
Okay.
You have it in your car, or are
Hair
you just gonna
color.
describe it?
Hair color is well defined. There are three types of hair color. There is black, there is brown, and there is blonde. And that's it. Do you have any problem with this?
No. Is this science or is just a meme?
No, I
Or are
mean
you saying
it's science.
scientifically this is fact?
I mean there are only three colors of hair. Like,
Okay.
have you ever seen anyone
I
with any other color? Like
yes, I have.
like there's black, brown, and blonde. That's it.
Yes. I've
Oh,
seen
what
white, I've
other
seen
color have
red,
you
I've seen I
seen?
used to have purple. I used to have blue, green.
Well, like I mean, so like white is a function of age, right? And red is like it's a it's super rare, right? You know, like they're less than 2% of the population. So like I mean, so 98% of the time there are only three hair colors.
Right. Yeah.
Sure.
I appreciate what you're doing, but I think it's beside the point because I don't think that that's what most people struggle with. But I see the point you're making. I don't disagree with it.
Well, what is the point that I'm making? That
I
I'm
like
don't
on your
see the
side
point he's
about the
making.
bimodal thing. I'm on your side about the little Wikipedia graph we saw.
Sure.
I'm confused. What was his
My,
point
my
about the hair
criticism
color?
is the activism, like the active the implementation, like what the actions they take on their beliefs, not the science behind it itself. Well, he's making a point, AA, that that's with the gender,
I
like
mean,
the what would you call us, gender critical? Oh,
no,
I think my stream went
no.
out.
Biological
No.
sex is a social uh, construct.
But biology is not a social construct, and things like
Yes, it is.
penises and
Absolutely, it
vaginas
is.
and sperms is not a social
Yeah, that's
construct.
all. Like, I'm sorry. Like all those words you just used to describe all those things. Like, are those like divine statements that are universal truths, or is that like sounds that we made up to describe these different types of categories?
I'm just saying they're thing. Like a penis is a real thing. However
How
you
did
want to
this
talk about it
conversation go
semantically,
from
you're
hair
not going to
colors to
convince many
penises?
people that penises are not an actual thing.
I'm not trying to convince
What?
people that penises aren't
What?
real.
I'm so
That'd be weird.
confused. How did we get to this conversation? Can someone enlighten the lobster over here, please?
Biological sex is a social construct.
Is that sirens?
Does that catch you up? I don't know.
He's saying biological sex is socially constructed, whatever that means. And I'm saying I know that my biology is not a social construct. I know that what I'm attracted to is not a social construct. What I do sexually is not a social. Those are actual biological realities.
Okay, so when you say biological realities, like, what do you mean by that? Like, do you mean there's like a transcendent truth that
I
biology
mean, I
isn't like
have a
describing
physical
or any
body.
words?
Like aren't you a like a biological scientist?
Yes.
So I mean by biology that it exists and that like I'm an organism. It applies to me. It's not a social construct. It's a material reality I experience every day.
What?
My
Okay,
body is
so
not a social construct.
I mean,
You're playing games here. I don't know where you're going with this. You know that you of all people on this panel know what biology is, and that it's
yes.
not a social construct.
No, it is a social construct.
No, oh
It's
my
stuff that
God.
human.
Hang
The
on,
whole
hang on.
point of
I'm
biology.
gonna need a few minutes because I need to
Okay.
rewire my brain for a biological scientist telling me that biology is a social construct.
I mean, science is a social construct, right? Like humans made up
But
science.
material reality, the body is not a social construct. This right here, that like my consciousness is
I,
embedded in, is not a social construct. It
okay,
is a
so
material reality. It has matter, it has atoms, it has molecules. So if you're prepared to deny all of that and say that's just a social construct, I'm gonna need a few minutes.
Well, what's his definition of social construct then?
I mean, it is something constructed by society.
My body was not constructed by society. It was
So
created by the union of a sperm and an egg. That's not a social
I mean, that's
construct,
your
dude.
body.
but the
Yeah.
ontological category of a body, like the material reality of a body, that is something that humans made up, right?
No, no, humans did
What?
not make up their bodies. This is,
No, I'm not saying that
I've got to
humans
be missing something,
materialized
or
their own
this
bodies.
is a
I'm not saying
swell
that
troll.
humans materialized their own bodies. What I'm saying is that, like, when we describe our bodies, like, what does that
That's
refer to?
separate from the phenomena of the body itself, the reality of the body itself. Like, and scientists
The
know this
experience
because
of
they
being
study
alive?
molecules and atoms and chemistry, so they know that's not imaginary, just socially constructed things that humans made up.
I
If you're
mean, no.
talking
I mean,
about language,
all those
okay, language
categories are stuff that
emerged
was made
from
up.
intersubjectivity, which is social, but that doesn't negate the language is not the body, it's not the physical reality itself. So
Okay,
it
so
seems like just word games at this point of, oh, the body is a social construct. Well, no, not really.
well, no, the
Linguistically,
concept of a body is a social construct.
well, we're not
Yes.
talking about the concept of the body. I'm talking about my actual physical body
Okay. What is your body made
is
up
a
of?
real thing.
The body's made up of atoms and molecules
Yeah.
and.
Yeah, it
Okay.
has
So if
extension
I were to
in
scrape
space and
one
time. I
atom
could
off of Jeff,
I
experience it.
mean, we're matter. I mean, we're made up of matter. Yep.
so if
Yep.
I were to scrape one atom off of Jeff, would Jeff still be Jeff?
Yeah.
Would that atom that I scraped off still be Jeff?
Yeah.
It'd be a part. It'd be an extension of Jeff.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's none of it's a social
I mean,
construct. So I
because
don't
if
know
you if
where you're
you
going with
tested
this.
that atom, it's gonna come back that it come from Jeff. So,
I don't feel
so
comfortable.
I don't
I have to
understand
rest.
how this
I have to.
supports your argument for social construct. What do my
I
atoms
mean,
have to do
social
with?
construct, in my opinion, is more like the way society has things set up, like roles particular people play, like the social construct of how like a village works and stuff. Like you have elders, you have people that go hunting, you have people that cook and clean, you have the people that take care of the children. Like this is just generic fundamentals of how life works, but you have the social construct of how all that works and the roles people play. I mean that's more my opinion of what it is.
If you're talking about language, then just call it language. You don't have to call language a social construct. I don't believe language is constructed. I believe it's an emergent phenomena. But I don't know what any of this has to do with sex or even maybe gender.
Well, I mean the sex part. I mean, you can be influenced possibly from your environment, your social circle. You know what I mean? The things
But it doesn't
you're
influence
influenced.
whether you have a penis or not.
Well, no, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying, but it could now because if you look, it seems like almost every fucking movie or TV show has that character where somebody's battling with whether or not they want to be a man or a woman or and shit like that. There, it seems to be in every single fucking show now. You can't get away from it.
Yeah,
You know,
and
so
that's probably a legitimate experience for some people. But even that doesn't negate the fact that I have a physical body. I have a penis.
no.
Some people have a vagina.
I mean, I
Those
guess
are
I don't
real
understand
things.
how
Those are
we're
not
trying to tie this
constructed. They're
into
not
social.
if they're constructed by anything, they're constructed by nature.
I
But it's
mean,
not they're not constructed by human society. Human society did not create the physical universe.
fuck no. Who the
So
fuck
there's
knows what
something I'm
created the
missing that
universe?
he's either not articulating or I'm not grasping, or this is some kind of semantic game.
I don't know. I'm confused.
But I
I don't
think
get
that
it.
might be part of the
I,
intent.
I don't get where he was going with it. I just don't.
Well,
I mean,
we can get more clues.
although I do gotta know, with that mustache, do you go to the world mustache competitions? Use that palm olive and twist it and
We're
make it look real fine.
we're
Make
coming
yourself
up
look
on
like the
Movember.
evil Western dude.
Are
Apparently,
you
he
able to
didn't
hear?
think
He
that
may
was
not have
funny.
heard us. Are you able to hear us? I don't think we're hearing you. It's just
I don't
silence.
think my joke is working. He don't think I'm
I think he's.
funny.
I don't think he has his connection, his audio.
Boris, where is Natasha?
Shady. My plan is to. It just depends on how the panel goes. I'm
Tommy!
also getting a
Tommy, my
headache though.
boy! Tommy,
Okay.
me
Yeah.
boy!
Yeah. Take care. We'll talk later. Oh, I don't know if he could hear me in the back. Yeah. Person in the back. Yes. Take care and have a good day, and we'll talk again.
Oh, man, I wasn't trying to be negative. I'm just trying to stop an argument, man. I feel bad. Kind of.
No, you don't have
Not
to feel
really, but
bad.
kind of.
You don't have to feel bad.
I said kind of, not really, maybe. No, no.
But
But
there
still,
is
still.
hostility
No,
that
there
I
was
would
no
prefer.
hostility, Jeff. Jeff. Listen, listen.
Uh,
When I'm saying, look, Mike, I tried to do this with Dave too, with Savage Dave. Like, dude, you got to stop drinking, and you got like so much on YouTube and putting your foot in. Like, I tried to tell that dude that, and then he kept trying to think I was attacking him. Same thing with Mike. He thinks I'm trying to attack him when I'm like, dude, stop it. Like, you're gonna start a can of worms. Like with that conversation, like someone will try to pop up on this panel, and it will turn into a shit show if you continue with that statement. That's all I was trying to get out. And then I was going to carry on. Didn't
but I
expect
know
you.
that y'all have a history. Like there is this hostility, but
But
and not just you. Like a lot of people have it. I see it on the panel all the time. He evokes it in people. He brings it out
look,
of them.
me, I'll try to have a conversation with anybody, like I said. Like, I don't everybody makes a million fucking memes, and you go on that tenor, that GIF thing for your keyboard or whatever, you can type in Mike Cerrone, and there's a fucking GIF of Mike, you know what I
Are
mean?
you,
Like, that's
my
how much
God, he
time
is.
people waste. That's how much time, Mike, people waste their time on Mike Cerrone. Like, it boggles my mind. I'm not on YouTube for a month. I leave YouTube, they're talking about Mike Cerrone. I come back, they're still talking about Mike Cerrone. Like,
Somebody
you know
should
what I
study
mean?
it. It's quite a
The only
phenomenon.
difference is Now Mike Cerrone apparently is on the outs with Banana, so now they just talk shit about both of them at the same time now. So it's hilarious to me. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, how can somebody dedicate that much time? Like, I see Mike's point. Like, how do you dedicate that much time to me? Like, he is great content. I get that for people that have nothing else to do. Great content. Make your money on that boo boo. Do whatever you got to do. Make that cheta. Whatever you got to do. Make the funny shit. But I still implore you to ask yourself, how do you have that much fucking time on your hands to find every single panel and clip of Mike, of
I've
him
been
making
wondering
himself,
the same
like,
thing.
you know what I mean? Like, how do you, like, even this Connie fella, this fucking rebel fella, like, I don't understand, like, I just don't understand that construct of shit either. Like,
Who?
it's
The
fun to,
Carney fell? Is that what you called him?
no, Connie.
Who? You talking
Connie.
about Jack? Who's Connie?
I don't know, some rebel guy. I don't know, some
Oh,
fucking.
somebody else. Okay, I thought you meant
Yeah,
Jack.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm just saying, like, he's a fucking e-beggar and shit. Like, it's just like how the, but everybody seems to troll him and make content about him. I'm like, how? Like, why? Why does anybody care? He does stupid silent streams that nobody talks. Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. Like, why? Why even put he I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either. Um,
Exactly, exactly. See, I had words with Tommy once upon a time about something stupid. It was, and you know what? I've moved the fuck past it, and I have conversations with Tommy when I have the opportunity. You know what I mean? Because it's fucking, I'm a grown ass fucking man. Like.
Yeah, I also smoke that sometimes.
Okay, did you hear me about the mustache though? Do you do mustache competitions? Do you roll it and twist it with the palm olive?
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Or are
as
you
far
a
as
Dapper Dan guy?
yeah, no, I'm a
oh, you're
loser. I
breaking
stay home
up.
alone
You're robotic.
most of the time, except for now, obviously. Uh,
Jack, your connection's
is this
robotic.
better?
It's breaking up bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
How about now?
it's a little better now. Yeah,
All right. I
probably
kept
just
driving
signal.
straight,
Get back to the
so
topic, man. What the fuck is the topic? I don't even know. I'm lost.
Well, Jack and I are working up at some point. It doesn't even have to be today, but people call like everything that happened from like let's say the Civil War or prior to now in the like whatever's happening in the workplace, they all call it racism. But I think that the racism I'm talking about and the racism Jack's talking about is actually different enough that we could call it different things and have separate conversations about it.
yeah. I mean, we can call it literally whatever you want.
I'm
I don't
okay
want to
with
call it
bias. We
racism.
could call it bias.
Yeah, bias is
But
good.
bias is
Yeah,
something we all have. I don't think that's like a national crisis.
yeah. I mean,
I
and
think
that's
the
why we
left
should
has
try.
biases against males and whiteness and religion and stuff like that. So I think any group you could find some biases in the group. And America has been getting along despite our biases for my whole entire life. Like I don't know what extra help. And the other thing I want to mention, you talked about like the vaccine and proof of outcome, like outcome, human outcome or whatever. But so far, what I'm seeing from the DEI outcomes is it's not working, and some in some cases making things worse. So when people are evaluating the outcomes of it, it's not validating the claims of DEI. So anyway, that's a conversation that is going to happen at some point, however it happens. But that's lined up as well. And then anyone's invited to contribute their own topics of conversation too. Hey, Alan, what's up? Happy Labor Day. Y'all probably don't have that over there, but I hope you have a good, anyway, a good day.
Whatever the day is to you, have a good day, sir or ma'am. Madam.
Yeah, you too, Ricardo. That was a very pleasant surprise and a nice Labor Day.
Yeah. Beautiful day.
Well, I'm interested to know if we have any Jews, blacks, Hispanics out there, and you want to let us know in the comments or come up and tell us why you vote Democratic if you do, because I know people from every one of those groups that vote Republican as well. So there are people in those groups that vote Republican. But
Yes,
and I
sir.
want to see if they match. I want to see if all the Jews say that it's for the same reason, and the blacks and the Hispanics. I honestly don't know. I'm willing to find out, like investigate and find out. I don't have any hypothesis about what the conclusion might be.
I also feel like a lot of times it has to do with your region and the area you live in. You know what I mean? Because that plays a lot into influence into your political views and things like that. Because I feel like since I live in the town where I live in now, like I've lived here for I don't know, going on 7 years now, and I mean my views have kind of they've changed a little bit, not a whole lot, but I'd say they've been influenced by some of the things that's happened here in town.
Did you grow up in that area?
I mean, I did grow up in this area, yeah, yeah, but I mean, but still, even where I grew up to here, it's I mean, it's 25 miles, but it's still like a whole different culture, really. Here, it's more fit lobster fishing and stuff like that. There, where me, it's more blueberry. It was blueberry fields, clamming and worming, you know. So.
Oh man, I love blueberry. I love blueberry picking.
So.
Alan, I haven't watched it yet. Actually, I've been streaming so much. I don't know of anybody. Girl.
Jeff, if I share a link in the back of it's okay, so it's maybe it will create conversation. It's a video about if The Simpsons was created today, what like what they it would be like and why. I think it kind of goes into our conversation.
Say that again about The Simpsons.
Okay, so it's a video based on like what The Simpsons would be today if The Simpsons was created today, of what it would be and why it would be the way it is versus if it blah blah. I'm tongue twisted here. Okay, let me start over. All right,
Like
so it's a video over the differences if The Simpsons was created today versus when it debuted in 1989. It's pretty
like how
much and
different it would be because of
yeah,
how
and
things have
why
changed
with
so
the
much.
social differences and all that.
Oh wow, it's on YouTube.
Yeah, let me see if I could find the
Yeah, I
link
would
to
love
it.
to see that.
If I drop down, I'll be back.
Yeah, I know. And M Corner, actually, I remember because I used to watch The Apprentice a lot. When he first started to run, or like I think he like floated a campaign, the cycle before, but he ended up not running. But at some point, I remember he showed up in the news as a birther, talking about Obama wasn't born the year, and I remember just rolling my eyes and thinking how ridiculous this silly man was. And I never took that seriously. And so that is, you're right. That is for me like really a mark against Trump. Like it really is a barrier for me taking him too seriously, which is a good thing. So y'all never have to worry about me like falling for the Trump cult. And the birther thing is part of that reason. Nah. I look at the pew polls. I'd want to see those because it's way more diverse than the Republican Party I'm looking at, which might be your bias. Maybe you want to test that.
There we go.
Alrighty. Oh, now's the echo. Okay, let's see. Oh wow. Oh, he breaks it down. I see. He like narrates it.
Yeah, yeah. But I figured
Yeah,
maybe
I'll have
we
to
can
watch it.
narrate. We
I'll probably
narrate
watch
over
it
his.
tonight. fact, let me save it. No, I think you're wrong. And Pew divided. They get more granular than just the right, and the percentages change depending on which group you're looking at. But I don't even think the most. In fact, let me pull it up. I don't even think the most extreme group, or what they call the faith and flag conservatives, which I guess would be the furthest to the right. I don't even think that they are 90%. But I'm gonna check. Let's see if they have their demographic breakdown. Mm, they break it down by political positions, but I don't see it broken down by religion. Let me check the individual coalitions. Well, let me see if you have a link, if you can fact check or you have a link. M Corner, even in my day, I wouldn't say they were the bulk. The Republican Party is the religious right, which, by the way, have you read the new updated Republican platform? They hardly got any of the stuff that used to be, like all the religious and Christian stuff that used to be on the platforms, none of it's in there anymore. And it was like finance, like big business, big finance, and it was military, mostly. So it wasn't just like a group of 90% Christians. Like you have such a distorted view of the Republican Party. And it probably comes from the media you consume because I don't know how many actual Republicans you talk to down there where you are.
Well, Obama said it best. It's either chicken or fish. You might not like chicken or fish, but those are your choices. You got to choose one. In this case, I guess it's pick your poison. Trump. I personally feel Trump's the better choice out of the two. They're both fucking dumb candidates, but Trump's definitely the better choice out of the two, in my opinion.
All right. I think I found some religious stats. Let's see. 82% according to Pew lean Christian. Or 82% of Christians lean. Hang on, that's not the right stat. I want what percent of the Republican Party is Christian? They're giving me what percent of Christians are Republican. Let me see if AI can help out.
Well, wouldn't that be almost the same thing? Right? If you're asking how many Republicans are Christians and it's telling you how many Christians are Republicans.
Yeah, but you'd have to know like how many other people are also Republicans. The AI is saying it cannot help with that right now. Let me try ChatGPT. And if anyone has a source, because I don't know, but I doubt it's 90% white and Christian.
You're out of this shit's out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
keep
having
up
a
with that
hard
shit.
time finding.
I don't do that shit.
Do you have a link? Because like a Pew. Let's see, Pew. Let's see. Let me try this. Sorry, we're getting there, folks. Oh, maybe Wikipedia will have demographics. 82% Christian, so that's not 90%. But okay, even if it's 80%, that's high enough. Like that's majority enough. So if someone says Republicans are majority
Well,
Christian,
this is what I found, Jeff. Hold on. I'll send you this.
and then see if you can find race as well.
Look at that and see if that is if you can decipher that.
Let's see, party affiliation. Oh, by religious group, maybe this. No, I need it to go the other way around. Let's see. Uh, Belief in God by political party. Now, Pew says 73% of Republicans believe in God. So, I don't know, you have 82% Christian, but only 73% believe in God. There seems like there's some atheistic Christians in there. A significant amount of them to me. Or the polling
Well,
could be
look,
like
you
maybe
got
from
believe
different
it, but hold
years.
on. But it's believe in God, absolutely certain, fairly certain, not too certain, believe in God, don't know, and then other. So I mean, it's all believe. It breaks it down even further in it. You know that it breaks it down even further though, because if you look at that, it says 73 definitely 100% believes in it, and then it breaks it down to from that all the way down to believe in God, but don't think He exists or whatever.
Okay, let's see ethnicity.
It would be more like what percentage of them are Catholic versus Christian.
They did say that the majority is evangelical, followed by mainline Protestant, but it's always been that way.
But who the fuck knows, man? I thought there was supposed to be a separation from state and church, anyways.
There is. That's why I'm not worried about anything. It wins every time, and the Satanic Temple is constantly challenging like the instances of it all across the country in different states, and they win almost every time. The courts say no, you can't. There's separation of church and state. You can't do this. You can't do this. You can't do this. It's separation of church and state.
So,
That's why
so
I'm not worried.
tell me,
Like the
is
Louisiana
there
law they just
equivalent?
passed with the Ten Commandments, it's going to get shot down.
Well, listen, so is there a satanic equivalent to the Ten Commandments?
Not really. They have what they call tenets, and the Church of Satan has rules or guidelines, but they're just suggestions, like just little guidelines to live life by. They're not. It's not an authoritarian religion, so nobody commands us to do anything. It's not a religion of followers in general. We don't follow Satan. We just use him as a figure of inspiration.
So, like, there's no, there's no like lamb sacrifices and altars and.
Not me. I don't have an altar,
I
and I don't
know.
even have animals.
I'm just trying to be funny. I'm just trying to be
Yeah.
funny because that's the stereotypical satanic person. They
Well,
wear
that's where I got my
robes with.
antlers from.
Yeah, oh yeah. You went and killed Bambi, did you? No Bambi. Bambi.
I
I gotta
hated that
find
as a
you.
kid, watching the mama get killed and the forest burned down.
Uh, shit. My uncle's like, should have shot Bambi too. Oh fuck.
I don't. I have no. Okay, you now. I know you. Now I know you. Foolish in the head. I have no idea what whiteness is. Hey, fun with dirt. Um. So this abstract thing called whiteness is a fundamental part. Like whatever it is, it's fundamental to the Republican Party. That I'm gonna need to see some evidence for. I don't even know what that means. Is it like it's a bunch of white people that like a racist group, like all the white people got together and said, well, why do they let other minorities in the first place?
Well,
It sounds
that
like
goes
a
back to that
conspiracy. Like people
DEI.
think that
That
all
goes
the
back to
Jewish
that
people are
DEI, Jeff.
colluding and coordinating to run the world. It sounds like you think that all the white people are colluding and coordinating into something called the Republican Party to establish themselves as like the dominant power.
You know, everybody's talking about this new world order and the Illuminati for years and years. I like to know when the fuck this master plan's gonna go into effect,
Yeah,
where
they're not. They don't seem
there's
to be
gonna be
very
a
good.
one world fucking economy and shit. Like, how is this gonna be? I'm not saying there's not rich people that's not out there that is know how to get things and know how to make things happen. I'm not saying that, but can they do it on a global level like what people say? I think not. It's just like when people say like the moon land and all that shit was fake and that the earth and it's just how do people get to that or it's but like there's shit like the pyramids. Well, how the hell did they build them fucking things or why were they built exactly? And what's all these weird Baghdad batteries they found and like strange shit. Strange shit. And really, I mean, what 3,500 years and human bones gone anyway, so who knows how old human civilizations is. You're just dating it back on fossils and genetics and i just I don't know.
Yeah, we work with the evidence that we have, and we do the best we can, and it could change if we get new information. But oh, okay, I got confused. You were talking about like decades ago. Like Richard Nixon was. I was a baby when Richard Nixon was president, and so you're going way back, and now I know why I'm confused because I looked up the Southern Strategy of Wikipedia and it talked about how in the 90s and the 2000s it changed and shifted and now they courted all these African American voters and so it's what you're talking about is back in that day what it was. And I guess you're just like, I don't know, are you bad at detecting change and can you compare today's party? You're probably not looking at today's party. You're probably looking at the Richard Nixon party and just assuming that today's party is identical to it. And I notice that's a trend among leftists because Hillary Clinton and Obama and all the idols of the left, I can remember as a gay person when they were staunchly against gay marriage and they had to evolve on it. And now they're like heroes that ushered in the LGBT era, and they've all evolved. But Republicans can never evolve, even though the polling shows that they too have demonstrated increasing support gay marriage. They never get credit for their progress. The Democrats all clap each other on the back for progressing on gay marriage and evolving, but the Republicans get painted in the same box that they've always been in at whatever point in history is going to make the worst case for them. And they can never progress or be enlightened about an issue. They're always these Neanderthal cretins that can't ever evolve like the left can on these social issues. I've noticed that trend. And so I think with him corner, he thinks that the Republicans of today, and Vosh has said the same thing, that the Republicans of today are direct descendants of the KKK. And then he revised it to there's an ideological through line, which Wikipedia itself just contradicted. So in their mind, Democrats have evolved and progressed through the ages on all the social issues, but Republicans don't ever evolve and progress. Therefore, the Republican Party of today is identical to the Southern Strategy Party of Nixon. Bullshit. You're just ignorant. That's just dumb thinking. I'm
See,
sorry,
that's
but your
just too
thinking
far.
is
That's too far
very
into it
poor
for me.
here.
Like maybe I should look
No,
into
it's
the
not
vast
opposing
landscape.
evolution.
Like,
It's conserving the values in society that they deem as good and valuable and worth conserving. That's what conservatism is. It's not opposing, it's conserving.
well,
I just told you what's changed. Just here, I'll put the link. Wikipedia has little paragraphs on the change in the strategy. And you can look at the numbers. You can look at the in fact, I think after the election of Trump, it was only like white women and I think college educated white men whose numbers shifted toward Trump. Every other demographic during 2020, Trump got increased support from compared to 2016. So after 4 years of Trump, more minorities broke for Trump in 2020 than they did in 2016 after having 4 years of him as president. More of them voted for him, except for
that
white
I've
women
heard
and
many
college
times.
educated white men.
I've heard that many times too.
So even the date, like I don't think facts matter to M. Corder
Dude,
because I
my
think he wants to keep a
mother-in-law
certain narrative going. This is confirmation bias. This is what we talked about today.
My mother-in-law works in a fucking grocery store, and she see a Trump somebody wearing like a Trump shirt or something in support of Trump or something. She'll
Look,
fly off the panhandle. I go, how do you still have a job? Like, it's not like she works for like a small mom and pop shop. Like, she works for a big corporation type, you know,
and she
chain.
can wear her Trump shirt at work.
No, no, she don't wear her Trump shirt. She flies off the handle on people that do wear it. Like, support that shit. Like, she's anti-Trump all the way.
There
100%.
might be rules on political speech in the workplace, especially in larger companies. I'm not sure. I
Well,
do know that
I
they
don't know how
shot
she.
down Trump's DEI directive over some of that.
I don't.
See, I called it. I called it. Look, Nixon and Trump are see how he's equating the Republican leader of then to today. They may be very similar people, compare and contrast. You could do the Venn diagram and you could see similarities and then you could see all the differences. So to think they're identical and that you can draw the same conclusions about today's Republicans as you could about Richard Nixon's Republicans is just ignorance and it's willful. I haven't tried to prove anything because I'm not the one making claims. In fact, I helped you to prove your claim. I tried to get the statistics for the amount of Republicans who were Christian and white. Yeah, that's it's narrative and don't let the facts disturb that. It's emotionally driven. They want to believe something about these people. They don't want to know these people as they actually are. They don't want to know reality. Because it serves them, I think, psychologically, maybe socially, culturally, to have this belief, to have this narrative. If they were to readjust the belief to something more aligned with actual reality, they would have to shift their internal sense of themselves and probably their life, like their position in whatever little group. So they have interest in keeping these narratives going, personal interest. So I don't think they're concerned about truth. I don't think they have their magnifying glass out looking to see what is the actual Republican Party of today. Because he's not even he's bringing up Nixon and everything in his discourse about it. He's not even talking about the Republican Party of today.
Well,
The way I would approach it is, well, speaking of facts, the way I would approach it, if I were to make this case, is I would bring some polls and say, look, the Republican Party of today is majority evangelical Christian, mainline Protestant, white. But then the conclusions you draw from it so that would be a fact according to the polling. But the conclusion you drew was that whiteness, whatever that is fundamental to today's Republican Party. And then you started talking about Nixon's Southern strategy, which Wikipedia even said has changed in the 90s and 2000. They're not even doing the Southern strategy anymore. So it's all very confusing. I think you're scatterbrained
Yeah.
about this, and emotional reasoning and confirmation bias. I don't think you can think that. I don't think that. I'm satisfied with the way I approach things because I'm trying to make my case to rational people, and that's the approach I would take. You may be using a pathos approach where you paint this narrative and you try to reinforce it by what you cherry pick and how you frame and slant and emphasize certain facts over others. So we're maybe have different goals here. And so for your goal, my approach may be wrong, but my goal is truth. And so I stand by my approach for that. It's superior to making up narratives about it, not testing them or anything, and not getting to know if they're actually true or not. And using 30, 40, 50 years ago as my reference point of today. Yeah, it did. Look at the section that says shifts in strategy 1990s and 2000. In the mid 90s, the Republican Party made major attempts to court African American voters. It said it did
Yeah,
not
they
significantly
can still could
increase,
do
but
it.
it doesn't support your fact that whiteness is fundamental to the Republican Party and that it's a party full of white people that want to keep it white.
I mean, let's face it, aren't both parties predominantly white in the long run? So let's just face it. I mean, there is more white people in the fucking United States, I think, than any other. So obviously, all parties are going to be more white.
Maybe.
Da-da-da-dee. So
If
why
you
are we
could
having
figure
this
out what
fucking
white
argument?
is. I don't know if the Democratic Party is, though.
Except the Black Panther Party. I mean, obviously they're black because it's in the name.
Oh, so it's propaganda. This is Wikipedia. That's not what I described. Is you're just reframing as propaganda. So you have to show me that what's being presented as accurate information is actually propaganda. That's your burden to show. You can't just wave at Wikipedia and say, "Oh, that's all propaganda." Yeah, you have to show this. This is a claim you're making. You have to convince. It's your job to convince me to adopt this claim as a belief. So far, I'm not. I'm not convinced to do so.
Well,
But yeah, it's the problem is figuring out who's white. Like the majority of America is white. Who is what? Who? Where's the cutoff line between the white and the non-white?
there you go. Because then you got Hispanic, non-white, then you got white Hispanic.
Yeah, you
You,
got.
you know what I mean?
And then
So
there's
like,
like Jewish people are not even white anymore, supposedly, and Asians are white. So, and then they have white black people.
I mean, you do because I mean, you got the intermingling uh the fuck's the word? And you got black dudes banging white women and white dudes banging black women. So of course of course you got light skinned motherfuckers banging porcelain skinned fucking women. So you're gonna get a light skinned baby that looks white. Like me and the wife was watching a movie the other night. I was like, that's a black woman. Oh, what's her name? The princess there, the fucking over there in England, there, Megan Magala or whatever the fuck her name is. Like I was watching Suits the whole time. I never had a clue she was a fucking colored woman. I always thought she was just like a fucking Greek woman or something. Someone, or somebody with a dark complexion. I never realized she was fucking black till after she married Harry or Henry or whichever fucking one she married.
Yeah, see Barry Goldwater. That was how long ago? He's I'm I'm talking about today. He's talking about history. So we're already having two different conversations. Just like when Jack and I do the racism thing. I'm talking about the real racism, racism. And he's talking about this other thing that we're going to call bias. We're not going to call it racism. But when people are saying that person's racist, you're racist, white people are racist, um, people in the workplace are racist. They're talking about bias. They're not talking about they have Klan hoods in their closet and they can't wait to get home and secretly dream about lynching black people. So to call it all racism is causing more confusion, I
Now,
think, than
once again, are you interchanging bias with fucking prejudice? Though.
I call it to me it's all tribalism and it happens in the animal kingdom even. So I don't freak out about something that's just a normal part of being human. The concerns I have with is when people take specific acts. Just the fact that they may potentially have it in their brain is not enough for me to need a big billion-dollar industry to address. It seems like overkill and overreach.
What? That still didn't answer my question though.
What was your question?
About if you're interchanging bias and prejudice. So that's you went on like something else. Like
Well, I was talking about bias. So
yeah,
whether
but
it's the
it
same as prejudice, I don't know. But that's
well
my
like what's your what when you say bias? So like you're talking about like bias based on someone's appearance or where they come, their background or where they come from, like the neighborhood they grew up, like that type shit. Because to me that's prejudice.
prejudice to me is when you make assumptions or judgments about people before you get to
Well,
know them.
that'd still be the same thing as having a biased opinion about somebody. So
Maybe that's why this is a very gray area. Like how different is bias from prejudice? But however different those two words are, I think both of them are very different than what people say when they mean racism. That's a serious charge. Like accusing someone of being a racist to me is as serious as accusing someone of being a liar, a thief, a murderer, a criminal. That's a
well, I
serious
understand
charge.
that.
Accusing
I'm
someone of being biased is way less like that's a completely different type of accusation. And so if all they mean is bias, they should cool it with the racism talk. Like don't go around telling people they're racist when all you mean is bias.
well, give me an example of something that would be biased versus something that would be racist. Then
Well, racist would be like lynching and Jim Crow laws and school segregation and no interracial marriage and stuff like that. And we don't have any of that anymore. So that kind of racism is for the most part gone. We've
well, yeah,
progressed. We've
that part, but there's still other. I mean, there is other racism out there, but it's more based on which plays more into the prejudice part of it because it's
yeah,
more of a
that's
prejudice type of environment that we live
and
in
I don't
more than
think
a
that
race.
type is a big deal. I think that type has gotten better and I don't think that type is near the big deal that people want us to think it is. And they try to compare that type to the other type and say there's a connection. And if we don't worry about this type, it could lead back to this other type. And I don't think it will. I'm not worried at all that we're going to suddenly start lynching black people again. That's just preposterous to me.
No, I don't think that's ever going to happen. I mean, I feel like if anything, if we got through 9/11 and the Muslim people, that didn't happen to them. So if that didn't
Yeah.
happen, I don't think we're going to go back in time to
It's
start
not happening to the
lynching.
gay people. It's not
Yeah,
happening to the trans people, despite how much they keep pushing the envelope. I like it.
yeah.
So I think it's okay. This seems more like hysteria to me than anything else, or maybe a grift.
But hysteria, in time of conflict, though, hysteria does play into a role. That's why you got the ethnic
Yeah.
groups where you have them. That's why Central U.S. has a high like Japanese population because that's where they sent them all during World War II. You know, because they figured if they were in the middle of the country, less likely for them to be spies and to get her out of the country. or
Oh,
like in Harlem and New York City and stuff. You have the Italians, where they are. You have the Irish where they are, and the blacks where they are, because that's where way back in the day, due to segregation and stuff, that's where they were put. Because people forget the Irish and the Italians were equivalent to a black person back in the day. They were treated like shit, and like Irish and Italian people were not considered white when they first started coming over here. And I think a lot of people forget that. A lot of people forget that. That's part of the reason why the five families started and all that, because it was already a thing, and then it just lucky Luciano kind of organized it. But that's not here or there. But I'm just saying, like they were treated like shit and garbage, and that's why you have the large populations in certain regions. And tell me that I'm
yeah.
wrong.
No, I mean I don't know that you are. Angel, this might be a good way of conceiving it, like objective racism and subjective racism, because things like lynching, that's not subjective. That's pretty objective racism. And so I think the objective racism we've pretty much moved past. So what they're talking about now is this subjective racism, and that's a very, very fuzzy gray area. And if you better convince me you have the expertise to be in that part of my psyche before you start poking around in there. My subjectivity as an American, that is my autonomy. My subjectivity is mine. It's not subject to you. It's not accountable to you. You don't get to make claims about it and accuse it of things and then determine that that's what it is. You're treading into my territory where I get to self-determine. Hey Dom, what's up? Racism isn't okay. This is helping too. This is good. This is good stuff. In my definition of racism is an act. It's an act someone has to take. A belief in the mind. You can have racist beliefs, but racism requires an act. You can only evaluate the act or the behavior. So that's again, they're wanting to move from the objective world, things that you can actually identify as
So, okay,
definitively racist, to the
so if
inner
you have people,
subjective world of beliefs and thoughts. And now objective acts are not enough to qualify as racism. It's
but
thought
see,
policing. Your mind now, things and contents of your mind can be racism.
you're into that DEI shit and that psych shit too much. You got to think about it. Like if you got a motherfucker, a redneck motherfucker out there that is right, be like, I hate them damn dark skinned coons. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna, and he talks about how he wants to unalive them all the time. You know what I mean? That's a pretty
Nobody
clear
talks
indication
like
that.
that anymore.
But they
Like
do though. They
only the
do. Trust me,
fringe.
they
It's the
do.
same people that talk
They
about
do.
lizard people under the earth. Like
They
that's
do.
about how
You don't think
seriously.
they exist, but trust me, they exist. The fucking
I'm not saying
Downey's Main's
they
full of
don't
people like
exist,
that.
but they don't exist in the numbers that people are
Well, no, they
panicking.
don't exist in the numbers like what some people, but they do exist.
If I
But
went to
still,
South Louisiana right now, where I am from, I would have to search. Really, I would have to take days, maybe weeks, to find one of those people, and I may not even find one. If you gave me like go to Louisiana for 2 weeks and try to find one of these people, I may not even come back with one. That's how rare I think they are now. People that sit around talking about how much they hate black people and want to destroy black people. I just don't think that's a thing anymore,
but I'm not
except
just
for in
saying like
fringe, in
necessarily them.
very
I mean, it
extreme
happens
fringe
for all
circles.
races. I mean, you think about it. When COVID happened, it was all Asian hate. You know what I mean? The
Yeah, I do
Asian
remember
hate
that.
crime went up. So I mean, it all goes to hysteria and whatever's going on at the time. Now with this war going on with Palestine and Israel and all that, it's the Jewish hate crime levels are going up. Like
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
there's
Yeah,
always something going up. When George Floyd did that shit, and let's be real, I mean, the cops fucked up by pulling him out of the fucking vehicle. But if he would have acted like a normal a human being instead of like a jackass, you know
I don't
what
know.
I
I
mean?
watched the body cam footage. body cam footage, and I came away with a completely different
Well, I
understanding
mean,
of what happened that day.
I think they fucked up by pulling him because they had him in the vehicle. He was acting the fool. They pulled him the fuck back out, and then the cop fucking kept his knee on his throat too long. I mean, when somebody's saying you can't breathe, you got to take it. You got to take some credibility
But
with that,
that's
regardless
not
of
what
what it
killed
is.
him.
Well, no,
And
I'm not.
the body cam footage shows what led up to all that.
Look,
And it's
ultimately, all
definitely
I'm saying.
what it did not look like to me is a white cop saying, "Oh, here's a black man.
Well,
Here's
no,
my
no, that's
chance
not
to
what I'm
kill
saying.
a
I never
black
said that
man."
either.
It
Look,
did
I never
not
said
look
that
like
either.
that. And
I
that's
never
the
said that either.
narrative that was put out that got the
I
whole
understand that.
country in
Look,
flame.
but the bottom line and the moral of the story is if he wasn't acting like a fucking jackass and trying to pass off a fake $20 bill and didn't have the fucking Asian or the fucking Indian fella chase him the fuck out of the store and call the cops on him, you know what I mean? And then he would have acted like a normal individual. You know what I mean? It would have played. I don't think it would have happened the way it happened. Now they fucked up by once they put him in the cruiser and shut them doors. They should never have opened them doors back up and pulled him out for any reason at all, unless he passed the fuck out. Like that's
Hey,
the only
Leggy,
reason.
Leggy, real quick, I gotta go run and do something real quick. I'm gonna keep going because it's good. I'm gonna
Okay,
let you
okay.
just talk and get it out, and then I'm gonna try to come right back.
But I mean, that's how I feel about the George Floyd situation. It's sad that the man passed away because the cops did fuck up and broke protocol. But with the same sense is, if he didn't act like a fucking retard, then he would still be here, and that's my belief. So, and then we clinched on to that as a cause because at the time that's what America needed. We needed a cause to clinch on to, and that's why you had all these these white fucking Karens out there march up and down that never even had a black friend before saying Black Lives Matter, that don't even understand what the struggle is, never even been in a fucking hood. But yet they wanted to march down the fucking street. And that's what's wrong with this damn country. There's too many of damn snowflakes out there that get butthurt when somebody says something about them. And if they don't like it, you just need to get over it and move the fuck on with your day unless it really, really influences you that much. But if somebody says a comment to you and they don't have any influence in your everyday life, just keep on moving. Unless they insult your fucking kid or your wife or shit and they're fucking being disrespectful, then sock it to them. Fucking let them have it. Give them a reign of fucking mayhem. But other than that, just just let it go, people. Let it fucking go. If you don't like a certain color fucking skin, walk the fuck away. Get the fuck over it. You live in fucking America where it's a fucking blended society. You gotta get used to it. If you're not happy with your position in life, go to school, get smarter, read a fucking book, do something, change your life, get off of fucking YouTube. Go read your kid a bedtime story, do something. Connect with an old girlfriend, boyfriend, a kid that you haven't talked to, a mother, an auntie, an uncle, a fucking nephew or a niece. Fuck, find a soldier overseas that needs a fucking pen pal, write to them. Do something productive and be a, you know, just do something. Midget. Am I Jewish? No, I'm not Jewish. Fuck, man. I'm still confused by whether or not Jewish is a fucking religion, belief, or if it's a fucking culture, if it's a race. What the hell is it? Like, because I don't know. Any Jewish person I ever met looked white to me, so just asking. Yeah, exactly. Whatever the situation needs to be is what the situation is at that time. Right now, it's fucking. Let's think about this. We've had 8 years of a witch hunt for Trump. Regardless if the man has done it or not, it's been 8 years of them trying to dig up dirt on him and fucking trying to make something stick. It's like fucking John Gotti, the Teflon Don. They kept throwing shit at him. Eventually, they found something that would fucking stick. That's what's going to happen with Trump. Eventually, somebody will open their fucking mouth and let some dirty secret out, and unfortunately, he's going to get buried. But then you got Kamala Harris, that was a proud Indian woman when she ran for whatever the fuck she was before she was.
Damn, you still going?
Now she's a proud black woman that's running as fucking vice president. What is it? Are you a proud Indian woman or a proud black woman? Fucking pick one side. Don't deflect the other side when the other side matters more. It's like whichever one you think is gonna get you the more votes. Don't play on the pity party because you don't have restful, Kamala. We know. We see through you. We want to see your birth certificate too.
Oh Lord.
Do you have a channel? Well,
Probably so. I think you're. I think I could probably trust you. Yeah, take care, Kane. Thanks for stopping
I
by.
mean, I'm not stupid. I know racism it exists, but I feel my personal bias, prejudice, whichever word you want to fucking throw in there, it still plays a role into it. Because I mean, let's be real. If you get a job for just for a job interview. So if you got, let's just play a scenario. You got 5 dudes. You got 2 white dudes. You got 2 black dudes. You got the Asian. You got the 2 white dudes are dressed in a polo. You got one of the black guys that's dressed in a fucking $50 suit, and you got the other one dressed in fucking baggy ass pants, and then you got the little Asian dude over here that's dressed appropriately for the job. Guess what? He's getting the job. You know what I mean? Because he's dressed for the job interview. If you overdress or underdress, you're gonna get fucked.
I guess it depends on the job, but most people I know that hire and most workplaces I've been that we've had to hire and I've got to see part of the process and participate in some of it. It mostly goes by qualifications, like what's this person's skill set, their background, and if after that there's like multiple candidates that we still can't choose between, then we start looking at other factors. But very, very rarely have I seen a hiring decision come down to, oh, this guy's black, this guy's Asian, oh, I'll take the
Well,
Asian
no,
guy.
no, I
Like
didn't mean it like that. I just was giving it as an example. You know what I mean? Two white
the
dudes, two
extent to
black dudes,
which
and an
that kind of
Asian.
stuff factors
I'm
into
going it
hiring
based on how they're
decisions.
dressed. But that could be a. But even though the Asian dude might not be as qualified as what one of the other 2 dudes are, or 4 dudes are, you
You
know what
think
I
he'd
mean?
still get it on dress,
I
not
think because
qualification?
I think if he had he was, how do I put this? If he was competent in his job and showed potential for growth and he was dressed appropriately, yes. Because when I went to school and I took my technical communication class, that was one thing that the instructor that she was very big on was the way that when you went to an interview, the way you dressed. That if you're dressing for a construction job, you're not going in a suit and tie. You're probably gonna go in a nice shirt, maybe with a tie, but you're not going with like a suit and tie. You know what I mean? You're gonna go maybe jeans and a work boots and a decent shirt. Versus if you're going to be a doctor, you're gonna go fucking dressed right to the hill, looking just as pristine, hair done, glasses done. If you wear you know what I mean. You dress for the job you're going for.
What if you showed up in a Trump T-shirt and the black guy showed up in a nice dress shirt and a tie? You think he'd get the job?
What now?
What if you showed up in a Trump T-shirt and the black guy
Well,
showed up in a nice shirt with a tie? Would he get the job, or would
well,
the
I mean,
white Trump supporter get it?
well, I guess in that instance, it goes to there's a lot of other variables, Jeff. There's a lot of other variables in there.
Oh,
Because if you get somebody like my mother-in-law that's a die-hard anti-Trump fan, right? You're automatically not getting the job
the
if she
black
was
guy's getting the job. But then if
automatically.
you're a
Just
Republican
because.
racist, then the Trump fan's getting the job.
But once again, though, I guess so. If they're both qualified, you're gonna go with the one that's dressed better.
Most people that care about their business try to hire the most qualified, competent employees. They don't want to have to keep replacing employees. They don't want employees that are going to damage their business. That's more
Well, yeah.
important to them than what somebody's skin color is. And I can't believe in 2024 people think that there are large numbers of Americans prioritizing skin color over all of these other more important factors.
But
Like
I
just on
did
an economic business level, they're more important.
now. I did have this conversation before with somebody about as far as I personally feel like if you have a will, there's a way. Somehow, some way, if you have determination, you can get yourself out of a situation. There's many people that's done it from all walks of life. You know, in all skin colors, all fucking races, all religion, all different languages, countries, what however you want to fucking put it. They've all there's stories across the globe of people that's made it. So these people that say, well, I grew up here or I grew up in poverty. So there's plenty of other people that are successful that grew up in poverty that had the determination and that drive to get themselves out of it. And that's all it takes. It only takes inspiring one person and showing that one person what you have and it could change your whole entire world. That's why I tell people and my kids when you're in public, you should always be on your best behavior because you never know who you're going to run into or who that might be your future boss. Like you never know, you know?
Do they listen?
Well, most of the time they do. I mean, they do listen. I'm fortunate I get good kids. I got one that's going to actually tomorrow she's going to be a freshman in high school tomorrow
Oh wow.
officially. School starts tomorrow, so she's at the fair. She's at the last night of the fair. She went with
Oh,
her
they
best
still
friend
have the
to the
fair.
fair. So I'm waiting for him to get the fuck home. Cause I'd already be in bed if she wasn't home. I
Oh,
mean, if
you
she was
waiting up
home.
for
Yeah, yeah. Although I don't have to go on the boat tomorrow. For some reason, he changed his mind.
her? Oh,
So we're gonna go Wednesday, Thursday, I guess. Oh well, fuck it.
well, you get another holiday.
I'll take another day off.
Well, we're almost at 7 hours. Hey,
Chuck in
Chuck.
Tennessee. 6 foot at 15.
Chuck, how
Really?
was your Labor Day? Did you do anything fun? Kick the content? No, we're just kind of in a. We've been talking for a while. We're just breathing for a second. Yeah, I can. I just. It's easier when there's panelists.
I know I'm boring. I'm sorry.
No, not at
I'm
all.
sorry.
I
I'm
love our
sorry, people. I'm a
conversations.
boring individual.
No, I don't think you're boring at all.
I got I got I got Mike. He ran away. Well, didn't run away. I got Mike booted from panel. I feel bad. Fuck. Oh,
Mike
Mike's
got
throne.
himself booted from panel.
Mike, the old Italian cheese basil pizza man. I'm sorry. I'm
See
sorry.
that might have got you booted. Y'all throw those little jabs.
What? But I do it out of fun. How was that malicious in any
I
way?
know, but here's like when there's that kind of hostility between two people, I don't know
What
how
hostility though?
much like where that fun line is.
Where's the hostility? Where is the hostility in my voice?
No, I'm not talking about in your voice. I'm talking about when you and Mike were on and y'all had that little breakdown. I thought y'all both admitted that there was a history there, like there was legitimate
Well, I mean, there is
tension.
legitimate history,
That's what I'm talking about.
but
It
not as much
shows,
as like
even
all
if you
these
think
other
you're on a
people.
panel and you don't,
Like, look,
and you
my
think you're having
history
a,
with Mike.
everyone else can see that there's emotion between you and Mike.
Well, look, my thing with Mike is I will have a conversation with Mike as long as he doesn't start trying to like. I just know what Mike was trying to do, like, and I was trying to, and I said I was stopping him before he did it. If that makes sense, like,
He
you know
was
what I
trying to do
mean, like.
something on purpose.
Who? Him?
Mike.
Like Mike, I just know where the conversation was going.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
because I know the videos that's been dropped of Mike, so I know with him by him saying that statement where the conversation was
And
headed.
I don't mind that
So
you
I was
stepped
trying to
in
nip it
because
in the
I don't
butt.
care about any of that. I
Well,
don't
I know
want.
you don't care about it, but Mike was trying to bring it was Mike's segue into bringing it up and to bring, you know what I mean? Like, because he knows you will try to keep it PG-13 and not let it go to fucking R rated. You know what I mean? Like, you'll keep it pretty constrained and not let it get off the handle. So he knows by him saying that statement, he could try to make himself look better and clear up some misconception of these videos going around. And you know what I mean? I'm just trying to. I guess I just didn't want him to use your platform that way because I know what he was trying to do. And I apologize. It went that way, but I wasn't trying to be a dick. I was just trying to stop the conversation before it started, so it didn't go off the handle.
Does anybody know Late Night with Mr. P? Late Night Mike?
Oh, I know, Mike. We gotta play some entrance music for him. That's his
Oh,
shtick.
is he? Should I let him?
He
Is he?
likes
You
playing
vouch for
entrance
him?
music for people. He likes playing entrance, but you gotta play entrance music
I don't know if I
for him.
have the StreamYard music, whatever.
Well,
Di-
whatever you
but
got
are
on
you vouching
StreamYard,
for
just
him?
play
Is
it for
he
him.
Mike? We have a troll problem. So we just like making sure you're not gonna porn
You know,
bomb or
Shameless.
yeah.
It's her wife. I mean, her husband.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll bring you on. Nope.
That's Mike P. That's
All
Mr.
right.
P.
Well,
We used to call him Mr.
Let me find
Z
some
because
music.
he would do 12 hours streams and go to Z land on them. So that's Mr. Z because he like
Here. This is Mr. Z. He calls himself Mr.
Mr.
P.
Yeah, but he liked to be Mr. Z.
Oh, well now he's P. Hello, Mr. P.
Hey, what's up, man? Nice to
What's
meet you.
going on, Mike?
What's up, bro?
How are you?
Leggy's in the building. You can't miss that accent.
What do you mean? Mr. P's in the
I did.
building. Mr.
I heard your
ZP.
Mainer, like, Massachusetts, the way you do your R's
As
and all
my
that
friend
stuff.
used to call it,
I'm like, I
Southwest
know
Ghetto
who
Cheese.
that is. There's only one Mainer I know that streams out here like that, you know?
Mainer.
Well, you know.
Hey, well, hope is all is well, dude. I still catch your videos. Jeff, I was just coming up just to, I wasn't even trying to come up on stage. I just noticed I was blocked for some reason. Somebody pre-blocked
My
me.
channel? Like in the chat?
Yeah. I was like,
This is my first time seeing you, so let me check it out. I
it's
don't
my
know
first time even being here, so I'm not sure what happened, but we had to just make you aware of it.
Okay, let me check that out. We also have somebody called End Time Teacher. End Time Teachers. Anybody know?
Oh,
I do
end
not.
time. That's he's a religious guy. He's gonna want to tell you about the end times.
Oh, okay. No, we'll keep it with it, just us for now. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I like the current times. I'm not looking for the end times. Not today anyway.
We also have Jack Jackson Full Robotic Form. Anybody know him?
Jack Jackson? That sounds very. I don't know.
Full Robotic Form is his name.
You put up a banner.
Here's the other thing, Jeff. If you get like a crowd of people that all show up at the same time with their camera on, they all run together and they just wait until the right moment. And
That's what's happening then, because that's been happening a couple of times today.
Yep.
All right, I'm just gonna. We'll just leave it at us for now.
I went through it.
It
But
does happen, but it does happen.
yeah, it sounded like you were winding down, Jeff. I wasn't trying to like
No,
do.
this was going to be an all day stream, so I can
Oh,
wind down or I can keep going. I kind of just go with whatever the energy's doing.
you're doing. Have you done 24 hours a couple times
No,
yet?
I stop at 12 just because of the StreamYard thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the reason I'm Mr. Z's is I actually went the full like 24 a couple times, and yeah.
That's my goal, is to eventually have a 24-hour stream with like a team of people to keep it going.
See, you can do 24 hours, but it just won't save to YouTube.
Right.
Well, that's kind of a big deal, though.
Well, I mean, it'll. I feel like it'll save 12 hours of the first
It
12
does.
hours.
You have to start it again after 12 hours. So you could
If
get
you
like
want to
2
save,
streams a day out of it.
Right.
if you if you want to save the other half, yeah.
Yeah, we did one that was like 23 hours, and I didn't know that, and then went to go grab it, and it just YouTube just kind of kept spinning, and it was like, nope, and nobody recorded it. I think we had one person that recorded it. They were able to break up like portions of it, but yeah, it was a good stream. I was pretty upset about it. Not gonna lie. But I hear you're doing a kind of a similar thing, Jeff. Get some politics. I hear kind of coming out of it. My wife listens to you all the time. I can hear it coming through her phone. So I tend to like just listen in on some of the stuff you're doing. It sounds pretty good.
Oh, well, thanks for checking us out. Full robotic form. All you have to do is flash your camera and convince me you're not a troll. But now I'm definitely not motivated to let you on. So this is definitely not the way to
Someone
get on.
said that ETT's a real person, though.
They said he is, but that he's just up here to like tell us about the end times.
Well,
That's
that's
not the
what
conversation I want to have.
Yeah, I've had him up. He's not disrespectful, but it's a religious conversation. If
Yeah, he's here to use this platform for his message and his
Yeah.
agenda. I want to have a conversation between people that all want to talk about this, like one thing.
Yeah, you were saying something about somebody getting like putting something into law, or I don't know what you were saying. It was right before I came up. It was something about Kamala. Actually, I don't know. What you guys remember what you're talking about?
Was it Leggy? Because
Nothing.
that
I
stepped
was
away
just
for a
on a
little
rant.
while,
I
and
was just
Leggy
on a
was
rant,
talking.
Mike. I was on a rant.
Oh, okay.
I was on a main rant. Oh, fuck.
Is Maine still pretty red or what?
Well, yeah. I mean, it all depends. Like Jonesport here is more Republican, but then you drive across the bridge to the island, and it's Democrat. So it's kind of
beach.
50-50 around here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's funny because I've seen a lot of people getting some heated debates.
Yeah. It's crazy how I mean the goal is to divide us. So and they're doing that
Look,
pretty well.
we're in times. History repeats itself, and it's just a matter of time before we have another Abraham Lincoln type thing on our hands where the Union's trying to succeed.
I was thinking we're just going to turn into the UK and kind of just keep going. That's what I was thinking. You know,
Hi,
Pat,
in the
UK
back,
used
if
to-
you can flash your camera so I can see that you're a person. I
Flash
don't
it?
know if you're fully connected yet either.
Oh yeah.
Mike, you don't have an avatar, buddy.
What?
What?
Lord of mercy. I can't deal with this. Hold on. I'm actually gonna come up on the app so this doesn't do that. Jeff, I apologize.
The app.
2
See
seconds.
the app. See,
Yeah,
I have
no.
issues with the app.
No. The app's way more stable, at least for me. I can it won't mess it up with the stupid freaking avatar.
See,
Hang
when
on.
I use the app, like Jeff freezes in horrible positions.
Yeah, a lot of people complain about the app. They say it's easier to do it through the browser.
I mean, the only thing I like about the app is the fact that I can run backgrounds on it. But other than that, I don't see no real benefit to it.
Full robotic form. You have to show yourself on camera. I didn't see you on camera. It looked like you weren't fully connecting. So it might be a connection issue. But I have to see that you're a real person. You don't have to stay on camera on the stream, but I at least have to verify that you're not some of the trolls that come here and try to impersonate other names.
You're really trying hard here, huh?
I'm doing what I can.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying them. They're trying really
Well,
hard.
it is
They're
what it
playing up
is.
the game, bro.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't. I don't mind if you come up, robot. I just need you to flash your cam in the back.
I made it this far, man. Just click the camera for 2 seconds. Come on.
I don't. I need to see like a face. I need to see you. I need to see a face. Okay, here we go. All right, we're gonna try
Have a
this.
banner ready. I'd
I'm
say
gonna
have a banner. Or
do
make
this. Yeah, I'm
yourself
gonna do
big,
this
Jeff.
solo thing. All right, I'm bringing you on, robot. Let's see. Don't porn bomb me. What's up?
It does say I'm having some connection issues, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're coming in a little robot-y.
Oh wait, no, I recognize that Royce. Yeah, get rid of him.
Whoa, whoa,
Get
whoa,
rid
whoa,
of
whoa,
him.
whoa, whoa,
Well,
here,
I'll give him a
explain
chance
yourself.
to. I'll give
Explain
him a
yourself,
chance.
Leggy. Is he gonna
You're
work
not
it
gonna
out?
porn bomb me, right? All right.
They
I
always
think he's
say
having
no.
connection issues.
No, I swear. Who the fuck? Maybe it was yours, Mr. P. One of the last panels was on with you when it happened to you. I'm almost sure that was the same fucking dude. I'm almost positive.
What happened?
Sounded, kind of looked like him and sounded kind of like him. He played
what
off
did he
kind
do
of
to
like
me?
that. There's a whole.
What did
Who
he
the
do,
fuck was?
Leggy? What did he do?
Fuck, whose panel was it? Then if it wasn't you, it was somebody come on like that doing the connection issues, building up the trust slowly, and then boom, it was.
Yeah, sneaky.
All right. Well, I'm out of here anyways. My kid's home, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
All right.
Take
See
care,
ya.
Leggy. Good chatting.
Stay from the
Um, I don't know how it's obvious to you because we haven't ruled out connection issue, but I don't want to have you on now. You seem pretty hostile at this point to whatever we're doing, so you don't seem good vibes.
Oh, I'm assuming you're talking to the
Oh
other
no,
guy.
yeah, not you. Robot for robotic forum. Whoever's trying to come up.
Damn, Jeff, we just
He's
met.
not doing a good job of persuading me. So what's your connection to all this? Where do you fit in the panelverse?
So my wife is kind of like doing this all the time.
Oh right, who did they say? Is it Shameless?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I think she's been up before.
Yeah, no, she's cool. Basically, I just hear it in the background, whatever. I used to basically do it for like 6 months or something like that. I was pretty consistent with it.
Oh.
Doing like discussion, discussion like a lot of like music, a lot of videos, editing, stuff like that. And then just people just started getting crazy with like, putting your personal info out there, doing just whatever they can just to be horrible people. So I just was like, just take a break. I got a full-time job anyways now.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of back down, but I've been listening to your stuff a little bit, and it's pretty good, man. You're kind of doing what I was trying to do. Just like it seems like you got a good personality for it,
Yeah, we're trying to like get a little network of streamers that are doing this similar format and creating some kind of little shared audience or network or community.
No, I think I heard you speak to Mike one day, and it was like you were letting him up, but you weren't letting him like kind of over control the conversation. It's like one of those like, hey, we don't need to talk about Mike all the time. You know what I mean? You just kind of kept rolling. It's it's good. You're not telling him like don't come back, but you're like, bro, like we gotta get out of like Mike land here for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Like,
I don't have an issue with we have.
I don't either.
Pretty decent conversations every time he comes up. It's when all of the
it's around everybody else that kind of goes.
Yeah, and then one or the other will start setting it off.
Exactly, and I mean Mike pretty much if you don't provoke him, he might say some stuff that's like not agreeable to a lot of people, whatever. But like for the most part, he's not gonna start a fight out of nowhere. It usually comes down to like something, comes out of his mouth, and then someone doesn't like that, or they have a image in their mind of what's gonna happen, and then it just escalates from there.
Yeah, and it's a bunch of other stuff that he said or did on all these other panels that I don't care about. This is not the Mike channel, so all that lore, I don't have the bandwidth for all of it here. I don't care about it, so y'all don't have to keep bringing it up all the time, constantly. It's not relevant to anything I'm doing here. It's just noise. It's not going to make me. I treat Mike by how he's behaving in front of me at any given moment. None of this background stuff is going to affect how I evaluate Mike.
Yeah. So it's funny you say that because that's what I was basically doing with most people. So that you'd have somebody come over and then there'd be like four people behind them, like, do you know what she did 6 years ago? And do you know what pace she had? And do you know that she was caught like doing this and that? And I'm like,
Yeah, it seems like a bunch of Karen gossip. But
right.
it's what Sabotage is saying right here. I think some people feel a duty, like it's a moral duty to constantly be a neon sign pointing at the it's like the Scarlet Letter. These people are trying to be Mike's Scarlet Letter.
So I think there, to an extent, that is correct. I think when it comes to like we get a lot of people in these communities that are like, sex offenders that are either not registered or like, maybe that they haven't been found to do anything yet. Like they're predators. Like there's definitely some folks that, I think that you need to get them out. But like, let's see, I don't know, supporting some guy that was, running a cult, 15, 20 years ago, that turned out that was not the thing to do. I'm not going to crucify you for 10 years over that. I think after you spend a year, you get over it, you move on. Like, I'm not going to follow you around YouTube and tell everybody about what you've done. Every time you try to get to know somebody else, I'm sorry. Like, there's a difference there. There's like, a hazard versus just, big fucking dumb mistakes. And my point was is that I would just tell, listen, like you, I'm like, bro, I don't give a fuck what you've done. Like, I'm gonna, and I even baptize people as a joke, but it's like, you're washing away your sins. You're starting from scratch today. How you get treated is how you are here. That's it. I don't give two shits what you did in another place. Now we find out you touched a kid or you get some child porn or raped somebody. Yeah, no, you're out. You're out. Of course, no questions asked. But I am not going to beat you over the head because you had a bad moment, 7 years ago. Nobody else wants to let it go. Sorry, oops.
Yeah, it's some kind of mania. I don't understand it, and it's bringing out the worst impulses in some of these people too. They're like getting sadistic pleasure out of tormenting this guy.
There is, and it's funny because one of the reasons I wanted to, I was going to just stay in the chat, but one of the reasons I wanted to come up was I noticed the, how do I put this, the cast of characters that come in are all very similar, and they kind of all made their way in almost in a similar timing as when they met me. Start off with certain people, whatever, and it was hilarious. It's like I listened in one day, and it was like you had like 5 of these people here, and every single one of them were like throwing off the vibe, or they were yelling at each other. Ugh.
Yeah,
But
it gets that.
Yeah.
It can get like that sometimes if it's all in the right combination of people that you have on. I think you're breaking up a little bit, or it sounds like you're coming in from a distance.
Sorry.
Sabotage. Poor, unsuspecting women should not come on my panel. This is not an environment for poor, unsuspecting women. So if they wander in here by mistake, then they're at their own risk.
Yeah. Poor, unsuspecting women, I don't think should be on live internet either.
Yeah, my mission here is not to look out for or protect poor, unsuspecting women. If they happen to wander here, and I feel like they're over the head of 2 days, I might redirect them to some other panel and let them know what kind of place they're in. But I don't go out of my way to babysit or protect grown adults. Hey, Spike.
Yeah, I'd recommend maybe some popcorn and some true crime on the safety of your couch. That's my recommendation. Spike, what's up, buddy?
Hola, ¿cómo está, amigos?
Dude, this is the coolest guy on YouTube right here, Jeff. This is the coolest guy. What's up, dude? How are you?
Not too bad. Long time no see, bro.
Yeah, man. Just working. Got a full-time job, so I've just been fucking cranking.
Nice.
Even work today.
I just wanted to let Flaky know that I've had 2 coffees today. No energy
Flaky's
drink.
in the chat. Oh, hi, Flaky.
She's been coffee trolling me for 3 days. I haven't had coffee since like
I
Thursday.
don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. How's your health, dude? Everything good?
Did you say my health?
Yeah, how you feel? Everything good?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
I swear it's a typo, Mike, but somebody brought it to my attention that you said Spike sucks D for money. And I swear
What?
you were talking about somebody else. It was in
I might
another
have been
chat.
talking about you. I might have just been being sarcastic about something. I think I remember it was like something. I think they were making like a gay joke about you, and then I threw that out there, and then it got turned to me sucking D for money, and then just you know how it goes, just spirals out of control.
No, yeah, somebody sent me a screen, like a phone, whatever, a screen grab.
Oh, did they? Did they? Oh.
No,
Yeah,
just
no,
letting me know, and I'm like,
yeah.
no, Mike and I are cool. It must have been like a joke or a typo or something.
Exactly. I know you. I know you suck dick for free. I know you don't do it for money.
I mean, how much are we talking?
Yeah.
Just kidding. Don't clip it. Don't clip it, people. Don't clip it.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons I stay away, Spike, is you know, this is how the shit goes. It's like little clips and photos and crops and you know, little chattering and you know.
Yeah, it wasn't even a Mike hater. They were just letting me know like that was typed. Because you didn't say it. It was just a typed thing in the chat. And I thought, and my response was, he must have meant Mike. Like,
No,
Spike.
I was actually meaning you. I was trying to like talk to you and get your attention, but I think you were on your way out. So it's kind of like it was like basically like I said it and then you pieced out. Yeah.
You're right. No, you're right. I was streaming at the time, so I wasn't in the chat. I just popped in real quick.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So and then it just like didn't land. I was like, oops. All right. Well, that's out there. Oh well. But no, I mean, Spike, you know, you're the man, bro. I got no issues with you ever, you know. And when we do, we work it out, man. So.
Yeah, I don't think actually we've ever had a problem.
No.
But it's funny because one thing you did mention how I know you said you kind of wanted to do something similar to what Jeff has been doing, and I get that. And that's actually before you started streaming. Even though it went very unsuccessfully, that's kind of what I was doing, and that's kind of what brought a lot of Nevada hate towards me. Was because like they don't want some people just don't want people getting along. It's all groovy.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's how it goes here, man. It's like you know, misery loves company kind of deal was the expression. But fuck 'em, man. I don't care. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. This is not my channel. I shouldn't be swearing and saying stuff. I'm sorry. It's rude. My bad, Jeff.
Oh, what's going on?
I just.
Are you putting my channel in jeopardy?
Yeah, I'm using adult language. And, you know.
What kind of language?
Adult language, just like you know, F words and stuff like that. It's not cool.
Yo. My
What?
audio good?
Oh
Yeah,
my
hey,
goodness. Tommy D's in the house. Let's
Salute,
go.
guys.
What is up?
What up? Tried to come up earlier, but got caught up.
It's all good. Jeff, this guy right here, Tommy D and Spike, this is quality here, man.
Yeah, they come up a lot. They're
these are your guys.
Kind of regulars now.
Nice. Good.
I'm just trying to hell myself for a permanent wrench.
Spike wants his wrench.
Yeah, he wants his wrench clout.
I wouldn't have a problem giving Spike a wrench.
Yeah,
but now I feel like I need to save them to rent them out.
No, if you do it, don't do it today. We'll do it on another. We'll figure it out.
So there's a space in the back where you can put people in different categories. You put them in obviously like you know.
Oh, this is news to me. Is Mike Cerrone a predator? Is that the issue? Because this is the first time anyone's
No,
made it this
he's not a
explicit.
predator. He's
Oh, what
not.
is sabotage?
Which
She's
which
accusing a
Mike?
guy of being a predator. Sabotage.
Which Mike though? No, I know sabotage well, but
I don't
not
consider
well.
Mike Cerrone a
Well,
predator.
I'm
Yeah,
assuming it's Mike. She's talking about somebody else that I don't know that
yeah.
person.
So I'm Mr. P, whatever. But when people say Mike, I think they're talking about Cerrone usually.
Oh, you're also Mike?
Yeah, he's Mike
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
too. Mike
yeah,
P.
Oh,
yeah,
my bad. Yeah, I was calling Mr. P Mike.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean I don't know what he does in his real life, so I can't attest to like anything that. But as far as online goes, I don't see him as a
So
predator.
wait, she's saying people keep Mike's name in their mouth because he's a predator, and this is not the narrative that I've been hearing so far. It's for
No,
all these
I
other
don't consider
reasons.
that.
He's a master troll.
Is this relational aggression, or what is she up to here?
I don't know why
Because
she's
now
calling him a
Mike is a
predator.
predator. It's all
No,
these people are virtuous people going around trying to stop a predator, but this is the first time I have heard that accusation. Like people have brought that up against Mike, and that's the reason that they're here. So the story keeps changing why people are here.
yeah, well, I don't consider Mike a predator. He likes to troll sometimes, but you know what? A
He's
lot
a
of times
master
it's
troll.
reactionary and he goes low and people catch him in,
Yeah, but so does everyone else. They
lies
go low with him.
sometimes. Exactly. Like,
True.
so he's not a predator to me. Not at all. And I
Well,
don't
there's
even
this
think he should have
person
been.
named Sabotage that's going around saying that Mike Cerrone is a predator, and that is the reason that all these people are coming to my channel trying to warn me things. And this is a new one.
People
Sabotage
think
is
he's a
trying to
low
And
set up
I'm
a.
very
considerate.
sensitive to having my reality manipulated, being lied to. So when I feel like a game is afoot, my alerts go off, and I get like this. This is strange to me that all of a sudden he's a predator, and that's the reason people are here.
Do your antlers tingle when
No.
They're
you feel
tingling right now.
it?
I can't speak for other people and why they're here, honestly.
Well, this
But
person's trying to.
I don't think Mike's a predator. I think he's a controversial guy that, there's plenty of content on him.
Yeah.
Either like him or you hate him. It is what
Yeah.
it is.
Are there other topics we can talk about besides Mike
Of
Yeah,
the
I
rest
want
of
to
the
course.
just
night?
talk about
Who
Because
other
brought up
shit
Mike?
too.
he's not even on
Yeah,
the show, and he's on the
I
show.
know.
Who brought
But
up
he's not a
Mike?
predator. Let's not say that.
Well,
Yeah.
Sabotage says
Oh,
otherwise, so
right.
just be
Yeah.
aware that that's being put out there.
I don't know, sabotage. I don't know what's up
Yeah.
with you.
Maybe she's just sabotaging.
Yeah.
She's sabotaging right now.
We'll circle back. Yeah. We'll circle back.
Anyway, so Labor Day. Shout out to the labor movement.
Did you barbecue or do
Yeah,
anything fun? You
actually, I
did?
did. I had burgers and dogs. Picked my boys up
Nice.
early from their moms, and then we had burgers and dogs and
Let's
Oh,
chicken and
go.
stuff on the grill. So it was nice. My sister came over. It was nice.
So you did it right. You did it right.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you.
We've been watching the U.S. Open. All the tennis is on TV. I like tennis.
Yeah, tennis is pretty good. That's good that you got to spend time with the family, dude. That's what's most important.
Oh yeah, it's most important.
Yeah.
I feel
On the
unrealistic.
internet. Why aren't these women taking responsibility to protect themselves?
I don't
Preys
know.
on
This
them how?
is
How is he preying on vulnerable women, like innocent, poor, victimized women? What's a vulnerable woman? A
well.
woman that's too stupid not to be preyed upon on the internet?
All right,
What
What
I
is
so
a
I
want to
guess
do
vulnerable
is
she's
woman?
talking about because he went on that therapist and said he was a fit. Whatever.
yeah,
So
just
whatever
block him.
happened on this therapist conversation has now been built up into the narrative that Mike is a predator who preys on vulnerable women. These people are sick.
Yeah.
Sabotage, you're a sick person.
Yeah. I would suggest using the block button if you actually feel that
You
way.
saw
But
something that upset you, and now you've built it. You and Wombat both. Your reaction to whatever you perceive from Mike is so out of proportion to anything Mike said or did that you now look like the aggressor and the nut,
I
not
like
Mike.
Jeff's got a good read on the situation. I feel like I don't know how long he's been here, but he's got a good read on the room.
And I was listening earlier. That whole comment with the FBI, he was just giving his opinion on something.
The
He wasn't even.
Mike just
I was,
says shit, dude. He's
and
here
then
for like
yeah,
his
it's
own
like what the
entertainment,
heck?
and it's just it is what it is. It's
And trust me, I've
I'll
gotten
agree
into it
though.
with Mike before. I
When he
have.
gets mad, he says some shit, whatever, and then he calms down. But like for the most part, if you don't
I think
try
what
to destroy
Sabotage is
him,
saying right now is worse than what Mike says about people.
I agree. I don't like people throwing around words like
And
that.
I think Sabotage and Wombat to me, I have less esteem and respect for than I do for Mike Cerrone because of the
Oof.
level that they're the ones that have escalated their response. They had
Ouch.
some subjective response to something Mike said to them or something they saw him do on stream. And I've
Yeah.
seen this happen in our corner of the panelverse too, where some little tiny thing will happen, and then next thing you know, somebody's on this war to destroy somebody because of their subjective experience of it.
They get triggered and they can't let it go.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
can't let it
right. This
go.
looks
You
like
gotta let it
mental
go.
health.
You
This
do
looks
gotta
like
let it
mental
go.
health.
It's the internet. This is somebody that you don't live near. You know, they're not in our lives. You know, you do have to let it go. I believe it's healthy for. I
Yeah.
don't think it's
If,
healthy to obsess.
in fact, we're gonna let this topic go, and I'm gonna try to not pay attention to Sabotage, and I'll mute
All
her
right.
There
if I
you
need
go.
to.
There you go.
Well, the whole thing with Labor Day was supposed to celebrate the labor movement. So, do you guys think labor unions are a good thing for America at this time? I know they were in the past, but at this present time,
Well, I'm not. There's a lot of flack on unions. I don't see why it's a bad thing to have an organization back its employees, make sure they get paid well, and taken care of. I know people don't like unions because they cost more and it's harder to hire people and do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like when unions were strong, people's incomes were good and they were stable, and I don't think
yeah,
unions are a bad thing.
I agree. I think people worry about corruption and things like that.
Corruption.
Political influence too.
Oh, political influence and corruption, huh? Well, guess what? The unions have probably the least issue when it comes to corruption. You
Yeah,
know, in
no, I agree.
political movement. Let's start with the politicians first. But you're
Yeah,
right.
the swamp has to get cleared, and the swamp's filled up again at this time. At this time, I
Bro,
believe
the
it's pretty
swamp
full.
is
It's pretty
lit,
full.
dude. It's lit right now, dude. They are just like going
Yeah,
nuts. They're
it's
pulling out all the
full.
stops, dude.
Yeah, it's
Oof.
getting wild, man. Now Kamala's running, and it's like, oh
Dude,
man,
dude,
it's
she
wild.
scares the shit out of
She
me, dude.
does. She
She
scares
is
me too.
scary. Oof.
She told us not to worship Christmas. How dare we worship Christmas? Like
Dude,
what?
her vice,
What?
dude, listen to this. Her VP apparently was shooting people with paintballs that weren't wearing their mask. And he actually had an 800 number that you would call so you could rat out your neighbor if they weren't wearing their mask. It's the kind of lunatics that are, yeah. Get out of here, dude. The people that even like don't know that stuff or want to, vote for these people. Like, you can't tell me if you look at her record that it makes any sense to have her run the country. You're out of your mind. A prosecutor and a guy that wants to report you for not wearing your mask? No thanks. Get out of here with that. No
Masks didn't
bueno.
even do anything. Like they didn't even
It's not
mitigate.
about that, dude. You want to wear a mask, you wear a mask. You don't, whatever, that's fine. You're not going to
Yeah, it should
report
be
on
up
your
to you.
neighbors for not wearing a mask. What the fuck is that? That's like China, dude. It's weird.
Yeah, like report your neighbors to the government because
Yeah.
it's a communist state.
My
Yeah,
neighbor's not wearing the mask, and then they go. It's like that's like Nazi. It's like Hitler
yeah,
again.
yeah.
It's crazy.
People
I was
make
wearing a mask.
comparisons.
I was
People
wearing a
make.
mask a year after everybody else stopped because I just like playing ninja.
Dude,
You like
sometimes
hiding
it's
your
great. You
identity.
just go to the bank with one on, and it's like,
Yeah, it was crazy going to banks, right?
Yeah, that's
Going to
shady
banks
going
wearing
into
a
a
full
bank
mask.
with a mask on.
and you just kind of reach slowly into like behind your. You pull out your
Like there's
license real
no
quick and just try to
communication
scare them.
there.
Plus, I'm somewhat of a big dude, so I'd be wearing like my beanie and a mask and like reaching
Oh
into my pockets.
shit! Yeah,
Crazy.
yeah, yeah. No,
During
Yeah.
that'll do it.
wintertime with my big coat on, people looked at me like I was crazy.
Oh, there was so
I
much
loved it.
controversy over the masks. Like so many different arguments, Karens. Pelosi walking out of the barber shop without one, videos, like all kinds of different crap with the mask. That was wild.
God bless the people that drive by themselves, even today, and put the mask on as they're behind the wheel by themselves. Nobody in the
Right.
By
car.
themselves.
Now, I don't
Driving
mean to
around.
play the other side of this, but I was one of those guys once, and somebody
I
came.
get it.
I was wearing a mask like after I left the store, gas station, whatever, and I was driving with my mask on, and some lady pulled up to me laughing at me, and I'm like, "Wait a sec! I'm just going one more corner, and I have to go into this other store. I don't want to take this mask off and buckle because it was one of those buckle masks."
Now you have to explain to a random lady who pulls up on the
Whoa,
side.
No, I know.
hold
I
on.
became
What
the
the hell is
weirdo. I
what's a
became the
buckle
weirdo
mask?
driving with
Oh,
my
that's
mask.
crazy.
What are you talking about a buckle mask? What the hell are you wearing, Spike?
No, it
He
was
had
one
one
of
of
those.
those
It had a
those
little,
Like,
little.
si-
G95 masks or
It wasn't
whatever.
one of those intense ones, but it had a little snap. I bought it on Amazon. A little snap on it. I didn't want to take it off. I'm wearing my hat.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
But it was like one block, and I became the guy that everybody's putting on Instagram. Like, look at this weirdo driving with.
Became the poster boy for the dude that fucking drives around by himself with a mask on. You
I
should
got
have
no
just went with
shame.
the gas mask, dude. Just went full on
The
like
gas.
just yeah.
Funny is that I did have a gas mask before COVID even hit because I used to beatbox in one on stage, like one of those weird.
Really?
Yeah, I used to be a weirdo, like
That's
just get.
pretty cool.
I'm
And I
dead.
had one, but I didn't wear it during COVID. But I had one. I was going to, but I thought, no, I'm not going to be a stormtrooper walking around with this thing on.
Oh, you
You
missed out,
beatbox with a
dude.
gas mask on so people wouldn't be able to see like your face and stuff during it.
Oh,
It's pretty
only
cool.
it's as a trick, as an effect. Like I
Yeah.
normally beatbox so you can see, but I
Yeah.
put on a. I used to mic up my beat my mask so create a little reverb effect.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Really? Okay. That's wild.
Same idea as that like stupid guitar thing where you like breathe into the mic into a tube and it's like wow 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 wow.
Sort of, yeah. I never did that, but I always wanted to. But yeah, sort of like that.
Yeah.
With a didgeridoo, same thing. I used to mic up a didgeridoo and beatbox do that thing and
oh
play a little
wow.
bit of didge.
That's sweet.
Do you have tracks?
I have a few
He's Lord
videos of
of the
beatboxing,
tracks.
but
He's got.
Spike came on stage looking like Slipknot. I'm kidding. I'm just messing around. I love Slipknot, by the way. I do love Slipknot. I love all
Serious.
that music.
He's a low key genius, though. If you don't know, he's got some great music.
Oh
Those
yeah,
people. Yeah,
Spike does have good music.
Spike's very humble though, so we won't talk about it.
Check out his channel.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Spike.
Oh
Spike.
yeah,
LA
let me throw
Spike.
it in.
I used to
Yeah,
flex a lot
man.
more until
Yeah.
I found these weirdos.
Nice. So cool.
He did you rap with the guy that rapped against Eminem before Eminem became famous, or you knew him or something like that? Juice.
Yeah, we were in the same band as a 16-year-old. Yeah, we.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I'm working on a.
I
I
remember you
think
telling me that
wasn't I
story a
on
while
panel
ago.
with you when I was talking to him? It's been many years, but we're working on a song together right now, mixtape.
Really?
Nice.
That's dope, bro.
Yeah, I don't know if you're
Hope they're
familiar with
doing that, actually.
Razkaz, but I did a track with Razkaz last month.
Nice. I don't know Razkaz. I know Juice though.
Yeah, Razkaz was made popular by battling Chino XL and Tupac.
Ah, Chino XL. F you
R.I.P.
too. That was a great song, bro. My bad. I love that song. Tupac got mad with Chino.
Yeah, it's so weird because Chino was like an underground, like nothing very significant, but I guess that's how you get your name in lights.
He
Battle
put him
Chino.
in there, man. He put him in there. Well, he was New York, right? Wasn't it? Is Chino from New York, or where's Chino from?
I think he's originally from New York, but he
East
became a
Coast?
California guy. We're
Oh, okay.
around the same era as him. In fact, people used to think I was Chino XL because we rapped similarly
He was
back in the
talking
90s.
all that crap on New York rappers in that song. Biggie and Mobb Deep, and yeah. That was crazy when he dropped that. That was like the first one. That wasn't the first diss, because there was disses before that, like no Vaseline, but that sure shook the ground when he dropped that.
It's funny because I rebelled against hip hop as a youngster for a minute, and I was working with bands, and a lot of people thought I was even Rage Against the Machine for a minute.
Really, I love Rage Against the Machine. Oh,
The
so good.
musicians I was working with were amazing, so that's why they thought maybe I was doing that shit. But
Tom Morello's amazing. Zach De La Rocco's amazing. They're both awesome. The band's
absolutely,
awesome. Yeah, I love Rage. I love Pantera. I love Texas metal, like Pantera. When Pantera came out, it was amazing.
oh, is Pantera Texas?
Yeah, they're from Texas. Vinnie Paul and Dimebag Darrell. You know, they're actually touring now, but they're touring without the Abbott brothers, which is kind of, it's like they're the founders. They were the band, and it's like Phil Anselmo and Rex with these two other guys, and it's just off. You know, it's cool that they're doing it though. I guess all the bands are doing shows now. All the old bands, Limp Bizkit and
Yeah,
Corn's touring.
Biscuit's been touring.
Biscuit's been touring. Yo, Corey Feldman's opening up for him, and he's making an ass out of himself.
Corey
Yo, what's up with
Feldman?
Corey Feldman, bro? What is up with him? Oh
Bro.
God, he was faking a guitar solo or something at this concert.
Yeah, the Prince solo.
Oh, I saw that.
Fred
His
Durst
amazing
came up
guitar
and was
solo.
like, "Yeah," he's like, "What are you playing?" He's like,
You know, he was air guitaring. Yeah.
"Yo, they clown him so bad, Corey Feldman, on the internet. They really do. He's just not good." And he wants to be a music like a rock star so bad, so bad. It's just so cringe.
I wonder whose idea it was to have him open for them, you know?
For Limp Bizkit, I have no idea.
Yeah, just throw him out
As
there.
a
Figure it out.
as a draw though, as a moneymaker, it's kind of a good
Probably,
idea. I
yeah.
mean,
It's kind of a famous name, I guess.
Limp Bizkit even has Pauly Shore rapping with them.
Well, that
Oh,
makes more
really?
sense.
I didn't even know that. Wow.
The
I
dollar
mean,
make you holla.
dude, he's from New Jersey. He's one of the Jersey boys. I mean, that I get, you know. Corey Feldman? No, I don't know.
Corey Feldman's been off the radar. Like he's just like weird. Like ever since he exposed Hollywood, he's been on his music thing and he's in his like artistic realm and he's just like not in reality at all. Like he sounds horrible. And he's like this like dictator he's like this dictator manager for his band. Like he makes
Oh, really?
the
Oh,
way he
he's like a
oh
mini Hugh Hefner with his label.
yes, yeah, you gotta. There's videos on him where
What?
there's videos on him. They clown the hell out of him. It's
Yeah, he
funny.
had a house like not too far from where I live in the valley of Hollywood or LA. And he had like 5 wives or something, like 5 years ago. He had just a bunch of women that would live with him and he was sort of like a Hugh Hefner wannabe.
Wow.
Dude, Ricardo, Pantera is my favorite metal band over Metallica. I like Pantera better. Shout out to them.
But you're right, when he exposed Hollywood, that was almost a backfire for him.
I feel like it was. I feel like he got like blackballed.
Well, yeah.
Hollywood's
Expose some new
dirty, man.
people.
There's so many secrets. There's so many nasty secrets in Hollywood. Oh man,
It's true.
you
Probably
don't even know
anywhere.
what's going on with Diddy. Like they haven't even mentioned him lately.
Yeah. Somebody made a comparison on it. It said like an analogy was like everybody in Hollywood is like on a boat. It's like you're on a cruise where you can get all the food you want. You know, it's first class treatment. You know, you gotta stay on the boat though. But if you stay on the boat, the weather's always good. Everything's great all the time. You try to get off the boat. You know, you're never getting off alive. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? You
it's
try to fuck
similar.
around, you're gonna end
Hmm.
up getting found dead. You know, overdose or
You get
know what
off
I'm
the
saying?
boat, and next thing you know, you're on the port running after it before it takes off again.
Yeah.
You ever see those
Yup.
videos of the people running for the boat?
Like loser, show up on time, asshole.
Oh my god, bro. It's funny.
Yeah,
Like, you
dude.
won't leave without me.
This week is ruined. Oh man.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
cool, Rick. Oh,
Ricardo.
are you
Right.
serious, Alan? Um, yes, you can have the riches, but I was actually gonna think about wrapping up soon. I have a headache that's getting worse, and I feel some nausea coming on.
Uh-oh.
So I may be pushing myself a little too hard. But
Maybe
Yeah,
so.
7 hours,
I'm
Jeff.
gonna
That's a
give you
long
the
time.
wrenches. We'll see how long this stream continues to go, and you can, if you don't use them all tonight, like if you don't get your money's worth tonight, you can keep them for another day or two.
Jeff, if you want to excuse yourself to go grab something to eat, the three of us will handle your panel
You think so?
correctly. Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I don't have to
yeah,
actually let
bro.
anyone else on. I could just rely on the three of you to
Yeah, go
kind of.
take a breather, bro. Go outside and
I might
take
do that.
If you want to
Recharge.
stay
Try to
on,
take care of
it's
this
up to
headache.
you.
Um,
Yeah,
and see what
whatever you want.
happens. All
I'll
right.
only chop
Let me
you up.
get Alan and Liliana
It's
their
probably my
wrenches.
fault. I usually give people
Ibuprofen's good
headaches.
for.
No, this has been coming off for a while. I think I mentioned on the stream earlier too.
It's all good.
Ibuprofen, Jeff, works great for me for headaches. Like
What does?
ibuprofen, Advil, or ibuprofen.
Oh, yeah.
That's usually what I
Tylenol
take.
usually does the trick. I just took some a while back, and I can't remember how long it's been, so it might be too soon.
You probably need
Yeah.
something to eat without being on cam. You know, just
I think that's what it was. Is
yeah, just go eat
my
something. No more coffee.
my I forgot to eat. That happens all
Don't
the
do
time.
it. Don't fucking do it.
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta eat,
and let
man.
me get the hang on, music playing.
Yeah, you
Alan, I
gotta eat.
appreciate it very much. Thank you. The renting the wrenches was kind of a joke, but I'm glad y'all are running with it.
Renting the wrench.
Yeah.
I need to rent a wrench.
This was a bad idea.
Oh, that's awesome, Ricardo. You got to see Metallica live. That was probably dope. That was probably a good show, bro. They're looking for a new. They just got a new bass player. They were trying out new bassists. I don't know if they took Trent Reznor or the bassist from Nine Inch Nails. I don't know what his name was. It wasn't Trent Reznor, but they were at Trent Reznor's studios or some shit. Never mind. Trent Reznor is good, man. He produces a lot. I liked him in Nine Inch Nails, so Nine Inch Nails were awesome.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah.
All right,
Speaking of,
y'all are all wrenched up, and like I said, like yeah, 24 hours or something. You don't have to use it all tonight. All right, I'm gonna go get my break, and I'll come back. And thanks a lot, guys. I sure appreciate keeping it going. Is there anybody that wants to come up at the last minute before I take a break? I could let you on.
Yeah, hit the link now or forever hold your peace for however long till Jeff comes back.
All right, I'll see y'all in a bit.
Oh, Ricardo, that's
all right,
crazy.
Jeff.
You saw that on acid? Oh, bro. That was probably freaking
Yikes.
amazing. Yeah. Hell yeah.
So, I haven't seen Mike in like 2-3 months. How's he doing?
Oh, I'm good, man. I've been working, taking care of my boys.
Yeah,
You know how it is.
staying out of it.
Yeah, trying to just watch from the bushes
That's
on
good, man.
those things.
You're doing
Yeah,
front
man,
page
I'm trying to
stuff
stay
all
out
the
of the
time.
drama, man. I don't need
Dude, you were
drama.
all in the drama, dude. You were
I was,
hosting the
but
drama.
it's toxic. It's not good for you, bro.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree.
Mike? Like, I feel better mentally when I'm not all in it.
You're preaching to the choir, buddy.
Yeah, I
Hey,
know.
Yeah.
Pink Ice.
What up,
No, I
Paul? What up,
mean,
Paul? What up, Spike? What up, Spike?
Yeah.
what up? Oh, Paul, let's go.
Yeah.
Paul's in the
Like us.
building.
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Good to see
Can't
you, man.
sleep. Good to see you too, mate. Where have you been?
I've been working and just staying unplugged, man. It's been good.
Oh yeah, Mike, you got a
Fair
new
enough.
job, man. Congratulations on that, man. I'm
Yeah,
glad
thanks.
it worked out for you, man.
Yeah, dude, just it's like back in the business, man. It's long days, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
that's how it
Trust me,
goes.
I know, man. I work every day, man. I know. Got to get back in the grind of everything.
Yeah, it's a high volume place, so it wasn't used to that either, where you're juggling and you're doing like 1 to 2 a day every day. So it's like you know, it's like that first month was like a little rough getting going because it's like I'm in like the slow pace like Mercedes mode. You know what I'm saying? So it was a little tough getting used to, but I finally like started hitting the
Yeah,
stride like a couple weeks ago. So that's good.
it's like that with anything.
Yeah,
Gotta get
no,
used
of
to it again.
course. Yeah,
But
the whole
once you get
thing
used
seems
to it,
pretty
it's like
key though.
a routine.
You're absolutely right, dude. Get the muscle memory going.
So what's been happening?
I just working, bro. Just hanging out. Sam's kind of been in the mix of things, just keeping me like kind of like abreast of what's going on.
Yeah. Nothing much has changed really. It's just the same old drama recycled, really.
Well, you're right. In fact, it was hilarious watching the cast list kind of come up here. It was like the same thing that was happening, in other places too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
it's the same recurring theme, Mike.
Bro,
jeez.
it really is though, and it's like the
I
same people,
know.
kind of like they cycle in at like almost the same timing. Like it starts off with certain people, and then they get exposed or pissed off about something, they get driven out, and these new people come in, and then you start getting deeper in the community. And then the people expose them, and then they try to convince you they're right. It's like, oh god, man,
Jeff's like, I don't know about any of this.
I know. And you know what? You don't even want to show them the ropes because it's like everybody's trying to quote show them the ropes.
I
So it's like
know.
you don't even want to do it to them. You're just like, here, good luck to you. Use your morals. That's the best advice I can give you. Good luck.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to take my channel in another direction.
Yeah. Oh, another direction. You had a great channel though.
You never did
Yeah.
drama, Paul. You
Yeah,
always
you
had
always
like
had a good,
Well,
discussions.
good
yeah,
channel.
done that, but the lives, and I thought I'd change it to do the crime and history.
Oh, there you go.
I like history. History's awesome, man.
Hmm.
Can never go wrong talking about history.
And now I've hired like a producer now who's going to help me do my videos.
Oh, it's dope.
Oh shit.
You're going to
So,
those museums, right, Paul?
well, I was going to go to the museums. I sent off a load of because you got to check see if you're allowed to do it first,
Yeah.
which I didn't know. And I checked, and I never get any letters back or emails back from anybody apart from the Imperial War Museum, which set out conditions that what I was allowed to film and not allowed to film.
Mm.
And yeah, so I thought, oh, that's a bit. You thought you'd be allowed to show some things to highlight the museum to get into like a wider audience.
Yeah, you would think it would be okay.
No, but no, they didn't receive anything back, any permissions back from anybody. And the castle I done Windsor Castle, and that, well, castles aren't built for Wi-Fi, are they?
No,
No, yeah, no.
no, I'm
King of
sure
the
they're not.
Queens
I'm
didn't
sure,
have like
yeah,
Blackberries or anything,
Yeah, they did.
so
They
blocks it out, I'm
yeah.
sure.
I don't think William the Conqueror ever thought of Wi-Fi.
yeah.
So, but I'm still doing that. I've just had a family funeral to go to, and this been a couple of just really weird months. August and September, I've had somebody clone my credit cards, and I had my aunt pass away too. So
Oh damn.
yeah, but hopefully get back on track now.
Yeah. So you get victim of theft and a hit and run. That's brutal.
Yeah, yeah. The new deal was something weird because I live in south of England, and they claim somebody got hold of my cards in Wales. which is about 200
Wales?
miles away. Yeah.
Bro, how they gonna steal it?
Exile 1. What up?
Who
What up,
steals
Exile
who
1?
steals a car? How do
Well,
they steal it?
a card, my credit cards.
Oh, your cards.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
you
Got it.
said car
Yeah,
too.
right?
No,
That's not
no,
cheap, right?
cards.
All right.
Cards.
They stole your credit cards? The
Yeah.
numbers, you mean? The
Yeah, the
numbers.
numbers. Yeah. The credit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they cloned the numbers, and they
Dude, that
apparently.
happens all the time here, Paul. The scanners, they have scanners on the scanners, you know what I mean? Like on the card machines, they scan your numbers and then they have your information.
I always check. So,
Yeah, you gotta check, dude. You gotta check
Yeah.
all those things. I don't even use them. I use my phone now.
Yeah, I use the feel method. You just give the thing a quick tug or something, or just move across your hand across the keyboards or the keys
Yeah.
numbers.
They
And
just scan my phone where I go, and that's it, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess with those machines. I've had that happen where my identity got taken, my card number, I had to get a new debit card and everything. They took $20. I had to get
Wow.
it back.
Well, they can
Yeah.
take something from me. I've got nothing in the bank, so they can't take it.
I was gonna
It
say
wasn't a lot
I'll
of
give
money
them
that
some
they took.
cards if they
An
want.
all-time high with
a
college
phone.
days.
What they do is they'll charge you
Oh,
20, and then if
shit.
you don't do nothing about it, they'll hit you again with like 100. Like, and then you'll notice, and then by then it's it takes forever to get the money back. Got to
Bro,
get a new
Exile 1
card.
is here? What the fuck?
Yeah, where you been, Mike P?
Bro,
Yeah.
my guy. Good to see you, dude.
It's
Fuck.
good to see you too, man. I was asking Sam about you last time I seen her.
Dude, I'm very, very happy to see you, man. It's good. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, but I was saying in the new technology age, man, ID theft is at an all-time high. Like if you go and search your credit, some of y'all probably got a mansion and a Ferrari in your name out there and didn't even know and don't get a chance.
No, dude, fuck that. That's crazy. That's
We have
bro.
over here something called national insurance number, and it helps to pay for like NHS and stuff like that. I've
I
had
know
people
too.
phone me up with a heavy Indian accent and go, "Hello, my name is Brian. Your national insurance number is being used in a crime."
Oh.
In a crime?
Yeah.
What kind of
2
crime?
years ago, my brother found out he owned a
crime?
2015 F-150 and a 3-bedroom house in Texas that he's never seen either one of those things.
What the? Are you serious, bro?
Serious, bro.
A
Dude,
Serious.
what a
3-bedroom
country.
house, and he didn't
What a
even
country.
know about it?
It's
Nope.
amazing.
2 years
Doesn't
after
he-
they purchased, he found out about it.
He never had his credit checked or anything like any. He didn't look into his
Nope. He went to
credit at all?
go apply for a home loan and found out about it.
Oh
and I
my
guess that
God,
person had
that's-
been living in that house for 2 years.
Dude,
And
what happened?
They got squatters
Oh my
too?
God, that's crazy,
Wow,
bro.
they took him for a ride, dude.
What happened to his credit? Did it ever get resolved? I bet
Yeah,
it did.
yeah. They got that dude in court and everything else, bro. But he's an illegal.
Oh damn, man,
I would
that's
have taken the house.
crazy.
It's in my name, mate. You take out my name, get the.
Dude, I find out somebody. Oh my God, that's crazy.
How did he get that? How did they do that?
Now check this out. What if they use your
Because
credit?
he was buying everything cash straight across for those years when it happened. And he wasn't using credit for anything. And I guess they had everything, credit wise that was being mailed to his identity they was using. They had it rerouted somewhere else. So he didn't find out until he applied for a home himself.
That's my point. Like, so if somebody uses somebody's credit, they get the house under their name, under their
Oh,
credit.
they
but
were
then they
making
pay.
Tommy,
they
they were
payments.
making the payments on the
Yeah,
house
nobody's
and
gonna notice. It'll make his
everything.
credit better. It'll probably make his credit better.
Yeah.
They're making
So
the
I mean,
payments.
like, it wasn't like any red flags. Like,
Yeah, I can see how that happened.
When he went for the home loan, the home that he's in now in Kansas, they was asking, does he want to use that for collateral, or does he want to use the house in Texas collateral, or either one, or does he just want the loan straight across? And he was like, wait, what house in Texas?
What other house? That's crazy, dude. But his credit was so good because the person was making the payments. That's wild. That's wild, bro. Oh,
Was it a nice
wow.
house though?
I wonder what happened to the
I don't
person who
know.
stole his
He
credit.
just said it was a 3-bedroom house. I don't know if he ever seen photos of it or what.
Nice.
I wonder if that person got arrested. The
Yeah,
dude.
they did. They did.
Yeah, they finally got
They're
it. So
an
they lost the
illegal though,
house, and
bro.
then they lost. Oh,
Yeah, they're illegal though. So it's like, he
oh, that
went back
happens
and
with a lot of
forth with the
illegals.
justice
You're
system
you're
down there in
right.
Texas.
Yeah, dude. I could see how a lot of illegals would do that. You know what I
Does
mean?
America have a problem with roamers?
Just to get around the whole paperwork thing.
No,
Wow,
more. I think we have
wow.
more of a problem with squatters than roamers. Like
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
think,
this
no.
Mike?
guy,
I don't
like
mean
this.
roamers. I mean Roma.
I
Roma.
bet both, Mike. I bet both.
Yeah, I think this guy probably just got his PP slapped, and then they gave him like a nice
Mm.
like Holiday Inn for like the next 2 years. So he'll be all right.
That's what they
Yeah.
do. They give
Yeah.
these immigrants vouchers and stipends for money, and dude, they get
I
cards
was
or access
watching
cards.
I was watching some stuff where this dude had a way of tricking the bank system. Then he bought a bunch of places and rented them out as Airbnbs. And he was living like a millionaire for a good minute before he got caught.
Damn,
I
he
left the
tricked them.
Nah, he just went to go pull that trick at the bank one time again and didn't realize that they had caught on. I guess he did it too many times. The same way most people get caught.
Damn.
What do you mean Romans? What do you mean?
Roma gypsies.
Oh,
Ah, he's talking
gypsies.
about like traveling people.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no. Not the travellers, gypsies. I'm talking about Roma. The
Well, what
Roma,
are those?
the people. The people who go. You see, we get Roma gypsies over here, and they yes end up homeless. But some of them are not. Some of them have got nice houses back in Romania, and they go and send begging gangs to work in the cities.
Hmm.
huh. Is it like the guy that like Brad Pitt like played, where he was like a boxer, and he was like, I fight you for him, and he like just traveled around in a caravan, like something like that.
Sort of. Yeah, sort
Yeah,
of. Those are Romanis. These are Roma.
gotcha.
These come from like the Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
And they come in, you see them begging, and it's like one I was in Glasgow last because of with my aunt, and I seen this. I brought some food, hot food, and some drink, and I was looking for some homeless person to give it to because I've been in that situation, and I seen this guy. He just looked too well dressed and too well fed, and I looked at him and I went, "Nah, mate, you're too well fed, you are, aren't you?" He walked away and gave it to another person.
Jeff will be back, everybody. He's he's just taking a little break.
Yeah,
We're
Jeff
holding
will
down the
be
panel
back.
for him.
They
So,
go round.
Mike,
Sorry.
when are you gonna start streaming again? And your trash cake conversation came up again today in somebody's chat.
Yeah, well, I don't
Trash cake.
I don't know what the rumor is now, but I only stuck a pinky in. That's it. All right, I didn't do anything else. It was
What are
just
you talking about, bro?
How do you not know about trash
What
cake?
is he talking about?
just
It's a
the
conspiracy from a
tip.
couple of
All
years
right,
ago.
it was just the tip.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Sup,
That's
Exile,
Yeah.
how I was
by the
going
way.
around. Huh?
What's going on, Spike? How you doing, brother?
I'm dead. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, okay, Tommy. If you don't know, basically the
Yeah, I
short
don't know.
version
I think I
is
should
that
stay out of
I
it.
was live and I was walking down to the store. I was very very hungry, and I take a left and sitting perched perfectly above the circle of this town trash can is this like
Oh, I remember, Mike.
perfect
Now I
cake, and it was like it still had the dew from the condensation. The frosting was not dry. It was just like somebody baked this perfect cake and then was just like, nah. They took like two slices out and were like, meh, I'm good. And it said
I
like
remember.
it said something like Pastor Franklin or something on it too. And it's like, this you can't have a pastor's name on the cake and have it be a bad cake. I mean, there's zero chance this cake is, and then but turns out it was about 97% chance it was a hobo trap. And if I had actually eaten the cake, it probably would have died or something. But yeah, so I just
No, that's paranoia talking.
Yeah.
You just said the
No,
cake looked
that's
perfectly
trash
fine.
cake talking,
Yeah, it
bro.
looked
It was
good.
Yeah, but
yeah, no.
you don't know what's in the inside of the cake, do you?
Had I walked there by myself with no like streaming going on, I might have walked back home with most of the cake. But in this case, it was like, you know, you don't want to be known for trash cake, and then it still ended up happening. So
Yeah,
here
yeah.
we
Now
are.
you get bashed for not taking the cake.
I get bashed for maybe sneaking it off camera, not taking it, taking it. Doesn't matter, dude. It's Bash City up in here. We good. We Gucci. But yeah, that's the trash cake deal, man. I still actually regret not taking home the trash cake. This shit was fucking
So when are you
fire.
gonna live stream again? That was the original.
Yeah, not sure. You know, it's like basically I work like 6 days a week, so I've just been kind of settling into that job. But I do want to get back to it, but I don't want to promise you something I'm not going to do right away. But I am.
It's
I'm
hard when
actually
you
looking
work,
at it.
isn't it, Mike? When you have a job and all,
Well,
it is
especially
more
my job,
difficult.
dude. I'm like fucking
Yeah.
talking all day. I'm doing this and that. So then I get off
Yeah, you
work and
don't
I'm
feel like
like,
coming home and doing it. I
yeah,
get it.
dude. I'm just like put on a movie and silence is like what I'm looking for.
I feel that, Mike, for real.
But I
I
miss the
do,
good
man.
people like
You just
you
want to
guys. Like,
disconnect.
yeah, no, but I miss you guys. Like, it's nice being on panel with like people, like good people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, good conversation.
Facts. And Jeff seems like a really nice dude. And this is my first time meeting him, but he seems like he's kind of, don't give a fuck. Just trying to be here, have a good time. If you're a
He's
nasty
good at
person,
nipping
he's
out the
like,
drama.
yeah,
You know
he's
what I
like, get the
mean?
fuck out of here. I was
He's
like,
good
that's
at
cool.
nipping it, and he handles a good panel. I give him much credit for that.
Yeah, no, I see that. That's good,
So
man.
we pretty much stay on topic.
Yeah. I told Jeff I like the way he handles his panel. I
I
told
do.
him from our
Mhm.
community he's known as the sanctuary.
Ah,
Exactly. It is. It's a
sanctuary.
place to disconnect from all the
You
toxic
mean
crap
it's like a safe
drama.
zone or something? Is that what it is?
Mike.
Where have you seen a panel that Mike Cerrone can't be chased off other than here, bro?
I'm trying to think. I know I've seen one before.
Yeah, it's like I wonder if somebody tried this before. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that happened.
I'm having trouble coming to me,
I
man.
can't
I'll
tell if
think of it.
it's a legit first idea. Yeah, it's
Safe
funny how that.
zones.
Yeah, the safe
Yeah.
zone.
Somebody else tried to make that idea work. It didn't work out so well.
Yeah, no, it's many try and fail, but somebody like Jeff might be able to get it done.
Oh, I don't
He's got the
understand his.
demeanor.
I don't understand his touch, just like I don't understand my own. I don't have drama over there on my channel when I do stream.
Okay, but no disrespect, but how many people come over there?
A decent amount, and all the people that was giving you troubles, they come over there.
And they behave for you when they're
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I've
hard
known a
to
lot
have
of
a
those guys
good
for years.
show without any drama. Like even Mel Pandora, she does topics and she has pretty good numbers, but even there sometimes drama flies in. It's hard to nip it all the way out sometimes when you have a lot of people.
No, it's on the energy you give it.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's very true, though.
Jeff gives it the no tolerance. I give it the, you know what? I'm gonna play into this, but I'm gonna give it my own narrative on it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, if
okay.
you play into it, then yeah, I get that. I do like Mel's show though. She has a pretty cool show.
Yeah, I think they called me panel killer for years. So how many panels did I intentionally kill on their ass?
I don't know.
Dude, I remember you should try killing mine a few times. It's brutal.
This
Hell
one's for
yeah.
you, Paul.
You had the appropriate audience.
You were
Calm
just like,
down, Probe. You're a member, bro. Don't
dude,
worry about your ranks.
we were talking about like a good topic, and you came up and you were like, "This is boring as hell," and this and that. It's like, and then you just left. And I was like, "Man, well, that's him. That's
Thanks,
the panel
Exile.
That
killer."
possibly happened before.
You
That
were
sounds like a
hammered though.
panel killer to me.
Yeah, but in fairness, you were drinking a lot. You just kind of like came up all
But how
smashed.
often did I complain about your show, Mike? Not often at all. Usually I'd be into the convo.
100%. We've had way more, but that was just that one time where you like I got the brunt of the panel kill, and I was like, wow, so that's what that's like. Okay, very good. But no,
What are you on about?
Drunk Spike
Tommy?
on Mr. P's was legend.
What am I on about? You're crying about wrenches. And you're a member, so don't worry about wrenches.
Yeah. I think Jeff is running some kind of special. If you show your D, he'll give you a wrench. So just whip it out, and we'll assist in getting you
Bones doesn't
that
sound like an
wrench.
exiled fan. Oh, Bones.
Yeah. Who cares? This is why I don't even have the chat up. It's who cares?
Yes,
No, you
yes,
cannot
that's
run a
me.
stream with no chat, Mike. Fuck that.
Oh no! Listen, I'm not running this stream. I'm saying I don't even have the chat up on my side, bro. I'm not chatting to anybody, and I'm sorry if you said hi. I
Come on,
ignored you.
man.
That's because I am not looking at the chat. Get
Ain't
over it.
nobody in the chat even said nothing about you except for Proby. He asked, "Is that Mike P up there?" That was it.
And then he
Good for
cried
him.
about his wrench.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we have some tissues lying around here we can help him out with.
Yeah, you still opping it out with Proby?
Me?
Proby.
Proby, your biggest hater, Mike.
I have no clue, dude. I'm sure he's probably one of them, or it isn't. I don't know, dude. I really don't know what people think.
You gotta love your biggest haters. Like I give Bones all the energy he asked for. That's my biggest hater.
No,
He got
probably.
mad because when I went over to 10th Man's, I stole the show from Bones. He just quit the
Oh,
show like a pussy.
Bones. Oh, shit. You gonna let him talk about it?
Yeah, he fires shots all
Bones.
the time and gets mad when I fire him back. He gets super mad. Every
Damn,
time when he talks
Bones.
to me, you hear it in his voice. Then he frustrates the fuck out of me like a little child.
Bones reminds me of like a mall cop or something. He's like,
A security guard for sure. Him and Abe should be
yeah,
best of friends.
it's just like I want to be a cop, but I'm not.
One's got the security credentials, the other one's got the security attitude.
Right. Yep. So apparently, I was making a joke with Spike, and I put something in writing that says that Spike sucks D for money, and somebody screenshotted it to Spike just to be like, just want to let you know what's going on.
No, instigator.
I'm like, yeah,
Bringing
no,
up once was bad enough, and I regret it.
There's
But
so
bringing it up
many
a second time.
instigators out here.
I thought that was funny though, but I was like, yeah, no, I definitely said that 100%.
Dude, it's
No, yeah, and
ridiculous.
the person who
People.
sent it wasn't even a Mr. P hater.
Yeah.
That
No,
person.
they were probably just looking out for you. They were like, Spike, people are talking about you like this. Like, what are you talking about? I'm just trying
Damn,
to
I didn't know
protect
I
you.
was crying up here. I need to go get some tissue, y'all.
Yeah.
Come back when you have some hair in your chest, exiled. Enough.
I know. I got it on the chin, just not enough on the chest,
It's
apparently.
like you and Ladybug are his mortal enemies.
Who?
Bones. He doesn't like Ladybug or Exile.
Oh, who cares?
Like a lot of people.
When you have a name like named Bones, I'm sorry, I just tune you out at this
When you
point.
use the avatar of a skeleton, when you can clearly use your real face and it'll pass.
Yeah, real face. That's funny.
I'm just saying, you look like a half-dead walking zombie.
That's hilarious. How's everybody been doing? You guys all been good? Health's good? Fucking
Yeah,
trouble?
fine.
Oh yeah, Proby, show the receipt.
Is Tommy got any more new phones from throwing them downstairs or any
No, I still have
card
the same iPhone.
Oh, that's good.
Motherfucker talks about I'm a crier, but he literally is a Karen in every chat panel that he sees me in.
A lot of carrots out here.
Projections are real.
You see a lot of Kens, a lot of Karens. That seems like the new thing in the 2024.
Definitely is.
It's like you look on the internet, it's all you see is Karen Ken videos. It's like,
right,
wow.
but what defines a Ken? Like, what's his caricature? Like, what's?
I don't know. I guess somebody that I guess they're like out. Like if you're in like a restaurant or something, and you're making a fiasco over something that's like you're acting like a child, and like some of those types of things where you see these people flip out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what defines a Ken. I guess
I
everyone has
like
their
watching
own.
that shit though. You be at a restaurant
Oh
and
hell
people
yeah!
start
Those
flipping out for
videos
no
are
reason.
videos are funny
They go
sometimes.
total bones on the waitress.
Well, that's what I mean. The internet is saturated with them because the videos do so well because people watch them. So
Interesting.
Okay.
that's all you see.
It's interesting. Much better.
And now I heard. I don't know if this is true. Did somebody try to do something to Trump again at a rally?
Oh, don't even tell me, dude. I can't
No,
take
I
two
heard something, but they
assassinations.
nipped
It's
it
just
in the
too
butt
much.
like right away.
Yeah, because this one wasn't set up. That's why. Fuckers.
So yeah, I don't know if it was just an agitated fan or if it was a real actual
I'm
whatever.
surprised he's still alive, dude. He's, you're getting
Yeah,
shots like that taken at you, I mean,
dude, he is so lucky. Like he turned like a fraction of a second. Like if he didn't turn his head, dude, it's over. Like he's done.
I don't think he was lucky. I think it was just because the shooter was absolutely terrible at shooting.
No, he turned his head at the last minute, and it
Yeah, but
grazed his.
it's kind of a
It,
combination of things,
I
I
think
think.
it's
yeah, I
become a
guess,
rapper
but
now. He's got that
yo,
rapper
yo,
clout
Mike,
now.
he doesn't turn his head, dude. If he does, it's a direct shot, bro.
Right.
but
No,
if
that's
you're
true. That's
if you're going
true.
to shoot somebody,
Yep.
the biggest part you would aim for.
No, I
I
get
don't
it,
know,
but like they
man.
said that like even like a bad shot at that distance, it's still like a slam dunk in most cases.
I feel like God turned his head.
Oh
I
shit!
I mean, listen, it's
No,
just I wouldn't be. Yeah, that's good.
What else
I
do
would
you think it could
go with the.
be? I don't think he
just
reacted in that way.
you just could be lucky, mate. That's all.
I mean, dude, what are the
Well, what's
chances? He
luck
doesn't
other
even
than
put that
God, you
thing on
know?
his. He doesn't put that page up at his rallies at all, and he just happened to put that up and look at it at the very moment that he was being shot at. I mean, it's kind
It
of
was pretty wild, man.
yeah, yeah.
I almost felt like he saw it. Like I don't
He
know,
didn't
man.
see
Like
it.
when you see some of this footage, it's like he's right there, and people like saw him way before, and it's like
Yeah.
Well,
it's
they
just
saw
wild
it,
how it all went down.
and then you hear the sound going pop, pop, and then you hear people saying like drop down, and it's like as soon as it hits his ear, he's like, oh shit, and then he like remembers he's crazy, and
Yeah,
then
he touched his ear
drops
like
right
a
to the ground.
mosquito hit his ear or something. Like it was like,
Yeah,
or like something just nipped his ear. Like,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
you could hear you could hear the audio. He's like, hold on, let me get my shoes. He's like, I need my shoes first. I'm gonna try to get up. He's like, wait a minute, hold on 1 second. Then he put his fist up.
Oh, dude, that was like, and he kind of, I think he fumbled the ball as far as PR is concerned and trying to like really take advantage of this and like maybe win
Yeah,
over some people
I
because
don't know.
the way he handled it the way you would want a leader of your country to handle something. Like
Yeah.
the guy gets shot at and he comes up and he fist pumps the air saying, fight, fight, fight. And it's like, yo, that's the most like heroic thing I've seen, like from any
Did you
politician
see
ever.
the photo op? Like the photo op is like it's like
Oh, it's
him.
incredible.
I mean, it's like the best photo op you could ever ask for.
But then he's got all these people that are like, oh, he's changed, he's done that, this, that, and the third. And then what does he do? He goes right back to the same exact behavior,
Yeah.
completely ruining his ability to kind of hit the reset button and win over a bunch of people. And he just completely dropped it. I'm just like, dude. This is why I had an issue with him back in 2020. It's like it's so hard for me to get behind the guy when he acts like a fucking idiot. You
Yeah.
know?
That's part of my problem with him too. Like he's not perfect. He's got a big ego, and he does make mistakes.
Don't get me wrong, policy's great, but it's just like, dude, come on. You have the ability here to win over a lot of people and just stay quiet, act presidential, and you're done. This one's in the bag. Instead, he goes on like name calling and doing all this stuff, and you're gonna lose the people that go left and right on these things. That
Yeah.
little percentage of independents that go left or right, you lose them when you do shit like that. You know.
Yeah. Definitely. He
But
could
it
have
is what
acted a lot more professional.
it is. What
Who's
it
that
is.
Nat Clo guy in the chat?
Could have been way more professional.
Yeah.
But he's playing to his MAGA supporters. He's
Never
playing
seen
to
Nat
them.
Clo.
But you know, he's doing a lot of interviews, dude, and he's doing a great job getting. Like he was on Theo Vaughn's a little while ago. That was a good decision.
Yeah.
Theo, bro, like crazy millions of views on that one. You know,
Now he's got RFK and he's got Tulsi Gabbard. You
let's
know,
go, dude.
What's up, Megan?
so
Hi, Megan.
he's got a lot of people, that are
Facts.
getting behind him now. So
Facts.
hey, Megan.
Megan,
Yeah.
good to see you.
She
Hey,
needs
I think you got no sound, Megan.
yeah.
does she? I don't know. Mike, your microphone goes in and out a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not on my nice mic.
I can hear you though. I can
I'm
still
on
make out what
the
you're
fucking
saying.
shitty headphones. I just haven't set up my iPad yet. I wasn't even planning on coming up here that long. I was just coming to say hi.
I know the winter is coming. I can't believe summer's over. My kids are already back in school.
How about now?
That's
I can
better.
hear you now.
Yeah.
Much better.
Hey, Mac. Me.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
There's
but
Jeff.
these are
Hey,
my
Mac.
shitty. How about now?
A little muffled. I can hear you. I can hear you. I guess.
Good
I
enough
guess
for
well, I just
government
used
work.
the mic.
Yeah, you're kind of muffled. We can hear you. It's just not very
Yeah, just a
articulated.
little muffled.
All right, here are the AirPods.
Shout out to the AirPods.
Oh, you heard that. That's good.
So what's up? How's it going? Happy Labor Day.
Yep, happy Labor Day.
Thank you. I've been good. I tweaked my back on Friday, so I've been like in a miserable weekend. But today's the first day that I can actually like move.
Oh, that sucks, Megan. Hope you feel better.
Yeah. Well, I
Did
did
you
like
get to do anything
in the
fun
wall right
today?
here. No, I had therapy. That was
Like,
fun.
no.
Back to
No,
work
I can.
tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is Labor Day?
It's a holiday to celebrate the labor movement, I guess, in America, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's a day off.
Excuse for
celebrate the
paid day
modern
off.
day slave labor.
Yes,
you know,
payday
too.
off, exactly.
We just have bank holidays here.
The banks are off today, too. It's a
Yeah,
federal
there's a
holiday.
thing. We have like a thing every few times a year. We have a thing called a bank holiday, and it's supposed
Yeah.
to be where banks do the work they used to do. So everybody has a day off.
Yeah. Yeah. I needed it. I'm glad to have it. Nice 3-day weekend.
Mm-hmm. I remember school always started after Labor Day, but
It went,
now
yeah,
they just
this
start
year it
weeks
started
before.
before. Yeah. Both my boys started the week before.
Yeah, my birthday never used to be during the school year, and then now everyone goes to school before my birthday. So
Yeah, they made it earlier. It seems like nowadays it didn't used to be. Well, I know when I went to school, it wasn't this early.
Well, I've got my school year starting uh, the 20th of September, and I've got one happening on October.
Yeah, that's like when I used to start, like mid-September, I guess. Yeah.
Stevie Wonder.
It is another day to give us an excuse to have a day off because we work.
We
Labor
do
Day.
work.
Wait, is Proby not a lazy
No,
American?
I think he's from Australia, actually.
Pff,
He's an Aussie, I think. Pretty sure.
Oh, I thought he was from Canada.
Nah, I don't. He's just. He's not from Canada. I think it's Aussie.
Oh, free speech in Canada.
If I'm not
Nope.
mistaken. All these woke people on the internet.
Oh yeah. All the wokies go up to Canada.
The woke mindset. The woke. It's crazy.
I'd only go to Canada for the weather.
Mm.
It's getting hotter
I
and
like
hotter, and I'm like,
Canada
I
for the
gotta go
geese.
further north. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Canadian
Yeah,
geese
for
come
the
here
geese.
already, so
Except for when they crap on my lawn.
Canadian geese are assholes.
Yeah, they fly here.
Turns out they like mulberry berries. I thought they were attacking me one day when I got close to a mulberry tree, and they ran up to me, and I'm like, "We're gonna kill them! We're gonna kill them
Oh
all!"
shit!
And then I realized they were eating the mulberries. I'm like, "Oh,
Oh
okay, all
wow.
right, we're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through
We're
this." You know,
gonna get through this.
dude. But they were like gunning for me, bro. They were like running from like 50 yards out because they like knew that the mulberries were coming down. You know, it was crazy. Crazy fucking
Yeah,
Canadian piece.
mulberries.
Yo, have you ever had a mulberry, dude? You eat them right off the tree?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we used to pick
Fantastic.
them growing up.
Yep.
Oh
And we'd
my
eat them
Oh
with
yeah.
god.
sugar.
They're actually good. Very good.
They're
I've
like
never had a mulberry.
Like mulberries.
a
You put them
less
in mixed
tart
fruit.
version of a raspberry.
Yeah.
Like a
But
raspberry.
yeah, no, it's kind of like a raspberry. It's like a lighter, like
It's
it's not as
sweeter,
sweeter.
not as
Yeah,
tangy.
Sweeter. Yup. Yep.
definitely
Mm.
sweeter. Just God forbid you get any of that on your clothes. Forget it. Just throw it away.
Oh
Mm.
yeah, that
It's like
stain is there forever.
pure ink. But man, fucking
Kind of
awesome.
like cactus fruit.
Yeah, you get all of your fingers too, and your
Yeah,
lips.
and it doesn't come off your fingers either. It's actually like really surprising how much gets
Yeah,
on you.
it's kind of like a dye
Yeah,
almost.
it's saying everything. Like
Mm-hmm.
even the
Man,
bowls and the dishes and you would put them in would be all purple and stained after you were done with them.
Oh, it's like a blackberry
Yeah.
then.
worth
Yeah,
it.
kind of. It's real juicy.
Yeah, but this
Like
dye,
berry.
the dye to it is a lot stronger than the blackberry dye.
Yep.
Have
Okay.
you guys ever lived around pelicans? Oh well, pelicans that
Uh,
live in the desert, anyways. Because we had
yeah.
pelicans eat a lot of cactus fruit, and they would when they would shit, they just let bombs of like
Oh,
red. It's awful, and it stained
Nice.
like
Oh.
no other. It was terrible. People are like,
Oh
"What is that?" I'm
wow.
like, "It's pelican poop."
So there are
That's
desert
wild.
pelicans.
Huh?
There's such thing as a desert pelican.
Well, there's pelicans that live by the ocean, and then there's parts of the desert that are coastal. Like Southern California is all considered desert.
Right. I didn't know that the desert the pelicans ventured out to the desert. That's interesting.
Well, they don't venture far from the water. The desert islands, they'd be all over that. There's still
Oh, I
fish.
see what you're saying.
They
Yeah.
just need the fish, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fine, Barbara. Don't say hi to any of us, just Paul.
Oh, hey, Barbara. I know I'm famous.
she wasn't stopping by. She's been here.
Yeah.
I know she said
Been
just
all
stopping in to
night.
say hello to Paul Morrison.
Oh
Hey, Barbara.
yeah.
Not anybody else.
Damn.
Yeah. Hi, Barbara.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Uber famous. I've got to take my cue to say hello to my fan.
Well, is there anybody that wants to start another live?
Not me. I'm going to bed.
Not me. No, no, man. It's sort of like,
Yeah, Mike P does, cause
Does
everybody's
Mike
still
P want
missing
to get
Mr.
back in the
P.
game, get some practice?
No, yeah, Mike P would like to get his D slapped around and then go to bed. So
He
I'm gonna
said getting his
pass.
D slapped
I'm gonna have to
around.
start winding this down to myself and go
It's all good, Jeff.
take
Thanks
care
for
of
having us
myself.
up.
No, man, I'm
Bunch of
sorry you're
East
not feeling
Coasters.
good.
I
Yeah, I hope you
do,
feel
I
better.
do. STO, but not me doing it 24 hours. Just having a stream that runs 24 hours, just like a small team maybe that keeps it going.
Have
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
couple other people go live, like
yeah.
Yeah,
on a
No, I'd
schedule.
definitely
definitely
help you out on
necessary.
like a Saturday night when I'm not gonna
I
fucking
tell
work
you
in
what
the
would be a
morning.
good idea if you want to do that. Do a live stream circle. Get invite a couple of people on, and see
I'm
if
sure
they
somebody's live now.
and do that from there.
yeah. That's what we were thinking. Something like that. We were. It's really
Okay.
it's finding the right people. 'Cause if
No,
you
no,
get
I
Yeah,
understand. No, I get you.
the
You
people
know.
that you
Yeah,
find that you trust, temporarily just give them host ability so they can drop and bring up, and then that's
yeah,
really all you need.
it's even finding those people.
Yeah,
Megan's
definitely
helped me
be
through
be
a
someone you trust.
24-hour stream before. Megan's been
Oh
like a
yeah.
big help on
Oh
at least
yeah,
two of them.
Yeah.
Everyone here actually has been a help on
Mhm.
everybody could stream. That's
Everybody
them.
that's
has.
a fact.
Yeah, it's hard to do it alone.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
a
a fact.
useful like it's a useful skill, especially if this trend continues into the future and more people. This becomes the norm. It's going to be useful to have
Facts.
people that have this skill set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we did a
In
48-hour stream.
the
Bloody
time.
hell.
Wow, 48 hours.
Who did a
Long
Yeah,
48 hour?
on Vegas Valley, I think we did. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you know,
Sounds
he wasn't there for 48 hours, but it was on for 48 hours,
Yeah.
and we
Wow.
yeah.
were.
What a legend. Where's he now?
what a legend.
Golf clap.
Oh, God.
Sorry. That's it.
Great,
My bad.
That was good. That's
bro.
good.
Old
A
Mr.
legend,
P
not a
humor.
legend, mate. A legend.
That's Mr. P's humor, man. Right there.
Uh,
That's
I
great,
actually
That was
do
pretty
want
bro.
to
good.
see him come back, though. To be honest, it was kind of.
I would like to see what it's like, what he's like when he
I'd
comes
miss seeing
back.
a car wreck, every once in a while.
Do you think he's gonna come in like swinging and just pissed off, or you think he's gonna
Oh
come in trying
hell
to be
yeah!
all
Well, he's
like
gonna get attacked.
friendly and
That's the
stuff?
thing. As soon as he comes online, he's gonna get like, "Oh, how much dick did you suck?" and all this stuff, and he's gonna just like, you know how it's gonna go. It's gonna be
Um,
attack first, and then he's gonna just like lay waste to everybody.
I
Probably.
So
think
that's
when he comes back, he's going to tell us how he ran the ring. He was the big man in the ring there.
yeah.
He was telling people what to do.
He'll
First
try to
people,
convince us that he grew an inch too, that he's now
yep.
5'9".
Then you'll see Then you see some of the original panel come running back, and
Oh, I'm sure the whole crew will assemble. He'll get his like sidekick there. He'll get the all the other people that are there. They'll just come back. It'll be all right.
it'd
It'll
be
be
like
the big
Anchorman.
return of Saul.
Yeah, it'd be like Anchorman, wouldn't it? You give the call out, and suddenly these people just turn up from nowhere.
Exactly. Or like Marvel Infinity War or something. They'll assemble or whatever.
I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start like my evening routine and wind down, and so I'll keep all of you running if you want to keep going like you did before, and
Well,
I'll
do
go
your
do, and I'll
thing.
come
Yep.
back in like 20 or 30 minutes, and I can start to wrap it up.
Do your thing, man. I know you're sick.
Up
You
to
don't have
you.
to
It
stick
was
around
good for
for
you,
us.
mate.
Yeah, it'll be a way for me to keep it going a little longer without having to shut it down right now.
Okay.
So
Whatever you want, dude.
yeah, no, y'all are doing a great
If you
job.
want to keep
Just
it
just
on or if you want to shut it off, it don't matter to me.
continue on. This is good. This is good. Y'all are doing
All
great.
right.
Well, before you
Sounds
go,
good.
what I want to know is where did you come from, Jeff? Like, how did you find yourself in this part of the internet?
I
Let's
have
call it.
no idea.
Panelverse.
Well, P.F. Jung, I guess, is my panel daddy. I started from his community. A lot of
Aha.
us did, and then I found my way to the Crucible. I met Machine Lies. I went on his panel, and whatnot, and that kind of introduced me to the panelverse, and just from
Read the
there,
chat, yeah. Read the chat.
Got it. Very cool. Well, I know you're not feeling well, Jeff, but appreciate you having me up. It's nice meeting you.
oh yeah, you too. Thanks for coming up.
From the past. I love it.
Let's see.
I haven't seen that sock account in a while.
So,
Someone's been hiding it.
did you guys hear that somebody was making Magic the Gathering cards of like
OTW, the
people?
panelverse game.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and we have something similar that we're cooking up. Like
Cards.
What a
They're gonna
great
have
it's
idea!
gonna be like a collectible trading card game, and you play the
Wow.
cards with super chat. So there's a certain amount to play each card, and you play it live on the panel with the people. Like,
Oh, okay.
But
and
like
so
you'll
each card's
have
gonna have different powers,
there you
and
go. Yeah.
depending on who's on the panel or something. It looks really really interesting. I can't wait till he rolls it out. He has like I think over 300 cards or 700 cards that he plans to create of the different
Wow.
panelists.
700.
Yeah, so he's gonna like put out an initial edition with like some of the major panelists in his sector, and he
Wow.
has the artwork, he has their superpowers, what effect they have on the game. He's put a lot of work into this.
Sounds like it.
Yes. Saron's
Yeah, I'm
card is
interested how
already
that's gonna play out.
Saron's card is already like trading on eBay. It's like hasn't been made yet, but they're like it's going to be the most valuable card hands down.
I
Saron
think
will
he
be
has
a
a
god.
gift. He already has a couple gifts.
Well, of course it is, Mike. He's got level 27 clearance.
Well,
All right.
I'm not
I'm gonna.
playing if
I'll come
Mike's
back. I'll
around
be
because
back.
he's just
He
gonna
said, "I'll
win
come
all day.
back."
He'll master troll us all into submission. It's just not fair. So whatever.
Yeah,
I'll wait
everybody's
till he's not
defeated.
around. Yeah.
Any
Something else?
profession that we have, he's done it, and he's a master at it.
I was hoping if I say his name enough times, he would show up, but it hasn't worked.
He was here earlier, and then I don't know. He said something about FBI.
Oh, he's
The
back in
next
the
thing
FBI?
no, he said he didn't say that. He didn't say that. He said they were talking about hate crimes, and he said you got to be careful saying that you're going to K-word somebody because the FBI could get involved. And Leggy was like, you shouldn't say that because, and then it just went off from there.
Yeah, then Mike got kicked off.
Hey, maybe it was like double speak or something. He's like, gonna show up at Leggy's house or something. Who knows?
It all, it just, I don't know. Can never stay on topic. It just always veers off to the. You had to
Oh
get
yeah, it
that
does.
shot in. Yeah.
Yeah. I love his topic choices though. It's like,
Oh,
what
bye-bye,
about
Barbara.
space? Isn't space interesting? Like, yeah, it totally is.
Mike,
It's like,
yeah.
what about the election? Who do you think's gonna win? It's like, oh, okay, next.
Mike, did you hear his best one about space?
No.
The giant space lasers that could destroy a town.
Oh, dude, Jewish space lasers are like killing everybody right now. It's
Jewish
horrible.
space lasers.
They're actually
I'm
talking.
dead.
You reading that, Tommy?
Oh my
There's a
God.
lady in the Senate that she knows. She knows the truth. Yeah.
Green.
Oh, shut up.
They predicted this a long time ago. That's why you see the roofs a certain color. They didn't, go in parts because of
You fear the
the Jew
beard.
lasers.
That's
Yeah.
why when I go out, I dress in camouflage, mate. I don't want them spotting me.
Yeah, it was like kind of
Danny
like the
Marjorie
Passover.
Taylor Green.
Yes, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, so
Shout out
she
to
obviously knows what
Marjorie.
she's talking about.
Yo, shout out to Bronze Bird. I just see my homie in the chat. What's good,
Marjorie's
Bronze?
wild, man. Marjorie's wild.
Yeah. What a great,
She,
great
her
American.
husband
Definitely
is
out there.
wild, actually. He's like anti-Trump.
Oh, is he?
He was.
It's all right.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's husband.
Well, it's just
Yeah.
like who is that spokesperson for Trump? The blonde chick. What's her
Yeah.
name again? Her
She
husband
worked
was
for him
super
while he
against
was
him.
against her. You didn't know about that, Mike?
No, I didn't know about who because I know
Marjorie Taylor's husband. He was like he was full Democratic Party in 2020, going against Trump. He wrote a book against Trump. For Christ's sake.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
like they live in the same house. I don't know if they got divorced eventually, but I think they're still married. And one is a full Trump supporter, works for him or did work for him or is an affiliate, and the other one hates him. Hates him.
Wow.
Wonder what they
Wild,
talk
bro.
about over the dinner table.
Yeah, imagine that, dude. Imagine being in that house.
Yeah.
It's like we keep our business outside of the house.
Seriously.
They're literally on TV programs like bashing each other's positions.
Oh my God.
Damn.
Wild. And I think he wrote a book about it, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude,
Is she single now?
With,
All right, so they got divorced. They got
Oh,
divorced.
they
So
did.
state the
Yeah,
obvious, so they
you
got
can't stay together with that.
No, but listen, they were together like during that election process. It was like they were getting divorced at that time. I think 2016 is probably right when she started to support Trump. Is probably when it got rocky.
Got it.
And then that is wild
Trump.
though. That whole
Good
thing.
for families.
Yeah, it's great. Family
Right.
entertainment.
Making families great again.
Yeah.
Breaking up a family near you.
Dude, my favorite thing about Trump is his like second grade vocabulary that he uses for everything. It's like
Nobody
the
does
biggest-
this better than me. Nobody has better toys better than me. Nobody. There's like a whole monologue of that. He
But he
says it like
doesn't use
150
any complicated words, dude. It's like very big or like
Big
very
words.
good.
Big
Or
words.
it's big.
Yeah.
That's like his main word,
Oh, come on, man. He's a riot, Mike. He's a riot.
Oh, dude, I love the guy. I'm
Comedians
just
I
saying,
don't need
bro.
to run the
fucking love him.
country, though.
Even
They
the
did a
people that
study
hate
on
him can't help but to laugh at him sometimes because he is funny.
I mean, I like him better on the interviews because you see he's more of a human on the interviews. But you know,
Yeah, and
TV makes him into
As long
like
as they ask the right questions.
Nah.
no, they
I,
really don't. They just he just
well,
always
he
says the same
my
shit.
favorite moment of his though was when they said it was racist of you to call it the Chinese virus. He said, "Well, it came from China."
China came
He was
from
like,
China.
he was saying they gave we got a gift from China, and he was talking about the COVID.
Well, he dances around the questions, Mike. Like at the debate, like
He's
that
been
debate
doing
was
that.
crazy. They didn't even answer the questions, bro. Like, that was
No,
wild.
because if you
Well, that's
insult him, he
normal.
has to respond to the insult. He can't.
And it was all insults. It was just all
Right.
insults. Yeah. So it was just wild. That whole debate was wild. I'm wondering what
There
the
was some
Kamala
real
debate will
thick
be like.
skin.
What was that, Mike?
I said it shows really thick skin.
No.
Yeah.
But yes,
Right.
Mr. B, I was talking about Kellyanne Conway and her husband because he's
Oh,
anti-Trump.
that's who it is.
Conway.
Kellyanne
Yeah.
Conway. I'm thinking of
Got it.
somebody else. I'm sorry. My bad.
Makes me
Thank
think
you,
of that
Megan.
SNL skit when she's playing
Yeah.
Pennywise and she's in the gutter. That was
Now
great.
listen, are they still alive? Or still
They're
together?
still alive.
No,
Yeah.
still together with her husband.
Yeah.
So
I believe
her
so.
husband hates Trump, right?
Mhm. Some
And
people
they
don't,
are.
bring their business home or something, or they
I
just
know that's wild
compartmentalize.
though. That's so wild that they're still together. And he literally wrote a book about Trump. And yeah, that's wild, bro. I knew I had the name wrong. Conway's the right name.
I couldn't think of it either first.
Kellyanne Conway. I can't believe I said Marjorie Taylor Greene. I always get them mixed up.
They're both blondes and
Yeah, her husband George Conway hated Trump. He wrote the book. Yeah.
Hi, Boyle Run.
But yeah, no, that debate was crazy, and what to me, like, I don't know how more people weren't outraged at like everybody else that lied to everybody and said that like this guy was like, at the peak of his abilities and sharp as a tack and getting up early and outrunning everybody in the gym or whatever other shit they said when this guy literally had a emergency where they had to on Air Force One they had to land the plane because he had a freaking stroke and they never said anything to anybody. It's just been as a country, we should have pulled, I think, was it the 25th Amendment or something like that? We supposed if the guy doesn't have his mental, abilities in check, capacity. Yeah, I mean, it's but nobody is upset about that. They just suddenly everyone was surprised at the debate, like, oh my god, what's wrong with him now? His mind is lost. Like, dude, it's been 3 years of this shit. Like, what are you talking about? The guy wanders off at the G7. Like he literally wandered off like it was like looking at a nursing home, watching him just kind of like walk into the sunset. And
That's why he had to get out, bro. He couldn't run again.
Don't you know that FDR, most people didn't know he was in a wheelchair?
Well, at the end, yeah, before he
listen,
died. Yeah, they hid his
time,
medical
100%.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
that was for the good of the war, though, too. Like, we were at war.
Well, what about, what's his name that everybody loves? The actor used to be, I can't think of his name.
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan at the end was getting Alzheimer's, too.
FDR had 4 terms. 4 terms in office.
Yeah, but Ronald
and
Reagan
he was in a wheelchair the whole time. And a lot of people
Not
didn't know that.
The whole time he was in, even when he was younger?
Yeah, since 1921 or something like that.
Oh,
like
I didn't know that.
I will say Ronald Reagan was a beast of a president.
Oh, when they shot at him, he was like, "You missed."
I thought they hit him.
Yeah, well, maybe Ronald Reagan has done more things for anybody. He stopped the Cold War with Margaret Thatcher and Mikhail Gorbachev.
Oh, yeah.
Striker.
I thought that was Bush that told Gorbachev to tear down that wall. Or was that Reagan?
That'd be Reagan.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They both sound alike.
Yeah, you're right. They
Yeah,
do.
well,
They do.
Bush worked for Reagan. He was his head of
Yeah, he
CIA,
did.
and his vice president at the end.
Hmm.
When at his term, he was his vice president,
See,
and yeah, he's
all
the
I
one
can
that said it
remember,
though.
all I can remember from When the Wall Fall Down was David Hasselhoff singing.
Yeah, they had Hasselhoff up there with his guitar. I
Of
remember
all
that.
people. Of all
He was doing a
people.
concert at the Berlin Wall. Yeah.
Freaking
Well, he
David
was a big
Hasselhoff.
advocate for that, though,
Yeah,
too. Like,
he was a massive star in West Germany.
I mean, he's
Massive
from
star.
huge star in Germany. So,
He still
you know,
is.
he's the Hoff, man. He's the
Yeah.
Hoff.
I
That's the
know, dude.
Hoff. Dude, you can't go wrong with the Hoff.
He
Never
also
forget
started
him.
Reaganomics.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have
Later
a certain age,
exile.
but do you remember getting leaflets through your door on how to build a nuclear fallout shelter in your house?
Huh?
Did
What?
you? We used to get in Britain, but when the Cold War was happening, there used to
Oh
be
yeah,
leaflets delivered, and they'd tell you how to build a nuclear fallout shelter in your own
they were
house
doing that in
and where to
America
place
too.
it.
Yeah. Yeah, people were doing that all over the place. They were making makeshift bomb
Yeah,
shelters because they were really afraid of a nuclear explosion because we were just racing to have more weapons. And Russia lied about all of their nuclear weapons. We thought they had,
No.
hundreds of weapons. They wound up having 4 nuclear weapons when we finally found out what they had
I know
back
there
in
was more than
I forget when it was, but
there'd have been more than that. The Russia had like
they
more.
they extended what they had.
Yeah,
They
they did have plenty.
inflated what they had is what I meant to say.
The main one was they used to say we've got the Tsar bomb. That there was only one of them built. They built that weapon just to say we can build bigger new weapons than you. If you
Yeah,
know
that's the
what a Tsar
biggest one, the
bomber is,
Tsar bomb.
yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that hydro? Is it thermonuclear? It's a
Um,
hydrogen bomb, isn't it?
hydrogen, yeah, hydrogen bomb.
Yeah.
And they
And see,
said,
that's what they wanted to do in World War II, but the problem is they needed the type of nuclear explosion to ignite the hydrogen. So they needed what they were developing first, the atom bomb, a good fusion bomb.
yeah, different
To it,
mechanisms and
yeah.
materials.
So that was like what the argument was in
Mm.
the World War II. Like one of the scientists wanted to just develop a hydrogen bomb, but that would be like 50 times. I think I forget what it was. It was like 50 times the amount of TNT or explosive force or something
Yeah,
like that.
TNT. They use it. They define it by TNT.
So I mean, it is wild. Hydrogen bomb is,
It's amazing how far we've come from World War II, at the end of in nuclear weapons terms, to now hypersonic missiles.
we had the best manufacturing, the best industrial. We were such an industrial giant, especially in World War II with Japan trying to come up against us. And, the whole code breaking at Midway, how we broke that code to figure out they were going to attack us at our Midway base. And we set them up. So when they came to attack us, we were waiting for them. And we just decimated them. We decimated their carrier. They brought all their carriers to attack us. And we just nailed them all in this big, huge battle at Midway.
America took
Famous.
quite a few hits, and they lost the Yorktown in that battle, didn't they?
Yeah, we lost some stuff too,
Yeah.
but we definitely prevailed at Midway.
You had to ask for Britain for metal top carriers.
Here we go.
My stepdad volunteers on the Midway
Yeah,
Museum ship in San
interesting.
Diego. Yeah, he
Yep.
works on the
They
planes
have
and helicopters
Yep, that ship is at in California, right? San Diego, like you
in
just
San
said.
Diego. Yeah.
Yep. My mother
Yeah,
was telling me that.
he gets to work on the planes and the helicopters. He's a happy man.
Oh, that's so cool.
Nice.
That's so cool, Megan. I would
Well,
love to do that. Like that would be a cool job.
All we've got is the surviving ships of World War II. I think it's HMS Belfast, which is on the Thames.
Oh.
And that's I think that's a light cruiser. I think that's one of the few
Yeah.
ships who got left from World War II.
Mm.
Yeah, I hate this part of our history, dude. The whole like N bomb stuff, like. Ugh.
Well, we're
It's
the only ones that ever set them off, Mike. Do you believe it was
No, I
necessary?
hate it, dude.
I
He
do
dropped
too.
it
I
in
do
like
too.
supposedly a military zone. It's basically a civilian drop.
There was so many. It was a civilian drop. It was supposed to be a military target, but it was 90% civilian.
And then you listen to people, they say, oh, they weren't ready to surrender. And it's like, you look at all the information, it looks like they probably would have surrendered.
They would have surrendered
Yeah.
eventually.
I'm not
You
too
know?
sure. I'm not too sure. The Japanese in Bushido, they trained their civilians and put enough propaganda in their civilians there to say if any of the allies landed, they'll just murder you.
So that's the argument there. But, you know,
That
who
is the
knows?
argument, that they would have never surrendered, that they would have used their own civilians against us. We would have had to kill everybody. They thought, and they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to destroy all of the Japan historical things. You know, there were things that we hit that were of great value to them that they were very angry with us about.
So we were like, let's not destroy it, let's nuke it.
Yeah, let's
All right,
nuke
let's
it.
go.
Exactly.
Well,
No, I get that, right? I mean,
it
fine.
was,
Like I go home.
it was the plans, the original Allies' plans. It wasn't the United States Air Force that was supposed to have dropped the bomb. It was the RAF. But it's because of political backing. It changed to the United States Air Force, and they had to modify the because the RAF had the Lancaster bomber, and that bomb bay didn't have to be modified, but the B-29, B-29, yeah, B-29 bomb bay had to be modified to hold the bomb.
So, what about this argument here? Okay, listen to this argument here. What if we didn't use the nuclear bombs and we just basically made sure that Japan didn't invade any other territories or
Well,
places, and we
Japan.
It
just
wouldn't. It
tried
wouldn't
to
have scared them
resist
into
them instead
surrender.
of.
Okay, so Japan wasn't invading.
It wouldn't have scared them into surrender.
Get onto the back foot. They weren't invading any places. They were retreating in within Japan, and they done what Germany done, and they thought they relied on super weapons. The super weapon they relied on was the battleship Yamato, and they built two of them, and one was used as an aircraft carrier.
So, what if we tried to resist them to stay in their own country? You think they would have made their own citizens suffer? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there would have. It still would have been an outcome of bloodshed, massive bloodshed. Worse if we would have invaded because bombs, bullets, anything like that.
So,
And
all right. So the argument here. Listen, hold on. The argument here is we keep them. We keep them. We drop the nuclear bombs and kill civilians to stop the Japan people from killing civilians.
it's basically, yeah.
Yeah, but
Like,
our
listen to that
civilians
argument.
versus
Listen
theirs.
to that argument there. Like, what you have to
They're not
mathematically do.
equivalent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Our
slow
civilians are not equivalent to
killing
Japanese civilians.
versus quick and.
Mm.
Well, the Japanese civilians were like soldiers themselves. I mean, they were, sabotaging a lot
They
of
were
things.
trained.
I mean,
They
it
were
was war. It's
Yeah, it
not
was
the
war,
normal
so they
rules
were all
of.
in. Yeah,
they were
they were
trained
all
to
in.
charge at tanks and soldiers with mines on sticks.
I mean, isn't this the same type of people that would like stab themselves in the abdomen with their samurai sword?
Kamikaze pilots, but the kamikaze pilots I heard all didn't want to die. Like some of them weren't even given
Nobody
enough
wants
fuel
to
to make it
die.
back,
But you have
and
to look at the argument is
they
look
were
at what
almost forced
happened
to do
in
it.
Okiwana. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. When the Americans took,
Drama.
when the Americans took the
Okinawa. Yeah.
island, Okinawa, they found a load of dead civilians at the bottom of the cliff. They weren't murdered. What happened was the Japanese filled them with so much propaganda that they actually jumped off the cliffs themselves, fearing that the Americans are going to kill them.
Wow.
But I've read somewhere and a lot of documentaries that a lot of the kamikaze pilots didn't literally want to die. They literally felt they were forced to die. they weren't given enough fuel to even make it back. So it was like a
Yeah, there's
one-way trip to
documentaries
be.
on that.
Huh?
There's documentaries on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. I mean, some of them wanted to do it, maybe, but I mean, I think a lot of them didn't. I mean, I think they wanted to die.
It's not
So,
natural to want to kill yourself, dude.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
like
but
it's
they
you
had
want to
this
survive.
huge, like, dying for your people. It was big in Japan, like honor, like it was built into them, so it was hard to know their
Still is.
mindset. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you don't hear much
But,
about the German kamikazes, do you?
well, the
No.
Germans did a lot of dive bombing. Was part of
No, because
Blitzkrieg,
when they had
right? Is that
Germany
what
had
you
destroyed.
mean? Dive
No, no,
bombing?
no, 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 at all.
Oh, okay.
German pilots are actually trying to kamikaze themselves because they didn't want to get. If they were stuck on the Eastern European side, they didn't want to get imprisoned by the Soviet Union. So they
Oh,
deliberately
okay.
crash into people and kill themselves.
Yeah, the German and Soviet soldiers were horrible to each other.
Yeah.
Horrible to each other. The Russians were horrible to the German civilians in
But the North,
Berlin,
yeah,
especially
yeah, they've got the grape
at
of
the end.
Berlin.
Yeah, there was a lot of horrible things that happened.
Yeah, definitely on both sides.
Yeah, definitely. But that
Yeah.
doesn't come out in the Nuremberg trials. Russia isn't held to any account because they were our ally.
And
But
neither is Japan
they
for.
did war crimes themselves, I believe.
Oh yeah, neither is Japan for what they done. American took Unit 31, I think, and they kept all. They made all the people work for the America, and they took all the records about prosecuting any of these Japanese who worked in the camp.
Yeah. It's almost like they just hung the Nazis just to make a point because they started the war. I don't know. It's like they didn't. There was a lot of other people that could have been held, to a standard.
Yeah, but standard was broke.
War was
There were
dirty.
there were
World War
good
II was
people on
wild.
both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we did some rough shit too. I mean,
Quote Trump. But yeah.
Well, yeah, the Japanese internment camps in the US and Britain. They had German internment camps that kept them in.
I heard there's a good movie on Netflix about a a battle in World War II. I don't remember what it's called though. Operation Chop Suey or some shit like that, maybe.
Operation
Really?
Mincemeat.
Mincemeat. That's it.
Yeah,
Mincemeat.
that's not.
Is that
That's
on
not.
Is that on Netflix?
Chop suey.
I don't know why I said that.
Because they're Asian.
Yeah, hold on.
I don't know why I said that.
Chop
Stop,
suey.
Jeff. Stop.
I'm not
Nah,
Japanese.
mincemeat. It's
I'm
called
Korean.
mincemeat. Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yeah,
I'm gonna watch
Operation
it.
Mincemeat isn't a battle.
What's it
What happened
about
was
then?
to deceive the Germans about D-Day. They took a homeless person who died, put him in a military uniform, put secret plans on him, and put him into the sea. So the Germans can find him washed up.
I have a question. Did
Oh.
they wait for him to die? Did they find a dead homeless person and
They
keep him in
found a dead,
storage?
yeah, they found a
How
dead
did they
homeless
pull this
person.
off?
No, they found a dead homeless person and kept him in storage.
How do you just they just
You
walk
just
the
find
streets
them,
till they find a homeless person that was dead?
I
Basically,
guess.
I
Probably
don't know how
pretty
to
common
but
then.
that's what happened. And they put him in a military uniform. They put him floating in the sea. Germans picked him up, looked at these plans, and went, "Aha, these are wonderful." And it totally wasn't true. It was the yeah, sorry, it totally wasn't true. The plans were false. They deceived the Germans major style.
Yeah.
There's also one guy there's also one is a British spy who picked up the Iron Cross and the Victoria Cross, and he
There
deceived
was
the
a
Germans too. And one day he looked at the graves and he started to cry. And the person goes, "What are you doing? What are you crying for? You saved millions. You saved hundreds of lives." He goes, "Yeah, but I could have saved all these lives too." He actually
there was
picked up his Iron Cross. Sorry, Tommy, from
no,
Adolf
it's all
Hitler
right.
himself.
No, I'm sure.
So he picked up the Victoria Cross, which is the highest award in Britain for military honour, and he picked up the Iron Cross too.
Dude, some of those people at those times just unbelievable, dude.
Oh yeah, those stories.
And especially the women.
Yeah,
Uh,
There's a good
especially the women.
channel on
That's a
Yeah.
good
YouTube
call.
called
What happened?
the
like
women's
Rosie Riveter. Yeah, shout
yeah
out to
the
Rosie Riveter.
yeah the women spies who went over to France and worked as undercover, and the amount of
Hmm.
torture they faced under the Germans.
Yeah.
Really?
About the
Yeah.
guy that tried to kill Hitler too. He tried to kill him, but he put a bomb right next to Hitler, and somebody moved the bomb, and it didn't do the amount of damage because the place was made instead of cement. So, and he only was able to arm one of the explosives instead of two of them. So Hitler actually survived the assassination attempt. The guy.
Hello.
Oh, was
It
that
almost
him?
sounds like that Brad Pitt movie that was like a joke for in the war where they were like scalping
Oh yeah, the
all the Nazis.
Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah, it almost sounds just
Yes,
like that.
it really was.
Inglorious Bastards.
Yeah, Operation
Yeah.
Valkyrie. That's what it's called.
They were trying to find
Yeah.
Gone
or
again.
some shit. Well, I never watched the movie. What was the plot of
Bro,
that
you've
movie?
never seen Inglorious Bastards? Do
Tommy,
yourself a
Tommy,
It,
No,
you
I
it's
keep
haven't
cutting
decent.
watched.
out.
I
It's one
haven't.
of. I think it's one of his better ones.
Yeah, they just
Tommy,
go
if you
around.
had seen that movie, you would love it.
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
Yeah, I want
it's
to watch it. I
great.
definitely want to
it's
watch
not
it.
You would
historically
love it.
accurate, but it's a good movie.
Yeah,
I'll have
not
to check it
historically
out.
accurate.
Did
It's
you hear about what? Did
basically good.
you hear about what the RAF done to the Germans when they tried to do deception on them? So this is, I don't know if this story is true. It's gone back. So Germany built a fake airfield, and they put fake planes at that. The RAF got wind of it, so they sent over a bomber to drop a wooden bomb on the airfield.
What
Yeah,
the
just to
fuck?
let them know. Yeah, just to let them know we know this airfield's fake.
Damn. See that shit. That's like the shit that like I want to hear about. Is all like the crazy like you know people fucking with each other and like setting each other up, and there's like so much
Yeah,
shit that happens on
watch
the
the World
ground.
War II documentary on Netflix if you haven't, Mike. World War II in Color One. It breaks it down good on how each side outsmarted each other and shit. It's friggin' pretty cool.
And
Yeah.
you ever watch a thing? Have you ever look out for like anything called for the Wooden Wonder in World War Two?
Yeah.
What was that movie where it was like shot like almost like it was a single shot and it was
1918, 1917.
like something like that, dude. That shit was
Yeah,
crazy, dude.
that
Is
was
that
the
about
first
World
World
War
War
One?
movie, 1917.
That is one, but
Yeah.
it's still amazing, dude. It's like
World War One was even crazier than
yeah.
two. I mean, they're both bad wars, but you know,
Well,
But if
World
you
War
World
haven't
War
One,
seen
Two
that
had more
movie,
innovation to it.
the British actually invented this thing, a flamethrower, and it would come up through the earth, and it would look like a snake's head
Oh
ready to
yeah,
strike, and it would be lined up.
in World War One or two?
Yeah, World War One.
One? Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah,
I think they did have flamethrowers in one, didn't they?
yeah, but
Yeah.
this is coming up from the. They put it up from the ground. It was
Oh
actually
wow,
a trench one, so
that's
it
wild.
flamed the troops, but it got destroyed by German artillery.
Yeah, there's
little
some pretty good
background
ones
noise. There
there.
was somebody screaming for their
Yeah, I heard
lives.
that.
Is everyone okay?
It might
Yeah,
be my roommates. They're having game night tonight.
All
Somebody's
right, cool.
screaming for
Yeah,
their
Drunk Dungeon and
lives.
Dragons,
I didn't
yeah. As
hear
long as they're
that.
okay.
and they're like 3 rooms away. So that's how
Yeah,
I
loud
don't.
they are.
it's
I
not like
haven't
a
played Dungeons and
street
Dragons in
like
ages.
assault. As long as we're good.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
I think
I
I'm
hope
gonna wrap it
so.
up though. I've been
Yeah,
we're
no,
almost at
thanks,
nine
dude.
hours. I'll keep it
Thanks
going
for
till
having me
9.
on. It was
Yeah,
nice.
I think it's a good day. Thank you all.
Yep,
Yeah,
this
man.
Yeah,
is
you
That's
went
an
long,
impressive amount
Jeff.
of time, Jeff. Thanks for
The
having me
what?
up. I'm
Yeah.
gonna jump down.
Well, this is I planned this to be more my norm. So tomorrow I think I'm gonna if I don't take the day off, I'm gonna open one in the morning and probably go about 8 hours.
Yeah. I think you should do about 14. How about that? Can you do
I
14
would,
today?
except for that 12-hour thing, and then having to adult around this.
Oh, I'm, I'm just messing around. It's good to meet you, man, and thanks for having me up. This was fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
thanks for
too.
having me up, Jeff.
Yeah,
Y'all
thanks,
come
mate.
Have a
back
good night,
anytime.
guys.
Yeah. Miss P, it's good seeing you again.
Hey, good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah,
Later,
take
Jeff. Later,
Good seeing you
yo.
all.
Peace out.
Yeah, see you later,
Bye,
Spiky night.
See.
Take care, man.
Megan.
Happy Labor Day,
See you
Bye,
later.
guys.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye, Meg. Good to see
Bye.
you. Mr. P, good to see you. All right. Well, that it's gonna bother me if I don't go until 9. But man, am I running on E? Let me check news. More of the same. Okay, well, nothing there. You know what? Let me see who's streaming, and then I can maybe send you to some other channel, or at least recommend one. Oh. All right, we got. Oh, Kendra. I forgot about maybe tomorrow night or Wednesday. I'll try to stop by Kendra and see if I can snag me a daddy real quick. Tommy is live if he's your thing. That's it really. Here, I'm gonna send y'all to Tommy's. he's he's about the only one streaming right now that I think you might find interesting. All right, here's Tommy's channel. Let's see. Oh, I forgot that was in there. Let me take it out. Somebody told me that this morning when I first started. They were making a joke about my antlers. And I said, "Oh, that's cute. Let me put it in my headline." And then I forgot all about it. Sorry. That was there all day, huh? What? No. What? Let me check these out. Hang on. Smart glass technology may help treat patients with autism ADHD. I wish they would say with what specifically. Autism could be so many different things, and so could ADHD. They're not very well defined. They're very broad categories. And so when I hear stuff like that, well, what specifically about autism does this help with? A reduction in ADHD related symptoms such as hyperactivity, inattention, impulsivity. It's called the empowered brain system. Oh my God. A modern smart glass. What's a smart glass? Is that Google Glass? And educational modules? Oh, hang on. Targeting socio emotional and behavioral management skills. All the shit that people come and try to do to me on this panel that I react to, they're putting in glasses. And they want people to like intentionally embrace this. Oh, this is scary. I'm doing my DEI thing tomorrow too. That's going to get a little disturbing. Or at least it's disturbing me. It disturbed me the first time I went over it, and then I found new layers to it, which are even more disturbing. Researchers recruited 8 children into a high ADHD related symptom group or a low ADHD related symptom group. They received an intervention with empowered brain. They used the glasses based social communication and behavior models while interacting with their caregivers. So the glasses like coach you through interactions? This is weird. I mean, I'm not knocking it. Maybe it does have the potential to be helpful for some people. I don't know. I guess I need to know more. But yeah, I never heard of them. Wow. Wait till we are really Well, you dig away. I'm pretty much an open book. I put my whole life on the stream, probably 3 or 4 or 5 times by now. Because I keep, like, you never know, like, the new audiences don't know the old story. So every now and then I have to retell stories. So at some point, I'm probably going to have retold my entire life story 5 or 6 or 10 or 20 times. So, yeah, dig up whatever. Dig into whatever. I like that stuff though. I like digging into psyches, my own and others. So dig away. All right. Oh, almost there. Um, coming to. Oh, did you? It was supposed to be like, I guess, like a rom com, a fairy tale ending, and it turned out to be like a horror movie. In fact, I'll tell you this thing. Like after I left the ex, like a year or so later, we had mutual friends that I had met through him that were still on Facebook. So we every now and then he'd show up in a Facebook conversation, like in the comments of one of these other people's pages or something. Very very rarely. And one day, somebody had made a Facebook post asking like, what movie reminds you of your ex or describes you and your ex? And I swear to God, almost at the exact same time, I answered this little Facebook thing and I wrote Sleeping with the Enemy. That movie with Julia Roberts and who was it? Not Richard Gere. That was Pretty Woman. Um, where she's like in that relationship with that kind of abusive, creepy guy. And I typed in Sleeping with the Enemy, like right away. I didn't have to think about it. And like seconds, like almost at the same time, he typed in Sleeping with the Enemy at the same. He was answering the same post at about the same time, and he typed in the exact same movie. So we both, like, we were both aware that we were in a very fucked up situation. And so what started out as like a happy riding off into my future. It's like the horror movie where, like, at the end of the movie, you think the monster's over and you feel like you've escaped. And then you realize that no, it's only just beginning. It was like that feeling. You don't have to babysit my communication. I'm on point. I said everything I wanted to say about the story. I included every single detail I wanted to say. I'm very satisfied with what I expressed. You're just being a Karen and a nuisance. Right. It looks like maybe Mr. P wants to come up and say one last thing. You want to close this out? Oh, I guess it was his connection keeping him on. Don't let him up. All right. Sorry about that. I didn't see the comment. You know what? I never watched those movies because they were creepy and they scared me. But my sister and all her little girlfriends would have slumber parties, and they'd rent a bunch of videos like that, and they'd watch them in the living room, and I would hear them from the other room, and even hearing them scared me. Like I would have nightmares about just the stuff I was hearing coming out of this movie. The sound effects, the audio, the music. So without even seeing the movie, I was scared of it. Yeah, okay, here's my thing with them. They're either really scary and I can't watch them because they give me nightmares and I can't sleep. And they stay with me for days. I don't like a movie that stays with me in a disturbing way. I don't care if it stays with me in an entertaining way or a deep way that makes me think. Or they are comedy movies. They are some of the funniest movies you've ever seen, and I laugh my ass off. They end up being one of those two things, or they're so stupid that they're just not worth watching. So I guess there's a third category. All right. Let me Oh. Yeah, it's movie. It's specific scenes for movies. To me, they would disturb any sane person. Like, those slasher movies where people are tortured and killed and stuff. And I can't even begin to watch Saw or those kind of movies. Um, it's the movies. It's the representations that are being depicted in these movies that disturb me. So, um, okay. I'm not sure what that means in the back, but we could talk and you could explain it to me next time. I'm not even sure what that is. I'm not gonna block you if that's what you were. I'm the only one with wrenches. Oh, I forgot. There are a couple of people with wrenches, but they have strict orders not to mod or they lose their wrench. I mean, they're just movies. A Shakespeare play could have the same effect and maybe did in its day in Greek drama and all that, or even stories like ghost stories around the campfire. Oh, okay. You're blocked in the YouTube chat. Oh, did somebody mod Mr. P? I'm gonna quit this wrench thing if people are using it to mod. That's not part of the agreement with the wrenches. You could do you get a free 10-second timeout, 1 10-second timeout with the wrench. That's what they had asked for last time they did this. But there were strict orders to not mod. I like to be the one to determine what information I want to remove from my live chat and what information I want to keep for the archive. And of course, you're free to delete your own comments, but if people are typing it in the chat, I want to determine what stays on my channel or not. Yeah, I'm headed there because I don't remember blocking anyone today. Were you on under another name earlier? Because sometimes if there's people in the comments getting too personal with their comments against panelists, I'll delete comments, and every now and then I might time out or ban if it crosses too many lines. But I don't remember putting anybody on block. Let's see. Um, I do not see you blocked in my YouTube community moderation tab. If your channel is under that name, blocked under that name, I am not seeing it on my list. So I don't know what's going on, honestly. Well, I'll be here tomorrow. So if you want to come up, we can figure it out. I don't see you on my list at all. I don't know how you're blocked. You shouldn't be blocked on my end. Yeah, it could be a YouTube glitch too. All right. Oh God, we're like 6 minutes over. Cause there's like a list in Studio where it has all the list of people that are hidden, but he's not on that list. Take care, Mr. B. So if he's blocked or his comments are showing up, I don't. It may not be something on my end. But yeah, we'll figure out like if it's anything I could do to get you visible again, we'll figure it out. Oh, I did block certain words. That could be it. and it's words related to a certain person. So if you're trying to communicate something about that person, you may be getting blocked. It really made the chat, it really streamlined the chat today. And I may add the word predator to it. All right. So I mean, try typing something else that's not somebody's name, and it might go through. All right. Anyway, I gotta go. I have fun, guys. This is good. I'll be here tomorrow, maybe. We'll see how I wake up. Might do my own Labor Day tomorrow, and then come back Wednesday. But if I do show up tomorrow, we're doing the DEI stuff in the morning, and then I'll open the panel. All right. Lates. Take care. Oh wait, the music. There we go.